but you don't care. You're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Hello, welcome back to another new stream. What's up, guys? Good evening. Yosimans Pro, welcome. Chat अभी रहने देते हैं. चलो, let's go. Okay.
To Sao Paulo for the Latin America International Championships. Later on this year, we also have the London International Championships. But don't forget, where Victory Road takes us, the World Championships in Anaheim,
Give me a
California for the
minute.
2020.
Guys, audio वगैरह check करके बताना audio वगैरह सही है,
So
right?
much fun getting
Dimansh
to
भाई,
that
audio
World
वगैरह का बता
Championships.
देना if it is
So
fine
why
or
don't we
not.
look through the championship points breakdown.
Yes, by attending these regional championships, you can
We
earn
will
these
watch
championship
party and we'll
points.
do some
There's a
raids
lot of
tonight,
championship
guys.
points on the line, 350 for first place, all the way down to a tie between 33rd and 64th for still 100 championship points on the line. 75 players can qualify from the US and Canada, 50 from Europe and Latin
What is
America.
the
and 10
criteria for
from
India? India के लिए
Oceania.
criteria नहीं है क्या?
And here's the thing, this is only the first regional this
Home
season, but
slice
some
Henry
battlers
in the
have been
panel. Let's
working
go.
hard at their local tournaments to still gain these championship points.
सही है?
So
Cool.
we actually have a North American leaderboard up already with some names who are actually competing here today. Trainers who participated yesterday include
Zimmy is there.
Jingles, Arrow, Lyle, among other trainers, rise to the occasion as well. So some trainers already off to an incredible start in North America. And Mr. Nighttime, I know you've casted over in Europe, so what's going on over there?
यूनिक का भी एक पीवी होने वाला है with 50k prize pool. मतलब क्या? Who is the organizer? कौन है? Like official tournament है या क्या scene है?
Players who may have not gone to too many regionals yet, I believe it's Aerodol and MW.
और थोड़े से कम बढ़ा लो. किसकी कम है? मेरी कम है या इसकी कम है?
Outside of just these local tournaments,
Watch
but
party की
local
कम है.
tournaments are such a
किसकी कम है?
great way to start. Get those training wheels on, get the experience and confidence that you need to go into a regional or international championship, or even a
Official
world
है क्या?
championship. As you see
Oh.
here, our 4 worlds
Watch
qualifiers
party.
from the recent Honolulu Hawaii Championship.
These battlers finished in the top 4 in Honolulu. Yakai, the Pokemon Go current reigning
Yo,
world
Belzy
champion
boy.
at Adequins,
From India, right?
Marto Galde, and Beelzeboy. Now, the
अभी ठीक है?
road to Worlds will begin here in Baltimore. At day 1, we saw some unbelievable matches. Me personally, I like more of the anti-meta picks, so we're going to showcase what I think was the spiciest match of the day, and that was Murphy with the Shadow Alolan Marowak into the Toxapex, getting a Shadow Bone debuff on the first, which meant the second one actually did knock out.
मेटा क्या चल रहा है अभी तो मैंने फर्स्ट डे तो फॉलो ही नहीं किया लाइक कल क्या चल रहा था आज देखते हैं टुडे द फाइनल डे anyway top 16
I hardly see that in the GBL meta, much less play Pokemon, but here's something a little bit more
आप भी
meta.
पंडा कम्युनिटी की तरफ से ले सकते हो ठीक है ओके पर कम्युनिटी 10 मेंबर्स चाहिए पर कम्युनिटी 10 मेंबर्स
putting herself into day number 2 on the winner's side, which she will now face up against Tomahawk UK, which we're going to see now taking that earth power on the Toxapex. Big damage from Valor Ash, but he hangs
yeah
on,
announcement
makes
है
it to
किधर
the
but where is
brine,
this announcement
and
like
Toxapex can really
in
overcome
game news वगैरह
anything
तो
with
कुछ
that
है नहीं
bulk.
अभी
Valor Ash recognizing that the Gastrodon is just not bulking up, which is a crazy statement in and out of itself. But then next we see an amazing peekaboo catch from Tomahawk. Oh, okay, he did a peekaboo catch onto the Azumarill from that Feraligatr to win the series against Valor Ash. But of course, great place from all these trainers overall.
I absolutely agree. And there have been some particular Pokemon that have really stood out that some of these trainers have been using, almost feeling like they're MVP Pokemon. For me, it's got to be Sceptile Ice and the Shadow Celio. I don't think we've ever really seen Shadow Celio.
Galarian Moltres क्या बात कर रहे
on
हो
the winner side of the bracket.
Galarian Moltres
And since
Nice.
obviously it's just you and I here, I'll go through Speedy's pick as well. He's picking 6'10" Hero with that Sludge Bomb.
are you taking part Siwas
Kelsey
भाई
K on
from
the other
Lucknow
hand,
community or
with
what
her signature Talonflame just burning down the meta. All those superiors have just gone to waste against this strong fire and flying type Pokemon. But of course, speaking
In game
of
नहीं पर
flying type
campfire
Pokemon,
अच्छा campfire
Arrow
पे है
with
क्या
probably the
meetup
spiciest pick
Okay.
from this weekend,
And communities
Galarian
में upload
Moltres,
भी किया
such
गया
a
है
strong Pokemon.
Okay, campfire तो मैंने
They
check ही
were
नहीं
hit
किया है
so
I'll
hard
check
on
campfire
all the Pokemon.
क्या
And
scene है
Galarian Moltres was not on usage day 1.
oh
on
top
usage
meta
day 2.
bro Claude is everywhere man
Hardly different from day 1. There's some Pokemon that dramatically rose in the ranks. Azumarill
Azu is
30%
everywhere.
higher usage day 2
Superior.
than day 1.
Sunny.
Superior, massive increase in usage as
Shadow
well.
Fera.
Same with the Shadow type.
bro ये क्या कर रहा है भाई
I don't
Galarian
see
Moltres
nighttime. Where did Mandibuzz go?
Mandibuzz looks to be the second best dark and flying type Pokemon in the meta. I really never thought it would come to this. But Galarian Moltres recently being unbanned
Lol,
from
dude.
the Play Pokemon circuit.
You have a
Be
good
sure to
Arctic
grab this
back?
from your adventure
Maybe it's
incense
time
every
to
day, by
use
the
it.
way. It's just so much better at dealing real amounts of damage as opposed to
देखो
fake
मैंडी का
amounts
तो
of
एक्सपेक्ट
aerial
है मैंडी बोल रहा हूँ
We've
क्लॉडी
gone through the
एक्सपेक्टेड
Pokemon.
था इट
Now
विल बी
let's
देयर
take a
एजू
look
विल
at
बी
the
देयर
trainers on the
डनी विल
winner's
बी देयर
side
वे
of
तीनों तो
this
एक्सपेक्टेड थे
bracket.
भाई
Elite versus 6'10" Hero, Tomahawk UK versus
Excuse me.
Kelsey K, Sceptile Ice versus Elam, Arrow versus Wadaj. Out of these
विनर्स
matchups
ब्रैकेट में
nighttime,
ये है ओके
I'm going to use the question Speedy did yesterday. If you could only watch one, which matchup would you choose?
I think I'm here for the Elite versus 6'10" Hero match. Of course, Elite is such a tested veteran of the game, already a 2-time regional champion, but 6'10" Hero is such a strong
Moltres
strength
की
while
wild
top
card
eight in
entry हो गई
Toronto,
bro
and
unexpected
looking to
bro
get a little bit
Moltres
further in the
in the
winner's
top
side of the
cut
bracket today,
Oh, dude.
and just make a name for himself just like all these other trainers who you see here in the lower bracket.
lower bracket में कौन कौन है ओके
We saw the top 8 in the winner's side of the bracket. We have 8 more trainers still in the running to try and be the first regional champion of this season. Andrew, Valor Ash, Out of Pocket, Bopper, Magic Mason, House Stark 93, Murphy 36, and Lil Winery. We've seen great losers
Unban कर
run
दिया
before.
Galarian
One
Moltres
of
banned
these
था क्या
16 trainers will
From
be
Great League?
the first
Interesting.
regional champion in this 2025 season. And honestly, we're used to seeing quite a few faces up here.
It's the
And
better Mandy
this
Buzz उस पे
season
bulk
is a
है
blank
क्या
slate, which
Galarian
means
Moltres has
Washington
bulk
and one of these
नहीं वो
upcoming
glassy है
regionals
थोड़ा
to
right
register for
It does not
Come
have
out
bulk
here,
like
build a
Mandy,
team,
right?
Compete, and we could see your face on a future broadcast as a regional champion.
Trust me, it is a good feeling. But of course, will this happen again this year? Will Wadaj take the first regional of this season? We'll just have to see. But I want you to let us know your predictions on social media. We're here on X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Play Pokemon or just Pokemon.
Hashtag play Pokemon.
Hashtag play Pokemon. Tag your ex posts with that and let us know who you think will win. And a little bit of some inspiration. Let us know what's your favorite snack while watching day 2 today. I'd love to know.
bulk नहीं
while
but
just
damage
streaming.
हाँ वही attack stat उसका high है
I
right
like that. Also, make sure
उस
to
पे like
follow the
hard
channels
hitting
too.
move भी है
We
ना
are
Brave
on
Bird
live
he has
on
access to
YouTube,
Brave Bird
and we are
right
live on Twitch as well. So whichever your preferred platform is, we are probably streaming on it. All right, nighttime. The stage is set. The battlers are ready. We entered Baltimore with 182 trainers. We're down to only 16 left, and by day's end, one trainer will be crowned regional champion. The stage is set. The battlers are ready, and there's nothing else left but to sign off here and send it over to our wonderful casting duo of Speediest Chief and Amanda.
Thank you very much, Home Slice Henry. Yeah, just like he said, it is a blank slate. We saw all those.
दोनों कर रहे हैं बड़ा
silhouettes.
इसके
We're wondering who's going to be able to write their names of those.
कोई नहीं,
16
just keep it,
competitors
bro. अब क्या
left
कर
in the
सकते हो?
Baltimore
You
regional.
have to
I
keep
am
it.
Amanda, also known as Lumberger, alongside Speediest Chief too.
Anyway, like
How are you
hundos are
feeling
not
about
useful
game
anywhere,
number
so just
two?
I'm feeling so
Keep
good, right?
it.
Baltimore has been absolute fireworks. We have a Shadow Celio. We have Galarian Moltres coming in Top Cut. We also have a Chestnut. The meta is absolutely wild, and we talk a lot about writing your own story. This is really turning a page for so many competitors, and they're looking to write their name in the first chapter of the 2025 season. But they gotta get through some.
यार
of the
पेज
best
पे
trainers
कहीं
in the
इंडिया
world
रीजनल
in
का
order to do
मेंशन नहीं है
that.
यार.
And if you are not familiar with how
अगर
this
जाओ
is
ना रीजनल
going,
चैंपियनशिप पे, यहाँ पे
of
अभी
course, it's the
बैटल
first
स्टार्ट
round
होने में
of the
थोड़ा
season,
टाइम है.
right? We're going to give you a little bit of a catch up, a little
NA
bit of
का
an idea of
मेंशन है
how
इधर.
this format actually works.
यूरोप का मेंशन है.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the
LA.
electrifying action of the
इंडिया
Pokemon
प्ले
Go
पोकेमॉन
matches
सर्किट में
to a
इंक्लूडेड नहीं
global
रहता है क्या?
stage.
क्योंकि वो
Top
ऑनलाइन
teams
होता है
from
बिकॉज ऑफ
across the
दैट
world
क्या?
have
मे बी.
gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel
But,
awards,
yeah, India regional
and
तो
the
होगा
all-important
definitely.
championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2
Excuse me.
intense days of action, where our trainers
मैंने गलती से
battle
डबल
it
मूव
out
कर दिया
in
एक घंटे को.
double
क्या बात कर
elimination
रहे हैं?
bracket using the Grey League format. Every match is
कोई
a
नहीं,
best of
enough
3
candies
clash,
होंगे वैसे भी,
but
कोई
the
सीन
stakes
नहीं है
get
भाई.
even higher in the winners
It is
finals,
not
losers
expensive.
finals,
Is it
and
expensive?
grand finals,
Second move
where
unlock
the
करने में
action
कितना लगता है?
extends to a
75 के
best of
डस्ट
5
लगता है क्या?
showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. Each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat.
50k डस्ट.
Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket
इंडिया
to
रीजन अलग है. हाँ भाई, वो
2025
प्ले
in
पोकेमॉन सर्किट में
Anaheim?
इंक्लूड नहीं करते हैं. Like it
Don't
is
miss a
only
minute of the
online
action.
PvP,
Stay
right?
tuned
So
all
इसीलिए
weekend
maybe.
long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon
me
events,
just pin my
visit
code.
Pokemon.com/play.
We have time for the battle to start. We can do some raids if anybody wants to join raid, guys. Okay.
It's going to be an absolute showcase of some of the best trainers in the world here in Baltimore. We've got former regional champions. We've got top cut
Discord उधर
trainers
करता हूँ. Done,
galore
done,
in
done.
our
कर दो
top
Discord.
16. And the most exciting part, Amanda, is due to that double elimination format, we can possibly see a deep losers bracket run, a trainer rising up against the tide and trying to claim the championship here.
A lot of trainers from day number 1 were able to knock down their competitors to the loser side of the bracket. But guess what? A lot of those competitors are still in the tournament. Anu Manhara's out of pocket. I believe that there are even a couple other ones as well that we saw in the winners finals getting knocked down. We have a potential for what we call grudge matches. where we
Hello
might even
Kuber
see
bro.
two
राधे
trainers
राधे.
again
क्या हाल
in
चाल
the
sir?
same tournament.
There's not only championship points on the line. Let's take a look at the prizing for this tournament because you can win cold hard cash. Talk about $2,500 for that first place trophy, as well as 108 booster packs. But there's still so much to benefit. There's so many reasons to continue to fight. If you're coming in on the loser side bracket, lower on in that kind of setup, you still have reasons to battle it out to try to get 9th or higher.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking with some competitors yesterday who have already been knocked out of the tournament, but they were showing off their booster packs. They were showing off the cards that they have gotten. There are many reasons to come to the event. Of course, championship points are big because only the top 75 in North America will be able to go to Worlds.
Hello
I mean,
teen, what's
these
up? Good
consolation
evening guys.
prizes
Welcome to the
aren't too
stream.
bad of consolation at all.
गिफ्ट खोल देना दोनों
Point
अकाउंट पे.
out,
हाँ ठीक है, ओपन कर
yesterday
देते
as
हैं
well,
अभी.
Amanda, the championship points
I
that
will
you
open now.
receive for
My
winning the
game में logged
tournament
in
are
हूँ.
much higher than they were last season. So there's a lot on the line here.
This is the upper
especially for
bracket
those
matchup,
trainers that
right?
have
Yeah.
ambitions to
नहीं,
attend
नहीं, नहीं,
Worlds in Anaheim.
हाँ, this is the
our
upper
bracket
bracket. Yeah,
pairing.
upper
Let's go
bracket.
left to right. We've got Elite versus 610 Hero first up on the stream. And then who's coming up after that?
We got someone coming across the pond here. Tomahawk UK up against Kelsey K. We got Sceptile Ice 25 against Elam. And then, of course,
Arrow versus Wadaj. Talk about an all-NA showdown. Those two trainers have definitely been prominent figures in the community for a long time, and I cannot wait to get to that series. Amanda and I will take you through the first 3 series before handing it off to our co-casters, Henry and Nighttime Clasher. But I know everybody's excited for the battles. I've seen our trainers getting ready on stage. I picked 610 Hero with his Guzzlord because I think the
Mama Sarab and don't serve your
coverage.
brothers.
I think it's a
Tansin को भी
wild
भाई.
moveset choice.
मैं भी बढ़िया यार.
Easy to win against some of these
देखते हैं
elite
आज
trainers
कौन
too.
जीतता है
yes,
regionals.
elite trainers. I see what you did there because elite is one
भाई
of the
इतना तो
trainers
like we get
up
to know
the
कि
California King, winning 2
first
regional
regionals
competitions
से
there. He's in the winner's
क्या
side of
पता
the
आगे भी
bracket.
results
He
में
is
guys we'll see
Baltimore.
more
He
Galarian
could be
Moltres.
taking over
We
the
never
east
know, dude.
side. We'll have to find out.
I'm telling you,
Galarian
Elite
Moltres, bro.
is a
What the
scary
hell,
trainer,
dude?
and as I pointed out yesterday, once he does make it to the grand finals, as he's done twice in California in 2 seasons, he is 9-0. It's not a mistake. It's not an error. Once he gets there, he sweeps. So it's up to trainers like 610 Hero to stop him from doing it. And of course, it's up to Elite to get there and then finish the job.
As a reminder and a wonderful voiceover video by our good friend Speediest Chief, this is a double elimination tournament. This is the winner's side of the bracket. We're coming in from the top, so these trainers have not lost full rounds yet. One of them will be knocked down to the loser's bracket, but we're going to be able to show a ton of really fantastic games.
Exactly right. There's a lot on the line. You want to stay in that winner side bracket as long as possible. Stay on top is always the key. But as we see here, our bracket pairings moving down the list again. So many hype matches. Please let us know which pairing you are most excited to see because this is like a buffet. There's so many awesome matches on the horizon.
Yeah, not only so many awesome matches with some trainers who are maybe not as well known within the circuit yet, they're playing with some Pokemon too that we haven't seen so far. I mean, yet in this Play Pokemon whole series, we're seeing a Shadow Machamps coming back in on Elite side. We're seeing Guzzlords, like you said.
Are people using Shadow Machamp? यार Day 1 मैंने देखा नहीं. Anybody followed Day 1? किसी ने Day 1 देखा था क्या कल? Okay, we are ready for the first battle. Let's go.
The Galarian Moltres coming in at 18% overall usage in Top Cut. Also seeing Chestnut, Shadow Celio, but let's take a look at this trainer in particular. He is elite by all standards you could possibly measure. Los Angeles Regional Top 4, Sacramento Regional Champion, Fresno Regional Champion, and San Diego Regional Top 16.
Bro, he is good, man.
California Regional Championships.
Upload किया है. Ooh, Shadow Machamp, Cresselia.
We talked about this.
Mandy, Shadow Drapion, Claudie, Shadow Alligator.
Already in this new season, but a Karate Chop Machamp being able to pace so quickly, and then the Stone Edge doing much more damage than the Rock Slide. I think this is going to be one of Elite's.
Discord पे डाला है क्या? उसको देख रहा हूँ.
We saw the Shadow Drapion put in some nasty work yesterday with some Poison Sting farm downs, but on the opposing side, we have just the hero who might be able to stop it. This is 610 Hero, Toronto Regional Top 8, Vancouver Regional Top 4. Look at this team. He's got the Guzzlord, Dunsparce, Superior, Clodsire, Azumarill, and Talonflame. We also saw Talonflame be so impressive with that Fly and Brave Bird double flying coverage.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting movesets that are being used by the top trainers so far. We're seeing Superiors running Leap, Tornado, and Frenzy Plant.
Inter-community only for India, okay.
There's also been a mixture of Clodsire.
कब से start हुआ? 21st September. Only by 6 days ही हैं बस ये तो.
These two trainers are locked in. We're getting ready for winners round 1 on day 2 here in Baltimore.
Here we go. Cresselia from Elite and Clodsire from 610 Hero. Very, very neutral matchup. We know the Grass Knot is probably the preferred charge deck here for the Cresselia. Meanwhile, a lot of trainers have optimized their Clodsire movesets, like you said, Amanda. They know how many Earthquakes or how many Sludge Bombs they need to win this matchup.
They're going for the Grass Knot, which is the more appropriate attack. Again, so much bulk on the field here. This matchup may take a while. 610 Hero just going ahead, charging up almost optimal energy.
I'll check मेरे Discord पे है कि नहीं. 50,000 का prize pool भी है. That is nice.
Knock it even down into the yellow. Elite taking it very well, continuing to charge up energy.
As these two bulky Pokemon duke it out on the field, I'm taking a look at the back lines. I want to give an early team composition advantage to Elite. I think he's got a lot of typing advantages there. However, it's important to remember that the Drapion he has on his team has Aqua Tail and Crunch, so it's not able to hit either the Superior or the Azumarill for super effective damage.
Another Earthquake coming through from that Clodsire. We saw how much damage that it
Chris
did.
wins in no sale.
Still hanging on in the red. Already already another grass not loaded. Both of these Pokemon are getting very, very low. I think at this point, both trainers are wondering, do I want to play for the switch advantage? Do I want to be able to align my Pokemon? Do I want to be able to shield? Looks like maybe
No,
he got a
right?
fast
Yeah,
attack.
wait
Go
on.
for the Sludge Bomb, a more effective attack at this very low range.
Yeah, Elite willing to give up switch advantage here. Sludge Bomb from 610 Hero will come through, but you saw 610 Hero let his Quadsire get a little bit lower. He doesn't want to provide too much farm. Look at these Poison Stings coming in from the Drapion. Gets almost 4 Poison Stings and almost a Sludge Bomb as well, but 610 Hero can't quite get it done.
Can't get it done. He's coming in with the Azumarill, but as you can see, those poisons are
Bro,
super
Drapion
effective,
can
and
really-
since it was above, it's starting to slowly add
Oh,
up on
my.
the Azumarill. These charge attacks are not going to be very effective against this water and fairy type Pokemon, but Crunch does have a possibility to debuff, and that is what Elite is going for their second one already loaded up.
Gonna fire up the second Crunch, like you said, hoping for that defense drop, then the Poison Stings will really start to add up. Second Crunch connects, Azumarill shrugs it off, does not get the defense drop, which is huge for 610 Hero.
Going for one more bubble, then throwing the Ice Beam, getting that shield from Elite side. Wants to keep this Drapion healthy because we've seen how quickly this Pokemon can just farm energy already up to another Crunch, going a little bit over here. Great timing. I think he's going to go right before the Ice Beam is loaded. No, just continuing to choose to farm, double shielding the Drapion, getting a ton of energy.
Yeah, I think that what Elite has honed in on here is that there's no Clodsire, right? He already took down the Clodsire, so the Drapion's energy can basically go everywhere. Looking for the Poison Sting down. 610 Hero bails out, but
Bro,
it's too
he has
late.
hell lot
can't
of
get the
energy.
Azumarill out of the battle.
2 shields left on 610 Hero's side, but will it be enough for the superior? The first Crunch going unshielded. I like this play. This means if there is a defense to drop, which we just got here, this second Crunch is loaded and gonna have
This
to go
will
ahead
hurt.
and use a shield because this is bringing the superior very low.
Yeah, no defense drops at all on that Azumarill earlier, but Superior gets it immediately, so I think 610 Hero wants to get rid of the Drapion. Actually catching the Aerial Ace onto the Clodsire. What a play by Elite.
Yeah, this flying type attack doing barely anything, just tickling this ground type Pokemon, giving a little bit of a smile, it looks like. And now the poisons just continue here. Elite is already almost at an attack. Meanwhile, 610 Hero has a ton of energy. I don't know if he's even planning to throw it right now. Wants to throw an optimal timing, going for that Frenzy Plant since no shields are on Elite's side.
This is really tricky, right? Because the Frenzy Plant's only neutral. Poison
It's
and ground
GG,
type
right?
Clodsire here doesn't hurt that badly from a Frenzy Plant, which is a crazy statement to make. We're going to see the Stone Edge come through here. I think 610 Hero will try to shield, but it's going to come down to the wire.
At this point, Jesse's one Vine Whip away from another Frenzy Plant, but will he be able to survive? No! The Poison Sting going through. Elite taking game number 1 off a 610 Hero.
Yeah, that honestly, that game was kind of a slow burn, right? We didn't see a lot of switches. There weren't any. There was one catch, right, but not a whole lot of movement. These trainers just kind of let their alignment and their team compositions play themselves out. I think that early defense drop from that Drapion's Crunch into the Superior really set up Elite to close out that game.
Yeah, the big problem for 610 Hero at that point was there was no Pokemon left on his side to
Yeah.
clear that debuff. A lot of times, if a debuff or even a buff happens to yourself in the game, once you switch out to another Pokemon, that has been completely cleared. So you will see a lot of times, you know, with the Pangoro use yesterday, if they go for a close combat that lowers their defense, they want to immediately swap out so they're not taking extra
यार
damage.
इधर तो campfire पे
Unfortunately
कुछ
for
नहीं है यार
610
शिवन भाई.
Hero
I got
wasn't
nothing
able
here
to
at
do
my
so,
at my
forced to
campfire.
shield up the Stone Edge at the last second, but turns out just not enough in the tank for this little grass Pokemon, and gets Poison Sting down. We're gonna hop into game number 2. Forget game number 1 here. We got a Talonflame versus a Clodsire.
New team compositions from these trainers. Clodsire coming out. Instant switch out into the Azumarill here from Elite. Probably trying to
Interesting
pull something out of the back
swap.
line. Maybe even that Drapion is what he's looking for, but he's not going to get it yet. Elite stays in this matchup. Going to throw an Earthquake into the
He'll chip
Azumarill.
and dip,
I
right?
kind of like this play by 610 Hero because the only Pokemon on Elite side that very handedly deals with the Azumarill and its bulk is going to be that
Oh,
Cresselia.
he's
And the
running
fact that the Elite hasn't
Feraligatr
swapped it out
and
yet, I
Drapion.
think it's an indication 610 Hero that it's not in the game,
He
or
cannot.
Elite is suspecting this is going to happen and maybe trying to put it in the back.
Exactly right. As we look, take another peek at the back lines, I do like the Guzzlord here.
He has answer for
versus
Talon
610
anyway,
Hero
so he
because
does not
needs
care,
something
right?
neutral that
All
can
three
outbulk the
Pokemons can
Drapion,
beat
that
Talon.
can dish damage to the Clodsire and even help cover for the Cresselia. I think that the Guzzlord can do that. Meanwhile, Azumarill trying to get the second Ice Beam. I think this will KO if it connects.
This will KO. It looks like no shield from Elite. Gonna go ahead and let that go down. But you know, you see that HP on the Azumarill? Well, I think you know where I'm going with this. No, he's doing with the Drapion. He's still farming down with that Feraligatr, eating him up.
Yeah, this is a very important call for 6-10 Hero, but he's not going to bring in the Talonflame, especially not down energy against the Feraligatr. So he brings in the big Guzzlord with that Brutal Swing Sludge Bomb combination. Hydro Cannon bait. Elite needs to make the call right now. Oh my gosh, this could be, you know, a really tough loss, so he's going to go ahead and shield up that Hydro Cannon.
He's shielding up the Hydro Cannon. Already a ton of energy on the Guzzlord, and Ice Beam would do a lot
Bro,
of damage.
Dragon Tail
Why you
कितना
see
damage दे रहा है भाई
shield
Shadow
from
Fera
6-10
को? What
forcing
the
a
hell,
shield
dude?
from Elite as well. Once that Brutal Swing would be enough to knock it out. Already at another, getting both shields in this mid matchup here on 2 baits on Elite's side.
Yeah, this is nasty work, right? You're using both shields as 6-10 Hero, and now you see the Drapion come out. You're going to deal a lot of damage with the Dragon Tails, but you don't have Dragon Claw. You got to throw the Brutal Swing, which is resisted. No protection from Elite.
Yeah, if you look at that Drapion's typing, neither the Brutal Swing nor the Sludge Bomb would be doing that much damage because of its typing. But 6-10 Hero just going ahead, staying in it, wants to get this Drapion out of the way because
It
we
is GG's.
saw
He's
how
out of
dangerous
seals,
it is
right?
with
So,
that
yeah.
much energy. He didn't want to bring a Talonflame into it, but we've got a Feraligatr still in the back.
Yeah, throws the crunch, switches into the Talonflame, but look at the heads-up play by Elite. He throws the Aqua Tail immediately because he anticipated the switch-in. What a play.
What a play. Super effective damage. Already bringing that Talonflame down to the yellow. It is Feraligatr against the world here, but there is a shield left remaining. But is there enough HP on it? They're already at a fly. Will Elite choose to shield this up? Looks like he's doing a lot of thinking. He knows it will be able to knock him out. Will he be able to get to 2 Hydro Cannons?
He
Well,
needs
for Elite,
2
you guys
Hydro
think about your win
Cannons.
conditions,
I
getting
don't
Shadow
think
Claw
he will
down?
make it to
Absolutely not. He's
2.
taking so much damage from this
Yeah.
already. Throwing the Shadow Claws. Gonna get the Hydro Cannon here at the last second, but I think he's at least 2 Shadow Claws away from the next.
I think so, where the Guzzlord's going to come in after this Talonflame goes down, and I think we might see a Dragon Tail go through. No, already a Brutal Swing
Okay,
loaded on
GG's.
6
Well
and
played,
Hero
well
side.
played,
The Hero
dude.
comes along, knocks down Elite for this.
देखा हाँ देखा मैंने यार मेरे
Yeah,
campfire पे कुछ
darkness
है ही
and
नहीं I didn't see
flames.
anything
The
on my
combination
campfire
of Guzzlord and Talonflame was too much for Elite in game number 2, which does beg the question. We've seen the Shadow Machamp. We've talked about Shadow Machamp. We know that Guzzlord is such a solid neutral pick against his team. Is 6-10 Hero going to pressure Elite into bringing that Machamp? and
21st
corner
September
it
से
with
यार
the Talonflame
सिर्फ one day
with
event है
this
क्या
rope?
Is it only a one day event
I think
या क्या scene है
so far has really been using that Shadow Machamp.
Starting-
as
हाँ,
a
I last
range
there, I
weapon,
last
right?
there,
But
क्या
I
scene
mean,
है
the fact that 6-10 Hero brought the Guzzlord in, saying, I see that it's just going to be sitting on the bench. I think at this point, especially when you're in the winner's side of the bracket, you can play a little bit more comfortably. You can take a few risks, right? If there was any time to bring the Shadow
Bro
Machamp,
those
I think
Dragon
Elite would be
Tail
in a good
भाई
position to
those
bring it
Dragon
in
Tail
one of
just
these
fast
games.
move damage
Look
भाई
at the
crazy
Zero on
भाई
the other side,
Feraligatr
throughout every game with the Talonflame that has
Dragon
2
Tail ने
flying
बहुत
attacks.
damage दिया भाई Feraligatr को
Really,
dude
it's a finding and seeking mission to get that Guzzlord.
Yeah, you might even say right there against the Talonflame, Elite could have avoided throwing the instant Aqua Tail, maybe throwing 2 more poison stings, get a little more damage in, and then the Aqua Tail. But again, that's super nitpicky because I thought it was a great heads-up play. So going into game number 3, I 100% anticipate 6-10 Hero will bring back that Guzzlord. I think
अभी कोई idea नहीं है,
putting
but I
this
think
pressure
one day
on
तो
Elite,
नहीं है,
forcing him
okay,
to-
okay.
to think about Machamp is enough of a head
Inter
game
community
in
तो
order
I
to
think
force him into
maybe
a
क्या
mistake
पता like
position
1
down the
week
line. So
something
you gotta
चले
bring the Guzzlord if you're 6-10 Hero.
If
But
you're
there will be
doing
multiple
that, it's also
communities, right?
Such an interesting
Going.
call, Speedy, because if Elite is thinking, okay, he brought the Guzzlord, is he trying to lure out the Machamp? Is he doing that because he wants to play actually counters to my Machamp, such as
Exactly.
things like the Zoom rolls, things
Yo
like the
Callie welcome to the
Cloud Sire?
stream
We'll have to
you
find
need
out
to
because
add me
we're
you can
going
add me
right into
I
this
have raids
decisive
live
game
we can
number
do
3
some
on the
raids
winner's side of the bracket.
Definitely.
We just saw Elite give a thumbs up here. He's okay with
send me
this
friend
lead.
request
Yeah,
drop your
absolutely. So
trainer
get
name
the Clodsire from 610 Hero and the Shadow
Parallelly, we
Dragon
can do
from
some
Elite.
raids.
Shockingly, there is no Guzzlord on the team here for 610 Hero and no Machamp from Elite either. They did not play into the head games that the other was trying to orchestrate. Aqua Tail getting fired off here by the Shadow Drapion. Chips down that Clodsire quite a bit, but it's going to need at least 2 more to get the KO.
Well, if it needs 2 more, 1 is already on its way as the second Aqua Tail is already loaded. Poison seems generating energy.
22nd
so
को
quickly.
meetup
Look how
है
heavy
और
that
21st
Clodsire is,
को
and now
start है
swapping
अच्छा
into his own
okay
Clodsire
your name is
to be able to take
Sebastian
this
cool
Earthquake.
cool
It
cool I
is the
get
more effective attack to be throwing here, but still no shield from Elite's
Are
side.
you already in
They
my
were bringing that
friend list?
Clodsire down to about 50%.
you need to
actually,
add
those
me
are the
please
games
add
as
me
well. I like this
I
play a
didn't
lot
got
because
your
you
request
recognize
yet
that the bubbles plus the Ice Beam will be enough to KO the Clodsire, and you apply a lot of pressure on the switch.
my code is there on
Also,
top
not
of the
displacing
chat please
switch
add me
timers too
it
much,
is also in
so
the
something comes
chat
in that you don't want to see is 16
Yeah, you
Hero,
need to
can
add me.
eventually swap out.
Yeah, going ahead, hitting that Earthquake, it is knocking the Zoom roll down to about half health as well. But like you said, an Ice Beam is is already loaded. This will be enough to knock it out. And Elite choosing to let his Pokemon go, still wants to maintain shields, which I think in 610 Heroes says
They're using the
what does
first
he
match
maintain
team,
shields for?
right?
This
They're back,
Cresselia
yeah,
is
with the
coming
first match
in.
team.
This is a very good matchup for the Cresselia. Elite just charging up a lot of extra energy, knows that it can tank a couple of these charge attacks, but I think we're going to see a Grass Knot being thrown before that timer goes off.
This is the advantage of seeing your opponent's team as well. 610 Hero now knows all three of the Pokemon from Elite. There's no Machamp back there. He's got nothing to fear, but the question is, does Elite know that there's no Guzzlord in the back for 610 Hero? Grass Knot gets fired off. This is going to be really close, actually a slight undercharge to try to get the Psycho Cuts, and it's going to pay off for 610 because he gets the Sludge Bomb as well.
Sludge Bomb will be able to release. You saw Elite kind of shaking his head there, but still not using any shields. Using Cresselia maybe almost as that secondary shield there. One more Cycle Cut is enough to do it. It's back to fully loaded for that Grass Knot, and we'll have to see what
22nd को मीटअप का आएगा. अच्छा वो रिसर्च डे मीटअप है क्या? We have the grass type research day meetup, right? उसकी बात कर रहा हूँ.
Potential for a debuff.
Yo,
Sebastian, did you send me a request? I didn't got your request
yet.
yet.
Superior here from 610 Hero, but the Moonblast will connect, dealing some meaningful damage. No attack drop. In comes the Drapion, and
Bro,
610 Hero
Drapion
cannot
is
switch
very
out.
spammy,
We see the
man.
Aerial Ace get fired off.
Aerial Ace coming through here. 2 shields still remaining on Elite side here. He's got to use it at one point, but he knows it's not going to be at this moment. This is going to chunk away. He has 2 pretty low health Pokemon left, but just a ton of energy. Love this play. Right at charge attack priority, going for an Aqua Tail bait and getting the shield from 610 Hero.
Absolutely insane gameplay to bait the Aqua Tail there in a clutch situation. Aerial Ace gets fired off. I think we finally get the first Protect Shield from Elite as well. The question is, will 610 Hero try to swap?
Research day के बाद एक और meetup है. अच्छा.
He goes immediately
For that
it.
purpose क्या वो PvP related क्या?
Switch timers are misaligned, and I'm going to take full advantage here. Elite's counting is just, I'm going to say it, Elite throwing right before the Ice Beam is already loaded. Keeping track of your opponent's energy is a hard call to make. Add an Aqua Tail, going to throw up for a hefty farm down. Will he use a shield here? There's so much energy.
Yeah, he will shield and
Look at
farm
how
down.
Elite is
Yeah.
building momentum here. He's going to try to farm down the Azumarill, try to get to
He
the
will
crunch
farm
against the
down easy,
Superior
yeah.
to force the shield, and then maybe get to the Moonblast on Cresselia. Look at how much energy this Pokemon has. He goes for another bait, but I think no matter what,
He
you
has
need
to
shield
seal.
here.
He has to
It looks
seal,
like
dude.
610
Yeah.
Hero is
He
doing
has to seal.
exactly that, but I think he's one Poison Sting away from a crunch, which should be able to. No, he's at it already. Throwing this cruncher, no protection.
This will
shield
KO,
remains,
right? So,
Barely
yeah,
any
GG.
health on the Drapion. This crunch will connect.
Yeah.
I mean, there must have been a dozen charge attacks in the last 2
Bro,
minutes of that
Drapion
game.
is
The
so
Drapion is
glassy.
so spammy,
Not
so
glassy,
fast.
so
It dishes out
spammy,
so
dude.
much damage. I mean, the shield pressure is
Charge is so
absolutely
fast, man.
unreal.
610 Hero playing very well. You see these two
Anybody
shaking
using
hands.
Shadow
If you
Drapion
are
in
a
Great
fan
League
of
chat?
his plays, which I know that
Chat
we
में कोई है who is
personally were, Guzzler
planning
being
to use
the
Shadow
MVP
Drapion?
Pokemon for Will in this tournament. He
We
will be
got
knocked down to the losers
Sebastian
side of the
for
bracket.
the
We may
raid.
see
Okay.
him
Anybody
later
else
on in
for
game.
the raid?
20 more plays to
Groudon
see
raid.
his
Anybody
very
else
first
interested?
game.
I feel
Guys
like
from
I
the
had to
chat.
highlight some of the Guzzlord plays because it was my MVP pick, but at the same time, you have to give so much respect to Elite. How was he able to manage that matchup? And even after losing that game too, he was not rattled. Very calculated, very composed. And can you appreciate as well how the play styles change? Remember game 1, there weren't a lot of switches. The trainers just kind of like played out the matchups as they went. Game 3 was absolutely polar opposite. I think we saw about 5 or 6 switches or more, and then we saw the Drapion spam so many charge attacks in that decisive game. But as we take a look back at our replay, the Drapion set the tone as early as game 1.
Yeah, look at this. Getting a catch too.
जस्ट अभी मेरे कम्युनिटी में एक पीडीएफ आया है, आपको डीएम किया है, चेक करना, उसमें सब डिटेल्स हैं. ओके ओके, कूल कूल, थैंक्स ब्रो.
In the driver's seat
हम चेक
there.
करते हैं
Game
उसे.
number 1, you called a slow burn, and I have to agree. Like you said, there was just very simple, good mechanical plays, but nothing too crazy. But this whole series
आ
just
जाओ,
really
we'll do this
turned
raid,
itself
okay?
on its head. Being able to knock out here, 610 Hero is so patient with his plays, knows exactly what he wants his Pokemon to do. But the spamminess of that Drapion just really continued to go away for Elite.
Again, the most surprising thing to me in this series were the team compositions. If you look back at game 1, the Superior would have had a solid matchup against the Machamp, against the Feraligatr, but anything besides Clodsire. And then as you look at game number 2, the Talonflame and Guzzlord core for 610 Hero was so impactful. He left that on the bench though in game 3, and Elite brought the Drapion back.
Drapion was there to stay, being able to just throw spam after spam, getting baits with those Aqua Tails for crunches to win the game. This was an incredible place. And guys, guess what? It's only the first.
Who is using Gyre and Moltres? गैलियन मोल्ट्रेस
First
टॉप
series
8
of the
में
day,
है
right?
क्या?
I can't wait
लाइक
to
अपर
get our
ब्रैकेट
next
में
pair
है
of
गैलियन
trainers queued
मोल्ट्रेस
up, but I really want to
जो
say
यूज
again
कर
that
रहा
I
है.
appreciate so much
I want
the
to see that
variety
game, bro.
of this meta in the max out
गैलियन
season.
मोल्ट्रेस and I
Yes,
want them to
all 8 of
use,
our
bro.
top
क्या
8
मजा
do
आएगा
have
भाई.
Clodsire,
उसकी
but
गैलियन मोल्ट्रेस.
like you called out, Amanda, where's the Mandibuzz? Where's Charjabug? Where are a lot of
Mandy
these
Buzz,
Pokemon that were
Charjabug
so
is
solid last
extinct,
season,
man.
or that people predicted would be good this season? They're just nowhere to be found on this top usage.
Why?
I mean,
That
when
is
we saw
weird.
that top usage graphic, I was like,
At least
artifacts
Mandy
is
should
in the
have been there,
top
but there
usage
is no
of top
Mandy,
2
man, in this regional.
championship
Top
circuit.
cut
Yeah,
में
that's
Mandy
not-
है ही
that's not a
नहीं.
spice pick.
That was not on my bingo card. Valerian Moltres? Sorry, what did you say that's even higher on the list? Okay,
Same.
I didn't know
Galerie
Exactly.
Moltres.
Unusual things are happening
Interesting.
here in Baltimore, but let's hear from an elite caster and an elite trainer. Take it down to the floor.
Chalo, if anybody else would like to
Thank you so
join
much, Speedy.
Groudon
My name is
raid, you can
Olsen
let me know.
Henry.
We are
I am
planning to
here
do one
before
raid now,
with
guys.
Elite,
Okay.
Fresh off a victory on stage, big congratulations. And it definitely seemed like the star of the show for you was that Shadow Drapion.
Definitely, bro.
When team building
इतने
there,
charge move throw किया भाई
was
उसने.
initial team building around the Shadow Drapion, or was that added a bit later on?
It was added later on. I wanted to use Clodsire and Feraligatr because I thought those were the two strongest Pokemon in the meta. And after a bunch of testing and scrimming, I found that Drapion was pretty good and it fit on my team well. And yeah, it's working. So.
That it is. Poison Sting, the ability to farm things down. I believe it was in that game 1. It was Poison Stinging down a Clodsire. That was to use a phrase nighttime likes, that was diabolical to watch there. But especially looking at that team, it seemed like as long as it was able to dodge the Guzzlord, that Drapion just offered a tremendous amount of neutral play and really gave you a lot of flexibility to play lines that you wanted as long as you could avoid the Dragon type.
Yeah, even the Guzzlord, its charge attacks are all resisted by Drapion. So I felt like that wasn't the worst. I mean, it was like bad, but it wasn't like the end of the world, basically. So it was really good in that matchup. I was kind of surprised, though, versus the Talonflame. I thought the Aqua Tail would do more. It only did like half.
Yeah, that Talonflame ended up being a little tricky in game 2, but being able to clutch it in game 3, and honestly, the Azumarill matchup is what surprised me because your charge attack.
अच्छा सच पहली बार commentary कर रहा क्या?
I don't know if
नहीं,
anyone
I
told
think
that
he has
to
been
Shadow
there in
Drapion,
the
'cause
previous
Poison
regionals
Sting
also.
increased
Last year I think
damage.
he was not
It
in the
really feels like
panel.
this is a pick that not a lot of people were expecting maybe day 1.
But I think I have
and
seen him, man.
it's kind of
किसी
taken
regionals
it
में तो I
by
definitely have
storm
seen
so
him.
far. So big congratulations again, man. Great win on stage, and hopefully we'll be interviewing you here again because that means you'll be winning more games. So
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
absolutely. And I'll now send it back to the casters.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, I have to admit as well, Shadow Drapion is something that I really like. I played it a lot in the Go Battle League. Not something I really considered to this season, but the fact that Elite was playing, the fact that Lyle Jeffs was playing it, there's so many well-known, well-established, really good players. I might put it to my play.
Yeah, you know, well-established players, really talented players. You're like, oh yeah, well that sounds like
That's me. That's
Hey,
me, right?
I should do it too.
I'll just like slide into that.
I feel like Drapion was a kind of fringe pick last season. We saw occasionally, if I'm not mistaken, Magic Mason experimented with it a couple times. at regional
Sebastian
championships,
wanna
but I feel
join?
like
Okay,
its
cool.
ability to now farm Pokemon down is
ये Indian है
absolutely
क्या?
definitive,
कौन?
right? Having those
No, no,
poison
no.
stings against a Clodsire, right?
Nobody's from
We saw
India, dude.
yesterday,
No, no.
Kelsey able to farm down in a Alolan Sand Slash with her Clodsire Poison Stings. I mean, these are plays that would be impossible last season before the Max Out season update. So seeing these potential plays unfold is actually wild. And I think that the crunch debuff can also not be understated. That's what really sealed up game number 2. Or
Chalo,
game
let's
number
do
1
a
for
raid.
Elites against 610 Hero. And the
Okay.
crunch debuff can be so annoying. Even with the 50-second timer, you wish you could just switch out faster to clear those debuffs.
We always say that, you know, it seems like it's a 100% chance of debuff whenever you're playing against.
When I play it, yeah, I always get debuffed every single time, you know? It's not a conspiracy, it's true.
No, yeah. If Will says it, then it obviously means that it has to be true.
It's true.
So, in that regard, who do we have up next? Because if you're saying it, it's got to be true.
Well, it looks like we're going to have Tomahawk UK versus Kelsey on stage. And this is going to
believe
be really fun. We actually spoke with Tomahawk a couple times this morning. He was saying that he's going to run some crazy lines because his team is very similar to Andrew's. And Andrew Miñarez was
Bro,
defeated
bring
by
Galarian
Kelsey
Moltres.
in
We want to
stunning
see
fashion
Galarian Moltres,
yesterday,
guys.
knocking him down to that loser side bracket. So Tomahawk again is looking at that. He sees that as a blueprint. He says, I want to do the opposite of that. I want to try to beat Kelsey. And Kelsey's looking to repeat that success. So this is actually going to be a very, very hype matchup.
Yeah, Kelsey K, on the other hand, first time, I believe, in the Top Cut performance, doing fantastic job here. And I picked her in her Talonflame as my MVP Pokemon.
Hello Mar bro, welcome to the stream. ये क्या है? ये regional championship start हुआ है for 2025. First regional of 2025. Pokemon Go Championship.
He was Liverpool second place, and he was Warsaw's second place finisher. I think he's hoping that if he comes over here to NA, that maybe he can cinch out that first place finish. You talked about how his team was so similar to Andrew.
Pangoro. Are we going to see Pangoro, guys? क्या लगता है? इस matchup में हमें मिलेगा Pangoro देखने के लिए?
Diggersby and Pangoro being those picks. So I wonder if Tomahawk will try to play around the Talonflame on the other side with potentially his other two Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly right. I think the Pangoro is really, really
Two
special.
options
Another
for what?
special trainer here is Kelsey, Baltimore Regional Top 16, the first accolade on that list. But I got to tell you, if Kelsey attends more events, that list will surely grow.
Superior, Dugong, Drapion, bro. A lot of people are using Shadow Drapion, man. That is really nice. Azu, Claudie तो यार definite expected था, right? It will be there.
And that Shadow Drapion, that was so good for Elite. I'm sure Kelsey was in the crowd taking notes after that first round as well.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going ahead and comparing teams, her team was actually very similar to what we just saw from Hero's side of it. But this Dugong is kind of a difference maker. I think a lot
एग्जाम याद करो, स्ट्रीम देखो, वैसे ये चल क्या रहा है? बताया तो ये टूर्नामेंट चल रहा है ब्रो, ऑफिशियल पोकेमॉन गो टूर्नामेंट, रीजनल चैंपियनशिप हर रीजन में होता है एवरी ईयर.
Dugong
he's
is
running
really tricky. That ice
Earthquake.
type coverage, the Icy Wind debuff can be a game changer.
Okay,
Speaking
let's
of it, we've
go.
got it on the field
Diggersby
here
versus Dugong.
Diggersby from Tomahawk. This is a solid matchup for Kelsey, especially if she starts to spin off these Icy Winds.
Yeah, Icy Winds will not be available beforehand. It looks like Tomahawk's going straight for that Scorching Sands, looking to do a bit of damage before getting debuffed and possibly having a chance of debuffing the attack of Kelsey's Dugong.
I don't think we'll see Pangoro chat. मेरे को लग नहीं रहा है कि we can. Yeah, maybe we can see in the next match, considering she has brought Dugong.
She's looking at her back line, right? Kind of surveying her inventory. She knows she's got the Drapion with the Poison Sting. She's got the Clodsire, but she doesn't have any super effective charge attacks. This is the same problem.
ये कहाँ चल रहा है? ये चल रहा है Baltimore में.
So she's got to find ways to do it. I think that chipping it down with the drill run.
You're on with the stream. Okay, I'll get you in the next lobby, brother. No worries. I'll try to get you in the next lobby, okay?
Bubbles are slowly going to start adding up on the Drapion as well, and the Poison Stings are really the only thing that are doing a lot of damage. Hoping for this crunch debuff as it's being thrown here. No shield from Tomahawk.
Is it gonna debuff?
It's not going to be a sludge bomb because of the
Oh, it debuff.
Oh.
He does get
Crunch
the
debuff.
drop as well. Will he want to use a shield for this, or will the Azumarill go down?
इसे हम ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं? नहीं नहीं नहीं. आपके रीजन में अगर होगा चैंपियनशिप तो आप ज्वाइन कर सकते
Go for the Poison Sting pressure, but the bubbles, like you said, are adding up. Gonna throw the Ice Beam at the last second to secure the knockout. Tomahawk wants his Drapion off the field.
Wow, he did not want to take any risks. I think another bubble would have done it, but just says, okay, get that Drapion gone. What is coming in? But again, when I see this low of health, I just see farm at this
He will
stage
farm
in this
down, right?
tournament.
He will
Look at
farm
this, the
down.
Poison Stings are adding up.
Yeah.
Azumarill trying to get to the Ice Beam. Can't do it!
Yeah, they will
Clodsire
farm down,
devours
bro.
Azumarill with the Poison Stings, and now it's loaded up, trying to equalize the field here against one of its hardest counters in Diggersby.
Diggersby, I think this was Tomahawk's plan. He wanted to lure out the Clodsire, but did he want to lure out a Clodsire with energy? Because this Earthquake was connecting. The switch timer is up now. Now comes in a Toxapex, trying to just soak up a little bit of this energy. But guess what? Even though this Pokemon is so bulky, these drill runs are super effective.
कौन से चैनल में चल रहा है? ऑफिशियल पोकेमॉन यूट्यूब चैनल पे भी चल रहा है, पोकेमॉन को चैनल पे भी चल रहा है वाईटी पे.
This could be a bait type scenario, so Kelsey has to be aware of that, but the drill runs are coming on fast and
General
heavy, and
will
they're doing
hurt,
tons of
right?
super effective damage.
Yeah.
I think she still has a lot of flexibility here.
Yeah, not only does she have flexibility, well, she's got two.
Claudie
shields
is dry,
on her
right,
side
when
to
this
play
way?
around with, just continuing to go ahead. Tomahawk getting a lot of energy. You can see that these poison jabs are actually adding up quite a lot, and he is going for that heavier hitting attack. He wants to be able to get this Dugong out, and with this low health, Kelsey does end up
Ooh,
shielding up the Sludge Wave. A correct call here, and now being able to throw puts Tomahawk in a bad position. This will be able to knock out the Toxapex should he not use a shield.
If it does
I
not
adore
fail,
the
yeah, it
shield
will
by
kill.
Kelsey. I
Yeah.
think you have to do that because the Poison Sting down is really tough to do. So now at this point, she's able to bring the Cloud
Fire
the
Punch
Diggersby safe swap. A
will not do
Fire
much
Punch
damage, right?
bait calls the
Okay.
shield from Kelsey here. This is massive for Tomahawk.
This is the last
But still,
shield
I
on
think
Kelsey's
Earthquake
side.
will
This Fire
KO
Punch is
Diggersby,
just
right?
a bait, but will Will he be
Yeah,
able to get to a
that's
Scorching
what.
Sands in time?
No,
And Earthquake
no,
is
no.
loaded.
This will
It is
KO.
being
Yeah.
deployed here. No shields left on the Diggersby either. We know this Pokemon has a lot of HP in defense, but can it withstand the Earthquake of the Clodsire?
Kelsey needs this knockout. She doesn't get it.
almost.
Scorching Sands is
This
there
will
because of that ground typing on the Diggersby, but is this enough of a setup? Is this going to weaken the Clodsire enough to put it within brine range? That is the real question here.
There is brine almost loaded. It's already loaded here, throwing it right at a fantastic
Yeah, this brine will
timing.
KO. Yeah, it will
This
KO,
is
right?
a game that's coming down
Brine will
to the wire.
KO?
Will the brine
Correct?
be enough? Because if it's not, there's a Stone Edge loaded.
Yeah, it KO'd.
Clodsire gets KO'd. They're coming in with the Dugong now. Dugong going to try to pace her
Nah,
charge attack, but that
okay,
Tark Specs
okay.
is just so bulky.
They will get
resists
to
the
serve
ice shards.
first
It's able
anyway,
to get the
okay.
poison jab down.
Bro, that Diggersby live, that was
Hanging on
huge.
by a thread there. Those were
That
so
Diggersby needed to
incredibly
KO there.
Close matches.
Well
if
played,
that
well
brine was
played.
not enough to knock out the Clodsire, it would have been a completely different story. This is a battle of the bulky Pokemon, and we are seeing it live here in Baltimore.
We expect great things from Tom.
क्या लगता है chat,
Runner-up
Pangoro
in
आएगा
multiple
next matchup में?
competitions, top 16
Are you
in
going
world.
to see
Everyone's
Pangoro?
familiar, but I just need to call out some of these subtle cues that Kelsey is giving the audience here. She knows exactly what the win condition is. She knows when she needs the knockouts. She knows exactly how this game needs to unfold for her to get the victory. And I think that awareness, you can see in her body language, in her plays, in her switches. She knows
दो
this
बच्चों के
game
भी चल
so
रहा है
well.
हाँ
And I'm looking
जाओ
forward to
जरा
that
टूर्नामेंट में पता चलेगा उमार भाई पिट
So
क्या होगे
close against someone who has so many second place finishes. The
Piro
fact that she
players
was
हैं,
able to
Piro
win that game
players.
So close is so impressive.
पिट क्या
I'm
होगे भाई
anxious to see what she will bring to game number 2. Let's go ahead and kind of rewind because did Tomahawk UK use an Azumarill as a safe swap in game number 1 on a team that has a potential superior?
I think so, right?
Man, that is a gutsy move.
Crazy business, right? But when you have Pokemon like Superior, like Talonflame, you know, we talk about the Fire, Water, and Grass trio being popular.
Is he
not
going to
only in
switch
Pokemon
team?
Go, but
Maybe.
also Pokemon VGC. When you have
Is
those
Azu going
Pokemon
to
on your
come in the team?
Yes, they
Maybe.
are potent. Yes, they can find good matchups.
I
but
got a
you can't
13,
bring them
14,
all
15
onto
chat.
the field,
Hey
and
bhai,
you likely
kya
don't want to bring
mila
all
hai?
3 of them onto your team of 3 in most cases. So he's just playing the odds, I guess.
Here is another fun fact about Tomahawk UK. In this tournament in Baltimore, he has not lost a single game so far. We're hopping into game number 2.
What? Tomahawk is unbeaten till now? Interesting, dude.
Against a Pangoro here.
He didn't
We've seen
lose
the
a single
Pangoro
game,
play on
wow.
his part, though. We'll have to see
Pangoro
how he
is there.
does
But
this.
ये shiny है ना?
Not so
This
great
is a shiny
matchup, going
Pangoro.
for the Night Slash on incredible timing here.
Ooh, bro, it looks
Yeah,
nice.
Neither the Night Slash nor the close combat would be enough to knock out the Talonflame.
Yeah,
I was
he
gonna say, I
thought
don't
he
see
might
any reason
again
to shield
lead
here,
with
even if it is the close
Dugong.
combat because it is resisted. But the
Oh,
Pangoro
he got
does
the
get
boost.
Tomahawk gives a little smirk
This
there and
will- this
says,
will
"Oh,
KO,
man,
bro,
I
if-
wasn't in
if
a
she
solid
no
position,
sales."
But now things are changing for the better.
Yeah, forcing the shield because this Night Slash would do so much damage after an attack boost. Going for one Incinerate here, going for Apply. This is the problem with Incinerate. It just gets a little predictable if you want to have good timing here. And Tomahawk catches the fly onto the Clodsire. I mean, still does a hefty chunk of damage. Getting one more Incinerate through. Going for another one right before the Sludge Bomb is loaded. Trying to catch on the Dugong. But I like this play by Kelsey.
Look at Kelsey. I mean, she banks
She
a
has
double flash.
energy,
She said, "You're
right,
trying to
on
get ahead
Talon?
energy. I
Yeah,
see
she
what
has
you're
2
doing.
energy.
I am not going to allow you to do it." She's got the back-to-back flies on the Talonflame stored for a rainy day. Absorbs the Earthquake easily with the Dugong. And because of that extra Incinerate damage, the Icy Wind is going to be threatening. So Tomahawk needs to fire the Sludge Bomb. What a play here.
Yeah, Sludge Bomb will not be enough to knock out the Dugong. It will get it nice and low, but Kelsey looks like she has a plan here, patient as ever. Just
He'll
giving
do
up so
3
much
and throw,
energy.
right?
Can't go
Yeah.
for the farm down here, throwing at great timing right before the next Sludge Bomb is loaded. And will Tomahawk want to use a shield or let that Clodsire go down with all of that energy?
But look, she lets the Dugong get this weak because she knows there's a Pangoro. So she knows she doesn't want to get farmed down. And in order to circumvent that, Tomahawk brings in the Azumarill because he knows he can get more farm with the resisted bubbles.
At this point, however, there is that Talonflame in the back and doesn't want to be able to tank it on this coming in with the Clodsire into the Pangoro. 2 great Pangoro.
Bro, Shiny
and
Pangoro is
Clodsire
nice. Do you guys have Shiny
just
Pangoro, chat?
absorb this damage that the Talonflame would not be able to do here.
Bro,
Tomahawk got
Pangoro
one
कितना
boost in
सही
the
लग
game,
रहा है
but
यार,
not so lucky
Shiny.
at this point. Gonna get poison jab down, but not before he gives a parting gift of yet another Night Slash.
Another Night Slash, right? A little chip damage onto this Clodsire, but as we saw the first
आप
one
उससे
didn't hurt
पीछे
too
रह
much.
गए हो।
Clodsire
पीछे
shrugged
किससे
off
रह
the
गए भाई?
second one as well. Coming with the Azumarill. This is the final Pokemon for Tomahawk, but
But
actually,
Tomahawk
let's look at the
has 2
backline for
seals,
Kelsey.
right?
She's got the Talonflame
Yeah.
that's very, very weak. She's got the Dugong and just a couple of HP. She's going to need to get real creative to win this game.
She
in the end.
needs
You
sealed.
say that,
He
but
needs
I don't
sealed.
think that Tomahawk could bubble down the Dugong before maybe an Icy Wind could be stored or thrown at this point. If she can lower the attack of the Azumarill, she might be in an okay position. She's got double flies loaded on the
That's
Talon
what,
Flame.
yeah.
Remember,
He
there's
needs
still
to get
energy on the
sealed
Clodsire.
so that
There's
he can
energy
land the
on
energy
Talon
from
Flame.
Talon.
No shield on this. He knows it's not enough to knock it out, but this game is still incredibly
Yep.
close.
She cannot switch in the Talonflame right now because if she does, she knows that this Azumarill will get up to the Ice Beam. So she's got to stay in here for just a little while longer, try to spend some energy. She makes Tomahawk spend the energy. At this point right now, she could bring in the Talon for the double flies.
She's
Two
got
fly will
double
KO,
flies
right?
loaded.
Yeah.
Remember, everyone,
Two
this
fly
might be
will
exactly
KO.
what she will choose to do here. There's not enough energy on
Yeah,
the
two
Azumarill.
fly will
The
KO.
first fly coming through. I don't think Tomahawk
Yeah.
even bothers to shield. Kelsey taking the first game off of
Nice,
Tomahawk
we are
in
going
this
to game
entire
3. Let's
Baltimore
go.
series.
Wow. First loss, first chip in the armor that is Tomahawk UK.
He lost his
Kelsey
first
was the
match
one
this
who drew the
tournament?
sword.
Crazy,
We're
bro.
gonna head into game number 3 here in just a few short minutes. But what a
Fangoro
series
का
it's
आज
been
बॉक्सिंग
so
ग्लव
far,
जैसा लगता
and
है.
what are
हाँ
your
यार सही में यार
expectations
शाइनी बहुत सही
in
लग रहा है यार. I
game
don't
number
have
3? I
शाइनी
think
यार.
there is no
एक हैच करना
remote
पड़ेगा 12
possibility
किलोमीटर
that
looks like.
Pangoro comes back.
I mean, listen here. I could give you my expectations and abilities, but they're just going to be thrown right out of the window because that game was just incredible. The back and forth between these two trainers.
Okay,
You
for
can see
next raid, let me
just
know,
the
guys. Anybody
wheels
who would like to
turning in each of
join
their
another
heads
raid?
and the
Okay,
patience
raid will
of
be live
Kelsey
in 9
not
minutes, chat.
stopping
Okay, we have
on
9
the
minutes for the
Talon,
raid.
being able to store that energy, which
X
becomes
will
so
hatch at
vital later in the
8:30.
game.
Okay.
As we take a look back
So,
at our
yeah.
replay for
For the
game
next
number
raid,
2,
those who
the
want
Ice
to
Beam
join, let me
Azumarill
know your
is able to
trainer
KO
name.
the Clodsire,
We'll do the
and
raid
then
in
we
9
see
minutes.
Kelsey, they're talking out on the stage. Tomahawk says, "You've got the double, right? You've got the double." She says, "Yes, I do." Tomahawk
You have
says,
Shiny
"All right,
Pancham?
well then this
Ooh,
game
nice,
is
bro.
yours." Doesn't even bother to throw the
Fangoro
Protect
is very
Shield.
nice
He just
Shiny,
wants
to be
get
honest.
to game number 3. And as we think of game number 3, as we make our predictions, my key prediction here for Tomahawk is that he will go back to the comfort
आप
pick
मुझसे
of
हर वक्त हार जाते
Toxapex.
हो?
It's so tough for Kelsey to get rid of. And with the team she just
Amar
brought,
bhai.
there's a lot of play into that squad.
I mean, we saw it even be able to take on that Dugong. Those poison jabs just continuing to add up. Azumarill on Kelsey's side doesn't want anything to do with it. Neither does the Superior. I think Toxapex has a lot of play. The question, I mean, yeah, the real question is what does he pair it with, right? I mean,
Yeah.
we saw game number 1. He was just had bulk galore. I think that that turned out to be a tried and true method for him so far. But he, like you said, we talked to him this morning. He was mentioning Kelsey's team is a menace for mine.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is definitely tough to get over some of these picks that she has on her squad. We have not seen the Superior at all from Kelsey, if I'm not mistaken. And for Tomahawk, we've seen, I think he might have used every single Pokemon on his team at this point.
He's just getting a lot of utility, right? He's like, all right, you get off the bench. You can play a couple rounds here.
Yeah, he's throwing the kids.
Are they going to
Play in
change
the rounds.
team,
We are
both of
jumping
them?
into
क्या लग रहा है?
decisive game number
Let's
3. We got
go.
the Azumarill in the lead versus that Clodsire. We've seen it plenty of times already, but not in this actual
They will
position.
stay,
On
right?
even
Yeah.
energy. It's going to take 2 ice beams to knock
भाई
him
इस
out.
सीजन ये
And
मैचअप
this
बहुत देखने को
Fergus
मिलेगा भाई.
Lane,
This
wow.
matchup will be a
Already the first
lot,
one
man.
plus
इस
1
season
shield.
Azu
Couple
versus
things that we
Cloudy
come to
matchup
expect,
बहुत
a
देखने
couple
को मिलेगा.
surprises. I think Tomahawk bringing the Toxapex is no surprise. Meanwhile, Kelsey bringing her signature MVP of Talonflame, also not too shocking. But seeing the Pangoro from Tomahawk in game number 3
Pangoro
can mean that if Kelsey
and
gives up switch advantage here, it
Toxapex.
could be devastating for the Dugong.
Bro.
I think a lot of times
Oh, she does!
Oh, she goes ahead.
Oh, she
goes
does!
ahead.
Oh,
Dugong
this is
and Tomahawk's
alignment
a
dependent. Okay, it is
surprise.
GG's,
In
man.
comes
This
the
was alignment
karate
dependent.
chop. Pangoro pacing so quickly, and this is the gutsiest play. Going straight
Ooh,
for the
shit,
close
CC?
combat because he knows
This
it's
will
gonna kill
KO?
himself. No shield by Kelsey, and down goes the Dugong.
That's a
GG,
lot of damage onto
that
the Dugong.
is GG,
as you
bro,
see the
yeah.
Talonflame come out here and try to look for a big farm down. We saw the Pangoros close combat annihilate that Dugong, and now the Night Slash will connect to weaken this Talonflame. But look at the back line for Tomahawk. He's revealed the Azumarill, but he also has another water type in the back. This is actually very smart by Kelsey to bring out the Talonflame, try to get energy advantage. But she knows Pangoro gets another charge stack here.
Yeah, going for that heavy hitting close combat again. You saw how much it did from this fighting type Pokemon with such a high attack.
I
Getting
still
that
think,
shield
yeah,
off
it
of
is going
Kelsey.
to be very
There's so
difficult,
much
man.
energy,
She's
but
also
where's it
seals
gonna
down,
go
so yeah.
onto this water
This
type
needs to
Pokemon?
land.
I
Maybe
love
if this
play.
land-
Going for that heavier hitting attack where there's 2 shields left, taking a page
Is switch
maybe
clock
out of
up?
Tomahawk's book here as this brave
Switch
bird
clock
connects,
is up,
knocking
but yeah,
Toxapex
still.
down to about half health, but in comes that Azumarill. What and also Tomahawk has a shield advantage.
That's
He
fact.
does, yeah. This
He
is
has
definitely
one
uphill
seal
for Kelsey.
advantage.
She's going to go for the Earthquake here, but you can also already see the head shakes. She knows this is going to be really tough to come back from. Great shield call as well by Tomahawk. That could have been the Stone Edge bait, but he calls it
Yo,
correctly.
Miत्र, welcome to the
Looking for
stream.
one
हालचाल
bubble
बढ़िया,
ice
आप
beam
कैसे हो ये
combination,
बताओ?
And we can see Kelsey is starting to waver.
Yeah, this Ice Beam will be enough to knock out the Clodsire, forcing a shield here, even though it's so low health. There's a lot of energy on the Talonflame, but still one Incinerate, I think, away from a Fly. Being able to go at Charge Attack,
Yeah,
already great play here, saying, okay, I know that the Tomahawk is at the Ice Beam. This would be able to knock me out. I just need to get it low.
Oh, and she can't quite get the knockout, forcing the Ice Beam energy away from Tomahawk, though. This is actually important because if Tomahawk cannot switch out, his Azumarill will get incinerated down. I don't want to say that there's an opportunity here, but Kelsey might be able to maneuver. He switches out to prevent that, aiming for the brine. Here comes Tomahawk.
This is a 50-second timer in this world. Tomahawk is living in it. No Protect Shields remaining. Brine is loaded. Game number 1 and 3.
GG. Yeah, that. It was anyway like alignment dependent. If she lost the lead there anyway. Who wins like in Claudie and Azu matchup? Azu wins, right? If you don't have Sludge Bomb, Azu will win, right?
Kelsey K 2-1 in a
so even if like Tomahawk could have won the lead there if they still stayed there, and then it was just alignment, right?
In that decisive game number 3.
Because Fangaro just destroys that thing, bro.
That's what Kelsey was thinking too. She
Dugong.
Dugong. She says, "Oh no, my worst nightmare."
Dugong, normally a pretty safe swap, because not only can you debuff your opponent with the Icy Wind, you can also maybe, even if you end up winning that middle matchup, throw another Icy Wind at the Pokemon that comes in afterwards. Tomahawk UK also going for that very dangerous call, right? If she shielded up that close combat, that Pangoro
that would have been like, if we shielded CC, फिर वो अलग चीज हो जाता है. Yeah, that's true.
Really, high risk, high reward. High Tomahawk, right? I mean, like, look at him. He's soaring to new heights with his wings.
Don't forget as well that Kelsey has Superior on her team. Tomahawk had Azumarill, as well as the Pangoro, the Diggersby, and the Clodsire, which Superior can win that matchup. So if there was a Superior back there, he would have been in big trouble running AVA water with the Pangoro sandwiched in the middle.
That's absolutely true. He was just playing so risky, but he did say it at the beginning of the day. My team is not good against hers. I'm going to have to take some risks. He really did that. Game number 1 here looked like it was in his pocket. This Toxapex being able to reach the brine, to be able to take out the Clodsire. The really a tried and true Pokemon for Tomahawk, I think, this whole series.
I'm telling you, the Toxapex is basically the mythical Kraken. Once it gets you in its clasp, it's so hard to escape.
Is Toxapex going to be the meta
game number 1 for him by KOing 2 Pokemon from Kelsey's team, and it eventually sealed up the series in game number 3, but this is game number 2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that those matches were incredibly close.
By electric Pokemon तो पूरा एकदम extinct हो गया, bro.
First game off of Tomahawk this entire series. She will be knocked down to the loser side of the bracket, so there's potential we'll see some more of her. I hope we'll see some more of her later. I mean, you saw Tomahawk breathe that sigh of relief. He was sitting in the chair and he
आप कब जाओगे? हम सब कब देख पाएंगे कि आप खेल रहे हो? हम कब जाएंगे? भाई पहले इंडिया रीजनल्स में पार्ट लेंगे, इंडिया रीजनल्स क्वालीफाई करेंगे, तब तो जा पाएंगे. Yo, Karen, welcome to the stream. Sending you invite. भेजो Groudon. I will join one. भेजो. I'll do one.
Eventually later on in the stream. So if you're up early on the Pacific Coast and you're watching this stream, hold out. We're going to
मेरा GPS issue आया है, wait करो यार.
In a short while, but there's so many more matches that we will get in the meantime as well.
Yeah, I mean, grab your copies, right, if you're on that side.
Because I anyway need Excel, so yeah, send me one invite, I will join one invite. We have time for my raid to go like
that. And
that.
that's like you just said, we are in the winner's side of the bracket, so that means that none of these trainers have lost yet. They're very exciting matches, but I'm also excited.
Yeah, she also has a chance. She has gone into like losers bracket, right? So yeah, she's still not out of the competition, so it's fine.
Really, you just feel all of the dread, you feel all of the pressure, but those make those games so intense and exciting to watch.
Yeah, there's just so much pressure, right? So much more pressure in that loser side bracket, and nobody wants to be there. Everybody wants to keep on winning, so there's a lot at stake. Amanda, we have an exclusive interview with our 2024 Liverpool Regional Champion and the Liverpool Regional Runner-Up. Take it away.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Tomahawk UK, the winner of our second winners round of today. How do you feel about that match? I saw the Pangoro going crazy. Walk us a little bit through your mindset.
Yeah, that Pangoro
Honestly,
really,
those games were really hard. I think Dugong was really tough for my team. The Shadow Drapion's always scary as well. And Kelsey's a brilliant player. She played a similar team against Andrew Manyares yesterday, and she beat him. And especially after she lost game 1, she won game 2. It's exactly how it was going. Like my heart was just pounding in my chest, and I was there locking in game 3. And I was like, Azumarill's pretty safe for me. I'm going to lead Azumarill. What do I put in the back? And my third slot, I was like, what do I put in the back? And I was like, do you know what? She's going to say stop the dugong, and I'm going to hard punish this with a Pangoro, because Inadequate's told me before this tournament that Pangoro is really bad and that if I use it that I won't win. And I was like, well, now I have to bring it just to show him. It's an obligation. I just have to show Martine that Pangoro is the way.
It wasn't just sitting there.
Yeah, exactly. So shiny Pangoro, MVP.
So you thought because it went really bad for the Pangoro in game number 2, she would and when the Talonflame basically got on the Pangoro, you would over adjust basically and then bring the Pangoro again?
Kind of. Basically, I had a really strong feeling that Dugong safe swap was the likely play. Right. And because Azumarill was so safe into the majority of the team, I was like, the Dugong safe swap will come at some point. And I really didn't want to shield the Azumarill because I was like, if I've got a Pangoro, you need shields for Pangoro.
Send invite, yeah, I'm in the lobby.
Where I'm like, you've got these 4 tanks that don't need shields and Pangoro that needs as many as it can get. So
use water types in the lead. I'm using Mega Swampert, okay?
Who are you most afraid to face, if you're afraid of anyone in the rest of this
As
bracket?
your first Pokemon.
I actually haven't had a chance to look at it. I think Kelsey, that was my main focus. I know Elite's an incredible player, so I think that's who I've got next, and I'll take it game by game, see how it goes.
Well, congratulations again, and we hope to see you soon on another interview. We'll be tossing to an ad break now, and stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Bro, I'm waiting for Gary and Moltres match, man. Please show us Gary and Moltres matchup, please. एक मैच तो यार शो करो जरूर. Excuse me, guys. Guys, raid is live, so those who want to join Groudon raids, you can let me know, okay?
I'm your host, Anna Prosser, here in Yokohama for Pokemon World.
Okay, देखूं trainer handbook, okay, tournament roadmap, tournament format, team registration, selection, flow of control, technical issues, violation. भाई ये तो लग रहा है पूरा ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट है शिवांश भाई. 5 stages: qualifiers, playoffs, or championship playoffs. Okay. Every club fan in a verified community would be hosting its own in-person tournament between 21st to 6th of October. भाई ये तो लंबा चलेगा फिर. Top players would be proceeding to the second stage of tournament. Okay, the value of X will be decided by the number of players participating in the tournament. Achha. Okay. Online PvP tournament at India level top 4. Tournament from 10th October. All the players within India are able to participate and a chance to enter the second stage. Not well tournament. The participant in the in-person and did not qualify can also participate. अच्छा मतलब ठीक है, अगर कोई ये इधर से नहीं जा रहा है ना तो लाइक वी कैन रजिस्टर सेपरेटली फॉर दिस ऑनलाइन पीपी टूर्नामेंट जो 10th अक्टूबर से स्टार्ट होने वाला है. गाइस दिस इज अबाउट द इंडिया, लाइक समझ लो इंडिया रीजनल समथिंग टाइप है. इफ़ यू कैन टेक पार्ट इन फ्रॉम द कम्युनिटी तो वो भी चलेगा. ओके, एंड इफ सपोज यू कैन नॉट टेक पार्ट फ्रॉम दिस, यू कैन टेक पार्ट फ्रॉम दिस थिंग लाइक ऑनलाइन पीपी टूर्नामेंट फ्रॉम 10th of October. who have already qualified in their respective community tournament. अच्छा, जो qualify कर चुके हैं from this community tournament से, okay, they cannot take part. Okay, but जो like those who did not qualify, they can again take part in the online tournament. तो सही है, उनके लिए like 2 chances मिल जाएगा. Okay. Top players from the qualifiers. ओके ऑल ऑफलाइन टूर्नामेंट्स प्लस टॉप 4 टॉप प्लेयर्स कितने टॉप प्लेयर्स रहेंगे अगर 8 पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं तो एक ही क्वालिफाई करेगा 16 है तो 2 17 प्लस है तो 3 ओनली 3 पीपल विल क्वालिफाई इंटरेस्ट भाई ये तो कम नंबर है भाई पर अच्छा फिर इट इज़ लाइक कम्युनिटी डिपेंडेंट राइट ओके द मोर द कम्युनिटी मोर क्वालिफाइंग पीपल विल बी देयर ओके ओके ऑनलाइन से ओनली टॉप 4 विल क्वालिफाई ओके then comes the inter-community playoff round 2 top players from qualifiers or within community playoffs where the players are facing off against the top 16 players from this round proceed to the championship playoff ये online होगा okay one group with all qualified players top 16 players will proceed okay फिर चैम्पियनशिप होगा वो टॉप 16 प्लेयर्स के बीच क्योंकि ये डबल एलिमिनेशन अच्छा विनर्स और लूजर्स 3 ओके क्वालिफायर्स और इंटर अच्छा वो स्विस में है मतलब हारे तो बाहर ऐसा क्या Players are paired randomly for the first round. There is an odd number of participants that play without an opponent given a bye. But is not included when calculating tiebreakers. Trainers in the 1-0 bracket are randomly paired against each other. Trainers are paired in the same manner and so on. If number trainers are odd trainers in the 1-0 pair randomly they did not play okay. ये तो टूर्नामेंट अच्छा डबल एलिमिनेशन तो विनर्स ब्रैकेट और लूजर्स ब्रैकेट सीन है स्विस स्टाइल इज समथिंग डिफरेंट डूड विनर्स ब्रैकेट डिफीट द लूजर्स ब्रैकेट इन द ग्रैंड फाइनल द विनर्स ब्रैकेट चैंपियन विन द टूर्नामेंट हाउएवर लूजर हाँ चाहिए तो इट विल ब्रैकेट रीसेट हो जाएगा राइट ओके टीम में 6 प्ले 3 वही है ना ओके we can register team only once we cannot okay okay best of 3 duration of in-person tournaments can be added but finish in one day अच्छा online tournament each round lasts for 24 hours भाई ये तो लंबा चलेगा फिर गाइस ऑनलाइन टूर्नामेंट 24 आवर्स के लिए लास्ट ईच राउंड विल लास्ट फॉर 24 आवर्स हैं ऑनलाइन टूर्नामेंट फॉर चैंपियंस ईच राउंड लास्ट फॉर 1 आवर ये क्या मतलब हुआ ईच राउंड ऑफिशियली है यप दिस इज एन ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट यार डूड ऑफिशियल है ये तभी तो ऑनलाइन भी हो रहा है और आप कम्युनिटी के थ्रू भी अप्लाई कर सकते हो जैसे कम्युनिटी से भी तो अगर आप कम्युनिटी से नहीं कर सकते हो तो फिर आप ऑनलाइन यू कैन टेक पार्ट जो कि 10th अक्टूबर से ऑनलाइन क्वालिफिकेशन मतलब ऑनलाइन रजिस्ट्रेशन स्टार्ट होगा फ्रॉम 10th अक्टूबर दिस इज एन ऑफिशियल ब्रो ऑफिशियल है पूरा ये पोकेमॉन गो चैंपियनशिप इंडिया एक तरह समझ लो रीजनल है ये समझ रहे हो इंडिया रीजनल ही होगा पर यार ये मतलब इज डज दिस क्वालिफाई एज लाइक वर्ल्ड्स वाला सीन ये नहीं है राइट दिस इज समथिंग डिफरेंट राइट क्योंकि यहाँ पे कहीं ये मेंशन नहीं है कि विनर्स विल गेट चांस फॉर लाइक वर्ल्ड क्वालिफिकेशन वो अलग होगा राइट जो क्योंकि अभी तो हमारा लाइक रीजनल चैंपियनशिप अभी स्टार्ट ही हुआ है राइट फॉर अस
And Arrow is also using in the next match up against Wadaj. We saw Hot Pocket using it or out of pocket. He already went down though, unfortunately.
I don't think वो शायद world वाला chance है
But
वो.
of course, Galarian Moltres had such a good showing inside of day number 2. Hopefully we'll see it go further because it is a lot of fun to watch.
That would be nice. And speaking of, I do want to take a look at the bracket so far. We do have
Reptile
Elite with a 2-1 victory over
LQM, Arrow versus Wadaj.
Advancing to the winners semifinals. Tomahawk UK with a close series. Honestly, both series were very close. The 2-1 victory there. So Elite versus Tomahawk in the winners semifinals.
That is genuinely one of the most exciting matchups that you could see at any tournament. Double regional champion and triple finalists.
Yes.
What a great
Okay,
matchup
for Groudon raid, anybody in chat
run now after that
who is interested for Groudon?
Kelsey. He said he was so nervous, one of the most nervous he's been for any match, and he literally lives inside of the Pokemon Go stage.
That he does. Looks like we have the battlers ready down on the stage. As we mentioned, Sceptile Ice versus Elam. Sceptile Ice previously got top 16 at Charlotte in 2024. Also a regional that we casted. So apparently every time we cast, Sceptile
Bro,
Ice
a lot
is
of people
able
are
to
using
make Day 2.
Superior,
His
dude.
team's
Because
Superior
बहुत सारे water
running
types
Aerial
हैं
Ace,
meta में
Overly
इसीलिए
Tornado,
क्या?
Standard Mandibuzz, Sludge Bomb Clodsire, Standard Dunsparce, that Shadow Celio, Powder Snow, Body Slam, and Water Pulse. And
Mandy
Shadow
दिखा भाई
Cloudslayer running
finally.
at this point the Standard Ice
Shadow
Yeah,
Celio,
Shadow Celio,
interesting
he
pick.
said this is the first time we've seen it on stage, like it's being run a ton, like in the off-stream matches. Shadow Celio is just rampant off-stream. Every person has it, but no, this is just the first time in the tournament.
Yes.
Just period.
Let's take a look at Elam's team and his accomplishments. Top
Top
4,
4, top 8,
NAIC,
finalist
top 8
भाई.
in
एक
Charlotte,
achievement देख रहे हो
Hartford
chat.
regional finalist,
Crazy achievement.
Baltimore regional finalist. He's had massive consistency.
Oh, I want to
Built
see
in the
this.
tournament that he's
Galarian
able to
Moltres.
take home the crown.
House Stark was the only trainer who could stop him in the 2022 Baltimore Regional Championships. House Stark has been eliminated by Magic Mason in the lower half of the bracket
Danny
already.
Claude
So this is
Castro.
Elam's tournament to win. He's just got to get through that Celio. He's got a lot of answers.
Let's see if
though,
we are going to
honestly.
see Moltres
The
or not.
Cresselia, the Feraligatr, the Dunsparce. Unfortunately, it looks like Shadow Celio's target might be just limited to the Galarian Moltres. I don't even know if it's that good against Clodsire.
Battlers have locked in game number 1. The stage is set. Sceptile Ice versus Elam. It's that Galarian Moltres on the field for Elam into the Shadow
Oh, bro, we
Feraligatr
saw it
for
straight away.
Sceptile Ice. Sceptile running a line
Nice.
that is ABA weak to that Moltres. He has the Feraligatr lead.
Mandy?
With the Superior in the back, which means he's
Oh,
forced to stay in this
Superior
matchup.
in the
And
back,
look at
okay.
that sucker punch damage. Feraligatr getting melted.
भाई कितना डैमेज दे रहा है bro? Almost 50% health हो गया भाई
He can
इसका.
actually
फिर
get
fast
2
move presses
shields
है.
by only using one on the side of the Feraligatr. So you see, he paces
Oh
so
my
quickly.
God.
Is there a chance you even hang
What
on
the
here to
hell,
an
dude?
ancient power and just force 2 shields?
Moltres
bring in
for the win,
Dunsparce?
chat.
No,
Moltres
looks like
for the
he's
win.
opting for the ancient power. Probably gonna build up a little more energy.
He's going to double seal, right? Just farm him
goes for
down,
the
yeah.
Ice beam now. I like this
Yeah,
play. but
double
it's
seal,
gonna have
farm
to be
down.
shielded by Elam. Now, Sceptile.
But
does
I
he
don't
opt
think
to
he
let this
might
Feraligatr go down, or
give
does he make a
farm. He will
to
swap,
Dunsparce?
right?
I think he's just going to let it go
Nah,
down.
he's giving
try and
farm,
bring in the
okay.
Dunsparce to absorb energy and try and sweep with the Superior. Although staying in may clue in Elam to the fact that there's a Pokemon weak to
This
that
will hurt
Moltres
if
in
it
the
does
back.
not seal
He
this
has to
Brave Bird.
identify, is it that Superior?
Tiny
Is
मिला
it
के
Brave
नहीं
Bird?
यार,
Is going
Trash
to win
IVs.
so much
Ooh,
damage,
that
and
was
there's the switch
huge,
out.
dude.
He saves the Moltres, brings in the Dunsparce, and now things are looking in a dominant position for Elam in this game number 1.
Rollouts coming through fast and
This is
furious.
tough.
Rock
This
slide
is
number
tough,
one is
dude.
already being launched
नहीं
on the
मिला
side of
Karan भाई, no
Dunsparce.
signy. Trash IV, no
Has
signy.
hard hitting Frenzy Plant with 2 hit back though. Frenzy Plant number 1 coming through. Gonna put the Dunsparce pretty much into the yellow health, I believe. So only needs 2 to knock it out. But how is Sceptile Ice gonna overcome this big bulky Cresselia in the back? It hasn't even been revealed.
भाई पीछे क्रेसेलिया है भाई. वो अलग bulky Pokemon है. It is GG's, man. It is looking GG's, bro. Yeah, it is very difficult for Sceptile to come back now for this round.
Closer are both sharing a same weakness can be a bit unfortunate. He's going to look to overfarm as much as possible, play to charge attack priority, and get as much energy as he possibly can. But we're going to see the Moltres re-enter the field of play, and Moltres can very comfortably absorb whatever residual energy that Superior has.
Is there a way to come with the Dunsparce here? Get that rock side off.
Yeah.
Not enough energy.
GG's,
Now it's going
man,
to be
it is.
Dunsparce against the Cresselia. This is such a tough matchup. You're just not doing any
सारे
damage.
मेरे दोस्त
but at the
अच्छा.
same time,
1
a
second
grass
left.
is more than
Nice.
enough to knock you out. Oh my goodness.
बस
that
2
throw
available
is
from
absolutely
Pokérate.
critical to this
Oh,
Cresselia.
Pekado is my
Moonblast
friend. I
not
see, I
even
see.
being needed.
Hello Amit bro, what's up,
Another
what's
throw in
up?
here. Can Superior
What's
clean this
up?
I don't think so. The Moltres is just too healthy. And if you're the Cresselia, you can just look to pick up a knockout with Grass Knot. Choosing to throw
Bro,
one
Cresselia is
extra
also
move,
very bulky. नहीं हो
putting
पाएगा
pressure on the
भाई.
final shield of the Dunsparce. A 50-second switch timer is not going to come up in time to save that Dunsparce. He's forced to try and sweep with this Superior
Yeah,
and
GG.
hope against hope that Superior can clutch this game, but the Moltres, I think it's too healthy. I'll be honest, I have not seen the Moltres versus Superior matchup play out, but it's very bulky. It survives. In comes the Moltres, taking the farm down.
Bro, he started with
Game
Moltres.
one win
Crazy,
for
man.
Elam.
Moltres was surprisingly convincing
And he had,
again
like,
in that
yeah,
game.
he was double weak to
Sluggish put in
Moltres.
So much
Reptile.
work on the front end.
He was not
So
expecting
little
he will
fast
bring
attack pressure
Moltres.
from the
Looks
Superior.
like.
And for Alligator, the only
What's
way
up?
was to lash the Dunsparce to the Moltres. But when
अब से मैंने decide किया है जब बाहर जाकर खेलूंगा तो live करूंगा. बढ़िया
I
है.
felt like from there the game
Good.
was won.
I agree.
बोलो जुवा
That
केसरी.
Understanding that if
Lal
my
dude.
opponent is staying in a bad lead matchup, my Moltres has value. Saving that.
यार, do you guys have a good Moltres
so
chat?
that way
क्या
Septile
लगता है?
doesn't feel comfortable staying
भाई
in,
मेरे Moltres
and
के
then
क्या
once the
CP है?
health
Let
was
me
gone
check,
on
guys.
that
Let me check.
Dunsparce,
Galarian
Septile
Moltres
devastating in that endgame.
1478. अरे यार 4090 तक चल जाता तो Spice run करता भाई Great League में. Bad CP for my Moltres chat.
Hoping it can somehow knock out, but this is a Cresselia. Cresselia, a very bulky Pokemon. Frenzy Plant, a terrific move, but it doesn't KO. In comes Galar Moltres, Sucker Punch KO. And unfortunately, this is now a must-win game for Septile.
I'm wondering if there was a way to build two Frenzy
मैंने तो
plants
पकड़ा ही नहीं आज
against
तक.
that
क्या बात
Cresselia,
कर रहे हो?
maybe get
एक भी
one off
Galarian
with
bird नहीं है यहाँ
Moltres,
पे?
but at the same time,
या
I'm not that
Moltres नहीं है?
familiar with the bulk of Moltres. Not
We have
sure
the
if he has
best
any
Moltres,
options
but it's in
right
Let's
there,
Go,
but
not
it
in
definitely does a
Pogo. I'm
sizable
not
chunk of
talking
it.
about
It made
Kanto
it a little bit
Moltres.
closer.
I'm
However,
talking about
are we going to
Galarian
see that
Moltres,
Superior
Amit
again
bhai.
for the Feraligatr?
Galarian
Like
for
they
the
both
win.
struggled so much against the Galar Moltres. I think
Bro, is he
Septile
going to
has
win
rely
this
on
with
his
Galarian
Dunsparce.
Moltres? Is he
This
going to be the regional champion
Cloudfire.
Baltimore?
Sludge Bomb has no
मजा आ
way
जाएगा
to
भाई.
deal super effective damage to the Moltres. It's going to be such a big problem for him if he can't get the right alignment.
One battler has locked in. The second battler making last-second adjustments, trying to craft the perfect line of three to deliver victory in this crucial game number 2. If Elam wins, he advances. But if Septile
After this
wins,
matchup, we'll
then
be doing a
we
raid
get
chat, okay? So if
decisive
anybody is
game
interested
3.
for Groudon
Both
raid,
battlers have
you
locked
can
in.
add me.
Septile
Once
versus
this
Elam.
match is
Here
over,
we
we'll
go.
jump into
Shadow
one
for
raid, okay?
Alligator into the Moltres once again.
फिर से same matchup.
A great lead for Elam, but I think Septile can play this differently. I think you have to... Oh, going straight for the Dunsparce. I like this.
He's
Trying
gonna
to
chip and dip.
convince Elam that there is something in the back that is
Okay,
also
no,
good
he cannot.
for
He
the
reached
Moltres.
rock
Maybe
side
it's a
first, okay.
Celio. Oh, gives a free Cycle Cut here. This might be very beneficial from Elam because he swapped in late and now is going to get a little bit of that back.
This, as long as Septile is able to get shields down.
He's using the same team, right?
The Moltres
Yeah.
intentionally stored a bunch of
Elam is using the
Moltres'
same team.
pacing not the greatest there. 7-6 to that ancient power, straight 8 to the
He
Brave
changed
Bird,
Superior
but
to Cloud
if
that
you're able to
Septile,
store
right?
energy, which
Okay.
we've seen Elam do that play pattern a couple times, store energy earlier in the match, then suddenly your
एक भी नहीं, no Galarian?
because you're at a starting
Okay,
point where you already
interesting.
have a lot of residual energy.
Jorun comes through, and I think he's going to need 2 more. I'm not even confident 2 more does enough at this point. Let's hit another free Cycle Cut. Septile
throwing at
shaking
bad
his head.
timing,
Maybe
interesting.
tried throwing a charge attack priority, but that's not going to be the case here. Elam happy to let this one go through, farm up as much energy as he can, and hopefully come out with an extra grass up to launch into for Alligator. Is there a way you hang on here?
I don't
and
think
make
it's KOs.
Yeah, I think this is good if he no shields.
He will
Does
survive,
opt?
he will survive.
Yes, there's the no shield. Do you
Yeah.
hang
It
on the
doesn't.
Cycle Cut?
It doesn't.
Yes,
It
Rock Slide
KOs.
is launched.
Oh, he
goes
flipped
for
the
wrong
switch.
side in case there's a catch out of the Moltres.
He will flip
Elam's
the
gonna let
switch.
this go, but now switch advantage is flipped.
Bro, that
Septile
bad timing
able to
really
free
hurt,
for
right?
Alligator
Yeah.
From the clutches of that Galarian Moltres. In comes the Moltres, 1 Sucker Punch KOs, and this Moltres energy is going to be very uncomfortable.
But
to deal
Dunny
with.
into Claudie
Ancient
is still
power
good
baits
for
will
him,
do
right?
Nothing to a Clodsire.
No,
but a
no, no.
Brave
Dunny
Bird will
into
make its presence.
Feraligatr, right? No, it will hurt.
Elam. Brave Bird is coming through, and let's see if this lands with the Clodsire. Septile.
He
has
will
to make
seal,
the right call. I
right?
think you have to shield this. Oh my goodness,
Oh,
there's
he
no
lets
shield.
it go.
Brave Bird onto the Clodsire, and now Feraligatr has to come in to fight off the Dunsparce. This is such a rough matchup for Feraligatr.
This will be difficult for Alligator.
Tadaclaws are assisted, right?
Actually
So
can
yeah,
put up
that's
a pretty
okay.
solid fight in this matchup. Shadow for Alligator typically winning the 0 and the 1 shield unless it is a very bulky Dunsparce. The drill run not going to be shielded for Alligator. Not quite at the back-to-back. Dunsparce, however, does have a charge attack loaded here. So Elam could undertap the move and force a shield, or, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
Really nice recognition there, knowing that if he tried there on proper timing, he would not get to a move before the Feraligatr made a Hydro Cannon, goes for the drill run, and now He's going to be building up tons of energy. Hydro Cannon is being reached. 5.
He has
yeah,
one more
5
Hydro
Shadow Claws.
Cannon.
A little bit of poor timing, but this makes sense because now he can throw back-to-back.
2 shield Galar
my gosh.
Moltres. 2
Putting it
shield
on the back.
Galar Moltres. He's trusting in it to win him this game. In comes the Moltres. Sucker Punch goes through.
He
This
will farm
not
him
KO.
down, right?
Sceptile
So
is
yeah.
going to look to immediately switch out. He's running Sludge Bomb on the Clodsire. It gets same type attack bonus, but it's only neutral. Galar Moltres is very bulky. This could come down to a potential Ancient Power boost. He's going for the Ancient Power. Sceptile shields. Do we see the boost? It's a low chance, but
Boost,
we have seen
boost.
boosts
He
on
needs
stage
it.
Give him
already.
boost.
Does it happen? It
No.
does not. And now the Sludge Bomb should be able to be reached, but the question is, will it be enough to deliver a knockout blow against the bulky Moltres?
Don't forget, this Moltres is 1468 CP. That might be a slight indication that it's not that bulky.
Will he survive?
He just needs to do about 40% here with the Poison Stings and the Shadow Claws. It might give Sceptile Eyes enough to get over the finish
doesn't
line.
KO.
It's not enough. The
He
Poison
has
Stings
to
are
farm.
coming through. It's
Oh my
goodness.
goodness.
It's within Shadow Claw range. I think it is.
I think it is. I think the Feraligatr is just outside of Sucker Punch range. This game will come down to a tiny amount of health remaining.
Feraligatr?
In comes Feraligatr. It's a
Oh,
KO. It's
draw.
a tie.
Draw ho gaya
Feraligatr
bhai.
just cannot hang on.
Draw
and
ho
by the
gaya, dude.
narrowest of margins, we get to play game 2 all over again.
It's a repeat hoga
Absolutely
game 2.
crazy.
Lol, man.
This hasn't happened all weekend. And if you're not familiar with the Play Pokemon circuit, if a game goes to a simultaneous knockout, this will be replayed like it never happened.
Rematch hoga bhai.
Trainers do not have to lock in the exact same teams. So obviously they could go for the exact same
So
teams,
that
but
flip
they're
switch was
probably
crucial
not
da.
going to. What are the adjustments you think they need to make?
Well, if you're Sceptile, maybe not leading Feraligatr into Moltres every time, because that did not end up working. Like, so far, there's been a loss and a tie, so the results have improved a little bit. And this endgame, oh my goodness. I thought Feraligatr could hang on, but this is the buff to Sucker Punch. It does so much damage now. Feraligatr tries to hang on, but it does not.
भाई सही में Sucker Punch का
That
damage
game,
कितना
it's
है
like it
bro?
never
How
happened.
much damage
It
Sucker
was
Punch has?
incredibly intense
भाई
game,
इतना damage
but
fast
we
move
have
इतना
to
damage
almost
दे रहा है
forget
dude.
it ever happened.
What the
and
hell,
then
man?
just start over again. Elam 1, Sceptile 0. A must-win game for Sceptile, or for Elam, a chance to punch his ticket to day number 2.
An absolute photo finish there. Now you got to be thinking, what are these?
यार
supposed to
कहाँ से
be
भी
play
Great
ahead?
League होता है bro.
Elam is
I
probably
want to
okay,
play Great
that's
League
good.
man.
He
Great
still
League ही
doesn't have
नहीं है
any
भाई.
wins to his name. I just need one more win. But Sceptile's like, oh man, I almost won that game. I was almost clawing myself out of this, but I'm back to square one. How do I get back into this match and stay in the winner's side of the bracket? It's probably going to need to start with, again, not getting that Feraligatr aligned to the Moltres. But how do you address the Moltres without taking risks? You need the Feraligatr. But at the same time, you always take the risk if he's going to run it.
Elam has run the same line of 3 2 times. Moltres, Dunsparce, Cresselia. He seems to like that team of 3. So if you're Elam, so far you've had a win at a tie. Do you switch up what's so far been a winning strategy? Or do you end up trying to make an adjustment, anticipating an opponent?
I don't think he's going to switch team.
potentially
He'll
bring
stay
one of
with
those
the same
Pokemon that
team.
can knock Moltres out of the sky. So many mind games here. One battler locks in. The second making some last-minute decisions, trying to craft the perfect line in this matchup. We have a double lock-in.
Tadocilio आ रहा है क्या?
Game number 2.
Tadocilio
Take us
incoming.
away, Nighttime.
Sceptile didn't look that happy when he was locking his team. Maybe a little unconfident, but this seems to be a pretty solid lead for the Clodsire. It is technically neutral.
Same
but
team from
Moltres
Elam, right?
needs to
Yeah.
land the Brave Bird. Ancient Power, such an awkward bait, does so little damage, and just has very,
Bro, he
very
needed
huge
Stone Edge.
consequences if it-
Stone Edge
Oh
चाहिए.
my goodness.
What a catch.
Nice catch.
Catching on to the Cresselia, the perfect prediction by Elam. This Sludge Bomb, not the move you want to throw on Cresselia. You typically want to go for Earthquake, and he's going to bring out the Feraligatr. Feraligatr going to potentially give up a shield early in this matchup. Grass Knot is survivable, but it does do significant damage. But if Sceptile can exit with energy, this energy can threaten shields off that Moltres.
One shield
This
में
Grass
Cresselia
Knot
wins
can survive.
this
Yes,
match
I
है?
love
क्या
it. Let
है?
it go. He chooses to let it go.
I
That
like
does
it,
big
bro.
damage. Sceptile would love to Shadow Claw this into Hydro Cannon range. If Hydro Cannon KOs, then Sceptile could be in a really nice position here.
I love this play because after that, the Sludge Bomb land on the Cresselia,
Oh, it
he
KOs.
recognized that he can.
Oh, it
put-
KOs!
Oh, this is perfect.
Ooh.
He's got a Hydro Cannon loaded. He hasn't expended a shield, but the Galarian Moltres still has energy. How is he going to address that? Bringing in the Dunsparce. Here comes the Hydro Cannon. I'm surprised.
Farah
they're not
lives a
shooting
Grass
nicely,
Knot. That
honestly.
is
Expecting
nice.
the Galarian Moltres to come back, but of course, it's probably going to go
क्योंकि
short.
Cresselia है,
Anyway,
right?
Hydro
Cresselia
Cannon
का
lands.
attack
Now,
वैसे भी
he's
कम है,
bringing
right?
Clodsire,
Yeah.
and he has the right alignment finally.
Yes, he does. Honestly, I like the decision to go for the Hydro there, specifically because as you take a look across Elam's team, Hydro is really neutral into everything that he has brought thus far. Drill Run will connect. We see a switch into the Moltres. Moltres going to get hit with a Sludge Bomb. Elam gonna no shield. Sludge Bomb not gonna do a ton of damage. It should put the Moltres just
He has
into the
Dunny
yellow
in the
health.
back, right?
Moltres
Dunny versus...
able to tank that damage. In comes the Dunsparce. And we're gonna see, the rollout. Oh, it doesn't go through. The rollout doesn't go through there.
I think you
this
no
is an
shield
ancient
this.
power bait.
I think you put this on Cloudsire.
Oh, he
go
seals
to
the
shield.
bait.
Oh, is there a boost? There's no boost applied. Another Ancient Power is going to be launched. Does Sceptile Ice know his counts? Is he familiar with Galarian Moltres? I think almost everyone
does
is.
have
Doing
the break.
oh,
He does have it.
double.
Okay.
He just baited. The question is, can he now get to a third? This will be very close. The Moltres, can it hang on here?
Bro,
and
he
get
gets
another
to a
move?
third
It
one.
could have made the Ancient Power.
Yeah.
Sceptile throws. This Moltres maybe at one hit point there, and if so shielding, it would still get knocked out. Choosing to let this go, and now Elam has a Dunsparce with 2 shields. Sceptile, 0 shields remaining, but he has a Sludge Bomb still loaded on that Clodsire.
I think it's in Sludge Bomb range, and it's in Drill Run range. What do you shield here? I think the Drill Run does more than the Sludge Bomb. I'm not 100% sure, but regardless, tries to go for a catch there, but I don't think he needed to go for that catch. He just needs to go for this Drill Run, maybe on charge attack priority, and then go to that Clodsire. Go straight for
There's
it.
the switch out. There's the switch out, going for the Sludge Bomb, going to get the shield. Elam's energy management is going to be crucial in this endgame. Elam
But
has to try and
Dunsparce
double
has
up.
energy, yeah. He has
Elam
to build
can
up
get
to
a
2.
double up,
He will easily
which
double up,
can.
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Just hang on.
Yeah. This will come down to, can Sceptile's Dunsparce survive this Drill Run? If it can't, then Elam has punched his ticket into the next round here. He's going for the Drill Run. This will be
I don't think he survives,
very
right?
close.
I think it's enough.
Yeah, this
I
will
think it's enough.
KO.
It might
People
be.
We already
This
hear
will
people
KO.
clapping in the crowd. Is it hanging
Yeah,
on?
it is KO.
It's
It
not.
does not.
So
GG.
close.
And the energy management there for Elam. Sceptile, maybe if he had stayed in, forced the final shielded comboed, he could have been in a slightly better position, but I think may have thought that Elam had a move. And that's why he switched. Elam was, I believe, one off of the Dunsparce, but that is why keeping track of energy can be so important in these games, because if he knew he was one off, then he could have potentially stayed, tried to go for the Drill Run, pick up a final shield, and then combo with the Sludge Bomb. But by switching, Elam, with the perfect awareness of the energy there, able to perfectly overfarm to the back-to-back, and Dunsparce does not hang on.
I think it came down to
Moltres for the
probably
win,
not
guys.
shielding Ancient
Moltres
Power
for the
bait.
win.
Second of all, probably needed to try to utilize a charge
Moltres
attack priority
crazy, man.
in the Dunsparce mirror. Maybe that was the only way to get an advantage, use his energy while also getting his shield, but at the end of the day, so difficult to overcome. That's Galarian Moltres.
And in this game number 1, he no-shielded and got Brave Birded, and that kind of set the stage for game number 2, in my opinion there, because he did end up shielding because, okay, my opponent is full sending here, so I'm going to shield. But the opponent ends up baiting quite a bit. And then in the original game 2, the tie with the Feraligatr, forcing a rematch there. It's like the game never even happened. And then in game number 3, this perfect prediction here by Elam. He overfarmed by 3 to avoid a
Okay,
catch.
I have raid
Elam
live chat, so let me know.
perfectly predicts
We'll be
he would
doing one
overfarm
raid
by
now.
3. The perfect
Anybody
overfarm
in
by
the chat
Sceptile,
interested
picking
for
up the
Groudon
knockdown with
raid?
the Hydro Cannon,
You can let
and
me know.
leaving with energy, but it still was not enough.
We have some time for the
Huge Hydro
next
Cannon
matchup.
comes down to that Dunsparce. Get the Dunsparce low, but at the end of the day, it's just not enough. Maybe Dunsparce needed a couple more hit points. It barely goes down here, and that is a photo finish for Elam. At the end, it wasn't even like a celebration. It was a sigh of relief. He is thanking himself for finally finishing this game. After a tie, you just need to feel like, oh my goodness, it's over. We're safe and going to the next round.
That's definitely got to be a good feeling. That tie, my goodness. I thought Feraligatr could hang on, but I guess I might owe Galarian Moltres a little bit of an apology here, because Sucker Punch, that damage is absolutely absurd.
सही में भाई
And
Sucker
even though
Punch
its pacing
गजब
isn't
damage
the
दे रहा है,
greatest,
crazy damage.
That's what it relies on. Is in that Feraligatr matchup, you're fully farming it down.
Yeah.
What is fully farming down a Feraligatr in the 2-shield? Neutrally. There's not a lot, but that's why people are opting for the Galarian Moltres, because something like a Mandibuzz, which occupies that exact same spot in the meta, it's a Dark Flyer, it's throwing Dark Pulse, it's throwing Aerial Aces, you're not snarling down anything. You are not snarling down anything, but that Sucker Punch damage, honestly really makes me, because I do have 2 Master Balls currently, really makes me want to do my daily incense, maybe even extend
Go
it,
for Garen
because
Moltres
you can
home
pause
slice.
the timer with the Roar of Time. And if I find one of these Moltres, I'm going to be Master Balling it because I need one of these things. It looks so fun to run.
We were really not too sure about it yesterday, and today we're really seeing what it can do. And honestly, yeah, what you said, we'd like to make an apology. We were unfamiliar with its game, and it has become very familiar now because so many people are using it. But of course, Moltres isn't the only spicy Pokemon that we are going to see. We're also seeing Arrow coming up here with Shadow Typhlosion, which is, I guess, less spicy now. But Quagsire, Shadow Quagsire is still a part of the meta? Question mark?
It's still around. At the very least, Arrow thinks so, and making it to day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket shows that Quagsire was doing something right. Another thing that I do want to note, Arrow's team also has another one of these Galarian Moltres. In the day 2 usage,
2 people are using Galarian Moltres.
Day 1,
Why they are in
Mandibuzz,
top
I think, was
8?
in the top 6. Day 2, where did it go?
Lol.
The Mandibuzz is gone. And all that's left is Galarian Moltres flying
Moltres
high.
is the new meta
One
chat.
Galarian Moltres already advanced
Catch one if
to
you
the
can.
next round. If Arrow's able to pick up the victory here, we could see a Galarian Moltres mirror.
Yeah, I think Moltres is like one of those things. Do you know? Do they do? Do they know? And some people do, but others don't. That's why they use Mandibuzz. They're unfamiliar with the Brave Bird damage onto the Clodsire, and they're going to pay a price because none of those Mandibuzz users made it to day number 2. We have Arrow here,
Okay,
though,
let's do
coming
one
very
the
soon.
raid.
I'm
Let's
super
go.
excited to see how he pilots it. Out of the people who ran it, he was the most
Groudon.
confident and comfortable with actually using the Galarian Moltres. He's been practicing this for a very long time, actually. Actually, not that long because it's only been out for 11 days, but those 11 days have not gone to waste for Arrow. He's put every single one of them to good use, knowing the meta inside and out, and we'll see if he can take that into practice against Wadaj here.
And that Galar Moltres, so key for Elam, brought it every single game in that series. Let's actually hear from the man himself. I believe we have Speediest Chief standing by with the one and only Elam to hopefully give us some insights on this new Dark Flyer taking the Baltimore skies by storm, Galar Moltres.
Everybody, I'm here on the floor with Elam, last season's Carbink King. And now he's here in Baltimore. I told him he was going to roll his eyes. Now he's here in Baltimore. As Homeslice Henry just said, you are rewriting the story. You brought Galarian Moltres with 1469 CP, right?
1468, unfortunately. Almost.
Bro, I have one with
Almost very
1478.
nice
Maybe I
CP.
can work
I
with
wanted to
that.
ask you, you told me you knew you were going to lead that Pokemon in every single game. What went into your strategy there?
Yeah, so I prepped last night. Actually quite a lot because I was worried about the Celio, I'm not gonna lie, even though it didn't come. But after like several scrims, I just realized Moltres is just the best lead, even if I lose the lead. And yeah, it worked out today.
Yeah, it's such a neutral Pokemon. I was really surprised that the Sludge Bomb didn't do too much damage. You're able to throw so many ancient powers over and over again, pull away 2 shields from Sceptile in that one decisive game as well. You also had a tie. Can you talk to me about what it takes to stay locked in, to stay focused, especially after a tie in a really high-stakes match?
Man, when the tie happened, honestly, at that point, I was happy that I didn't lose the game, and I just completely forget about it, and just move on. Just think about the next team, even though I brought the same line all 3 times. I just gotta keep him guessing. Like he doesn't know I'm gonna do that, and yeah. Once there's a tie, I just move on and forget about it.
I think it's important to have a bit of short-term memory, right? Just kind of play things as they go. And it's always very risky to bring the same team 3 times in a row. But risk paid off. Elam, you're staying in the winner's side bracket. Do you have any final thoughts? Anyone you want to thank as you continue your journey in Baltimore?
For now, I just want to thank SJ because he helped me to scrim, and then ETMs that gave me some ideas. So.
All right, Elam, best of luck. We'll see you on the main stage pretty soon. Casters, back to you.
Excuse me.
All right, really, really nice thoughts from Elam there on the Galarian Moltres. Just taking all the risks possible, playing it 3 games in a row. Will Arrow follow suit with that strategy? I wouldn't be that surprised, but there are some
Bro, this match is
challenges on
going
the
to be very
opposing team
nice, man.
of Dodgers we'll see soon. But Arrow, no stranger to the big stage. Columbus, NAIC, top 6. Oh, wow. Top 16 at 3 international championships. That is no small feat. And, of course, San Antonio regional finals. He got so close to tasting that medal, but today is his opportunity for redemption on the back of the Phoenix. The
Another
rising star,
Moltres,
Galarian Moltres.
Typhlosion, Quaggy.
Pairing up
Bro,
that Galarian Moltres
are they
with
meta
the
dude?
Shadow Typhlosion, which has been so impressive. Leaf Tornado superior, so sacrificing coverage for debuff ability. Sludge Bomb Clodsire, Standard Azumarill, and Shadow Quagsire with Mudshot now doing more damage, but generating slightly less energy.
No aerial ace. Interesting.
Slightly less energy is hurting it a little bit at some point, but the damage is helping it.
Bro,
in other
regional
matchups. For
champion,
example,
regional
I believe
champion,
that with
senior
improved
champion,
Mudshot
NIC
damage, it helps
champion.
take down the
Bro, how many
Clodsire
champions if
this
he has
much
won
during
already,
two
dude?
Aquatails. Of course, Wadaj. We all know Wadaj.
Bro,
won
he's a
3
world-class player,
regional
man, yeah.
championships and an international championship. He's here with a bit of a spicy team. Has Chestnut, and it was not the grass type of preference for most trainers in this tournament. Most even preferred Cresselia.
Shadow
as the
Ace
grass
Slash,
type to
Chestnut.
Chestnut. It's not even a grass type, and people wanted more than an actual grass type. Of course, its weak superior matchup was mostly the reason people did not prefer it as much.
Pairing that up with Dunsparce, Sludge Bomb, Clodsire, and that's been one thing to note. We've seen a couple Stone Edge Clodsire, but we've seen a lot of Sludge Bomb Clodsire. People really wanting that coverage against
Yeah, this is
those
going to be a
grass
good
types
match, guys.
that
Let's
are
go, let's
reemerging,
go.
The superiors of the world, the Azumarill, which has almost eclipsed Claude in day 2 usage. We've got a double lock-in here. And oh my goodness, we have a battle of sires on our hand. Quagsire versus Clodsire. Safe switch into Azumarill. Azumarill met with the Sludge Bomb Clodsire.
This is setting up Typhlosion so well in the back. How is Wadaj gonna get it down? No more fast attack pressure on the side of Wadaj.
He baits out
Azumarill's
Azu,
been
that is
swapped,
nice.
But at the same time, this Quagsire needs to get the right alignment. It needs to get onto that Clodsire. Otherwise, Cresselia will be able to one-shot it with Grass Knot.
Even if Arrow does concede switch advantage here, as long as he can get a shield advantage, Typhlosion can put in a tremendous amount of work. He is going to throw on, he gives 2 free turns there,
hangs on,
but the goal is to outpace. But does this Sludge Bomb actually
Thunder Punch,
knock out
faster
the
bot.
Azumarill?
Ah,
No,
yeah, like
it
that's
doesn't.
true. Like
It
Thunder
does not
Punch
KO. The
charges
Ice Beam
fast.
is
Yo,
reached.
Lucky's all on the
Does
stream,
this
bro.
KO?
We have been doing
It's
raids.
gonna be super close.
But
The
sadly,
fight
I'm
is gonna
already
go
in the
through.
lobby,
I don't
bro.
think it's enough.
We already
Here it
did
goes.
one raid,
It
like
actually
2
does.
raids
It does.
already.
Takes out these. Oh, we don't farm that with the Typhlosion. Now this is gonna be a line versus the Cresselia. How do you overcome this? You swap into Typhlosion.
He got
What do you
alignment.
do? He's
He
getting
got
energy
alignment,
advantage in around
yeah.
2 turns. Can it overcome this? Oh, it's a Sludge Bomb Clodsire. I don't think you can.
This will be interesting. Oh my
Come on in, I'm
it's
already
really
online.
game-changing. The Thunder Punch bait,
Oh,
shielded
bait.
up by Wadaj.
Bait.
This is double resisted damage, but Thunder Punch is cheaper than Blast Burn, so he throws it to try and gain a pacing advantage. Sludge Bomb is faster than Stone Edge. The 6.65 pacing, as opposed to 7.66 for Stone Edge, means that you are in a bit more trouble here, even though the move...
What?
Oh my goodness.
I don't think he needs to do
The
this.
double
though.
bait and the double
Ooh,
shots! Arrow
this is
making
huge.
the calls. He forced him to shield 2 double resisted Thunder Punches, and now he can outpace. Clocks will be up. Wadaj will have an ability to catch, but do you really want to catch a Blast Burn on a Cresselia? This Blast Burn landing will do massive damage to whatever it hits. You see a
I love
combo
this.
play.
Is it enough?
Combo play. Going for the Aqua Tail.
I don't
Will
think
this
it's enough.
knock out?
I don't think it's enough. But Arrow, if he can get this
1
down,
HP survive,
it's just
1
not
HP
gonna
survive, 1 HP
Cresselia,
survive.
It's gonna take down this Quagsire. Does the Moonblast
ये तो
do enough
one
with the
shot
Cyclops
करेगा.
to
Yeah.
deny the Typhlosion?
He will
This
just
will be
over
very
farm a
interesting.
little bit,
Cresselia
right?
needs
Yeah.
to farm to 100 energy in this moment. Try to get as much energy as possible to be able to outpace that Typhlosion. Typhlosion, I don't believe has a Blast Burn stored.
Well,
he is gonna
Screen,
farm
bro, I'm
up
doing a
to
watch
the
party, man.
back-to-back
We are
Grass
watching
Knots.
regional
This should
championship
allow him
currently
to
happening in
outpace and get
Pokemon
to a
Go.
Moonblast versus the Typhlosion. So even though
Invite like your Groudon raid. I'll see, bro, if I have more raids. We'll see. I'm currently already in a raid
Is there
battle.
any reason to undercharge this? I don't think there is. You just go straight for the knockout here. Grass Knot, boom, onto the Quagsire. But does it hang on? Does it hang on? There's no switch time
he gets
available.
there.
But he needs to get it in the range where he can do Cycle Cuts and
I think
Poison
this might
Sting.
knock out.
This will
Typhlosion
KO,
is-
right?
Oh, it
1
barely hangs
HP.
on.
But anyway, it is
Oh,
GG.
he
Yeah.
anticipated the switch out there, and Wadaj fighting back. Arrow tries for the combo play, but the combo play backfired on him as the Aqua Tail didn't knock out, and then Wadaj's energy management with the Crest was perfect as he takes a 1-0 advantage in this series, shielding 2 Thunder Punches, but still taking victory.
Very, very well played there from Wadaj, but at the end of the day, I think the strongest thing there was still the Typhlosion. It didn't even win the game, but I feel like Typhlosion looks so good. Ice Beam comes down onto the Cloudsire. Was this the opportunity to farm down with the Typhlosion? Would that have made this game more clean?
Taking a potential 2 bubbles there is tough. And here, the reason he doesn't throw the Blast Bird is he expects a switch out.
But at the same time, 1 Poison Sting. If you swap in Poison Sting, I think that's it.
Yeah, like, either way at that point it's lost, but he had to try and make a prediction that maybe Wadaj waits and then tries to switch, and
something goes
Throw
wrong.
the screen?
You try and
Bro,
play
screen is just only meant for
and
today.
that's what Arrow did in that end game.
That is
Landing
only
Blast
our
Burn
screen.
doesn't win him the game because he gets
We are
poison
watching the
down.
championship
So
matchup.
he has to try and play to Wadaj making a misplay. But as we've seen, Wadaj,
Make misplay.
yeah, he very rarely makes misplays, and he's able to emerge victorious, and he's now 1 win away from advancing to play Heal in the next round. For Arrow,
Are you going to
this
see
is a
Galarian
must-win
Moltres?
game. The
क्या
Battlers
Galarian
have locked
Moltres
in
आने
once
वाला
again,
है next
and
match
again,
में?
we see the same leads as last game. Shadow Quagsire into the Clodsire.
Bro, again
Safe
bad lead
switch
for
into
him.
Cresselia.
Okay, this time
Out comes
Crest.
Typhlosion.
Not just the same teams, no, the same leads. They're the same teams. Here we go. Moonblast coming down onto the Typhlosion. If you get a debuff here, you actually make another charge attack and maybe force a shield. Moonblast comes through. Huge damage onto the Typhlosion.
No debuff. No
and here
debuff.
comes the Blast Burn. Does this knock out the Cresselia? I don't think it does. I think Wadaj can... Oh, going for a shield. Actually recognizing that this Typhlosion is so glassy that we can take it down with just resisted charge attacks.
I think if he's able to get shields down in this matchup, that could potentially
He
open
needs
up
to flip
avenues
switch,
for the
right?
Clodsire. We
Quaggy
know
into Clodsire is very
really
bad.
likes when shields are not in play. It is hard-hitting charge attacks, and it really likes to land them. And Wadaj is actually playing this out. Typhlosion getting very low. Typhlosion going to try and make it to the charge attack, but if it does, it's forced to give up
He's
this
not going
final
to seal,
shield.
right?
And does Wadaj?
Because he can
if this is a
psycho cut
shield,
him down,
do we
I
see a
think.
switch into the Azumarill and a try and snipe with a bubble? That could be a potential play. No, he's staying in. He is going to stay in here. Going for the Thunder Punch to pick up the knockout.
This will kill,
so
so
Wadaj
yeah, that's
opting to
fine.
not make an aggressive play, switch lock the Azu.
He maintained
Instead,
alignment,
Just
yeah.
gonna let Cresselia get KO'd and bring in Clodsire.
Maybe I'm crazy, but Clodsire with his energy advantage, is it actually able to take down the Quagsire? Okay, comes in with the Azumarill.
It is GG. He's running sludge bombs, so yeah, it is GG.
Immediately, and
It is GG.
it's pacing so quick to
This
these
is
sludge
GG's.
bombs. Oh, actually gives him a free bubble there, so throwing it a little bit improper timing. I'm not sure if this will actually impact the outcome of this matchup, because again, two is enough to knock it out,
So
right?
Poco screen,
But
I
Ice
can't,
Beam
bro.
with
Either I can
two
show my PC or either I can
barely
show
knocking
my phone, bro. There is nothing going
It'll
on
be
my
very
phone,
close.
bro. We are
It'll be
not
very
playing
close
Pogo,
there.
man.
The Ice Beam is going to
Oh.
connect, and does this actually come
Oh
down
my gosh,
to...
it mattered, it mattered.
Oh my goodness, it did. The timing there ended up mattering
Oh my goodness.
in a pretty significant way. The
And-
Ice Beam knocks out. And now it's just Quagsire versus the world. But if Quagsire can make the Stone Edge here, it looks like Arrow's fast moves are actually having some trouble going through, which is a little bit unfortunate. Going to try and fire off the Stone Edge, and Wadaj is going to be able to land this Play Rough. Play Rough is going to do significant damage onto the Quagsire. In comes the Clodsire. Clodsire going to get hit with Aqua Tail after Aqua Tail after Aqua Tail. Arrow shaking his head there, and I would not be surprised if this gets taken a look at after this match.
Wadaj just laughing his way through this match. I think it's just so funny to me. But of course, Sludge Bomb.
GG.
Oh, that actually does kind of a lot of damage to the Quagsire. But yeah, I think if that hadn't happened, had that bubble not gone through, I'm not sure what the discussion here is. Is it that when the Quagsire was against the Azumarill, it was a little stuttery? Or was it that the bubble came through and it shouldn't have?
Battle with Lucky Zord. One second, I'm catching, man.
Clodsire,
Give me a minute.
it looked like it could have been a charge attack priority attack Clodsire into Azumarill based on the energy, and then it wasn't. And then again,
Should have been.
Quagsire could have been able to outpace the Azumarill, make a Stone Edge, and knock out, and then you have a basically full health Quagsire into a Clodsire, which you can survive an Earthquake. But again, we saw those mud shots really having trouble in that matchup, and we do have confirmation that the match is going to be under review. We have a terrific judging team going to help out. Take a look at the match.
Okay,
and
कुछ तो fast
we
move
will
का scene
get
हो गया, guys.
confirmation
They are checking
as we do
something.
get
Let's see.
updated. So if the match does end up, obviously, Wadaj able to emerge victorious, but if it does get ruled into a rematch, then it would be like this game 2 never occurred.
The current review is
I've accepted the
Arrow
battle.
thinks
Let's
he is
go, let's
missing
go, let's go.
Poison Stings, so that we're going to review that. Let's take a look. Here we go. This is all according to play, and then he throws. I think I see what he's talking about. I see what he's talking about.
Yeah, the Poison Stings looked like they were coming through
Missing one
slower
turn.
than they should.
Yep.
Yes. Because typically Poison Sting is a 2-turn fast move, Bubble a 3-turn fast move. So typically you are able to, as long as you begin with both moves in alignment.
Yes, that was 7 Poison Stings, so it should have been fine.
Yeah, you are able to throw on 1, 4, 7, or 10 and not have a free bubble sneak through. And that's something that these competitors are very well versed in, is trying to play out matches and deny as much free energy as they possibly can. And that's what he attempted to do there, and it looked like the Poison Stings may have been coming through a little delayed.
Rematch
Wadaj
hoga
got a
kya?
free bubble,
There was
and
some
that
issue
ended
with the
up
fast
allowing
move.
him to outpace in that matchup. So as we do take a look at the replay again,
Oh yeah, it's just.
Yo, I was watching the
Yeah,
screen
and
by
then
mistake. I
Not because it's
pressed
slow-mo,
seal,
not
dude.
because it's
Yeah.
slow-mo.
not even just because it's slow-mo, but yeah,
I'm counting
even
in my head.
even in slow-mo, like you should get 3 Poison Stings for every 2
Two bubbles, but
Yes.
it was like he was getting 2.
Yep.
It was like they were pacing at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. The easy way to do it is basically just
Started from alignment.
start it from alignment and then multiply the 2 turns together. I bet you didn't think we were bringing math into this, but I'm bringing math into this. So you have a 2-turn and a 3-turn. If you multiply it, they will be in alignment after 3 Poison Stings or 2 bubbles, because that is when they get back in sync. So for every 2 bubbles, you should have 3 Poison Stings, and if he throws 7, then Wadaj should be in a situation where he is getting a 5th bubble, but should not get a 6th. And in that instance, we actually did see an extra bubble go through, and that's what they're going to be reviewing here, is Pokemon Go is a game where, okay, we do have breaking news here. It looks like a rematch has been granted. Big
Rematch.
thanks
We are
to
having
our
a rematch,
judging
guys.
team there. Taking a look at the footage, identifying that something did happen that impacted the outcome of the game. So we are doing game 2 all over again once more.
Yeah, thanks to our judge here, Frag Wagon, giving a little bit of a shout out. And of course, we are going as if nothing ever happened. Trainers can pick different teams, but they can obviously opt for different teams, but they can also stick with the same one. Do they stick to their gun? I noticed Sceptile Ice and Elam did. It looks like Arrow is going with the Cloudsire now up against a Sand Slash. Not a very great lead for the Cloudsire in the 2-shield scenario. It just gaps through against.
Oh my
goodness! So aggressive, switching into that Typhlosion.
Okay. This
giving
is
a
bad.
free bubble
This is looking
again.
bad.
This time, I believe that was intentional. But Thunder Punch is going to do a lot of damage onto this Azumarill. Oh my goodness, putting it in almost the yellow house range. I think it will be after this Incinerate. Can he actually hang on to an Ice Beam here? No.
Going for the play route
that's the right call.
is the safe play here. It gets same type attack bonus. It's resisted, but it should knock out Shadow Typhlosion. Very glassy. This does clear Azumarill from the floor of play to try and set up a Quagsire sweep. Azumarill making it to the Ice Beam. Ice Beam is going to do some pretty significant
Typho got
damage
destroyed
to
there,
that
man.
Quagsire,
Typho
and
got
Arrow has to
destroyed.
hope and trust in that Quagsire. Quagsire, a Pokemon that not a lot of people have been bringing, but he's hoping that it will be able to deliver him victory in this must-win game number 2.
Sludge Bomb going down on the Azumarill. Is he going to be able to
GG
reach
is lucky
this
charge,
Earthquake against the Alolan Sand Slash? Quagsire is doing damage to that. Oh, already a switch into the Dunsparce. This is a favorable matchup, but it looks like he's trying to reach that Stone Edge, gets a free mud shot through. Looking pretty good so far. Drill Run for Wadaj is going to be landed, and here we go. Comes down onto the Quagsire. It looks like he's behind a couple of mud shots, and definitely we can see it on his face. He's not too delighted about the situation. We'll see if this ends up going to a review, of course. But
फिर से review?
have to trust our
कुछ हुआ
judges
क्या?
on that
I
one.
didn't
He's trying to get to
watch
another move,
completely.
and the Drill Run has reached just a little bit ahead.
Yeah, it does look like this will be able to force a shield from the Quagsire, as Drill Run could potentially pick up the knockout, and getting rid of that Sand Slash is so important here. But first you have to get through that Dunsparce. Going to fire off a Stone Edge, trying
Again
to
कुछ glitch हुआ क्या fast move का? Because they're
Can't
discussing about
stop.
something,
Do
bro.
it.
Wow,
It
so
Ooh, he
does
survived.
not. Oh my
He survived
goodness.
1 HP.
And Arrow really has to try and force these shields away to try and potentially line up a game-winning Earthquake. Wadaj says no, though. He's holding on to his energy. He's holding on to his shields, and actually he's holding on to his energy too, as he's going to try and commit to this farm down and just say, you can't Poison Sting me down.
Try as hard as you want, Clodsire. You can be going to Clodsire business all day, but there's just not enough fast attack pressure.
One drill then chaos,
drone.
right?
It's super effective.
He has anyway
It's
2,
enough
so
to
yeah,
knock
it is
out
enough.
the Clodsire, and Wadaj
Even if he has
gets
sealed, yeah,
this
he had
win
2,
here,
so it
but
was
of
anyway
course,
GG.
It looks like there may be a little bit of there may be a little bit of a dispute here or a match under review. Oh, looks like we're going to cut straight to winner. It's going to be Wadaj taking our winners round 1 in the 4th match of the day.
The competitors are discussing it on stage, so we will keep you up to date with any information as we get it, because it did look like there was a couple matchups where the fast moves were not going through at the duration that they should have. Of course, and it looks
It's
like
a
we do have
review.
confirmation
Again,
that this
something
match
happened.
will be under
Interesting.
review. There was a couple moments there where visually, after watching a lot of games, you can kind of tell when things look as they should and when things might look a little off visually. Now, whether that impacts the game or not, that's why we have our terrific judging team to take a look at it.
Meanwhile,
That's
guys,
the
make sure to
other
like the
thing
stream, everybody.
that's
I really
the
appreciate
things
it.
that the judges have to take a look at.
They're
It's
checking
not
again, guys.
only
Something like
did
related to
something
fast move
happen,
again.
but
Something
did
happened.
it have an impact on the match? And that's why we do have.
Yeah, the thing is, if
like
the
they
fast
are
move is
playing
crucial,
Pokemon
like, yeah.
professors,
It's
they
not
are
like if
well
the game
trained
lags,
to
they
handle
just
the pressure of a
rematch.
moment
It's like if that
this.
lag or
Because
whatever
being
the
on
thing
stage,
is, if it
looking through that
affects the
footage
match
is
result,
definitely
then only it
task
goes
that
into
we
like a
are-
rematch.
We are very grateful that they're
If
able
the
to
lag or whatever the
That's
issue
right.
is, if that
Frankie
is like
Blacken, our judge here is not
affecting
unfamiliar
the
with
match
competitor
results,
stage either. He has played in a couple
then there will be
regionals
no
himself,
rematch,
I
guys.
believe in
It's not like
Pittsburgh.
lag
So
हुआ
of
तो
course,
rematch हो
we
जाएगा.
have the
ऐसा नहीं
best
है.
eyes, the best
Lag
team
has to be
working on it.
decisive.
It's not
Like
just him.
if that
There's
lag
more
is
people
decisive, then only
behind
it
the
goes to
stage. I
rematch.
believe we have Dijon the Jin as well and King IV to also be our experts on the match. They're all talking through the headphones. I kind of wish we could hear what they're saying to each other. I'm a little bit curious.
Yeah, we don't quite get any extra audio over
भाई
here.
फोन
We'll
लेके
keep you
चले
up to
गए.
date
फोन में कुछ
as
इशू
we
हो गया
get
है
the
बेचारा.
info
आईफोन है भाई.
as it
आईफोन में
comes
इशू आ रहा है.
through. And one thing that I
Starter
do
हो रहा है in
want to take
iPhone.
note of here,
Lol, dude.
somehow I missed up until now that wonderful Bidoof.
One Groudon raid, yo bro, it's like
It's
920
beautiful.
man.
That's
Groudon
how
raids are
smooth
over,
it's
dude.
really blue. It really brings
Where
out
were you?
the
Like
power.
I've
It
been
does. It
doing
complements
raids
the
from like
background quite
7:30,
nicely,
brother.
to be honest. Like, go,
We did
obviously,
like 3
each-
raids already.
Each game is going to have its own unique
Now the
recipe
raids are
that
over,
we
man.
need
अब
to
raids
do
कल ही हो पाएंगे.
raids with Go. So I'm
Because
glad we have
raid
Bidoof.
time is over. It's like
Color contrast
9:20
really
and no more
brings
raids
out the
now.
red actually in the background. I love that new logo. But as we see here, Wadaj just chilling over there. He looked so zen before the match. Something you were saying. He looked so calm and collected. He was wearing the hoodie. That was Wadaj hoodie mode. And this is just, what would this be? Wadaj standard mode? What is There's like a guillotine that has all.
Yeah, exactly,
There's
exactly.
hoodie mode. What would this? It would just standard mode sounds. I don't know. Oh, this is Wadaj Unbound.
Wadaj Unbound, I
When
like
he
it.
takes off the
Wadaj
hoodie.
hoodie mode and Wadaj Unbound. Wadaj came on stage in hoodie mode, and now we have Wadaj Unbound.
Okay, let's
ready to
see
go.
what
Let's
happened.
Take a look
Eight
at this
bubble.
matchup right here. I believe
Two
this
bubble.
Typhlosion matchup actually played out like Azumarill should typically outpace there, as it is 3 bubbles versus 2 incinerates.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bubbles 9 turns, 10 turns. But watch the poison stings on the Clodsire when the Clodsire
This is
flying.
fine.
on alignment
9
now.
and
Yeah.
10.
So,
2.
in the time that Wadaj
3,
gets 4
4.
bubbles,
Oh yeah.
there is only 5 poison stings
Yeah.
that have gone through. So
You can even see he's confused, right? Because
Yeah.
he threw on good timing. Good timing as in you're not letting any
Yeah.
sneak. And he saw poison sting come through. He was like, that's weird. That means he was behind one.
yeah,
Which is interesting because he could actually throw one more bubble and then be on good timing and then just be
Yeah.
objectively ahead. But after that, I think it resets. So in terms of straight turnage there, nothing was wrong because it just gave it back.
yeah. The animations did look a little less than normal at that current moment. So
I think rematch फिर से होगा. Maybe, guys.
So just gonna go ahead, take a second, maybe swap that out, and hopefully we will be right back with you guys to some games.
This
But
is
in the
fine. ये तो
meantime,
ठीक है.
if you're just waiting around,
2
feel
incinerates
free
is
to leave
10
us some
turns,
social
right?
posts.
2
We still
incinerates and
got a
3 bubbles
ton
is
of lower
fine.
bracket matches and winner side matches to go through. Let us know who you think is going to win the whole tournament. We've already gotten a couple of players through to the semifinals. Tomahawk UK won his match, I believe. Who else? Elite won his match, and we just watched. Oh my goodness, Elam. My memory is so bad. But those 3 players are already through into the winners bracket on the semifinals, so they're just increasing their chances to win this entire tournament. Here, though, we're trying to decide one more winner.
2 bubbles,
Dodge or
3,
Arrow advancing into the semifinals.
4,
Yeah, I definitely noticed
5.
this here. Yeah, because we know 3-time regional champion and IC champion.
Bro, he
doesn't
should have
just
been at
throw
like.
a bubble on the wrong. Doesn't
He
just
did
throw on the
5
wrong
bubbles. He
side
should have
of
been
the
at
point
8
stick.
poison
That's out of
sticks, right?
character.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there, but one thing that I do want to talk about as this review continues, our judges hard at work, is going to be some of those next round matchups on the winner's side of the bracket. You had mentioned Elite versus Tomahawk. Elite, a multiple-time regional champion, typically playing in North America. And Tomahawk has been a very consistent top cut performer, being able to do quite well, although he typically plays in Europe. So,
he plays in Europe. I think that maybe I've played against him before. I'm not sure.
Oh no.
I'm not really.
Oh no.
Maybe I was there for a little time. I don't remember.
All right. For those who are following along at home, in the Liverpool Regional Championships in the 2024 season, the grand finals was Tomahawk versus our good friend.
Thorak की फिर से rematch होगा
Mr.
guys.
Nighttime
Looks like.
Clasher had a flight scheduled that because he was thinking, okay, I'll do okay at this tournament. I'm not going to be in the finals.
I thought about it the 2 days before we booked it, and I was like, we're here for fun.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Meanwhile, guys,
And
make sure
then
to
he
like
gets
this
to the grand
stream. That will
finals,
be really
And then
appreciated.
the grand finals, he's like, okay, hopefully I can
Give
just
me a
3-0 and just get
minute.
out of here.
One second.
And then the finals ended up having a lot of games, and then there was a bracket reset as
Oh
well.
my goodness. I'm sure like he showed his coworkers and like friends only that best of 5. I'm sure he like pulls up the video on YouTube, plays it, and stops at the 20-minute mark.
And then my favorite part was after you were crowned regional champion, you ended up basically sprinting off stage to try and make your flight. I don't think you made the flight, but because I'm pretty sure you had to play out like a full 10 games to do so. But
only 8 games. The second half was a 3-0.
Okay.
Miracle.
8 games. Okay. Still didn't make the flight. Not too much of a miracle. But, so, a very decorated competitor from Europe and a very decorated competitor from North America. I am incredibly excited to see what that matchup is going to take a look like. Because we have 2 pretty unique dark types from each of these trainers. Elite, of course, with the Shadow Drapion, and, of course, our good friend Mr. Tomahawk with the Pangoro. And Drapion, I believe that Kelsey, Tomahawk's last opponent, it's
so good.
Had that Shadow Drapion as well.
So safe.
It'll be very interesting to see if he's able to kind of avoid those bad matchups, because that Shadow Drapion does look very safe. But in that matchup versus Kelsey, that Pangoro, close combat landing through 2 shields on the Dugong, that was beautiful. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so we're still waiting on their confirmation. Thanks everybody for being so patient. And speaking of social posts, right? We're going to be playing a couple of those later on today. So I'm really excited to see. Don't forget, your favorite snack. I'm so curious to see. We saw someone making stew yesterday. They're making stew at home. People are cooking. On stage, we're cooking as well. Welcome to the kitchen.
Absolutely. Yeah, please hashtag play Pokemon with your favorite snack while you're watching. And no, your favorite snack cannot be Nighttime Clasher. You have to pick food. You're not allowed to pick nighttime as your favorite snack.
But speaking of food, there's actually a pizza place right next to this convention center called, I think it's just Home Slice.
It is, yes.
Literally, there's a pizza place called Home Slice.
Right next to our hotel. I was very surprised. I have not had a chance to visit it. I might have to visit it while I'm here, just purely for branding purposes. But yeah, it is Home Slice. It's spelled slightly differently, but I saw that. And
Rebrand?
Oh my goodness.
Sponsor?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, it sounds like we are still taking a look at this match. So we will continue to bring you our high-quality banter in the interim here as these judges are hard at work taking a look at these matches.
Well, I'm honestly heartbroken for the viewers. It hasn't cut to our cam in a long time.
It has not. You have not got to see our handsome faces in quite some time. So maybe they will come back to us at some point. We don't know. It's been a bit. We miss y'all. We miss y'all.
Deepest apologies. It feels like it's been so long.
Yeah, it has.
So far from home.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Cool.
Well,
भाई
one
इतना
thing
देर तक
that
review
the
चल रहा है.
viewers in
Bro,
the venue
what?
are getting to participate in at the current moment, and it's something that I mentioned yesterday, is we do have double dust at the venue, and
ये
for
review
this
पे
season,
review
we
हो
obviously
रहा है,
had a
guys.
massive move
What did they
update.
decide?
There
Was that
are
like
meta
conclusive?
relevant spawns at each regional
Was that going to affect the
which is
match
terrific. It
result?
looks like
That is the
you
main
have
thing.
a list. Thank you so much, Mr. Nighttime Clasher. Cubone, because Kanto Marowak did get a big double buff. Shellos, Machop, and of course Shellos, Gastrodon, Machop, Machamp. Clefairy, as Clefable did get its move Swift buffed. Totodile for Alligator. Lickitung used to be for XL Lickitung, now for the more accessible Licky Licky. Scorpy, we've seen that shadow drop.
मेरे को लग रहा है इतना discussion हो रहा है, I think rematch अब नहीं होगा.
Holiday and Wooper if you're looking for a Claude sire.
Maybe.
Inkay for Malamar. Carbink, which Rockslide got
Maybe
nerfed,
they're
but
explaining
Power
him
Gem got a
if that was not
big
decisive or
buff.
something.
Huge
And
upgrade, actually.
Vullaby for Mandibuzz. So Mandibuzz did see a lot of usage in day one, not as much in day two. I'm curious to see in these future regionals, does that continue to be a trend? And if so, do people try and opt more for that Galar Moltres? Because that Galar Moltres is able to output an immense amount of pressure, even against the Dunsparce in the Sceptile match.
Crazy. It's just so much.
Yeah, it was tanking those rollouts surprisingly well. So for a Pokemon, I will be honest, I did not think it was as bulky as it is, but it turns out that it can take the rollouts very well. It forced 2 shields with Ancient Powers.
That's
Sceptile
criminal.
tried to farm down, and he would have made a 3rd Ancient Power unless Sceptile had to throw that Rock Slide. So Galar Moltres really making a name for itself at this regional. Arrow has yet to bring it to this particular matchup, but considering Chestnut resists Sucker Punch, there's also the Powder Snow Alolan Sand Slash, the Azumarill. It is a little bit of a tougher bring into this team, as well as the Dunsparce.
Dunsparce has just been so consistent this weekend. Actually, one of the main hard answers to Dunsparce and Gastrodon, we have not seen a lot of Gastrodon. I think it might be the most overhyped Pokemon of this entire meta. People were talking about mud slap this, mud slap that, so consistent, so much pressure, but there's so many grass types, there's so many flying types, so how do you overcome that? I think Gastrodon becomes a very rock, paper, scissors-esque pick because the matchups are so polarizing, whether it's on a Clodside or a Sand Slash versus something like a Superior, it can turn the tide way too quickly, and people are opting for better.
लंबा discussion चल रहा है, guys. क्या होगा?
Oh,
We're back.
It's a
We're
blessing
back.
for everyone.
Oh my goodness. Oh, this
Lord.
is terrific stuff. Welcome back. Hello.
Lord,
We
dude.
are still here with you while we are awaiting news from this match under review, but we are back, and it's good to be back. Nighttime.
We are here whether you like it or not. Of course, this match still is going underway, and even if this review does not go through, we probably needed to do those phone swaps regardless. It was a little bit stuttery on the left side. So again, thank you so much for your patience. We are here to make sure that the competitive integrity is at 100%. We want to crown the most deserving trainer this weekend, and it would be unfit to do that if we couldn't go through all these rigorous processes.
Agreed. And while we are awaiting news on this match, I do want to take a look at our bracket so far, because we have had some developments here. Winner side of the bracket, Elite and Tomahawk. We discussed this matchup. 2 extremely
1, 2, 3, 4, and then we have 4, 8, 12 matches in total.
The winner
Okay.
of this Arrow versus Wadaj matchup. So Elam, either Wadaj gets to see back-to-back Galarian Moltres, or we're going to have Galarian Moltres mirror with Arrow and Elam. We also do have some losers bracket matches that have been going on as well, so we can take a look. And we have information. This is great. We have Little Winery taking the 2-1 versus Murphy.
Yeah, they are
So
not
Little
showing
Winery
these
versus
matches.
6'10"
Interesting.
Hero in losers round 2. Magic Mason 2-1 victory over House Stark, which means that Magic Mason and Kelsey are going to be queued up in losers round 2. Bopper
Whaler Ash
out of
versus,
pocket.
okay.
So Bopper versus Sceptile Ice.
Whoever loses this
And
match
in
will
the
fight
final
Whaler
match,
Ash. Okay.
Valor Ash taking out Andrew Manjarres, which means Valor Ash will play the loser of the Arrow versus Wadaj matchup.
Yeah, a little bit of lore on these games. I got to talk to some of the players. Out of Pocket said it went to a very close game 3, but he led a Serperior into an Arctibex, unfortunately.
Oh,
and
no.
after that, very difficult to come back from. Magic Mason, on the other hand, he said in the first game against House Stark, he didn't even see the third Pokemon. The Feraligatr took out everything.
Oh, no.
He even caught a Hydrokin onto his Azumarill. So he just left that game genuinely so confused. But I think that's something that separates the good from the great. Magic Mason made a full mental reset and then took it back in a reverse sweep, taking it 2-1 against House Art. That is so impressive. A lot of players that get stuck in a little bit of a mental block be like, oh my gosh, I didn't see his third Pokemon. What do I even do? Magic Mason, cool and collected, and I'm so excited to see more of him later in the lower bracket. We're now almost down to top 12 players.
Yeah.
Actually, we are top 12 players.
Yes, that we are. We are in top 12, so inching ever closer to that top 8 where the cash prizes start to be handed out. So these battlers have made it through a field of 182 competitors, and now it is crunch time.
It's crunch time, but that's a dark type move. Let's talk about Psychic Pokemon. We are looking at the Psychic Spectacular here. Hatena, Hattrem, and
Dynamax,
Hatterene
Beldum,
as
I'm
their new
waiting.
debuts.
Can we
These
solo
Pokemon
tier
just
3
look so
Dynamax
cool.
Beldum
I
chat?
know in the VG, these
We'll
are used
find out
as
only on
trigger
18th, bro.
Pokemon, as told by
उससे
some
पहले
VG
info ही नहीं है
casters.
कुछ.
So I want to flex my knowledge here a little bit, make it seem like I know what's going on. Of
We
course,
don't have
the
any info
most
regarding
important
tier 3
here for a
Dynamax yet,
PvP
how it is
player,
going to be.
More LOL. Most people will be like, more what? More
Is this
Stardust.
Hatena
Every
going to be
single
used in
Morlo
like
gives you
PvP? Pata nahi.
750 Stardust. That is nothing to scoff at. And of course,
Yeah,
Inkay
this event is
being
also
the
good
shiny,
for dust
shiny
farming, guys.
Malamar is so cool to
Catch
play on stage.
Morilul.
And here we have our
We are getting
legendary
Price X
heroes
catch Stardust.
event,
So yeah.
Galarian Wheezing. You can evolve your coughing into Galarian Wheezing. Go check your bags. See if you have a Shadow Coughing. This will be one of the only times you can evolve it for a Galarian Wheezing. And then, of course, Shiny Zacian as well. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what Shiny Zacian looks like?
Well, you see, Shiny Zacian does look like the regular Zacian, but obviously, Shiny, it's going to have a slightly different coloration. Do you know what Shiny Zacian does not look like nighttime? It does not look like the pin that's on there. So nighttime backstage actually came up to me and is like, so I got this pin, the Shiny Zacian, and it's like...
It's a theme, right? Like this event coming up.
It's a theme, the Shiny Zacian. There is, however, one small potential problem with that fact, and that is that it is actually Zamazenta.
It is
and it's
GG's,
actually
guys.
Wadaj winning this game here against Arrow. I guess Arrow, the rematch did not go through, or he just conceded there. But congratulations to Wadaj. He's going to be moving on against Elam later on today. And now Arrow descends to the lower bracket where he's going to be facing off against Valor Ash.
And with that game, one thing that we mentioned is sometimes turns can be lost, but it's about checking to see if the game had worked as intended, would the outcome have been different?
Yep,
so
that's fact.
in that instance there, you have to take a look at quite a few factors. You have Clodsire into the Alolan Sandslash, you have Quagsire into a Dunsparce, which Quagsire can do pretty okay there, but Dunsparce still tanks a lot of moves, it can fight back, and then ultimately saying that regardless of that situation, the game outcome would have resulted in a Wadaj victory. In this game one, trying to anticipate a potential combo, a switch into the Clodsire, unable to get it, and then the Azumarill versus that Quagsire. Azumarill able to deal some significant damage to set up the Clodsire to pick up a knockout with a Sludge Bomb.
This is like sludge waving a Diggersby at that point. Takes it out on very low HP, and Wadaj takes this 2-0. This kind of makes it really interesting, right? We have Wadaj versus Elam, and we have Tomahawk versus Elite. 2 finalists and 2 regional champions.
Wow.
So there's a good chance at the end of the day that somebody gets to redeem themselves. Is that going to be Elam? Is that going to be Tomahawk UK? Or will Elite or Wadaj continue to stand strong? Both of them won a regional very early in the season last year, secured their spot in Anaheim. Oh, and not in Anaheim. That would be Honolulu last year, very early, and kind of just got to chill out for the rest of the season. But of course, all players want to not just do that, but win a regional. That's the most important thing. Qualifying for Worlds, that's just part of the journey to winning regional, but a lot of them have gone through such difficult paths, such difficult opponents, and they all want the same thing.
I 100% agree. We are now in the stage where a lot of championship points are being given out each round as these battles on the winner's side get closer and closer to that grand finals. They're accumulating more and more championship points. All roads lead to Anaheim, and winning Baltimore, the first regional of this brand new meta, will put, honestly, your stamp on that meta, saying this was successful. This is a winning strategy. And now for the future regionals, it's about how the rest of the field tries to adapt. Do you run the same team, or do you try and find more anti-meta Pokemon that can disrupt that winning strategy? So the outcome of this tournament is going to have a massive, massive impact and some pretty significant implications on the rest of this max out meta.
And to some extent, your team even becomes kind of a template for Louisville, a template for Dortmund and Joinville. It kind of sets the stage for the meta in the future. Let's say you could play any team into the winning slot in Baltimore. Whatever team you put there would kind of be the entire template for the next regional, no matter what that team is. Even if it was something not even like a good team. If everybody was using something silly, for example, like Shadow Swampert right now, people would adapt for the next regional. Like, oh my gosh, Shadow Swampert just won. We have to adapt.
Yes.
Even if it's not good.
Yeah, and we have seen these meta shifts be adapted quite a bit. One thing that I do want to briefly cut to is we actually have the winner of that round. Wadaj took some time off, is back, and it's like he never left. He's cruising through the winner side of the bracket. It's something we've seen him do again and again. So Amanda is standing by with Wadaj to give his thoughts on returning to competition and still performing at an unbelievably high level.
That's absolutely right, Henry. Wadaj, we've spotted a wild Wadaj. It looks like he is back and better than ever. Coming off of another victory on the winner side of the bracket. We didn't see you basically at all day one. Walk us through what got you to day number 2.
I think my team is really good. I think that helped me a lot through day one. Like, I didn't drop a game until Mason. And then I thought my team comp versus Mason was a little bit not good, but I made it work, so I don't know.
I mean, you're known for making it work. I think you are one of the names who has been the most feared in the Pokemon Go PvP circuit. You actually won the very first event of the last year. Are you looking to do it again this season?
I mean, like, obviously, I don't want to play more than I have to.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. And I have to ask you a little bit about this new meta, because you took a short break. Henry pointed it out. It's like you were qualified for Worlds. You obviously won some tournaments. We didn't see you for a bit, but it looks like you're back in action. What brought you back to the game?
I thought the new meta changes were actually very interesting. I think this meta is a lot more fun than the last one. I don't like the last one at all. I think I'm in a better spot of my life where I
to like the last meta.
This game. Like, my last 2 tournaments, I just didn't practice at all. I didn't want to play, and it made me super upset when I lost. But I'm doing okay right now, so I'm like playing when I can.
All right, and you just said that you think your team is pretty good. You're pretty confident. You want to stay on this winner side of the bracket, not play a lot of games. Is there anyone that you're fearing playing in this tournament? Or do you think, like, okay, I know that I'm going to win this, or is it, if I can get past X, I can win?
Honestly, I told Leslie that if I beat Arrow, I'd win the tournament. Arrow was definitely who I was scared of most, so I think I'm going to win.
All right, yeah. Leslie being out of
confidence or overconfidence, chat?
Same team as Arrow, you defeat Arrow, so I think that yeah, maybe you have it in the hand. We're about to see. We're gonna go back to the action. Thanks for the time, Wadaj.
Can I give a shout out? I want to shout out my driver's license that brought me here. My parents gave me their car, and I got a driver's license. I decided I wanted to come up here on like a week. Shout out to having a driver's license. It really clutches.
That's right. He's old enough to drive. Everyone, he's old enough to beat all of you already. Back to the casters.
It's scary to think that he's my age sometimes. But anyway, we're going into these next games. We'll have 6'10 Hero up against Little Winery soon on your screen. 6'10 Hero was, I believe, Speediest Chief's pick to win today with that MVP Guzzlord, and against Little Winery, who also has Shadow Typhlosion. So that might be pretty exciting.
Bro, a lot of Shadow Typhlosion still a thing in this meta?
That Guzzlord looks to be
with so many mud boys?
Guzzlord hunting for those fire, water, grass cores. Even if it can only find 2 of the 3, as long as that water type isn't a Zoomeril, Guzzlord is going to be a very good core breaker.
लास्ट में था बहुत bland था भाई, वो ये मेटा भी होगा. अभी रुक जाओ, अभी तो स्टार्टिंग है भाई. कितना 1 वीक तक ग्रेट लीग रहा था. ले देखिए वही 5, 6, 10 Pokemon you will find.
very
once
scary into
it
those
becomes
Pokemon.
stable.
Guzzlord with the new brutal swing
वो हर बार वही
becomes
होता है bro.
so
Every time it is
strong
like
against
that
Cresselia.
only.
Constant super
Starting
effective
में it takes
pressure,
time
but the Cresselia
like
has
to
no
make it
sort
stable.
of fast attack pressure.
And then
You
once it's
have to land
stable,
Brute Buzz.
everybody
You're even
uses the
behind
same
the shield,
Pokemons,
behind
right?
the
So it
energy.
is like
The
that
Guzzlord
only,
will
bro.
exit
Every
the matchup
season.
without even taking a hit, and the Cresselia will be completely
देखो क्लॉडी,
demolished.
डनी, आजू,
Players
they
already
will
on
be
stage, so
everywhere,
we
bro.
will swing you down there.
ये तीन तो common
6-10 hero
रहेंगे ही
versus
रहेंगे.
Lil Winery. We have moved from
जैसे
the
last
winner's side of
season,
the bracket to the
Gligar,
loser's side of the
Ape,
bracket. 6-10 hero.
Skarmory.
Top 8 Toronto 2024.
What else was
Top
common?
4,
More common.
Vancouver 2022. The team.
Azu was also there last
Sludge Bomb
meta
on
also.
that Guzzlord, the standard Dunsparce.
Mudboy,
with
Viscas,
Aerial Ace
Viscas I
instead of
think.
Leaf Tornado. The
Viscas
Sludge
dropped
Bomb
because of the
Clodsire,
Skull debuff.
Azumarill
Yeah.
with Ice Beam and Play Rough, and the
Quaggy.
double flying Talonflame.
वही है bro.
Fly
एक time के बाद
Freebird.
you will find
Great
similar
moveset on the Talonflame,
Pokemon.
honestly. We talked a little bit with Kelsey, I believe, on why she used that pick, and it's because nothing in this meta resists flying. Let's take
There
look
are
at
a
the
lot of
Winery team. It
superior.
doesn't
Maybe they are
have
preparing
any
for
way
like
to
what?
resist that damage, right?
Anti-Feraligatr or what,
Not really,
guys?
and
Oh,
Lil
we'll see it
Winery
soon, of
top
course.
16 in this 2025
This is their first
Baltimore
tournament.
Regional.
Interesting.
Stone Edge, Clodsire, Cresselia.
A lot of
Shadow
people are
Trick,
using
Dunsparce,
Superior.
Diggersby, and Superior, and you are correct, partner. There is 0 flying resist on this team. So that Talonflame's energy can prove to be extremely
What is it,
flexible,
like-
even if it's against something like a Dunsparce. We've seen
Superior?
Brave Birds land on Dunsparces, and Dunsparce does not have a terrific day.
We have to be careful though, because that
Like they are playing
Talonflame
anti-Fera
is up
or
against
what?
a Clodsire with Stone Edge
What
as
is
an
Superior
incredibly
beats,
important
man?
distinction, turning that
Mudboy
matchup
is
from
okay.
neutral
Mudboy
Sludge
answer,
Bomb
right?
to
Okay.
a very bad loss for Talonflame.
But there are
Stone
not
Edge
like
just
many
demolishes
Gastrodon. That is
Talonflame,
the thing.
shoots
There
it right
aren't
out
many
of the sky. And
Gastrodon.
we're gonna see here lock-ins from both trainers. It's gonna be the Superior from 610 Hero leading into a Cresselia from Lil Winery.
This is the battle.
Superior
of
beats
the
Claudie?
Superior
Bro, that is
and
interesting.
Cresselia, both
Okay,
able to absorb
does not
multiple
have
charge
Sludge
attacks
Bomb, right?
in this
Okay, yeah.
matchup. Superior does have the superior pacing here. Going to strike first with the
Interesting.
Frenzy Plant and the immediate no shield by Lil Winery as Cresselia tanks Frenzy Plants for days.
As we see Cresselia not in the yellow health range yet, meaning that Frenzy Plant with 7 Vine Whips isn't not enough to knock out the Cresselia, so Lil Winery can know that and be
Superior
like,
कैसे बढ़ेगा Claudie
I know
को?
that second
Superior
one's
beats
not
Claudie,
gonna
man.
There's no pressure to use my shield here, but at the same time, this
Frenzy hits
backline
hard,
looks
bro.
so
Superior
tough
beats
for Lil
Claudie.
Winery. Has a Azumarill
In
and
one seal
Guzzlord
matchup,
throwing a
Superior
perfect
beats,
charge
bro.
attack
Frenzy
right
hurts,
here.
bro. Frenzy
Great
hurts.
no-shield, recognizing that this is not enough. And
Claudie is running
Cresselia
Stone Edge, man,
is
right?
very
It is not running
confident.
Sludge Bomb.
Azumarill now is
That's
that
why.
a danger in the back line.
If it runs Sludge Bomb, then Superior cannot
The
win.
Diggersby would be very, very tough to deal with.
Three Frenzy लगेंगे. हाँ तो Superior wins CMP, right? And Superior outpaces to Stone Edge.
This is the Vine Whip, and that's Superior getting the farm down.
Frenzy
leading
is
with a
6,
Frenzy Plant.
Stone Edge is
Oh
7, 6,
my
6.
goodness!
What?
In came the Diggersby. I think he may have tapped the screen too late, but the Diggersby was brought in instantly here. The good news
Bro,
for
he
610
was not
Hero
able
is
to
he still
throw
has
the
this very
move
favorable
there.
alignment with the
Lol.
Azumarill into the Diggersby. Lil Winery did not wait the timer. Brought in the Diggersby instantly. 610 Hero may not have been prepared
Over
for that,
tap, yep.
and instead loses a
He was
very
not able
crucial
to throw
Frenzy Plant in
energy,
the process.
man.
And there's no debuff applied here. Ice Beam going to be launched out by the Azumarill. It's not a Hydro Pump, but this still does a significant
This
amount
will
of
still
damage
hurt. Ice
to
Beam
the
still hurt.
bulky Diggersby.
Yeah.
Shield comes up on the side of Lil Winery, knowing that my Clodsire doesn't have access to the Sludge Bomb, and the Azumarill is going to be a huge problem if it is able to make it through this Diggersby.
Diggersby going for another Scorching Sands. Lil Winery would love to get an attack drop. It's a 30% chance at an attack drop. Does it come through? It does not. We're going to see a switch, a catch, and a sneak onto the Clodsire.
This will still
Very well
hurt,
timed
right?
by
Ice
Lil
Beam
Winery,
still hurt.
doing what she can as she tries to dance around this very tricky Azumarill.
Now, Azumarill still very healthy in the
With
back. Probably
Cresselia
focusing
gone,
on
yeah,
just
Azu is
one
kinda
Scorching Sands.
difficult to
This
deal, right?
Guzzlord, though, it can try to call a Stone Edge bait because basically you don't want to get hit by an Earthquake. If you get hit by an Earthquake, then you become in Stone Edge range. If you no-shield Stone Edge, you force them to go for succeeding Earthquakes. But of course, I think you just play this out the safe way. Go straight for these brutal swings. You now throw this one and throw the other one back to back. This is not going to be enough to knock out. Lil Winery recognizes that, so you throw Brutal Swing 1, and you charge attack priority here against that Stone Edge right. Oh, goes for the energy. Okay, maybe you
Seal and
no-shield.
farm down?
Maybe you do.
No?
Earthquake is no
This will
shield.
hurt.
Oh man,
this is going to deal some significant damage, but Guzzlord able to hang on. In comes Diggersby. Diggersby gonna get hit with
He's running Sludge Bomb. Oh, he's running Sludge Bomb.
Damage reduction, which means his Brutal Swing is not going to be inflicting a lot of damage to the Diggersby. Diggersby withstands that pretty well, but the issue is Guzzlord can make another, and the Diggersby is forced to throw energy to deny this Brutal Swing.
But don't get it twisted. Just because
Azu for the win.
doesn't mean it's a worse move. True. It's actually better now. Pace is way quicker. I think he needed to shield that Guzzlord against this Diggersby. Can he bubble all the way down? I think she's going to need a Fire Punch bait. Does this go through? He's got to make the call. Does he no-shield this? Does he know of... Oh, he
commits the shield. This will be very close. Right down to the wire. Can Diggersby make a move? Diggersby gets the Fire Punch.
It's not doing anything.
Fire Punch will not knock out here. There is still the very low health
Azu wins, right?
available for the Winery. Fire Punch.
Nah, he will survive one. He will survive one. Yeah, he will survive one.
Clodsire gets bubbled down, and 610 Hero, by the narrowest of margins, is able to survive and take.
गजी आपके पास नहीं है. I think एक गजी है मेरे पे, but उसकी CPU उतनी अच्छी नहीं है, bro. वो जो research से मिला था, right? CPU is not that good, bro.
He's just in unleashed form. He just gets so excited when he wins the game, and you love to see it.
Brutal Swing से better भी crunch है गजी पे. I think अच्छा Brutal Swing was the like Dragon Claw and Brutal Swing mostly. He's running like Brutal Swing and Sludge Bomb. Or a surprise. मेरे पे गज़े अभी 232 है. Did you trade or what? मेरा तो IVs वो special research वाली IVs ही हैं. I have that only.
Was able to apply into the team building process for Lil Winery cannot be stated enough. Lil Winery has Shadow Typhlosion.
Let me see. Guzzlord.
We did not see either one in this matchup, but what we did see is the Superior from 610 Hero surviving this Moonblast, knowing the matchup.
Yeah, 1461, bro. Very bad CP, dude. Very bad CP, which I have.
Winery hoping for Scorching Sands debuffs, unfortunately does not get them. Gets a nice catch and a sneak there to get a small energy head start onto the Clodsire. But the Fire Punch does not get same type attack bonus. It's resisted, and that's an Azumarill. Azumarill secures the victory at a fist bump from
Azu is like, yeah.
He's absolutely stoked to be winning that first game. Probably just thankful that it's over because he kind of let the frenzy plan go.
Dragon Claw, Brutal Swing, same energy हो गया है. इससे Dragon Claw, Crunch चला रहे सब या तो Brutal Swing और Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, it turns out that frenzy plant entirely optional. He could just let it go. He was in control the entire way, able to take that win. And now
I would still feel Dragon Claw.
Made it to day 2. You've made it through round 1 of losers. Can you fight back and pick the line that will force a decisive game 3? We've got double
Dragon Claw Crunch would be better, I would still think. Because stab damage Dragon Claw will do a lot. With Crunch debuff it will do more, right?
Not be going better for 610 Hero here. I think he's gonna
Frenzy, okay.
Regardless, as that Guzzlord is in the back, there's a Cresselia. You want your Guzzlord on the Cresselia.
Bro, Superior wins this against Dunny also though.
Yes. Keep it healthy
in one seed, I think.
If Guzzlord has shields to hide behind, Cresselia is not going to have a terrific day. Cresselia is running Moonblast. Moonblast will absolutely
Superior wins against Dunny in one seed.
Super effective damage, but that matchup, as you identify, partner, is one that is very flippable if shields are off the table. So does Lil Winery try and play to that potential win condition of getting shields down early in this game to set up Cresselia for success? We're actually going to see a switch out into the Cresselia. Cresselia going to be hit with a Frenzy Plant.
And he comes with
so awkward,
terrific counter switch here. Yeah, the Frenzy Plant is going to connect. You can bring in the Guzzlord.
Guzzy, he has to, yeah.
Superior just going to stay, make it into another Frenzy Plant, and this is valuable damage onto the Cresselia. Lil Winery actually commits a Protect Shield.
I think you just stay in here until the Superior falls, bring in the Guzzlord, and then this Azumarill should clean house in the back line. Earlier, oh no!
He
caught it.
Bro.
The Guzzlord. Does he?
Bro, this is scary.
Change the game.
Oh, he seals. That was crucial, man. अगर इसने seal नहीं करता तो GG था भाई.
But this Guzzlord is so far behind on energy. This Guzzlord may still be in a significant amount of trouble. Cresselia firing off this Moonblast. Guzzlord with the double Protect Shield. Guzzlord, we're now going to see a switch out by Lil Winery, taking advantage of the desync switch clocks, saving Cresselia, understanding that if 610 brought in Guzzlord, 610 is weak, and sending in...
Bro, I still feel यहाँ पे crunch ज़्यादा suitable होता ना? देखा जाए तो. Crunch debuff अगर मिलता तो ज़्यादा helpful रहता.
Diggersby is super bulky and it's already in the yellow just from Dragon Tails and one brutal swing. Scorching Sands comes down now. Will it apply that debuff? It will be so impactful in this matchup. It doesn't get it.
No debuff.
Guzzlord saved that energy for the Cresselia. That's going to be super crucial for the back end.
This game is a perfect demonstration of the new 50-second switch timer. You're stuck in these matchups for less time, so we have more dynamic games. Battlers switching in and out. The switch timers are about 25 seconds desynced from each other. After this move into the Diggersby,
this will kill, right?
Switch
Yeah.
timer will be up. Ice Beam will hit for super effective damage into this Diggersby. Diggersby is unable to hang on as it gets KO'd. Back in comes Cresselia. Cresselia does have a shield to hide behind. This Azumarill not in grass, not range. So even though the Azumarill has no protective shields, this
He has
is not
energy on
illegal.
Guzzy, right?
But this is a great situation, right? Because you throw this Ice Beam off, you have the Brutal Swing locked and loaded, but can Little Winery get that catch?
He has to
Cannot.
catch,
This Ice Beam is
okay.
not enough. Does she know? She does. Now, what do you bring in here? You have to try to farm it down, but do you risk it getting to a Moonblast? I don't think it's getting to a Moonblast. You brings it to Dunsparce. How do you respond? Can you outpace? You need the Frenzy Play
will
now.
win,
You
yeah.
get it off against the Dunsparce.
He has to
Has
seal
finish
now,
shield.
yeah.
The Brutal Swing's
And
low
he
enough
has
to
to
actually
farm him
charge
down,
attack
bro.
priority. You just
Oh,
need to
the
get in the Brutal Swing range. You're so close. One Vitamin Whip away, I feel like.
Can she farm down here?
Yes, he
Looks
can.
like she will get the farm down.
But it's not
Who
going
wins
anywhere.
CMP?
But this would come down
Guzzy
to
will
charge
win
attack priority.
CMP though,
Guzzlord
right?
also
Yeah.
survives a drill run, so even if it somehow lost charge attack priority, it could still connect with that move.
Or even coming to Azumarill right now, just force to throw energy.
Yeah, clock is not up. Going to go for a rock slide. Rock slide does not.
Can he win
That's actually
CMP?
Slightly less efficient.
Did that? Was
here,
that a
so
CMP tie?
It will not pick up the knockout. Clock still not available.
Okay.
This brutal swing into this Dunsparce
This will kill,
should
right?
be enough to pick up the knockout. We've seen it do some okay damage so far, so I don't believe Dunsparce is hanging
Yeah.
on here. It will get KO'd. In comes
GG.
Cresselia. Guzzlord able to take it. 6-10 hero. His journey in Baltimore not done yet. A 2-0 victory. That MVP Pokemon Guzzlord pays massive dividends.
This trainer has actually only made top cuts in Canada, but he came all the way here to Baltimore to prove that he can do it everywhere. Top 8 now locked in for him here, and he will be going against, I'm not sure who he will be going against,
Well
honestly.
played. Nice
but-
battle. Nice battle.
No, I can't remember. I was going to say, and I really had it in my head, but
This
I
was a losers bracket battle, right?
All
Yeah.
good, partner, all good. I'm sure we'll get to go back to the brackets at some point, but what a series there. What a series. That really showcased Guzzlord. Guzzlord didn't even end up using Sludge Bomb, but Brutal Swing, the same energy cost as Dragon Claw, but a better move overall. And let's take a look at these highlights. Guzzlord surviving, going for that Brutal Swing. Dunsparce hoping it can hang on, but it cannot. The Guzzlord just felt inevitable, and another fist pump from 610 Hero. He's feeling it right
Sarp
now
is good,
as
man.
he's able to advance in the losers round. I believe
But
now
बहुत
to
सारे
losers
वो नहीं
round
है क्या
3.
बोलते हैं like
It's
okay
so
it beats
interesting to
Dunny
see,
also
like,
ना
the
that is like a
differences,
huge
right?
thing like
Wadaj
one sale में
was
Sir
like-
beats Dunny bro.
And then 6 years like, let's go!
So if you are running like Dunsparce, Claudie,
Feraligatr,
Feraligatr,
but of course, all the trainers celebrate differently. That's something awesome just to see. We get to see
Sir
how everyone
can be a
reacts.
Minak.
We get to see it firsthand here and react to it for you guys. So we're reacting to a reaction?
Possibly.
Reaction YouTube meta.
Some of these competitors seem so dialed in and focused that they haven't really outwardly displayed those emotions yet. But as the tournament goes on, as the stakes continue to grow, I'm willing to bet we're going to start seeing a few more pop-offs, but these battlers are so laser-focused on these
Time for
matchups.
Galarian Moltres
so
or
much
what?
to consider, and even more this season, now that you can switch a lot faster than you could in previous seasons. And
भाई
we
switch
saw it
timer
in
ने
these
बहुत
games.
affect कर रहा है
There
ना
was switches going on
like
left
in
and
अगर
right,
bad
switch
switch
clocks
bad
found
lead
a
है
bang
तो
move,
bad
switching
switch भी
out,
अगर है तो like
saving a
50
move on the
seconds is
Guzzlord for
really
later
like
to
yeah
knock
that is
out
really
that
making a
very low
difference
health Dunsparce. So
देखा
very
जाए तो
dynamic gameplay, and that's why I was so excited about the update to the switch timer. Is it allows for games where you can dance in and out of matchups, store moves, try and snipe, go for combo plays, and really try and let that skill expression show.
Because of that fast switch timer, these Pokemon that spam so many charge attacks over and over just run down that clock. And because they're throwing so many charge attacks, I think they're a little bit tired. Let's cut to a break while they can rest a little bit, and so can we.
Nice job.
bro they battle के बीच में they can Chat with each other within the battle. पता चला battle के बीच में कोई BT दे रहा है तो माइक पे कोई trash talk कर रहा है in between battle guys. तो फिर lol dude.
Well, boys. Luck. Alright, good luck, dude. You gonna leave me hanging? Luck. Alright, good luck, dude. You gonna leave me hanging? I'm lagging.
मोल्ट्रेस बिल्ड कर रहे क्या? नहीं यार,
I genuinely think
मेरे पे मोल्ट्रेस है पर उसका वो सीपी अच्छा नहीं है यार. 1478 है, क्या पता. बेटर मैंडी यार, पर उस पे बल्क नहीं है, वो सीन है राइट. थिंग इज कि मोल्ट्रेस को एज अ लीड पे यूज करना पड़ेगा राइट. बिकॉज सपोज आपके पास बैड लीड आता है तो यू कैन जस्ट ब्रेव बर्ड एंड टिप राइट. और गुड लीड है तो अलग ही सीन है फिर तो.
My name is Sean Pulowski, and I'm from Wildwood, Missouri, about half an hour from St. Louis.
47 है तो क्या बस 100 एयर कैंडीज तो है ना भाई. It's fine, it's fine. I'll stick to the team which I'm planning to use. हम उसी टीम से stick रहेंगे.
Came back to it. That was during COVID. Noticed that they had like a PvP.
Sir, period will be difficult for my team, but ठीक है.
And that's how I kind of got into the game.
He wants to go that one step further. He wants to be
अभी
the
के लिए
champion.
we'll see how it goes. 100 air candies I'm not going to invest, man. No way.
When I hit rank 1 on the Go Battle League leaderboard, it was probably like my first real achievement. I got first place in GBLA, which is like a different kind of format that's hosted by a few people like
8 अक्टूबर को है ना रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑनलाइन टूर्नामेंट का. यार I'll take part man. एक्सपीरियंस लेते हैं भाई, कैसा रहता है एक्सपीरियंस क्या रहता है.
I think if anyone is interested
We'll take
in
part in
GBL, I
that
think they should definitely try Show 6, Pick 3. If you're hesitant at all, I think you should just go in and do it because the second I did, like I kind of fell in love with it a little bit. A lot of people like to scrim. They like to look up their matchups ahead of time. I kind of take a different approach. I like to not think about my matchup at all until like maybe like 10 minutes before, because I feel like my first instinct
ऑनलाइन टूर्नी बहुत टाइम
the
लेता.
correct way to go.
तो क्या
I
कर
don't like to
सकते हैं?
second guess myself, and I don't like to think about it too much.
SJ is so unpredictable, capricious with his decision making.
I think I've definitely had some self-doubt at some points, like getting second in that regional. Like initially, it's like you're so excited to make it that far, and then you get hit with a bunch of losses, and then you kind of lose that drive a little bit.
स्ट्रीम टाइम पे होगा तो I will just pass that. और क्या भाई. स्ट्रीम के पहले होगा I don't mind. स्ट्रीम टाइम के बाद होगा I don't mind. स्ट्रीम टाइम के बीच में अगर बैटल का सीन हो रहा है तो फिर
In Peoria,
I will just pass that lobby dude. और क्या.
some of the losses, made some mistakes.
Opponent को buy मिल जाएगा.
This time around,
Simple.
after the losses, I feel like I bounced back very well. Getting used to the crowd, watching you play, it's a little bit different than playing at home. I think I was a little bit more comfortable with it today. Like I knew what I was getting into. I think you just have to acknowledge the fact that you're going to make mistakes.
1 hour
at
का
some
break
point, and
देते हैं.
you just have to try to come back from it.
हाँ तो like they
It's
have
just an
to
unbelievable
do
feeling
more
to come
matches
from
ना.
the
Like
top.
आपके लिए break होगा पर दूसरों का matchup चल रहा होगा उसमें right.
I think it hasn't really hit me yet. I'm super pumped, a little tired, a little exhausted, relieved as well. What kept me going was my friends. They've shown me so much support, and it's really why I feel like I did so well today.
सबका break एक साथ like हर match के बाद 1 hour का break.
To win a regional.
After every
That
match,
was my
like
initial
every
goal,
round
but
ऐसा
now
रहता है
that
क्या?
I
हर
guess
एक
the
round
next
के
step
बाद
is
1 hour
to
का
battle
break.
worlds.
पांच मैच के बाद. हाँ तो 5 मैच के बाद तो डिजर्विंग है ना भाई. ब्रेक तो चाहिए फिर थोड़ा सा मेंटल रीसेट के लिए. आफ्टर 5 मैच 5 मैच के बाद तो बनता है यार.
Who's my starting Pokemon? Most likely Blastoise. Squirtle.
One of the titans of North America, Lyle Jeffs III.
My brother introduced me to battling in Pokemon Go, and I sort of started from there doing some grassroots tournaments.
Pittsburgh regional finalist, NAIC top 8, which sent him to Worlds where he got top 33.
I just really like the aspect of me versus another trainer, using my skills and abilities to sort of outwit them and out.
मेरे तो
outplay
बोर्ड
them.
थे उस समय इसलिए मैं तीनों के लिए बस.
favorite moment
हाँ नहीं
from,
बोर्ड्स हो तो
competitive
ऑब्वियसली भाई वो तो
history
प्रायोरिटी
was
बोर्ड्स
actually
रहेगी
the
राइट.
very
यहाँ
first EUIC
उस टाइम तो
Pokemon
बनता है
Go
dude.
on that big stage. was
let
just
it
sort
go.
of like
Yeah.
eye-opening to me and really inspired me to start my own play Pokemon journey. Last season, I qualified for Worlds due to a trickle down at NAIC. I was actually able to win a regional this year and prove to myself that me making Worlds last year was in fact legit.
Lyle Jeffs has the opportunity to claim the championship. Continuous top cuts, getting so close, and he's done it.
It feels amazing to win a regional, especially after Pittsburgh when I finished second place. What I've learned since I've started competing is just how amazing the community is. This is one of my favorite parts of coming to these events and getting to hang out with everyone, the ups and downs of the tournament runs, the community that I'm a part of. They're motivating me to try to make them better and to try to make myself better.
And in these battles, a long-time dream has been achieved.
In terms of like people that I look up to, obviously it's Axon, the world champion. We all want to strive to be a world champion. My number one goal this season, I would say do well at Worlds. I was a little underwhelmed with my performance last year in Japan. Probably, I would say win Worlds, but maybe that's a little too ambitious. I will be winning the World Championship this year.
I always get so hyped after watching Lyle Jeffs talk about his Pokemon Go journey, but I'm also so hyped to continue the coverage
we are
of
back, we are
our
back, guys, we are
Baltimore
back.
Regional Championships. Again, this is the first regional championship of 2025. Brand new meta, brand new look. I'm speaking
तब
to
आईफोन पे
Jim
खेलते हैं 20 में हाँ भाई देखा जाए ना सच्ची बताऊँ तो यार आईफोन पे गेम प्ले एंड्रॉइड से बेटर है ब्रो नो जोक इट इज़ बेटर लेस लैग लेस स्टटर लेस फ्रेम ड्रॉप एंड्रॉइड पे बहुत है भाई कंपैरेटिवली
I'm so excited to see a lot of these matches. We are in the loser side of the bracket currently, so that means if these trainers end up losing, they are out of the tournament. But that just makes it all that
like
more
that?
exciting. Just like
Get
that.
him out of here.
Get him out.
Well, we're going to find out which trainer will be hitting the road as we get a overview.
Hero
a
won
bird's eye
just now. We
view
have
of our
Kelsey
loser
K
side
versus
bracket.
Magic
Going from
Mason.
top to bottom. Losers round 2,
Okay.
we've got Arrow versus Valarash, Sceptile Ice versus Bopper, Kelsey K versus Magic Mason, and we've already settled the 6'10 Hero versus Low Winery debate. Honestly, Amanda, looking at these 8 trainers, this could be a winner's side bracket anywhere else in the world.
Absolutely, and if you've been watching these trainers throughout day 1 and even some of them showcased on day 2 as well, you're going to understand that you are in for a treat. Next up, we have Kelsey K against Magic Mason. Kelsey K playing a little bit earlier on in the day against Tomahawk UK, stealing his very first loss of the tournament from him there. She is top cut here. This is her first top cut ever, but she is doing a fantastic job here in Losers Round 2.
Kelsey K has been so incredible. I think if there were any trainers to take her down, it would have been Tomahawk.
Right,
UK,
I'm
one
really
of the
liking
best
Shadow
in the world
Drapion,
as
guys.
well.
बहुत
She's been
ज़्यादा
so impressive, and I
spammy.
look for her to continue that in the loser side
But yeah, it
bracket.
has a lot
We're
of
gonna learn
play
a
in the
lot
meta,
about
right?
Kelsey as a player and as a person, judging by how she responds under
Maybe
the pressure
I look
here
for
on
Shadow
stage in Baltimore.
Drapion,
Really
dude.
excited to see more Talonflame gameplay, but let's bring it back to the Dream Eater
देख लो तो मेरे पे
himself,
Shadow
Magic Mason.
Drapion है
Yeah,
क्या?
Magic Mason, as you can see, a well-known player.
Shadow
in this
Scorpy मैंने
Pokemon Go
रखा तो
circuit,
है
top
वैसे.
8 at NAIC last season, Knoxville
Yo Amit
Regional
bro, welcome
Finals,
back.
top
Dinner हो गया?
8
Done scene.
and the Toronto
कुछ update?
Regional Champion.
अपडेट क्या टूर्नामेंट चल रहा है और क्या?
Rocking a pretty
We are getting
spicy
closer to
team.
the
Shadow Machine,
grand
we haven't
finals,
seen
step
too
by
much
step.
of them.
अभी loser
Let's
bracket
see
के
what
matchups चल रहे हैं.
Arnold's team as well as that Shadow Drapion.
I have a couple of comments about the team. So, first of all, having a karate chop, cross chop user does remind
Ultra
me
League में
of
best safe
Tomahawk's
swap है
Aurora
Shadow Drapion.
situation,
Ultra
so
League नहीं मैं
Kelsey's
Great
gotta
League के
watch out
लिए
for
देख
that.
रहा हूँ.
Secondly, Drapion is a Pokemon that Magic Mason has used to great effect. And the
Yo,
point I
we
like
have
about him as a
King
player
Ivy
is
as the
that he set the entire
क्या
meta
बोलते हैं
for
उसको?
multiple
अरे यार मैं
weeks
भूल
back
गया.
in
Referee?
2023. The team that he used
The
to
OG
win
King?
actually translated to an IC where another champion was crowned there as well. So Magic Mason has the ability to set entire metas.
I do
for
have a
games
Shadow
as well.
Drapion पर वो
This is the
Scorpy पर वो
very
बहुत
first tournament in
30
this
IV
meta.
the
I
chat.
think a lot of eyes are here
It
in
is not a
Baltimore. We see
PvP
what the
IV.
top players are
Lol,
choosing
dude.
to run, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of these teams, perhaps some of them copied completely
For
in
Great
our
League.
next regional in
15
Portland
attack है भाई
in a
उसका.
couple of weeks.
I will
Now
win
we have to
CMP
see
though.
Well, while the dust settles, who will become the Baltimore Regional Champion? Loser side of the bracket, looks like both of these trainers are getting locked in.
I'm so excited for this match again. Kelsey K on the left, one of the newcomers to the scene.
Greeting में तो Gastro Claudie है done है. So Claudie against Drapion is good, right? Against Gastro, I think he still outpaces Aquatail, right?
Jumping straight into game number 1, we have an
Gastro के against I'm not sure, but against Claudie it is a
We've
good
seen
thing
how
for
these
him,
go,
right?
especially because both of these are going to be on the same charge attack being played
पर भी
by
grunts में है.
both
अच्छा
sides.
अच्छा.
It
Mirror
really comes
matchup.
down to who wins that charge attack priority
Bro, he is
and
running
able to
Shadow
go for
Machamp
it.
and
How these two want to
he
play it out.
has
Looks like Kelsey K going for that
he
play
has
rough.
Talon
It's
in the
ironic, too,
back.
because the charge attacks are actually mirrored, right? Play rough on the right for Kelsey K. Play rough
Who
on
won
the
CMP?
left
Was that a
for
CMP
Magic
tie?
Mason, and it was a charge attack priority tie.
Yeah.
Kelsey K getting to go first is
Okay,
important information.
Kelsey wins
That means
CMP,
if
so
this
that
matchup
is going
comes
to
down
be
the wire,
huge.
She will win that charge attack priority
Yeah.
tie next time.
And of course, Magic Mason is filing this information away. We may see a potential catch.
Yeah, he
scenario on
will.
the drop
He
down
has to
later
catch
on. We
somewhere.
might see him store up extra energy, go over one extra of the counts. No, they're both going once again for that charge attack priority event. Kelsey K not playing nice. She's playing rough.
You saw her kind of smile and look across the
क्या
stage.
boring
She
mirror
said,
है
"Oh, really? Again?
यार
We're
सही
gonna
में
be
यार
able to
वो
get
भी
the,
इतना
charge attack
बल्कि
priority
पोकेमॉन
against
से
one
भाई
more
दोनों
time." One of the big challenges to playing the Azumarill Mirror match is that every bubble is 11 energy, and you can go up to 99, but you don't
Bro
go
देखा जाए तो
higher
इनके
than that.
backlines
You only
में
get one energy for that
it is
last
like
bubble. So
अगर
both these
Shadow
players are managing
Drapion
the bubbles, managing the energy, and just like you
okay,
called out, Amanda,
yeah
what
they
a swap into
swap into Shadow
Drapian's gonna be
Drapion.
able to soak this energy pretty comfortably. Not only that, if Kelsey K chooses to stay in,
Again,
it's
it will
gonna
be mirror
an
matchup
aggressive
only,
farm
right?
down.
Yeah.
She doesn't want that at all. Going into yet another mirror here, saying, "Okay, you've got energy on."
But she
Azumarill.
has Talon
You know what?
against
I've got a
Machamp,
healthier
bro.
Drapion, forcing Magic Mason to throw that first Aqua Tail.
Look at this quick read by Kelsey as well. She saw the Azumarill in the lead. She knows the only way Talonflame can go wrong in the back is if it's an ABA water team with Shadow for Alligator, but that is not what Magic Mason is cooking. So I really appreciate this call to go into her Drapion here. And she does land the Aqua Tail and a huge
He will
knockout.
farm
Aqua
with
Tail able to take it out. Magic Mason
Machamp,
is
right?
stuck in a tough position here. Does he want to bring that
No.
Azumarill back in? Yes, he does.
He
The
came
ice
with
speed will be
Azu.
plenty enough to take out the Drapion. Should Kelsey
Okay,
K
so
not use protect shields? And she says, "You know what, Drapion? You did your job here.
Okay.
I think we're going to see another Azumarill
Farming with
coming in,
Talon?
but we're going to see a quick. If you're looking at Mason's side, he's going to swallow
Yeah.
down Machamp, and she already called it, knowing that was going to happen, coming straight
That's
in with
what,
the Talon
dude.
Flame.
Look at that.
Talon
All
into
speed
Machamp, bro,
Talonflame
incinerate
goes for the
damage.
Talonflame and gets a bonus.
और ये क्या free incinerate
as
भी मिल गया भाई
well.
lol
A
dude
stumble is
that
turning
is
into a
huge
fall. I think Magic Mason is in trouble
Yeah.
here as the Stone Edge gets shielded as well.
Not only that, exactly, Stone Edge paces a lot slower. Karate Chop is going to be able to be thrown here. Magic Mason throwing on nice timing at this point. Kelsey K not taking.
Azu बहुत low है ना Azu is
She
in
has
red
so
zone
much
so it is
upgrade on that
GG's
Talon
yeah
Flame, saying, "Okay, I'm just going to completely incinerate down." Fully
Yeah.
loaded here. Going for yet another incinerate, even though she's at 100 energy, forcing Magic Mason to do something here. He's got 2 protect shields. There's no protect shields remaining on Kelsey's side, but this Ice Beam, will it be enough?
This is going to be tricky, right? Because the Ice Beam will connect. Talonflame hangs on. Azumarill got a little bit of health. Kelsey recognizing the
GG.
fast attack win condition. 2 shields in
Yeah,
this
2
game. Magic
shields,
Mason
dude.
doesn't have a chance to use
Well
either
played, man,
of
well
them.
played.
And if Magic Mason is the Dream Eater, then I think Kelsey can.
7 for Stone Age outpace कर पाएगा 10 for Stone Age नहीं 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 बिल्कुल नहीं बिल्कुल bro incinerate damage देख रहे थे कितना कर रहा था He will not reach to second one. Problem ये हो गया कि एक free incinerate मिल गई right तो वो भी scene हो गया ना
Recognizing that getting an extra incinerate energy sneaking through was not ideal for him in that scenario, but I think if you're Magic Mason, you know that you have a plan.
Bro incinerate free incinerate देना is very huge dude एक तो वो damage इतना करता है और plus फिर Talon can get very spammy
Unfortunately for Magic Mason, it wasn't. Here is the point where Stone Edge goes
Yeah,
through, but
that's
another
what-
incinerate just goes through onto the Machamp.
Yeah, I think Magic Mason recognized the Dugong safe switch that was punished by Tomahawk UK. He said, I want some of that action. Kelsey says, no, no, no. I am not bringing that Pokemon. But now we're jumping right into game number 2.
Bro, good
Not
lead for
a solid
Magic.
lead for Kelsey, however. She's going to return her Azumarill safe
फिर से
switch.
mirror
And this
matchup
is actually super problematic for Magic Mason. He does not have Superior in the back.
I was just thinking the same thing. I was like, oh my goodness, that is the safest of swaps for Kelsey right now. A little
He
bit
has to
risky
stay
because
in,
there
dude.
is a superior
Cannot
on the
swap,
team,
right?
But with it not on the field, Magic Mason is forced to at least dump some energy into this Azumarill to chip it down a little bit lower there. Meanwhile, Chelsea going up to 100 energy basically for the Azumarill before throwing her own play rough.
Yeah, going very close to the cap there, trying to maximize her stored energy with the bubbles. Great awareness and control, and look how it pays off. It means that now she can outpace the Drapion to a charge attack before it even reaches the crunch. Great awareness and positional strategy by Kelsey K.
Another player up coming through here, going and will connect with that Drapion.
Did
Drapion
huge,
is
man.
at crunch energy, but it just wants to whittle away at the Azumarill a little bit more. Neither one of these attacks will be quite enough to knock it out.
They can let
We've
that
seen
go,
this
right?
Time and time again in this tournament with Drapion, getting a ton of energy to be able to throw whatever is in the back could prove out to be crucial, and I believe also saw a defense drop coming in now with the Talonflame, but we've seen this before. This does about 50%.
Yeah, and look at Magic Mason as
He
well.
has
knows that he can
Machamp
get
in the
more
back.
Poison stings perhaps here, and queue up another Aqua Tail. He goes for one with 1 HP in a dream. He's able to get to this Aqua Tail.
He has to
Essentially
seal,
force
bro.
the shield away from Kelsey K.
No?
But she sacks the Talonflame.
Recognizing that Talonflame does not have play into that Azumarill there.
Acha,
going
Az
ahead
is
and
very
now
healthy,
being
right?
superior
Yeah.
to be met with Machamp, and this is a superior running aerial ace, which means that's going to be a super effective attack against this fighting type Pokemon. But look how quickly
He
Machamp
needs
plays this
energy
karate
lead,
chop
man,
coming through for
because
the cross
yeah.
chop now.
He's going to
That's
save
nice,
seal
right?
for
Because
Azu,
it
right?
deals
He's not
super
going
damage,
to.
But there's a huge problem in the way in the form of both of those protect shields. Magic Mason has the cover
Unsealed.
he needs for his Machamp to dish damage and peel away protect shields in kind.
We've seen how quickly this Machamp
Next
plays
attack
this.
will
Not
get his
only that,
seal,
that
right?
shadow damage is adding 20% more, even though those cross chops aren't going to be hitting so hard, they are
He's
going to start
baiting.
chunking away
He's
at the
baiting.
superior, and it looks like forcing
Okay.
that last shield off of Kelsey K as well, because this is a charge attack priority event, folks.
Yeah, it's pretty nice for Kelsey K there, not allowing any additional cross.
He's double shielding it.
karate chops to come through, gathering energy for the cross chop. She does peel away the second protect shield. Now we are in zero shield situation. Look at Kelsey K with the heads up ice beam.
Ice beam coming through, even though it's not going to be that effective against a Machamp, it's enough to knock it out at that
KO'd,
range.
man.
Azumarill just bubbling through, but there is a lot of health and even more energy on Magic Mason's Azumarill, completely bubbling down. Basically has an ice beam and a half to throw. Just needs one more bubble for the next.
Magic Mason might actually be able to pull this out. He needs one more.
I thought he will
bubble.
save
That
seal for
second
maybe
ice
Azu.
beam here gets the
Funny.
superior. He's closing in. He's
Combo,
got the
yep.
bubble. He's got the ice beam.
Watch out, he'll chew you up. He is a dream eater here. Ice beam coming through, knocking out the superior, securing up game number 2 for Magic Mason.
Going into match
Absolutely
3. Let's
stunning
go.
comeback there from Magic
Combo हो
Mason.
गई अब.
Bending but not breaking under the pressure of
मेरे को लगा he will
superior
save seal
and
for
Azumarill
Azu
duo
there,
from
right?
Kelsey K. Great plays to come back into this series. Still committed to the Machamp. Doubled down on the Shadow Machamp, and it actually paid dividends.
I think if you're Kelsey K, you're getting a little bit of flashbacks. Like you said, the Pangoro had a very similar strategy with the Karate Chop being able to pace so quickly. What's different about Machamp is its fast attack is generating energy, but actually the Cross Chop is the one that's quicker to damage. It doesn't do as much damage overall as that close combat did for Pangoro, but I think Magic Mason is really relying on the Shadow Machamp. Do you think we're going to see it game number 3?
It's a really good question. I mean, this is a very important matchup as we look more at the macro sense of this. This is losers round.
Who is going to win,
Trainers
guys?
came
Who has
into
got
day
this?
two
Who has got
with
this?
high hopes
Predictions
that
in the
they can
chat.
get deep into this
Who is gonna
tournament
win?
here in
Kelsey
Baltimore.
K और
But
Magic
this
Mason?
next game
क्या लगता है?
will send one of these trainers
मिरर
packing
मैचअप फिर से होगा मैं
unlike
कह रहा हूँ एजो
before
मिरर
playing
मैचअप ड्रेप और
back
मिरर
to
मैचअप
where
फिर
this
से होगा
came
भाई
from.
आई
So
डोंट
we
थिंक
can
दे आर
find
गोइंग टू
out
चेंज
just how
मच
this will
देयर
unfold.
टीम
I think it's really tough for Kelsey to bring Dugong. I don't think Dugong really has a spot here.
यूगोंग नहीं आएगा
But she's
मचाम
really
डिस्ट्रॉय कर
Magic
देगा भाई
Mason. However, does that mean that Shadow Machamp has one less target?
And I also want to point out,
he
if you
has
haven't
been
seen
using
it in any of
Machamp in both the matches,
that
right?
Magic
So
Mason
Dugong तो
is
definitely नहीं
rushing
आएगा.
Alolan Sandslash. This is what Kelsey K ended up beating Andrew Manharis with
Okay.
earlier on in day number 1. We have a Drapion versus a Azumarill in the lead here. Those poison stings just stinging, just stinging a little bit on this Azumarill, but it's going to start adding up here.
But
Already at
charge
19,
move
one over
pressure
here,
नहीं है,
and
right?
trying
वही
to
तो.
catch on Magic Mason's side, not able to.
This is actually really important, right? Because as you look at the back line for Magic Mason, he had the Shadow Drapion lead with 2 water types in the back, and Kelsey's got a Talonflame lurking back there looking for a target.
Okay, hey,
It's
bring in
really
Feraligatr.
hard, to find that position if you go online against the Drapion.
Yeah, both of these Azumarill just content to stay in for the moment, but because of this, as a reminder, 50-second timer. the
Guy will
Cavs
win.
completely
Okay.
missed
मचाम
a
दोनों
lot
लीग में
at this
पिटा
point.
है
They
ATM यूज
missed
कर
a
दिया फिर
little bit
रिग्रेट
of
कर
wiggle
रहा.
room as well. The longer that Kelsey stays in this,
यार सैडा
Kelsey
मचाम
just
थोड़ा वो है
continues
यार
to
बल्कि नहीं है
stay
ना.
in
It is
these
not that
players
bulky.
on Azumarill
It
while
hits
he
hard
stays
but
up
वो
in
damage
for
sustain नहीं
once
कर
in the
पाता
match.
है.
Already knows 2 of the 3 Pokemon.
And And meanwhile, the switch timer is expired nearly for Magic Mason. I think after another charge attack,
I don't think कि वो एक charge move hit कर like survive कर पाता है.
So at this point, if Kelsey K does want to make a fast pivot,
Pangoro level bulk. मेरे को तो लग रहा है Pangoro से कम ही है भाई. मेरे को तो लग रहा है Pangoro ज़्यादा survive कर जाएगा because it is non-shadow.
Try to do a bit of damage here. Will be able to reach a Hydro Cannon before Kelsey's able to make it to an attack and going for it right here, getting a little bit of energy ahead of time too. There are 2 Pokemon on Mason's team that will do a nice job of farming energy. Both those Drapion and the Feraligatr is going to generate.
Bro, Farah got hell lot of energy. Like,
position-wise though, because Magic Mason has revealed both of his Water-type Pokemon. There's still the Talonflame in the back for Kelsey that she has not shown, which means that now she can kind of game plan. She can manage this game state as she moves through it. She can try to chip down the Feraligatr. She knows the Azumarill is weak. There might be win conditions here. Magic Mason has to prevent that.
I think if Kelsey, you're like, okay, well, I'm glad to see the Feraligatr here.
Yeah, she has to take
very low.
Feraligatr out. Yeah. Oh, bro.
Of
क्या damage था भाई वो.
Maybe you're just content with letting this go down because Talonflame up a shield with some energy is going to prove really nice against whatever's in the back.
You don't see the instant switch out. Actually, the combo play from Magic Mason. This is solid to knock out the Drapion. However, it does empty some of the stored energy and clears the runway for Talonflame here by Kelsey.
You say that, but look how much energy is still on this Drapion. And Magic Mason is grinning from ear to ear as this first
Drapion will close it, right? Yeah.
She's got a shield up 1, but she knows at this point it's going to be up.
But जब तक वो 3 incinerate पे पहुंचेगा भाई, it will get to 2 Aqua Tails.
She's smiling through the pain as that last
Pangoro try करके देखो ग्रेट लीग में 10 HP पे सर्वाइव करता हाइड्रो कैनन से. अच्छा हाँ तो फिर वही कह रहा ना कि शैडो मैचअप आई डोंट थिंक सर्वाइव करेगा 1 हाइड्रो कैनन, राइट? शैडो मैचअप तो विल डाई टू हाइड्रो कैनन.
Aquatail going through, Talonflame falls from the sky.
Pangoro है नहीं यार मेरे पे रहता तब ना. I don't have that.
Pumping his fist. Congratulations to him and
GG.
Really well played overall by Kelsey K. First time top cutting in a regional competition here in Baltimore where anything seems to be able to happen.
I just got to say one more time, right? If you're a trainer that is not, a well-known commodity, if you're coming onto your first event,
new players है भाई, a lot of new players who have climbed to like top 8, top 16,
that
right?
That is a gauntlet for anyone. I don't care if you're
nice,
Rob,
nice,
if you're
nice,
Weedle, if you're Yakayo 904.
Pangoro wild में कब आया था? पता नहीं भाई, wild में आया भी था वो? I don't remember, dude. मेरे को तो बस एक का याद है कि एक specific. I don't remember कि वो wild में कब आया था. I doubt that, dude.
I actually knew her name before this circuit because she is a really
Pokemon Go Worlds Twitch वाले रिसोर्स से मिला. अच्छा. Level 15 वाला. वो 1500 से नीचे था क्या? I couldn't claim that research यार. एक research मैं claim नहीं कर पाया क्योंकि inventory वाला scene था. पता ही नहीं चला था कैसे claim करना है.
I'm sort of like condensing it down. I'm getting the gist in the feel.
Okay, हाँ तो वो research मैं claim ही नहीं कर पाया इसलिए I don't have a Pangoro.
No, that was definitely an impressive showcase, and Magic Mason will keep
Choose path वाला था. अच्छा तो I think मैंने Pangoro नहीं लिया था. मैंने Stabilize शायद लिया था maybe. I chose something else then. Yeah. मैंने Pangoro नहीं choose किया था. Yep, now I remember. Yeah, मैंने कोई और path choose किया था. Yep. मेरा ट्रेड किया उसको choose path वाला था. आपने कोई और path choose किया था. Yeah. वो याद आया जब आपने path वाला बात बोला ना तो yep, then I remember.
Game 1, Magic Mason played Azumarill, Shadow Drapion, and his Shadow Machamp. In Game 3, he played 2 of the 3. He played Azumarill and Drapion, but he went ABA Water because he had made that adjustment to Talonflame and recognized it would be an issue.
I think, just like I pointed out earlier, that it is sort of her MVP, her most valuable Pokemon, and I think Magic Mason really identified that in
he
game
backs
number 1.
he backsweep there, right? He lost first game, but he won the 2 games back to back, right?
The water hasn't come out. I think Kelsey K was a little bit more comfortable bringing that Talonflame every game. Mason played very risky in game number 3, but it paid off for him in that sense, able to continue on in this tournament, and maybe he's looking for another regional champion title. He didn't get one in the 2024 season. He's hungry for it. If he's eating dreams, I think he also wants to be able to,
क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा ये पूरा सिनेरियो, like पूरा Baltimore regional? Last year Overdaz जीता था. This time also he's in like upper bracket semi-final में qualify कर चुका है already. क्या लगता है फिर से वही जीतेगा क्या? What do you guys think? Is it going to win back to back Baltimore regionals?
To focus in on the next opponent and just again You can't just leap up a flight of stairs. You have to go one step at a time.
Speaking of, staying focused.
Reese आया क्या है इसमें? नहीं, Reese इसमें नहीं है. Reese. No, he's not in this regional. वो कोई और regional में होगा. Maybe I think Dortmund regional में Reese will be there maybe. शायद. Dortmund regional में Zonkus ने भी इस साल he has registered.
We have the North American International
Zonkus ने भी register किया है. Dortmund regional. वो I think next weekend है. Dortmund regional.
That was a thrill, right? If I'm not mistaken, that was the finals where
देखने दो regionals का schedule क्या है.
I don't know if you've heard of him. It's Axon, I believe.
अभी Baltimore the first regional चल रहा है, right? September में एक और regional है. हाँ, Dortmund is next. September 28, 29 को. या इसमें Zonkus ने भी register किया है. I think इसमें होगा Reese. I think so. I'm not sure, bro. किधर से है? Like from what reason? Reese कौन से country से है? ये Germany based है.
Make sure to get as much Pokemon in your life as you possibly can.
Exactly. There's so much going on the channels all the time. As another reminder, we've brought it up many times. I hope you guys aren't sick of it yet, but this is the very first tournament within this particular meta.
It's true.
All eyes are going to be on this, but there's going to be another tournament.
Zonkus आज तक नहीं देखा है टूर्नी में. I think वो first time ही register करा. नहीं, I think 1.5 years पहले he did register in one of the tournaments. One and a half year के बाद आ रहा. I saw the community post from him. Yeah. After 1.5 years, he is entering another
You are also
play Pokemon tourney.
I am.
Right?
German से या वो तो वही बोला. वो इसमें रहेगा. Reese का I'm not sure. Reese किधर से है? वही तो मैं पूछ रहा. Like Reese किधर से है?
What Pokemon do you expect to see in Dortmund?
What Pokemon do I expect to see overall? Top cut of day 1 or day 2?
Give me day 2. Top usage.
I think we're going to see a lot of Shadow Drapion.
भाई Shadow Drapion मेरे को भी लग रहा है भाई बहुत ज़्यादा यूज़ होगा भाई Shadow Drapion जैसे चल रहा है अभी.
We're going to see Clodsires. They're everywhere. For alligators, going to be eating up the time as well.
Yeah.
Talonflames with both the flying attacks. I think I see it.
Ooh, okay. Well, there's a lot to look forward to. Like we keep on mentioning, this is the very first
US से है वो. अच्छा US से है क्या? तो फिर Dortmund में नहीं होगा फिर. पता नहीं यार रीजन का कुछ रहता है कि I think not everybody can join every regionals. I think कुछ वो है ना कुछ criteria I think regionals join करने का. Not like everybody can join every regional. तो पता नहीं देखो.
Was not on my list of Pokemon to expect for Baltimore.
Same. I mean, I think that it's been playing extremely well for him. However, being able to, I think the main point of picking
we'll be doing watch party for every region. कोई सी नहीं. Like time favorable होगा तो जैसे evening में रहेगा या afternoon में रहेगा या morning में रहेगा तो या we can do that. पर अगर late night होगा तो वो watch party हम नहीं कर पाएंगे. जैसे 12 बजे के बाद अगर होगा तो time zone वाला. But yeah, जो favorable time होगा we'll be watch partying every regional.
If you look at that man's accolades, he's probably studied up against a lot of the different meta, running some pretty spicy things himself with that Arctibax.
Not only the accolades.
Last time Reese won a regional, right? He won one of the regional last
on his team. Arctibax is a
last year, yeah. Last year I think, yeah.
Pokemon that I think is a solid core breaker for
Claudie, Azu, Serp, Arcti. Bro, Arcti, but people are not using Arctibax. They have that in their team.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that
I forgot this guy's team. He had Arcti, right?
So if those two spicy Pokemon do match up, I give Bopper the slight edge.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
एक रीजन जीता था yep. I think from his reason only he won maybe या फिर कोई और reason जीता था.
Tomahawk UK said that a little bit earlier on where he had Pangoro, which needs all of his shields, and then the rest of his Pokemon don't really need his shields because he wants to absorb it. Bopper has a kind of a similar thought with the Clodsire, Azumarill. Superior is rather tanky and but the problem
bro, King Ivy retired, bro. He should also battle, man, but he retired.
And that's at Shadow for Alligator.
He is now in the management team.
Yeah, exactly. And as you look more broadly at the team, Bopper does have that fire, water, and grass trio that is very powerful in almost every Pokemon format. So if he does decide to bring those Pokemon, he's got to be very careful with his Protect Shield allocation. But as you can see on stage, all smiles as we get the games queued up here for our next round. This is Losers Round 2. So if you're a Sceptile Ice fan or if you're a Bopper fan, this might be the last time you see them today. So
bro, ये कौन सा Pokemon है? Bidoof है ना? This is Bidoof, right?
From day number 1 playing against Cindy. He ended up playing
Lord
both
Bidoof
Alligator and,
Plussy.
Typhlosion in the same matchup. So he's
Lord
not
Bidoof buff
scared
chat.
to not have a lot of bulk. He plays very aggressively, and it really proved favorable for him. I'm interested to see how that playstyle will work against
Oh,
Sceptile.
he started with
Arctivax.
Arctivax. Oh, that is a bad for him.
And we're going to see Bopper just immediately swap out into that Shadow for Alligator. Not a great matchup for it either because it's relying solely on those Hydro Cannons.
He needs to go to Celio, right? Shadow Celio.
Blinked, you missed it, but Bopper's mechanical controls.
I think he can
stellar.
play this
2
matchup.
Dragon Breaths and then the switch.
Okay, yeah.
That's
He
3
did
turns
chip and
in
dip.
the
Yeah.
span of the rollout from the Dunsparce. Great mechanics there to get to the Feraligatr, but now he's squared up against the
Bro,
Shadow
Shadow
Celio.
Celio? क्या है भाई ये? Spicy battle. वैसे किसका प्लेस का? यप प्लेस का ही है.
As bulky as you would think, already in the yellow, but this was a charge attack priority for the next one here, forcing Bopper to shield because he has another Hydro Cannon already loaded up, wants to at least do some damage or force that shield off of the Celio here. And
He cannot farm him down, right? Yeah.
Right at charge attack priority.
Yeah, Shadow Claw is maybe misbehaving a little bit there, but Bopper still gets to the Hydro Cannon all the same. Gonna look to fire that off, take that protection from Sceptile Ice. Sceptile Ice, meanwhile, gonna fire back with the Body Slam. The pacing for the Shadow Celio, 5-4, is blindingly fast for this Body Slam Powder Snow combination.
Body Slam connecting with that Feraligatr here, and now we'll see what he wants to bring in.
He cannot come with Claudie. Yeah, you have to farm him down. Yeah.
Just getting a little bit more energy, and looks like a Body Slam is going to be thrown now onto it. Bopper is kind of shaking his head here.
Yeah, I mean, we're used to seeing just a flurry of Dragon Breaths coming out. I'm pretty sure Bopper is tapping as quickly as he can. More Dragon Breath damage does KO that Shadow Celio, but now in the back, we've got the Dunsparce coming out, and that rock damage is going to be effective against the Arctivax, so Bopper pivots into the Clodsire.
Clodsire is one of the more bulky
He will
Pokemon,
again chip and
able to
dip, right?
absorb energy quite well. No shields on Bopper's side here, as the Drill Run will connect with the Clodsire, and we're going to see an immediate and aggressive swap out by Sceptile Ice into the Clodsire of his own.
Yeah, Bopper. I think, yeah.
Clodsire mirror match here, but moving at different paces. Gonna see.
It's like he can survive. Sceptile can survive one earthquake, but he has to seal his Claudie. Bopper has to seal his Claudie. Because earthquake will KO. Yeah.
Sceptile Ice kind of pacing himself. Gonna go for the earthquake in return.
Earthquake will do a nice chunk of damage.
It will KO if it does not fail.
Ice's Clodsire. Now this one responds in kind. Poison jabs aren't going to be a lot. Looks like Bopper probably will be able to reach another earthquake. No, Sceptile is negating all of that energy. Going for the Sludge Bomb here, which will be enough to knock out the Clodsire at this very low rate.
Yeah, it's so weird, right? Triple resisted Sludge Bomb into the Clodsire, gets it done, and now Arctivax comes
By
back.
मैंने जब sludge bomb throw किया था भाई Claudie पे, it survived 1 HP, dude. भाई ये कैसे? भाई same HP थी भाई, and it survived 1 HP, bro. मेरे को अपना मैच याद आ गया भाई. How did it KO him, man? Oh my, what the hell? I lost the match because of that.
You can see both of the trainers kind of discussing some things. I think that we might have a potential match under review there. It looks like some Pokemon were maybe not performing up to snuff. Maybe they were a little bit sleepy from the afternoon. And
it might be. Maybe they just had lunch.
Need a refresh.
Yeah, maybe they just had lunch and they're kind of slowing down a little bit. But I think when you play enough Pokemon, right, you kind of have a feel for how things progress. And even if you don't know it internally, if you played enough Go Battle League matches, you know the pacing of the Pokemon. You kind of feel your way through it. And you can tell when something's like moving as it should or when it's moving not quite as it should behave.
Yeah, I mean, I think
कुछ fast move timing का issue है क्या फिर
से? A little bit earlier was when the Arctivax was in and the Dragon Breaths, which are a 1-turn fast attack, were just not moving at a 1-turn fast attack pace.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people make jokes. They say, oh, you actually count Dragon Breaths? I'm going to give everyone a massive hint. A lot of trainers know this, but I want to just reiterate one more time. If you are having trouble counting your opponent's Dragon Breaths, count your own fast attacks instead. If you have a 2-turn fast attack, that's two Dragon Breaths. It's really tough, right? Especially with like Malamar Psywave to count all the the nonsense craziness coming across your screen. But if you count your own fast attacks, remember that you are locked into the same pace, and you can measure your opponent the same way you measure yourself.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and kind of talk about, since we can't really get into the actual battle of what happened, let's talk about the team compositions that were used. I think Sceptile Ice had a good strategy and a really great lead, but Bopper played and maneuvered around quite well within that bad lead. I think it's a really fun thing to point out.
Dragon Breath count कर रहा था? Bro, तो we have to catch Dragon Breath also, like count Dragon Breath also, right?
Especially now with a more dynamic switch clock timer that is only 50 seconds rather than what was
3 turn move use करता हूँ, तो वही तो बताया अभी कि count your move, right? If you throw one fast move 3 turn वाले, मतलब that is 3 Dragon Breaths, right? Yeah, 3 side waves, right?
Then it becomes pretty
ये
bad.
तो मैंने अपने स्ट्रीम पे भी पहले बताया, like count your move. जैसे आप 2 turn move throw कर रहे हो, तो अगर आप आपने एक move throw किया, मतलब 2 Dragon Breath हो गए. 3 turn कर रहे हो, एक move throw किया आपने, मतलब 3 Dragon Breath हो गए. तो like that, count your move. उससे आप सामने वाला के count कर पाओगे, right? जैसे आपने 4 throw किया, 3 turn move तो 12 हो गए, right? That is 12 Dragon Breath.
Amanda, how many of those
So
Pokemon
like
have
that.
fighting type attacks?
Count your attack when you are
Zero.
fighting against one turn move.
Zero of them. Dunsparce looks like a pretty safe swap. Although the Superior is able to negate a lot of the energy, we've just been informed that it is in fact going to be a rematch.
Okay, rematch हो रहा है.
Still remaining 0-0 here. Wipe the slate clean. Everyone, new matchup basically. It's not like we might not even see
I
that
think
Dunsparce. Although to be fair,
Shadow Claw का
we
कुछ
saw
वहाँ
how
पे
well
issue
the
हुआ था.
game
Like yeah, I didn't register.
I think we're gonna see the Dunsparce.
Yeah, I think I do agree here with the game rematch ruling. I trust in our judging staff completely. We have a very, very talented team. I do want to say as well that on both sides, those are always tough. Because for
Team अलग होगा?
Bopper, you know, he felt like
पता
he
नहीं,
might have
देखते
had a
हैं.
chance to win, didn't work out. And for Sceptile
What did
Ice, he
this
called
guy
the
use? He used
perfect
Shadow Fire Alligator,
competition, and now he's gotta
Arctibax,
do it
and
again.
Claudie, right?
And it's really unfair
I
that
think
he's
they
so
can
able to
change
do
the
that one
team.
time, and now he's gotta
It's
do it
not
all over
like
again,
you
but
have to
I do
use the
think
same
it's the right
team.
decision.
वरना वो
Yeah,
तो
of
already
course,
matchup
this
में
is
आ
the
जाते,
problem,
right?
but also
Yeah.
the fun of a show 6 pick 3
I think
format,
it is
right?
allowed
So
to
you
change
have
the team.
6 viable Pokemon that you can bring onto the field, but you can only bring 3.
It
So
will
you
be like a
have to
fresh
decide,
start होगा वो.
okay, if I was my opponent, what 3 Pokemon
Like
do I
तुम्हारे
think
ऊपर है,
are the
team change
strongest
करना हो
against
करो,
them?
नहीं
How
करना है
do you
मत
think
करो.
that
It's
my
like
opponent
that.
is gonna
It's your
play it?
call.
Are they going to play it in what we call an ABB strategy, where you have 1 Pokemon in the lead and 2 Pokemon in
Like
the
okay,
back?
फिर क्या
Are
point है?
weak to
मतलब वही user पे है. If they want to
specific
change, they can
Let's
change.
say,
If
for
they don't,
example,
they
for
can't.
the Azumarill and the Feraligatr on the Bopper side would be pretty weak against the Superior on Sceptile side. So perhaps you swap your Azumarill in to lure out that Sceptile, and then you have the Feraligatr later on to really roam free once that Sceptile is out of the way. That is an example of an ABB format.
Sceptile or Superior?
Sorry, Superior.
I see Sceptile Ice's name.
Yes,
I'm
exactly.
trying
Me
not to
too,
get
me
my
too.
wires crossed as well, but
And the Superior is right under him if
Yeah.
you're looking at the bracket.
and they're both grass type Pokemon
Thank you, Will.
that honestly look similar as well. So honestly, I can't fault you for that one, Amanda. I probably have said the same
The
thing.
Superior.
Superior. Probably didn't even realize it. Speaking of Superior for Bopper, I want to just reiterate your point. Like pulling out the Pokemon you want to beat is really important. I think Superior with a Protect Shield advantage for a Bopper could be devastating for Sceptile Ice. We're gonna jump right into a fresh game number 1. And here we have the Celio versus
Bro,
Superior.
good lead
And
again.
this is an ice type
क्या है
Pokemon
ये?
with that 20% more damage.
Like they
but
both do
look,
super
it's
effective
also taking
damage,
super
तो वो
effective
scene है.
damage from those Vine Whips there, and Frenzy Plant is loaded.
But
It
Frenzy
is
will
gonna
KO,
die.
right?
It should get a shield, yes, from Sceptile
Yeah, if he
Ice,
does not
because
seal,
that
it will
Celio
KO,
does
right?
not want to be taking it.
Absolutely not, right? I think that Frenzy Plant would absolutely knock out the Shadow Celio. We see the pivot into the Arctibax now, and Bopper wants the Dunsparce. He
Yeah,
says, bring me
this
the
is-
Dunsparce. I have an answer for you, son.
So this is sort of an example as well. While it's not a typical lineup of ABB, I think he is trying to lure out this Dunsparce, because if you look in the back, he's got that
Shadow type Frozen है bro. अगर Shadow type Frozen को farm मिलता है तो
once the Dunsparce is out of the way, Shadow type Frozen, especially with the shield,
it can really
do so much damage, gaining energy so quickly. This rock type is going to go through, but it is not enough to knock out the Arctibax.
It's close, man. I thought it might be enough, but you already knew at the damage calculation. We see Superior come back into the fray.
will tank the move, right? Yeah.
Rock slide. This is going to give some chip damage, not too much, but getting rid of the Superior
Bopper
is
फिर से.
number 1 priority.
Bro, you can't tell. Like Shadow type Frozen को अगर energy lead मिल जाती है कहीं से तो it can really
Farm down before that rock
It
slide
can
is ready, and
really
you see Bopper
देखो
tapping.
अभी
He's
क्या
ready for
Celio और
whatever's
Cloud आ रहा है
coming
bro.
in with that Typhlosion, but he's got a Frenzy Plant
And he
now,
has a
which
seal
burns
advantage
with
also.
whatever's
So you
gonna
know
come
Shadow
in.
type
It's
Frozen
gonna be
can
that
go
Cloud
crazy
Sire,
bro.
and it's
To be
gonna
honest,
able
with
to
seal
take a
advantage.
Frenzy Plant here.
Yeah, Frenzy Plant coming through here from Bopper Superior into the opposing Clodsire.
यहाँ क्या हो
Always
गया?
big round means
Why
this
was he
damage is
giving such
neutral, and a
reaction?
Frenzy Plant usually packs a punch, but that Clodsire is absolutely thick.
Clodsire going ahead, getting a little bit of energy here, going for that Sludge Bomb right before the Blast Burn is available. The Thunder Punch would not do a lot. Bopper has 2 shields up.
अब क्या हुआ? वही मेरे को भी नहीं समझा कि कुछ हुआ क्या? What was that reaction? मैं screen देख रहा था.
Wow.
Bait.
Talk about risky
Bro, that is a risky bait. This is a risky bait.
What a risky thing. And it is called by Septile
That was
Ice.
a very
Thunder
risky
Punch
bait,
doing
dude, to be
nothing
honest.
to the Clodsire.
We saw
Yeah.
Arrow working some magic with Thunder Punch baits earlier on in the stream, but Septile Ice does not fall for the same trick. Sludge Bomb coming through here. If this connects, this might KO. So Bopper's forced to use his Protect Shield.
Protect Shield coming up. No more Protect Shields. A quick swap in by Septile Ice, but forcing a shield because Thunder Punch would do a lot of damage.
Oh,
We also have to remember there is energy.
Oh, that
stored
bait
on
really-
Superior. It's coming in, but it's not enough energy. Body Slam hitting no
This will-
Protect Shields left
with
on
the
Bopper's
scale?
side.
Wow, a tough lead has converted into Shadow Celio, eventually getting the better of
Yeah,
Superior.
it
Shadow
KO'd.
Body Slam comes
Almost.
through, and then the Powder Snow is enough to pick up the knockout. Shadow Celio so spammy. Got the
GG's.
Water Pulse
He
already,
won, bro.
Amanda.
That bait, bro.
able to
That
use
bait
it,
really
those
won in the
strike
game,
attacks
man, to be
earlier
honest.
on in the game, able to hold on to the energy.
That
to
was a
release
very
the
risky
water
bait
pulse
there.
onto the Typhlosion. Septile Ice taking game number 1.
Let's get some claps in the chat for Shadow
That bait was
Celio
very
and
risky, dude, and
Septile
yeah, he
Ice.
called it.
Exactly. Hey,
Clapping with the seal hands.
hey, you're picking up what I'm putting down. I appreciate it. I do think that the Shadow Celio was such a solid pick there for Septile Ice.
Prediction
His
गलत।
neutral play needs to be respected across the board.
भाई बोला ना
Even
जैसे ही
though
उसने
Thunder
बेट
Punch
किया
was a
वहाँ
tough
पे मैं
lead,
बोला भाई
I
अब
think
बहुत
it's
GG हो
so
सकता है.
poetic that Septile Ice's Shadow Celio came back in the end and won the game.
I want to point out a couple other things about Septile Ice's team. If we remember the top usage of day number 2, Mandibuzz was nowhere on that list.
Because I still
Shadow
feel अगर वो
Celio
bait
was
नहीं करता
nowhere
वहाँ ना,
on that list. So Septile Ice is running actually a fairly unique team.
अगर वो
for
seal भी कर
people
लेता है
that
blast
ended up
one, तो I
making
think
it
he could have
into the
still
finalist
incinerated him
portion
down.
Of the, day 2 in Baltimore.
Exactly right. You can see some knowing nods as well. Septile Ice feels good to have that game 1 win under his belt. He's got a lot of positive momentum. I think the pressure is really mounting here on Bopper's shoulders to actually bounce back in the series. I mean, Bopper has been to a lot of world championships,
Just
but
feels fake,
he's
yeah.
been in sense craziness coming.
20% more could do. Thunder Punch would not do a lot. Bopper has 2 shields left, wants to be able to use it on this
This was his first shield here, right? Bopper पे एक shield बचा हुआ था. Yeah, अगर वो bait नहीं करता यहाँ पे,
risky plays, risky
so yeah, it would have KO'd him. Yeah.
Thunder Punch doing nothing to the Clodsire.
And he still outpaces to like,
earlier on in the stream, but
yeah,
Septile Ice does not
like he would have
fall for
double
the same
sealed it
trick.
and just
Sludge
farm
Bomb
him
through here. If this
whatever
connects,
it
this
is.
might
Yeah.
KO.
अगर वो
So
seal भी
Bopper's
करता
forced
तो,
to use his
yeah.
Protect Shield. This time.
Yeah, like I said earlier, be able to plays very well. These two teammates are locked in. You can see the Septile Ice already nodding.
He got a good lead or what? Yeah.
Celio being able to absorb a lot
उसका
of
reaction ही बोल दिया कि
the
lead
Groudon
सही है
is
भाई.
throwing and being able to pace to those body slams very quickly is going to prove impactful. They're going to hit harder on the Feraligatr than those Hydro Cannons are hitting on the Celio. First
इसका
one
fast
coming
move क्या है Celio का? Ice Shard है या क्या है? Powder Snow है क्या है?
You really need to learn the matchup. So I think for Septile Ice to be so confident about the situation, he's feeling very good.
भाई इधर
with
देखो
the
ये
Alligator matchup.
Azu, Arcti,
Septile
Fera.
Ice's Shadow Celio will pace to the second body save just one fast attack faster, and look at the heads up swap and wait by Septile Ice.
GG भाई. He's running Sludge Bomb also.
And I think that this was a really
भाई.
good play, but you can see him already wondering if
Powder
this
Snow
was
है
the
क्या?
right
अच्छा अच्छा.
call, because as we've seen so many times in this tournament so far, 2 ice beams plus the bubble damage is enough to knock out the Azumarill. But Septile Ice has Sludge Bomb on his Clodsire, and that can be a complete difference maker.
My personal theory is that Septile Ice was a little uncertain there because he thinks it's superior in the back from Bopper, which was so strong in game number 2, but it's not. Bopper pivoted back to the Ice and Dragon type he brought in game number 1, so we're going to see how that turns out. Like you said, Amanda, super effective Sludge Bomb.
Oh, he
that Azumarill.
survived.
That's so much damage.
He
but it still
survived,
gets the Ice
bro.
Beam.
Wow, this is incredible. Hanging on by a thread to give a parting gift here. And
This will
Bopper
KO.
completely undercharging because he still wants that bubble
Farm,
damage. He wants
yeah.
to be able to
He
at
wants
least
to
farm
farm,
on
yeah.
whatever is going to come in on this Clodsire. But does he want to reveal the third? It looks like he's going to. In comes the Artifacts. A quick pivot out into the Dunsparce. The timer is up for Bopper, but neither one of these Pokemon really want to face it.
This is interesting too because the Dunsparce actually is dealing a lot of.
You got a free roll out there,
With
right?
Protect Shield's in play. I do think Artifacts' Dragon Breath will power through. Also, Septile Ice doesn't shield, and now we see Bopper switch into Feraligatr.
Feraligatr is going to be able to throw this Hydro Cannon. It will threaten a knockout if a Septile doesn't want to shield. Looks like the first one is going to be deployed there because there's so much energy.
भाई इस पे बहुत energy है पर डनी पे.
Coming through.
He has hell lot of energy on this thing.
Both sides of the screen here.
No
Not
way!
even
Bro,
enough.
what?
No way! Is he gonna get punished for this? I mean, looking for Alligator. He's gonna try to paste another one. He thinks he can get the triple rollout KO, and it looks like Sceptile Ice is able to do it. What a savage undercharge.
Nice by Sceptile Ice. That's all I could say about that. Going in for the rock slide damage. Bopper not even choosing to shield. This will do a nice amount of damage. Bopper still all smiles, recognizing he just kind of got outplayed here. Rolling out, rolling in the loser's side of the bracket. Still Sceptile Ice coming through.
GG, bro.
So
GG.
impressive there against one of the top trainers in competitive Pokemon Go and arguably in Pokemon VG as well. Bopper is definitely a force in the Pokemon
Kya kar raha
franchise.
Bopper? He was
And I'm
trying
so
hard, man,
impressed
because he got
to see
hard
Sceptile
counter on the
Ice
swap
such a
there,
top
right?
mister.
It is.
So he had to do few things, man, but
And you think
yeah,
it's
it's like he was at a seal disadvantage वैसे भी वहाँ पे.
What a crazy showcase there by Sceptile Ice. I do think
And if
that
anyway he
was
sealed his
worried
drill and
about
whatever on that
superior
sphere
in game
alligator,
number three,
that
'cause
would
Bopper
still
used
have
it
not
to such great
mattered.
effect in game number 2, but unable to see it there. He did have Arctibax as his final Pokemon, and that rock type
Arctibax इसलिए use नहीं करना चाहिए. Moral of the story.
I want to point out as well.
भाई
not
उसका
often
play
do we
है
see
क्या
Arctibax
मेटा में?
make it so
Arctibax
far
का क्या
into
play
the
है मेटा में?
tournament, But it was actually number 12 on our top 12 usage for day number 2.
इतने
So
सारे
Bopper
Dennis
not the
Pars
only
घूम रहे
one
हैं,
with this
Arctibax.
idea. It really paid off for him. He was able to get so far in this tournament. Unfortunately for Bopper, not quite able to take it all of the way, but he has gone away with a lot of championship points.
Let's take a look back here briefly at our highlights. This is game number 2, the triple rollout farm down. This is one of the most vicious plays I have seen all weekend. Sceptile Ice nodding because he already knew as soon as that rock slide landed, he knew he's going to get the full farm down.
And I think writing was on the wall at this point. Had it been the superior, like Sceptile was thinking it might have been, this could have been a completely different matchup. But that is part of the game. You said from the beginning, the match that was a rematch because of the, the turn durations.
Inconsistencies, yeah.
And you're like, it's also unfair to Sceptile Ice because he had a great call at the beginning. He also had a great call at the end. Sometimes, it's really about the alignment of your Pokemon, a little bit of luck, but also knowing how your opponent wants to play.
Yeah, as वहाँ पे completely RPS हो गया बेचारा. बेचारा.
Of course, and I think it's also such a huge testament to Sceptile Ice as a player because you can feel really good about a matchup, and then if that matchup kind of gets sent to the review, and then a rematch, you kind of a lot of.
भाई Azu तो मेटा से जाता ही नहीं है, dude. Azu is everywhere, man. Azu is in every season, bro. क्या है भाई ये? Azu को बाहर करो भाई.
Would have rattled most players. But still,
Take
Sceptile
Azu
Ice
out,
persevered, found a way around that. So I'm really, really proud of him and his progress. I mean, beating somebody like Bopper is a huge accomplishment. He was top 32
absolutely.
at Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been absolutely loving this tournament for this exact reason. There's a lot of names, like, for instance, when I was saying I'm not super familiar with Kelsey K, and Tomahawk said, oh, I am definitely already familiar. I think a lot of trainers, maybe not in this Pokemon circuit, are super familiar with Sceptile Ice, but they might be after this tournament. Others know him from grassroots, from ages ago. So it's a really cool thing to have tournaments like this, bringing people together in the name of Pokemon Go.
Speaking of bringing people together, we're going to do a couple of check-ins. Let's check out social media, and then we will flip over and take a look at the bracket. We have some awesome tweets to share. This is beautiful artwork by Serena, which says, I'm so excited to watch the start of Pokemon 2025 competitive season.
ये रायलू है ना?
Love the artwork for World 2024.
रायलू with scuba chew costume guys, lol.
Can't wait to see the theme for 2025.
That is really cool. There's a plushie in the Pokemon Center looking like that Riolu as well with the little scuba thing and the little camera. This is a really great drawing.
Yeah, that's really, really awesome. Thank you so much, Serena, for sharing the post. I encourage everyone to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Otherwise, we can't find your posts. We don't know where they are. They could be the funniest, coolest posts out there on social, but we don't know it unless you use the hashtag.
We're looking for him. We are looking for. Oh, I feel like I'm staring. Like he's everywhere. We have a Seawolf with this guy I'm not super familiar with. Good to finally meet some folks I've wanted to shake hands with for a long time. You all rock, and a pleasure to see you all in action. Even the ones I met but forgot to take pictures with. Have a great rest of the weekend. This is someone who is writes a lot of articles about Pokemon. He really dives into the different, spreads that there are, how Pokemon play against each other, meta-analysis. JRC Wolf is a great contributor to our community.
We're kind of like the Yapper contributors, right?
Yeah.
We're talking constantly. JRE takes the pen and he absolutely authors some masterpieces. So if you are involved in the grassroots community, I highly encourage you to read some of his work on matchups, on stats, and that kind of thing. He really goes into the numbers, so definitely a good resource to have. But
and I mean, I'm a little bit jealous if we gotta see Will in one of these posts. Come on, where's the people hashtagging the photos they took with me at the Play Pokemon events?
I don't know. I mean,
Sad.
you got to ask your friends about that.
I wish I had any here at the event.
Okay.
I wish
Nice save.
Can we just go to the stage?
nice save. We've got Arrow on the left side of your screen and Valor Ash.
भाई ये मेरे को लग रहा है default रखा हुआ है. It's not of any players क्योंकि हर
so
मैच में
special
रह
because
रहा है.
haven't been involved in grassroots
या maybe last player ने ले जाना भूल गए, क्या पता. Default है क्या वो plus ही?
I'm serious.
Maybe guys.
Times and see them here in the 2025 Baltimore Regional is
Moltres is back,
And
chat.
we've seen Arrow play a little bit earlier on. He is such a
Is he going to use Moltres?
Interviewing with Dodge, he said,
Ilham was using. Is he going to use Moltres?
once I was through those matches, I think I have a very positive show.
Last time when he
Arrow
battled
is,
Vadas, he was
you
not
know,
using
he just
Moltres.
got knocked down into the loser side of the
Claudie,
bracket, but he had so
Azu,
much confidence coming into this game.
and
talented, but also
Serpier was there, right?
unpredictable. I think that's one of the biggest nuances. of
Valor
Arrow's
Ash,
gameplay that
top
really
8,
throws
top
people
16,
off.
top 16,
Meanwhile,
top 16.
Valor Ash has been trying to
Experienced
break
player, guys.
through a limit that
I
he's
am
been hitting
Moltres.
time and time again.
Yep.
He wants to make it back into the top 8, as you saw at 2024 Indianapolis.
क्या ये मैच कन्विंस कर देगा आपको मोल्ट्रेस बिल्ड करने के लिए? भाई कोई मैच कन्विंस नहीं कर सकता मेरे को मोल्ट्रेस बिल्ड करने के लिए. 100 रेयर कैंडीज भाई रेयर कैंडीज कितना डिफिकल्ट है ग्राइंड करना. अगर बता, अगर वो 40-90s तक जाता ना तो मैं बिल्ड कर देता. अगर उसका CP 40-90 से 1500 के बीच में होता तो आई वुड हैव बिल्ड ब्रो. बट 1478 में नहीं बिल्ड करूंगा भाई मैं.
To go, we're gonna get right into this losers round 2 between Arrow on the left hand side and Valor Ash on the right.
Exactly right. This is going to be so much fun to watch. The Mud Slap Gastrodon versus that Galarian Moltres. And now
Bro,
we have
he
Superior
begin with
actually in the
Moltres,
lead
bro.
to Valor Ash. This is a
Good
solid
lead, good
position
lead.
for Arrow.
And Arrow is giggling. He was just so happy about this. Look at these sucker punches just whittling away. Not too much damage is going to be able to be returned.
Moltres for the win,
What
guys.
Superior said, but Arrow
क्या
is
हमें फाइनल में 2 मोल्ट्रेस यूजर्स मिलेंगे?
damage. We'll have to see how Valor Ash actually wants to respond. Going into a safer swap of an Azumarill to be met by the
Shiny
Superior on
Superior.
Arrow's
Oh
side.
yeah.
Safe swap punished.
Yeah, this is really bad.
Azu
You have a
GG है भाई.
position where
Azu
you've
तो
got a tough
GG
lead,
हो गया
tough
भाई इधर भी.
swap. It's really
Plus he has a
difficult
Gastro
background.
in the
And
back.
now Valor Ash being ABA weak to Galarian Moltres
Yeah.
tries to find a spark of hope, and he runs into a shiny Superior on the other side.
Now, we were talking about this actual pretty much lineup before, an ABB using a Pokemon like Azumarill to
ये
draw
Valor Ash
out
के लिए
the
difficult है
Superior.
भाई,
Got it
बहुत
right this
difficult
time,
है.
guys, to be able to do this. But this Superior is Leaf Tornado and Frenzy Plant, which means it's going to be able to pace just a bit quicker. This one is going through right as the Ice Beam was loaded from Valor Ash, and it looks like he is going to shield it up because he wants to either get a shield or get that Superior out
Interesting.
of the way.
It just feels so cheesy shielding a Leaf Tornado, right? But in this situation, that's what it called for. Valor Ash grinning. The Ice Beam comes through it
my
after.
goodness!
It's not even enough, and now the Superior.
He
whips down, talk
survived
about
1
insult to
HP, dude.
injury. That's
That
really,
Leaf
really
Tornado
tough for
debuff,
Valor Ash.
right?
Leaf Tornado was able to make
Crazy
the
भाई.
attack debuff go on the Azumarill.
Leaf Tornado better है क्या इससे? नहीं, it's like depend करता है इसके play style क्या है. Like depends on that. He has some reasons why he's running Leaf Tornado.
You gotta smile through the pain, right? Valor Ash, meanwhile, knows
But
there's a
definitely
Galarian Moltres in
Aerial
the
Ace is
back,
better.
and he needs to find some way to deal with this Pokemon.
That Leaf Tornado there really proved helpful, right?
Through this. Then
He
in
survived
the
Ice
back,
Beam, though.
There's a Gastrodon versus the Clodsire, but this is a Brave Bird. No
Ooh,
shield. Down
jeez,
it goes, and now in comes the Gastrodon, which does.
Moltres
have much
destroyed,
damage
man.
here, but I think if you're Arrow, you're saying, okay, I got to try to do as much damage as possible because Clodsire doesn't really have a chance.
You've got to watch out for these Galarian Moltres players. I mean, Elam did it earlier as well. Just Brave Birding when there's still a Protect Shield in play. What a savage situation here. We're probably going to see Valor Ash no shield this next Brave Bird because he knows there's not much he can do. And the only thing you really could bargain for is try to get through it and see that Clodsire in the back.
Yeah, but if you're Valor Ash, I think you know, okay, the writing is on the wall there. I'm going to lose this matchup, but aren't you a little bit curious about that third Pokemon? Because any information that you can gather in Game 1, even if you're going to lose, is stuff that you can bring it into the next matchups. Not even knowing what the Pokemon in the back could be ends up hurting Valor Ash's chances of predicting how Arrow wants to play out these matches.
I'm looking at this team from Arrow, and I mean, we saw Sceptile Ice just use this over and over again. Where's the fighting type pressure? No fighting type fast attacks, no fighting type charge attacks. Why not start bringing the Dunsparce if you are Valor Ash in game number 2?
I think if you're Valor Ash, you're saying, well, my game 1 strategy did not really work out for me there. This was a big moment. Going for the heavier hitting Frenzy Plant at the beginning, not quite enough to knock out the Zoom Roll, but this is Arrow's wonderful counting, throwing right at charge attack priority. And because that Leaf Tornado hit, this Ice Beam is not even enough to knock out the Superior.
And you can see the knowing looks from both players just shortly after that. They could not believe that happened. We're going to jump right into game number 2, though. This is a fresh matchup, a fresh start for Valor Ash and Arrow. We're going to see
another good lead,
right? Versus the Gastrodon.
Yeah, we got slappers versus shotters here as the mud shots from the
पर mud slap बहुत damage दे रहा है भाई
but the damage of the mud slaps are just doing a ton before not even throwing a charge attack yet, and the Quagsire is down pretty low. First one coming through.
Talon, he brought Talon.
Could be an Earth Power. Does Arrow? No, he is. He wants to shield that up.
Yeah, this is a really great call by Arrow early on.
Yeah, that is a good seal.
Yeah, an Earth Power at this juncture in the matchup. No defense drop occurred either. There is a small chance that Earth Power could trigger that. He's going to go for the Aqua Tail here.
This is a Shadow Quagsire, so it's going to be doing
Will this KO? No,
damage.
right?
We saw how much the first Aqua Tail did. I'm not sure if this is quite enough.
Yeah.
No, not quite enough to knock out the Gastrodon. Body Slam is ready. It is not
Does
as
this
heavy
KO?
of an attack, but it's not going to get the shield from Arrow either. I think he's very comfortable in this matchup. He knows he's not going to be able to get knocked out, and he's just
He will farm down, right?
Yeah. Down with the slimmest of
1 HP,
That's
bhai.
been the theme for Arrow, right? His Superior hanging on with just 1 HP. Now his Quagsire able to deliver a Stone Edge into this Superior as well. Valor Ash is like, oh my goodness, I just can't stop.
Oh, this is...
Coming in now with the Frenzy
Bro.
Plant, which will be the heavier hitting attack, but those Poison Stings...
He has Talon in the back, dude.
Just starting to add up. Poison Sting getting a little bit of a buff this season. This Frenzy Plant will connect it, will still keep the Quagsire in the green. Now coming in with the Talonflame, and again, if you're Arrow in this position, this is exactly where you want to see it.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
true.
you would like to see it earlier, right? Before your Quagsire was half health, but at this point, this is a best case situation for Arrow. I mean, if you think of Valor Ash, you think of Talonflame, and this Pokemon is definitely going to be what he relies on.
He could have no seal at the first Sludge Bomb also, right? Moves to pata hai ki that he is not running Stone Edge, right?
Once again, hasn't seen the third Pokemon, which it would do so well because it's brought in now. A very interesting play by Arrow, but I think he's recognizing his Clodsire play and that the Superior is not going to have much health overall. Valor Ash going for the fly, going unprotected by Arrow. Superior saying, see you later.
Oh, no way. He
He
gets one more
survived
Incinerate,
1
but
HP.
also Arrow reaches the Frenzy Plant. This is going to be double resisted, right? So there's really no reason to Protect Shield this. Valor Ash lets it through. Now he's got to manage his HP because he still has a Clodsire to get through.
I was considering the way we've seen Arrow play in the past, that he would have thrown the Leaf Tornado for a potential
Talon in the
debuff
back.
on the Talonflame, but I guess since it was a Superior in the back, he knew it could potentially clear that. Arrow not super happy about how that one played out, recognizing Valor Ash's Talonflame was too strong at that point, taking game number 2.
Notice
Going
when
into
Arrow
match
leading the
3,
Glaring
guys.
Moltres
Let's go.
on the bench for game number 2. It was very powerful for him in game number 1, but he thought Valor Ash would actually adjust to it, probably bring the Dunsparce, and honestly, Arrow's team was pretty well equipped for the Dunsparce. He just didn't see it.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. You were talking about that before. Where is the Dunsparce? I think Valor Ash was just predicting that Arrow would think the exact same thing and just decided, okay, I'm not going to bring it. Instead, I'm going to bring one of the harder counters to Superior, which I think is pretty much Arrow's hardest counter to the Dunsparce on the other side, and that is that Talonflame.
Taking a look back at our replay from game number 2, this Talonflame has been so good for Valor Ash, so many tournaments, and now it's back in 2025, and it might be better than ever.
Talon भी I think meta में रहेगा ना क्या बोलते हो
A ground type Pokemon here still remaining
because
in
we'll
the
be
skies.
seeing
One more fly to go in case Arrow wanted to use the shield. This is going to be a decisive game.
a lot of mud boys
Losers round
रहेंगे
2.
क्या
Both
पता
of
नहीं
these trainers, as you pointed out, Speedy,
Superior
great
रहेगा
defense.
तो maybe
They've
Talon
streamed
का
against
play
each
हो
other
सकता
plenty
है
of
because
times.
of
They've known
Superior
each other
thing
for years,
if there is a
and
lot of
they
Superior
are, though they are friends, I mean, they're heavy opponents at this point. Both of them want to stay in the tournament. Both of them are going for that glory of winning.
clearly open Great League से ज़्यादा Superior इस play Pokemon tournament में है भाई मेरे को तो नहीं लगता Great League में इतने Superiors घूम रहे हैं to be honest जितना इस tournament में Superior हैं
We see a solid nod from Arrow as well as a Dunsparce.
A lot of people
is
are using
come
Superior.
into the Superior, kind of going ABA weak to Superior.
Talon के लिए तो water pulse है मेरे gas
okay,
drop है
well,
lol.
I think I'll stay in for this.
Yeah, Arrow says, why not stay? The water's warm. He fires off the Frenzy Plant.
पर उसपे
into
तो
that
Aqua
Dunsparce,
Tail भी है
going down
gas drop पे,
half
right?
health.
तो why you are running water
Meanwhile,
pulse?
Dunsparce trying to gather up the right energy, throw on proper timing, and he does exactly that. Rock Slide coming through here.
This is the big problem.
Because Talon are not
Dunsparce
running
up
Flame
energy
Charge anymore.
against Arrow's team,
You have
which is
anyway
pretty
Aqua
darn
Tail
good.
on that
This is
Gastro,
actually
right?
the Pokemon that you want to see it on.
Gastro पे एक
Even
water
though
type move
Azumarill
है ना
does have a pretty
Aqua
good,
Tail
bad
या कोई
matchup
कोई
against
कौन सा एक
Superior.
move है water type
The
move?
Dunsparce against the Moltres and
अच्छा
Typhlosion
body
would just
slam
be
है ना
bad.
उसपे
Get it
हाँ I
out of the
remember
way, says
Aqua Tail
Arrow,
नहीं
and
है
now
हाँ I
Moltres
remember
not
body
able
slam
to
और earth
play.
power है
Arrow
right yeah
expecting the Talonflame here or a hard counter to Superior is reaching for the Galarian Moltres. That's exactly what he gets. And now this allows Valor to align his Azumarill versus the Galarian Moltres, which is actually not a bad spot.
Yeah, I think that the Superior obviously was Arrow's MVP so far. A wonderful read
Aqua Tail
on
होता तो कितना
this
better होता हाँ
run.
yes I remember वो
H-Power
body slam है
coming
Aqua
through.
Tail नहीं
They're
है
not
my
gonna
bad.
do too much to the Azumarill, but just slowly going to start chipping away potential for an attack and a defense buff. Did not get the first one. Maybe he'll get it on the second. The Ice Beam coming through.
Ice Beam going to be super effective damage here.
This will
Now,
cure them right
Arrow
because this is very
seeing
glass
all three Pokemon for Valor
it
he can
should
start to
cure
build a
right
strategy.
yeah
I think neither of these trainers want to give up a single Protect Shield because they recognize their fire types in the back are so much better when they do have them.
Ice Beam
भाई सच्ची
coming
बताऊँ
through
तो
here.
Shadow
Will do enough to
ये
knock
क्या
out.
है
It's
ये
not
what is it
debuffed at this point.
Typhlosion right
Forcing that
oh he
first shield
sealed it
off of
there
Arrow
okay.
because he wants to keep that
But yeah,
a
Shadow
little
Typhlosion
bit
can
alive.
really
He
close
needs
in,
his
bro. He
Azumarill
needs to
out of
get
the
rid
way.
of
He also
Azu
has
and
to be
then
wary that
yeah,
that switch
Shadow
time
Typhlosion is
almost
going to
up
be
and it
very
looks like
huge.
trying to go for a catch, and it's
He did catch.
successful by Valor Ash.
Nice catch.
That's a massive swap there by Valor Ash to reach for the Talonflame. Just one bubble later than Arrow was expecting. Landing the Frenzy Plant there, a little bit of chip damage. Now the Typhlosion comes out at a shield deficit. This is really, really bad news for Arrow.
And if you are in this position at Arrow, you have to wonder, is this a fly? Is this a Brave Bird? You're kind of forced to shield it up here because there's so much energy on the Talonflame. Who will win Charge Attack priority? Pretty sure it's that Typhlosion. And the Talonflame is getting so low, but there are two shields left.
It is GG's. He placed Brave Bird there anyway, right? It was a CMP tie on Brave Bird. Yeah.
In the web.
I almost had a heart attack there. I wasn't sure if Valor Ash was
That
actually
catch
gonna
was
use the
really huge.
protection. I thought he was going to go for the Azumarill closer, but he does decide to protect the Talonflame, land the Brave Bird into the Typhlosion. Now it's Superior all alone. Incinerate adds up.
Going for a last-ditch hope effort here as the Leaf Tornado is going through, getting that last shield off of Valor
Debuff.
Ash, but at this point, it's still going to get incinerated down. Make some noise, everyone. Valor Ash with his
GG.
signature Talonflame continuing on in the loser's side of the bracket as these two friends, teammates, hug it out.
Exactly right. Valor Ash able to persevere through a tough matchup, a disastrous game number one. ABA weak to Galarian Moltres just started allowing charge attacks through because he says there's no way I can come back from this. But he played the long game, bounced back in games number 2 and 3, eliminating Arrow from Baltimore and continuing his bracket run.
And we really have to kind of highlight what happened in that last game, because if you were looking at that matchup from start to finish, I thought it was completely in Arrow's hands. I mean, he lured out that Dunsparce, which the whole backline was weak to. He was basically had that Superior lined up against the Azumarill. But again, want to point out, the change with this 50-second timer is so dynamic here. Arrow being able to just kind of like dictate. He wasn't sure when that Talonflame was going to be able to come in, and Valor Ash just took a total advantage of this. As you can see, that part is one of the funniest things that I think has happened. Both of them are laughing about it. The fact that the Ice Beam could not knock out the Superior here was really detrimental for Valor Ash.
Arrow's like, yes, I'll take it, and Valor Ash just can't believe it. Frenzy Plant into the Talonflame. It was some valuable chip damage, Poison Stings coming through, but the double flies in game number 2 gave Valor Ash the spark he needed to start to fight his way back into the series.
This last game was very sweaty, and this is the one that I was talking about where I was like, it's clearly in Arrow's favor, but at this point, with basically 100 energy,
विनर्स ब्रैकेट में 2 मैच बचे हैं अभी राइट इससे हमें या 2 मैच बचे हैं और फिर विनर फाइनल्स होगा और जो जीतेगा इट विल गो टू ग्रैंड फाइनल्स आई थिंक लूजर्स में भी आई थिंक कितने बचे होंगे अभी आई थिंक 2 राउंड बचे हैं लूजर्स में भी या वी आर गेटिंग रियली क्लोज मैन लास्ट 5-6 मैचेस बचे हैं आई थिंक
Too powerful, too strong, And how poetic is it, right? After losing that game 1, Valor Ash pivots to the Talonflame. He pivots back to what he trusts and what he's confident in. And again, has just powered through so many tough matchups doing so. He's going to look to continue to do that here in the Charm City.
It's heartbreaking to see the games in the loser side of the bracket, as much as they are exhilarating, because you know that one of these trainers is going to be knocked out of the tournament. Arrow was very confident coming into this, but I think that he should be very proud of how well he did, especially with such a crazy, unique, and spicy team used by 2 players in the top 16.
Exactly.
Bro, one
right.
Galarian
It's
Moltres player is out, right?
come up against
Arrow was
tough
running
teams,
Galarian
but
Moltres.
also
Now we
with
have only
multiple
one trainer with
players
Moltres.
behind it can be really tough to
Elam is
find
there,
your way
guys. Only
through
Elam
those
with
matchups,
Moltres.
but Valor Ash keeps
Please
his
go to
tournament
grand
dreams
finals, man.
alive. You know what, Mando?
I want to see
You and I have
Moltres in
been,
final.
putting in the extra effort. We've been recording some skits. We've been having a fun time.
It's true.
Caught up with Crimson yesterday.
We did.
We also
Guys, he does not want.
भाई अगर मोल्ट्रेस रह के he wins this tournament भाई तो क्या crazy हो जाएगा guys, you know? पता चला फिर Great League में everybody started using Galarian Moltres, dude.
though to catch up with 2 other
It can happen, bro. Whoever wins the first tournament, what team they are running, that will really, like, a lot of people will run team from that 6 Pokemon. Definitely, bro. वैसा हो जाएगा.
Welcome into Pokemon Partners, a new segment.
Okay,
that
we
we're
have 7
trying out
minutes,
here
so
in Baltimore,
थोड़ा सा हम dinner
and
करके
I
आते हैं
can't
तब
think
तक
of a
guys, ठीक है?
better duo to start this than Valor Ash and Mama Climbs, who I believe you guys met here in Baltimore.
We did. 2 years ago exactly. We met the first time here in Baltimore for the regional.
Okay, so are you guys ready for this segment? So what we're going to do is I'm going to ask Mama Climbs questions about Valor Ash, and she's going to see if she knows these answers before he reveals them. So the first question is, we know that Talonflame is his favorite Pokemon, but what typing is Valor Ash's favorite typing in Pokemon Go?
So again, Mama Climbs is going to write her answer. As soon as she's done writing, I'll hand the mic over to Valor Ash. He will say his answer, then we'll get the big reveal from Mama Climbs. How well does she know her partner? Ready?
Fire types.
Ooh, fire types. Okay, we're 1 for 1 so far in this. I didn't know, maybe it could be flying. You know, Talonflame is both. All right, well, go ahead. We'll erase that answer number 1. We'll see. And while you're erasing, we'll go ahead for question number 2. What is the spiciest Pokemon that Valor Ash has used in the Go Battle League? Ooh, give her some time to think. She's already writing it down here. Okay, her answer is complete.
Shadow Camerupt.
Wow.
No way.
Okay.
Actually, no way. Wow.
Okay, I don't know. These questions were not, they did not know these questions ahead of time. Just want to go ahead and say, it looks like Mama Climbs knows Valor Ash pretty well so far, but will she get the third question? And that is, we know your favorite Eevee evolution from an interview that you did earlier. What is Valor Ash's favorite Eevee evolution? All right. Looks like she has completed it.
Umbreon.
Umbreon. Ooh, Vaporeon. Okay, 2 for 3. That's pretty good overall. All right, we're going to go ahead and kick it over to Valor Ash, see how he does in this tournament.
All right, yeah, we're going to invert this process just a little bit. Valor Ash has the marker. He's got the board. All right, here's the question. Valor Ash, everyone knows that your signature Pokemon is Talonflame. What's Mama Climb's signature Pokemon?
Ooh. Okay, looks like he's done writing. What do we have?
Mawile.
Mawile, all right. Looks like
Got it.
1 for 1 there.
Got it. All right, Valor Ash, this one's a little bit of a curveball. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, the question is, what is Mama Climb's favorite Play Pokemon event that she's ever attended?
It's already writing it down. Are you have something already in mind? Okay, let's see.
Hawaii for Worlds.
Okay. Man, these two are on fire, just like Valor Ash's favorite Pokemon typing. Let's see if they can go 3 for 3 on this end.
All right, the final question. Okay. Who is Mama Climb's favorite scrim partner when she's practicing for a tournament?
Both of them so far very definite in question 1 and number 2. We'll have to see if they come up with can they get the 3-0 here?
Lyle Jeffs the third.
Oh, womp womp. So I think overall, it goes to show these Pokemon partners know a lot about each other. Getting these questions basically almost, 66% right. That's pretty good. Getting that final tiebreaker round as well. This is it for Pokemon partners. We'll see you guys in the next one.
We hope you loved that exciting gameplay. But here on the floor, we're talking to some people who came here just to watch these Pokemon Go regionals. So, just a quick question. Why are you guys here and how are you liking it?
Well, originally we came here to play, but we were a little bit intimidated by the players out there. They are tapping their phones so fast, tapping and swiping like crazy, and we were a little bit intimidated, so we just came to watch. It's our first time here. We're all around the area. We're pretty close to here, so we're just very excited to be here.
Dude, that's super awesome. I'm glad. Well, what's your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon personally is Gengar, but I also like the big black fish that guy was using up there. Man, that was crazy. It seems like I've seen a lot. Yeah, that's the one. I've seen a lot of those. Apparently that's really good right now. I don't know that much, but I'm learning. I think you just caught one, didn't you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, I felt the aura of the venue here, and I opened my app up, and there are so many spawns. I was really surprised.
I know.
And
really cool.
and speaking of, what was it? The big blackfish, was it Clodsire?
Oh, yeah.
I caught the baby version of it actually outside, right before coming in.
That's super cool. These are all spawns that you can get by coming to one of these regional championships and just collecting the local spawns. And you, why did you enjoy coming to this regional? How are you enjoying it?
I really wanted to watch the gameplay here, and just watching the people tap fiercely and swiping on their screens was very attracting to me.
I'm really glad to hear that. A lot of people just say it's like tapping and swiping the screen, but there's a lot more nuance to it. There's actually a lot of move counts to look at, a lot of energy counts to memorize. So overall, a very exciting game to watch. And overall, you guys watch these streams a lot, of course, but who do you watch as just a general Twitch streamer?
D-Generprise. D-Generprise is my favorite Twitch streamer. Oh. Every time he goes live, I drop everything. If I'm out, I see that live notification, I'm just straight up watching him. It's not even close. My favorite streamer.
That's super cool. I actually watch him as well. He's a friend of my brother's, and he's around New York City area. Super good streamer, of course. And how about you?
My favorite is Mystic 7. I always love watching him play.
That's super cool. Yeah, another player also yesterday really liked watching Mystic 7. Overall, he's a really popular streamer, of course. And lastly, you?
I like Lyle Jeff. He has a lot of cool, interesting Pokemon with good IQ and CPs. It's very interesting to watch.
Oh yeah, Lyle just actually competed at this tournament. He made it pretty far into day one, but was not able to make it to day two. That's a two-time regional champion right here. Thanks again. This was, what was your name?
Eugene.
Phyllis.
And Stewart.
Thank you so much, everyone, and have a great rest of the stream.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here in the midst of day 2 in Baltimore for the first regional championship of the 2025 competitive season. My name is Homesize Henry, joined as always by the wonderful Mr. Nighttime Clasher.
And I am so excited to watch some people furiously swipe and tap on those phones as we're getting into our next match here. It's going to be Elite Zero versus Tomahawk UK. We'll see who can tap faster.
Honestly, it's going to be an unbelievable matchup. Elite, a multiple-time regional champion, and Tomahawk. It feels like every tournament he goes to, he is top cutting. He has been a regional finalist, I believe, 3 times. So this truly feels like a match of titans.
Yeah, Tomahawk UK here to redeem himself. He's trying to get that title finally under his belt, and Elite is just doing what he does best, winning regional championships. And I think Elite and Wadaj kind of share the same prospects. They want to win as early as possible and kind of just relax for the rest of the year.
I definitely get that. Let's go over the bracket that we have so far. So we have Elite versus Tomahawk UK on one side of the winners semis. For the other side, we have Elam versus Wadaj. So winning this matchup has massive implications. On the loser side of the bracket, Valor Ash versus Sceptile Ice as the losers round 3 matchup, as we now have moved into the final 8 trainers left in Baltimore, and Magic Mason versus 610 Hero. So we started with 182 competitors. We're down to a top 8. One of these 8 competitors will be our first regional champion of the 2025 competitive season.
I think it could be anyone's game at this point, even the lower bracket. Such strong trainers who have had a really long run so far, won a lot of lower bracket matches, have the momentum on their side, while the others in the winner bracket kind of been waiting on the wings for their matches, so that could give the lower bracket players actually an advantage. But here, it's going to be Elite using that signature Shadow Machamp, one of the best Pokemon right now for dealing fighting type damage. Actually, probably one of the only Pokemon that can deal fighting type damage. But
and that Shadow Drapion as well, putting out incredible work in every single matchup it goes up against. And for Tomahawk UK, the double water strategy, Azumarill, Toxapex, a double ground strategy, Diggersby and Clodsire, Talonflame, and his own fighter of choice, Pangoro. Now this will be a very interesting matchup. Do we see these fighters brought? We have not seen a lot of fighters in this new max out meta. Does either trainer decide to bring the fighters, even though Clodsire is a very good Pokemon at dissuading those fighters from being used?
In a weird way, Tomahawk UK's fighter is a lot harder to bring because it loses really badly to Machamp.
That it
of course,
does.
You need to land the close combat, so I think you probably win the Zero Shield scenario. Let's see if those are brought, though. It's going to be Cresselia leading into the Diggersby. What is Tomahawk UK's plan? This is a negative lead.
He could choose to stick in if he wants to, but no, he's going to switch out into the Clodsire. Clodsire is going to bait out the Feraligatr, and Tomahawk attempting to clear the path for Talonflame to try and sweep in the back. Feraligatr winning charge attack priority. This Hydro Cannon will inflict big damage, but Hydro Cannon will not knock out. Clodsire withstands the damage and is going to full send the Earthquake.
Great shield by Elite here, getting that call correct on the Earthquake. This is not going to do any damage, but it will allow him to farm all the way down potentially in the 2-shield scenario. He can go for this Hydro Cannon on the, oh, this sets up a huge farm. This might be really good for Elite if he lets this go.
It is a Sludge Bomb. Sludge Bomb, we're going to see a double shield from Elite, and now this Talonflame looking incredibly scary in this endgame. Can Feraligatr get the farm down here? It does! It does! And this energy goes everywhere. In comes Diggersby, but Tomahawk's remaining Pokemon, they're all weak to water.
The Shadow type, the Shadow Claws are resisted on the Diggersby, but that is not. That is taking out more than 50% of this extremely bulky rabbit. We're going to throw one more Hydro Cannon. It's have to, I think he has to shield this. He can't just
we are back.
Go. Can he? No, he can't. Here comes the Fire Punch most likely, but Hydro Cannon is
good lead
again.
for Elite,
He's gonna have
right?
to commit 2 Protect Shields just to stay in this game.
This Feraligatr is going on an
मोड़े चलेगा तो
rampage against
डंस
Tomahawk's
भी
team.
इतना ही चलेगा
Feraligatr,
डंस तो चलेगा ही
if it
चलेगा
shields
भाई
the Fire Punch will
मोड़े
actually get
चलेगा
another
कि नहीं
Hydro
वो
Cannon.
देखो
So if Elite wants to shield this,
डंस तो बिल्कुल
I stand
चलेगा भाई
corrected. No shields remaining, not going to be able to do so. I forgot that Feraligatr double shielded here.
They both
The
played 2
Fire
seals
Punch
or what?
will KO.
Yeah.
He's going to trust in a Talonflame sweep, and Talonflame answered with a Clodsire, but this is not the Sludge Bomb Clodsire. It's a Stone Edge Clodsire.
One Stone Edge
and
KOs?
Stone Edge will inflict devastation on this
No, I think he
Talonflame.
will survive some
Brave Bird hits
HP.
like a truck, but it's not going to hit just hard enough. Brave Bird coming through.
But yeah, now
onto the
definitely
Clodsire, but
Stone Edge
Elite
will
is gonna
KO.
reach the
But
Stone
he has
Edge.
to
Is he gonna
little bit
overfarm?
overfarm,
Yes,
yeah.
goes to 100 energy almost and throws
Yeah.
off the Stone Edge at 4 poison stings, not even taking the Incinerate damage.
Very perfect timing there by Elite. Stone Edge picks up the knockout. Back in comes Diggersby. Diggersby will be hit with an Earthquake, going for the Fire Punch to try and
This will
deny
kill,
this
right?
energy.
Yeah.
Fire Punch, not the strongest move ever, and Clodsire is very bulky. Can Clodsire hang on here?
Oh,
It
he survives.
It withstands the
Oh.
damage.
Survived 10
Earthquake
HP,
will
bro.
land, and
I
this
thought it
is
will
a
KO,
game
man.
1 win
GG.
for Elite.
Cresselia pulling out the big moves here in our game number 1, putting a shift for Elite here as the Clodsire finishes off the Diggersby. What an amazingly clean game played by Elite here. I feel like he made no mistakes.
Elite used those
Tomahawk
shields
got to
so
win this match.
quickly
Otherwise,
in
it is
that
GG.
first
No, he will go into
matchup
losers
that I honestly
bracket then,
forgot
right?
both
Okay,
of them
okay,
were
yeah.
gone, but he used both
Yeah,
shields.
even if
He
they
gets the
lose,
shields
they are
back.
still fine.
The
They
Hydro
got one
Cannons
more
go
chance. Okay.
everywhere into Tomahawk's team, and even though at the time being down 2 shields looked a little rough, that farm down changed everything for Elite.
Another thing is I want to mention how little damage this did to the Clodsire. The Earthquake comes through and the Diggersby is just staring at him. The Clodsire stares back. Here comes the Earthquake. Boom onto the Diggersby, and that is game number 1 for Elite. I want to mention something really quick.
Okay.
Elite has not locked in his team yet. Tomahawk locked in his team
Instantly.
as soon as that first game finished. He locked it in.
Yeah.
He is so prepared for this. He's been thinking about it for quite a long time, clearly, and they are ready for game number 2. Elite is finally locked in, and we're going to be seeing the leads here. It is Diggersby up against the Cresselia. It is a repeat of game number 1. Will Cresselia actually do anything now?
That is an unfortunate lead for Tomahawk. He's ABA weak. He's going to stay in this matchup. Elite brought that Feraligatr back, and that Feraligatr looks incredibly strong into the backline of Tomahawk. Even though Azumarill is going to be resisting the Hydro Cannons, that's a matchup that Shadow Feraligatr can and typically does emerge victorious.
While Azumarill resists those Hydro Cannons, it does not resist those Shadow Claws. And another thing that is not resisted here, this Scorching Sands, 50 energy. It should be a hard-hitting move. No, it does not look like a hard-hitting move and does not get the debuff. This means that these Grass Stops are going to be threatened to put it into Psycho Cut down range. This could be a big problem for Tomahawk. That Cresselia energy just goes everywhere on that backline.
Another no shield on this Scorching Sands. Tomahawk would love to
Debuff?
try and get an attack drop here.
No
Does
debuff.
not get the attack
No
drop.
debuff, man.
Elite intentionally over farming in this matchup. The Cresselia does have a pacing advantage here, so it will be able to pick up a knockout with a third Grass Knot. Tomahawk content to just play this out. The Grass Knot will even be reached before a Fire Punch. Waits the turn there.
Love that.
Great patience. Watch the quick attack come through. You can't switch in the middle of a fast move, and that way you can guarantee the Grass Knot lands on its intended target of Diggersby.
Ooh, brings in the Clawstar. Is he looking for a big farm down? I like the situation.
has
for
to go
Elite here.
for farm.
As long as you land one Grass Knot, it's
Yeah.
in Hydro Cannon range, so you don't have to worry about losing the ones. If you bring in your Feraligatr, I wouldn't even, maybe even bring in your Feraligatr instantly now, knowing that backline probably doesn't have anything against your Feraligatr. I mean, the Diggersby is already out of the way.
Tomahawk throws energy. If Tomahawk left with 100 energy, things
so good.
could have been very complicated, but he didn't want to take the Grass Knot. He throws a Sludge Bomb, and with a lot less residual energy on the table, suddenly it's a lot less bad for the Feraligatr. In comes the Feraligatr. Feraligatr going to be baited with a Sludge Bomb. Tough call to make here if you're Elite. Elite will commit the shield on that Sludge Bomb bait.
Here's the difficult part, though. He is at a huge energy deficit here. Another bait of the Sludge Bomb, and this
This
one
will
feels
KO
like
though,
you
right? If he does
can't
not seal,
no
yeah.
shield this next attack. If your Feraligatr goes down, your Clodsire could be locked against this Azumarill in the back. You don't have Sludge Bomb. That has to be a huge consideration here for Elite.
Does he decide to shield? He does. We are going to see the double shield in this matchup. Feraligatr still so healthy, will be able to outpace, but Tomahawk still with the shield to hide behind. Gonna go for the Hydro Cannon. We see a catch onto Azumarill. This is a potential opportunity if Feraligatr wants to stay and farm up a bunch of energy. It will
I
have
think
the
he'll build up
ability
to Hydro
do so,
Cannon and
or
then
we
he will
could see the
swap,
quick
right?
switch out into the Clodsire. Feraligatr going to stay in this matchup. Feraligatr locking in so much energy, going for the Hydro Cannon right before the Ice Beam is reached. Azumarill not even able to make it to a play rough.
I don't know how I feel about this, right? Because how do you bring in your Clodsire now? Do you even throw this?
Oh, what a catch! We see one Shadow Claw waiting the turn and catching the play rough. Beautiful gameplay there by Elite. That is what he had to do. That play
Nice
rough landing
catch,
on the
dude.
Feraligatr would have knocked it out or gotten it very low. The Ice Beam would have been bad onto that Clodsire, and Elite says, I choose option C, making a devastating catch that might seal Tomahawk's fate in this tournament. Quick switch out into the Clodsire.
He will live
but
one
Elite is
Earthquake,
not in a range
yeah.
where an Earthquake will knock out.
He
It's
will
too
live
far
this.
gone. Earthquake's gonna land on this Clodsire, but unless it's a 15 attack one with no health or defense, it's gonna hang on, and it does. Here comes the Earthquake from his own Clodsire, gonna be knocking out Tomahawk UK into the lower side of the bracket. Absolutely clinical from start to finish here for Elite. It feels like all of his resources were used so well, and not even that, he didn't even use all of his resources.
And there's that combo play. Elite is locked
Jeez.
in, back in regional champion form. We've seen him win multiple regional tournaments, and can anyone stop Elite today? As Tomahawk is an incredible competitor, and Elite just put on a Shadow Feraligatr masterclass in that game.
Seems like Elite has a lot of fans. From the casting booth here, I can hear his friends
We can
going
hear them. We can hear
wild
them.
over there. I'm sure I know who those people are. But for now, we're just going to have to listen to them screaming over the win of their friend. Of course, though, Tomahawk UK probably has a lot of fans on Twitch as they root for him to take EU to the end here.
Yeah. Tomahawk making a flight over, and I believe the flight was actually on Friday, so he arrived, did not get much sleep, battling jet lag as well, and has had an incredible tournament. His tournament run is not over. That was the winner side of the bracket. He now moved to the loser side of the bracket, and as I really like to mention, especially among those European players, we've seen some unbelievable losers bracket runs before in these regional championships.
Amazing losers bracket runs, not only in Europe, but here in America, we've had Elite go on 12 win streaks in Fresno, for example, and it just shows how strong all these players are, how much fuel they have left in them. But for now, it's all the Hydro Cannons coming out of this for Alligator. Seems so strong and impressive against Tomahawk UK's team. I think he needed to rely more on that Toxapex. It was a little difficult to justify the Toxapex pick, knowing that Cloudside was just coming from Elite every single game.
And that Fire Punch, you want it to KO, but it does not. There's a reason why Cloudsire is top usage. Its ability to absorb this damage. Tanking the Fire Punch, Earthquake knocking out the Diggersby. And in this game too, this catch onto the Azumarill was great by Tomahawk, but Elite gets his revenge with a catch of his own a bit later on in the match. The catch is fully on display, and I believe this is where the catch happened. Watch this. Throws one, waits the turn, and gets the catch. Just beautiful, beautiful execution there by Elite, as Elite then gets the combo play with that Hydro Cannon. Elite honestly putting on a clinic in that series. That was unbelievable.
It's what we expect from him, honestly, in regional championships. He's done again and again. And
next
other
will be
players
another, I think,
who've
winners
also done
bracket,
again
right?
and again.
Yeah.
That's what Dodge, who we're going to be seeing up next, and Elam, both
Semis
no
number
stranger to the
2,
winning
I think.
semifinals.
Elam running that Galarian Moltres.
Okay, second trainer with Moltres. Let's
running
go.
a Pokemon that we really haven't seen many
see,
other
bro.
people have success with, the Chestnut. I don't know if Chestnut has been brought yet, but as we look across this team, I think this could be the team to bring it against. Dunsparce, Gastrodon, the Shadow for Alligator, like the energy from this Chestnut, even superpowers into the Moltres. Looks like
resist it, actually. I mean, it's a great
yeah,
matchup. I think.
you are resisting Sucker Punch as well.
And
So
Ancient Power.
yeah, so as long as you have an ability to shield the Brave Birds, Chestnut is somehow okay in a matchup versus a Flyer, which is a statement that I don't think I would have ever made previously.
So say you shield up the Brave Bird. Your superpower is more than enough to knock out at that point, right?
I would imagine so, yes. Galar Moltres is very bulky, but lowering its defense by 3 stages, that superpower is going to hit hard. So will that Chestnut make an appearance? So far, Wadaj has been able to honestly just win through very clean gameplay, trying to run safe Pokemon like that Azumarill and being able to put in a tremendous amount of work and just get value out of those Pokemon. So do we see a bit of a riskier bring here with the Chestnut, or will he stick to old, reliable? Battlers are thinking about it here. They're making last-second Pokemon adjustments as we take a look at this matchup.
Winner semis
This
number
matchup is really
2.
interesting
Let's go.
because we've seen, okay, against Elam, I think a lot of people have been running Dunsparce.
I think it is going to be Elite
so
versus
a lot of
Wadaj
people
in the
expect
winner
that. But
finals.
to answer that Dunsparce,
Maybe.
you
What do you
physically
think, guys?
need Gastrodon.
Who is going to
next
take
problem with
this match?
Gastrodon is just a Cresselia and a
But I really want
Chestnut.
Elam to
Is that a
go
risk you're
because
willing
of
to take?
Moltres.
It's tough. Gastrodon incredibly strong neutrally, as that Mudslap Earth Power combination
Chestnut,
is a very, very
Dunny,
strong
Cloudy,
one.
Shadow,
However,
Ace Slash.
if it gets stuck
Press and
against
Azul.
something with grass damage, Gastrodon is not going to have the greatest day ever. We have one battler locking in almost instantly, and there's the second lock-in. We are set. Winner semifinals
Let's
here in
go.
Baltimore. Elam on the left, Wadaj on the right. It's Shadow for Alligator for Elam into the Dunsparce for Wadaj.
For Alligator, actually not as bad here as you would think it should be. Because you outpace the 2 Hydro Cannons before they get the 2 drill runs, you can actually win the zeros, I believe. So it's going to be launching Hydro Cannon number 1 here.
He did brought Chestnut and Ace Slash.
Anywhere near knocking out,
Press
but
and
it's going to require
Cloudy.
another one to take down that Dunsparce. Yeah, exactly. I would love a swap out there because you've already done your damage. You don't want to stay into a negative matchup that gets worse when more shields are applied. Come into the Cresselia. What are you trying to bait out here? I think the Alolan Sand Slash.
Looks like it with Dodge looking to bank a lot of energy, and does. In comes the Sand Slash. Sand Slash only going to be hitting for neutral damage, but the value of the Sand Slash is going to be the complete nullification of the energy from Cresselia. Psycho Cut, Moonblast, Grass Knot, neither of those moves are even going to be hitting for neutral here. Sand Slash continues the farm and will fire off the Drill Run, winning charge attack priority.
I think he needs 2 more Moonblasts to take
But
down
the
this
problem
Sand
is
Slash.
Ace energy
Moonblast
where
number 2
it
could be
will
reached
take
here,
out.
actually. If he can get a debuff, it might prevent Wadaj from
Groudon will hurt, Feraligatr
Power Snow, so that
also
could be
will
a
hurt,
huge risk. If Wadaj comes
Claudio
out with
also.
energy, the Feraligatr, oh, Feraligatr comes back in. Does he try
Okay, he
to,
came in,
oh,
yeah.
he does get to the move just before the draw run. This is a really nice play. Wadaj, happy to let it go down. Is he going to farm down?
Is
with
it
that
Chestnut time? Oh my goodness, Chestnut
We are
brought
so
on
bad.
the
Chestnut is
team
gonna
of 3.
farm, bro.
Is it time? It is! In comes that
He's gonna
Chestnut!
farm,
And
dude.
Chestnut is gonna look for a full farm down of this Feraligatr. Feraligatr is going to make it to a Ice Beam, baiting with the Hydro Cannon, and the bait will be shielded up by Wadaj, who looks
I don't
to
think he'll
commit
make it to another Ice
this
Beam,
full
right?
farm down. Switch Clock not yet available. Does get that farm down, and this energy is going to inflict a lot of damage even
Hurt
against the
on
Clodsire.
both the
What do you even
Pokemon,
do now
yeah.
if you're Elam? This is so awkward. You're going to have to start shielding these Frenzy Plants. You come in with the Cresselia, force him to go over 100 energy. I love that play. Just getting rid of, maybe you even undercharges. Is there a way to do that? Okay, Wadaj.
Frenzy will hurt Claudio also, man. It will hurt Claudio also.
I think a Frenzy Plant does more, even if it's a super effective drill run. Okay, Frenzy Plant being launched now, building up to 2. This Clodsire can no shield 1, but it's going to have to shield 1 eventually.
Chestnut is a wall to the charge attacks, but Chestnut has taken a lot of damage throughout the course of this battle, which means that it may even need to shield up a Stone Edge. Stone Edge
Maybe
being
not.
launched, I don't know.
If you throw this...
Oh, he's letting it go. He thinks he can survive it.
Yeah.
Can Chestnut hang on here?
Yeah.
It can!
Comfortably
Oh
as
my
well.
goodness! Chestnut able to hang on. I did not trust in the Chestnut enough. Clearly, Frenzy is going to connect, and with Dodge stored all that energy on the Dunsparce earlier in the match, will still need 2 drill runs to knock out. This is not 1 drill run range. So he's going to need a total of 3 drill runs to be able to try and close out this game. The first is going to be shielded. A second one will get the Clodsire low, but it will not be enough to knock out, and Rollout does very limited
Dunsparce will
damage
close
in
though,
this
right?
matchup.
Dunsparce will outpace
Interesting
him
thing to me
anyways,
is,
yeah.
Why did he not shield the Frenzy Plant? We know that the Frenzy Plant does more than this drill run, so he could have simply shielded the Frenzy Plant and saved himself a little bit of HP on the Clodsire. I don't know if that would have made a difference, but just something to think about.
And unfortunately for this Clodsire, it can force the final shield, but there's a drill run ready, and that's going to be a game 1 win for Wadaj. Wadaj absolutely steamrolling through this tournament so far. The Chestnut makes an appearance, and my goodness, it put in a tremendous amount of work for Wadaj.
Chestnut the
We now see
MVP
why it
or
was
what of
brought
match
on
1.
his team of 6.
This was one of my predictions. I think Chestnut is just such a strong core breaker. You see here, Dunsparce, we see Clodsire, Gastrodon, Feraligatr, Cresselia. Everything here is a target for the Chestnut. Even that Moltres as well. It's not that bad of a matchup. Chestnut can almost be used here as a safe swap. Maybe that's a crazy statement, but I feel like it could honestly be used as a safe swap. Maybe lure out the Cresselia and have the Azumarill on the back.
In this game number 1 replay, Elam with a great catch, preserving health on the Feraligatr, but in doing so gave up switch, and that meant that in this endgame, Wadaj, who rebanked energy on that Dunsparce, that energy was so clutch as the drill run was able to secure the knockout onto the Clodsire, and now Wadaj 1 win away from winners finals.
He's so close to the winners final, something he's clearly very familiar with. And as Elam looks at his opponent's avatar, he just wants that regional championship for himself. He got so close 2 years ago against House Stark, but he's not a part of the competition anymore. He can take this home, and it's going to be on the back of the Galarian Moltres. Can we see a bounce back? He's going to have to answer the Chestnut, though.
That Chestnut, the more I look at the matchup, the more I like the Chestnut. Chestnut looking so strong. We do have one battler who, again, has locked in almost instantly. Another battler making last-second adjustments to try and figure out the perfect line to take home this win.
Chestnut तो guaranteed रहेगा वो
I don't
Wadaj
think
के
it
team
needs to be
में.
brought here because A-Slash and the Dunsparce.
Elam has to think how to deal with Chestnut.
Oh, it's a great lead for Wadaj. Cresselia up against his Alolan Sand Slash to start things off here. And look at the backline. This is a disaster.
Oh my goodness, had to bait out the
Oh,
Chestnut.
bro,
That
GG.
is a must. The Chestnut absolutely destroys the Dunsparce.
Yeah.
But
No shield.
there's the Cresselia in the back. Oh my goodness, we are going to see the shield for Wadaj not wanting to risk a rogue Ice Beam landing onto the Chestnut and flipping switch in this mid game.
I think oh wow, he actually throws some energy, making sure he gets at least, oh, lets it go. Happy with the shield advantage, gonna bring in the Cresselia here, but where is that Dunsparce gonna go in the back? Dunsparce is technically neutral to Cresselia, and while they both have non-stab charge attacks, Dunsparce just feels so weak into that matchup. I don't know what it is. Like, theoretically it should be more neutral, right? Dunsparce against Cresselia. Cresselia just seems overwhelmingly good in that matchup.
These Frenzy Plants from Chestnut are going to hurt. Look at the damage on the Cresselia, and Cresselia isn't even able to overfarm much. Forced to fire off a Moonblast to avoid a second Frenzy Plant connecting and putting it deep into the red health.
Alolan Sandslash is an easy bring here. Do you even try to chip? Yeah, maybe you try to chip this Dunsparce and then bring the Cresselia. Thinking, okay, if he doesn't shield his ice,
I think it is
very
GG's, bro.
good
Does
combo
that?
Elam.
Oh, yeah.
Almost like he
But does
expects what's in the back,
wins
knowing this ice punch is going to hit harder than that Grass Knot or that Moonblast. Here comes the Cresselia. It's going to be soaking up all this energy, just taking it all into that sailboat there. And we'll see. Drill Run is going to be landing, but this does no damage.
The switch timers are misaligned, but energy from the Cresselia from Elam is not going to do a lot to the Cresselia from Wadaj. Cresselia, it's built to survive these charge attacks. It's not really built
भाई
to be an
Cresselia
offensive
बहुत
threat
bulky है भाई,
neutrally.
बहुत.
So in this instance, the drill runs will
Cresselia
add
is
up,
still
but
available
man,
in this meta,
alignment
dude.
was so good for Wadaj. Another move fired off, and Dunsparce gives up the final Protect Shield.
Wadaj doesn't need to shield this Cresselia at all. He can just put it on the back of the Alolan Sandslash. Oh, using the desync timers to get out of that matchup. But, oh, I like this. So he throws the Grass Knot, but Wadaj hangs on here, switches to the Alolan Sandslash, has energy on the Cresselia. I feel like this is a one game.
This is looking quite good, able to bank the energy there. Looking to switch out into the Alolan Sandslash, and Sandslash gonna try
GG's, bro.
and make it to a charge
GG's.
attack. Moonblast is reached.
बहुत बोरिंग है क्रेज.
Sandslash
हाँ
does not
यार.
worry about a
एक तो
Moonblast.
बल्कि बहुत है भाई, वो
Perfectly
does
fine.
not
Going to
die,
hit with the
dude.
Moonblast,
10
taking that
move
damage,
फेंकने
no
पड़ते हैं
problem.
तब जाके
And just continue
dies,
to
dude.
overfarm. As
10
much
charge move throw
energy
करोगे
as
तब
you can
मरेगा भाई.
possibly get. Drill Run here is
गजब बल्कि
the
है भाई.
harder hitting of these two attacks, even though it does not get him to attack bonus, as Drill Run is a terrific move.
Great call, though, not throwing an Ice Punch, because that could be a loose condition, taking an extra move.
अल्ट्रा लीग में तो और है.
In comes that
ओ
Dunsparce.
भाई.
Dunsparce
ग्रेट
hit
लीग
with
में
the
इतना
Drill
पेन है
Run.
तो अल्ट्रा लीग में तो
Wadaj opting
फिर
for the more optimal charge
forget
attack to
it, bro.
throw.
अल्ट्रा
This
लीग में तो फिर
Shadow
भूल ही
Drill Run
जाओ.
will add up. It looks like another Drill Run landing will just be game winning. The Drill Run fired by the Dunsparce. Wadaj gonna let it go. He is feeling like this game is a win. The energy stored on that Cresselia from earlier now going to be so valuable. This is double Grass Knot reached. Going for the Moonblast first.
This
into
will kill
Dunsparce.
anyway, right?
Can
Yeah.
Dunsparce hang on?
I think it'll barely hang on, but it's going to
Okay,
go
one
down to these Psycho Cuts. Oh, and the attack drop. Wadaj
GG.
laughing his way to the finish line here, advancing to the winners finals where he will face off against Elite later on today. But a very well played game from both trainers. And as we see, this is kind of interesting. Now 2 regional champions are in the finals, and the 2
He's
who have
again
gone
into
to
the winner
finals are
finals.
trying
Right?
to
भाई,
redeem
is he
themselves
going
from
to
the
win
lower
back to
bracket.
back,
Will they get
guys?
revenge later on in
लग
this
तो रहा है
tournament?
भाई, जिस हिसाब से ये
We
खेल
will
रहा है.
have to find out as the tournament progresses. But honestly, this feels like a
अभी तो
collision
एक्सटिंक्ट हो
course
गया है
that's been a
रेजी.
little
अल्ट्रा
bit
लीग में इतना
inevitable.
बल्कि है
How
रजिस्ट्रेल की सब
clean of
काउंटर पे
gameplay
भी
we see.
स्टेप स्विच
Elite
करते हैं
and
रजिस्ट्रेल.
Wadaj, trainers who have won these regional
That's
championships
true,
before,
that's true.
multiple on both. And now this collision course has concluded with both of them in the winners finals, which will be a best of 5.
अल्ट्रा
And
लीग
I'll
में
be
भी चल
honest,
गया. Like I
don't
think
think
all
I
the
could be
leagues are
more
अभी
hyped for a
stable नहीं है,
matchup than
right?
this one. It's going to
I
be
have seen though a lot of people
unbelievable to
using
witness.
like
If these two
Tenta
make it to
Cruel
the
team
grand
बहुत ज़्यादा
finals,
use कर रहे
I
हैं people
really
in the
wanna see
Ultra
the
League.
lounge interview. Or if we'll be
Poison double
I
dark,
think-
something like that.
I
They're
think that would
using
be
a
a lot
lot.
of fun, but I'm sure everyone at home wants to see that as well.
The gameplay on display has been terrific. Both trainers running unique strategies, and they've paid off in a big way. Back to the games, Wadaj versus Elam. Elam getting that catch, but the catch ends up backfiring as giving up switch advantage does mean that unfortunately alignment was lost.
Dunsparce just putting in a shift here for Wadaj. showing why it is so strong right now, why it is topping the usage leaderboards and taking on a Clodsire with that super effective drill run. Another drill run coming here from the Alolan Sandslash, taking down the Cresselia Alolan Sandslash. No fighters in the meta, no counters to be seen, and it just tears through all the Pokemon, doing so much damage. Cresselia
Bro,
with the
इसका chestnut was good in
against
against his entire team, bro. वही scene था कि chestnut was just too good against his entire team.
As well, not needed, but provided the competitors a bit of a chuckle, which is always good to see. But Wadaj just stacking up these 2-0 victories.
Ultra League में
That matchup
Tentus,
versus
Kelly,
Elite is,
Ferali, Drappy.
unbelievable.
Feraligator, yeah, Feraligator Ultra League में बहुत है ना. Shadow Feraligator.
If you're
Like,
thinking
yeah,
about
like as a safe swap, it is a lot there, right?
Just think about that match. We hope to see you through the entire
Poliwrath.
end to the grand finals, everyone.
Interesting.
And if we can't hype you up enough about that match, let's get you onto this one here. It's going to be Valor Ash versus Sceptile Ice, the Celio Spice expert versus the Talonflame veteran.
And
This is a loser semi, loser round 3, I think,
I
yeah, right?
believe we do have a brief message to demonstrate here, so we're going to cut to a brief break, and we'll be back with you.
Chestnut पे Swabba से better, Thunder Punch better है.
Live from Baltimore.
I mean, but Super Power, Thunder Punch is like, it's not like a nuke move, right? वो scene है. It does give you a coverage against flyers, so. अबे इंडिया में ऐसा कोई पोकेमॉन सेंटर है क्या? लाइक इंडिया में कहीं पे where we have this Pokemon merchandise at any Pokemon center in India? नहीं है ना इंडिया में? न्यूक तो सुपर पावर नहीं है, वो तो डिवो दे देता. नहीं, सुपर पावर आई थिंक कवरेज अगेंस्ट लाइक आइस टाइप्स के अगेंस्ट इट विल बी वेरी हेल्पफुल, राइट? वो सीन है. बट थिंग इज यू कैन चिप एंड डिप विद सुपर पावर, राइट? वो है.
One thing I would tell a new player before they do
सुपर पावर का वही काम है ब्रो कि चिप और डिप, खत्म बात.
You have access to high level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around.
इंडिया में बहुत कम पैशन है गेम को लेके, कोई भी गेम हो. बीजीएमआई के लिए तो बहुत है भाई, अभी भी बीजीएमआई के लिए देखते हो भाई, बैटलग्राउंड्स के लिए अभी भी.
To the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you.
वैलोरेंट के लिए भी अभी तो बहुत है. बाकी पता नहीं, देखो अभी आई थिंक ये जो टूर्नामेंट ये ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं ना, मे बी वो इंडिया में पीवी सीन को ग्रो करना चाहते हैं होपफुली. Because आज इस साल से पहले तो ऐसा कुछ कभी किया नहीं, right? That is the first time they are doing this thing. Maybe they want to grow PvP scene in the India, you know. इस टूर्नामेंट ऑर्गेनाइज करने का मतलब वही होगा.
Talk to some friends, make some friends, you know, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help, so that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can.
इंडिया में कोई स्पॉन्सर भी करता नहीं, क्योंकि ऑफलाइन टूर्नामेंट्स नहीं होते हैं ना, जो भी होते हैं ऑनलाइन होते हैं, तो स्पॉन्सर कौन ही करेगा. ऑफलाइन टूर्नामेंट हो तो अलग बात है, राइट?
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament
ऑफलाइन टूर्नामेंट होते ही नहीं है, जो भी टूर्नामेंट्स होते हैं ऑनलाइन होते हैं.
knowing your Pokemon, how the matchups play out.
जैसे ये प्ले पोकेमॉन्स वाले सारे इन पर्सन इवेंट्स हैं, राइट? लाइक पीपल जा रहे हैं वेन्यू पे और वहाँ पे हो रहा है वो सीन.
So nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be
पहले जियो करता था, ऐसा क्या जियो करता था क्या? पहले मतलब आई थिंक जब गेम आया होगा इनिशियली तब करता होगा, शुरू के 3-4 साल, समथिंग लाइक दैट, राइट?
Break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
तो वो भी नहीं है. इंडिया में पीवी सीन अभी उतना वो नहीं है ब्रो, लाइक जैसे पूरा टेक्निकल वाला सीन इंडिया में नहीं है फॉर पीवीपी अभी. बहुत सारे लोग पीवी ऐसे ही बैटल करते हैं, यू नो, रैंडम पोकेमॉन्स लेके दे बैटल. लाइक देयर आर नॉट मेनी पीपल आर अवेयर ब्रो ऑफ द एंटायर पीवी. 2020 में इसका भाई क्या सही प्लसीज है भाई कितने सही प्लसीज थे भाई मंगता यार प्लसीज
I am Amanda, also known as Lumberger, here alongside Speediest Chief 2. We're going to kick back into the loser side of the bracket. What have you been thinking about these matches so far?
I was thinking about lunch, actually. Just had some lunch, we're fueled up, recharged, ready to go. In terms of these matches coming up, again, a star-studded roster. Let's take a look at our losers side bracket. Again, it's such a tough position to be in because once you lose, you are out of the tournament. So many talented trainers have fallen.
Okay, इनमें से जो जीतेगा will battle Tomahawk. इनमें से जीतेगा will battle with Elam. I think winner semis बचा है अभी, right? We have winner semis. ये 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 matches left. Last 8 matches, guys. Last 8. भाई बहुत crazy matches होने वाले हैं अभी. As soon as we get closer, matches और भी crazy होंगे.
Playing against each other to see who will be continuing on in Baltimore and whose dreams potentially will be gone for at least this tournament. Both of the trainers look like they're having a good time on stage, but I have to, you know,
भाई दो ही जज है क्या? मैं सिर्फ किंग को देख रहा हूँ और एक दूसरा जो बंदा है बस वही दो आ रहे हैं. Only 2 judges or what?
So we're going to see how they progress through the tournament. Right now on stage, though, we've got Valor Ash versus Sceptile Ice. This is losers round 3. Valor Ash was able to lean on his Talonflame to best arrow, and Sceptile Ice powered through.
यार why did they have Great League for only 1 week यार? मेरे को ये complain है भाई. Starting में भी new meta आया था, कम से कम 2 week के लिए रखना चाहिए था यार. 1 week was a less time, bro.
Both trainers completely locked in, getting ready to go. We see a little glance at the camera as we see
Stonage? Yeah, the Stonage, right?
Against the Clodsire, but we do know that this Clodsire
no,
is running Sludge
he is
Bomb
running Sludge Bomb, so it's fine.
Yeah. Quite as heavy, still not something that Talonflame wants to take.
I just have to chuckle that we have identical back lines here for these two trainers. The superior Dunsparce duo in combination in kind. We're gonna see the Sludge Bomb connect into the Talonflame, like you said, Amanda. It doesn't do too much
Dunny
damage.
and Superior, bro. Backline में दोनों का same ही Pokemon है. They both have Dunny and Superior at the back.
Neither one of these attacks are enough to knock out Clodsire at this range, but the fly does get it down to the yellow. Meanwhile, another Incinerate going through, but a Sludge Bomb is ready. It is being launched and getting that first shield off of Valor Ash.
I think if you see Talonflame, you can expect for it to use Protect Shields as well. Similar principle with Shadow for Alligator, Shadow Typhlosion. This Pokemon needs protection because once it has it, it can dish out damage. We're going to see a Charge Tech Priority tie.
This will kill them, yeah.
I like this play by Valor Ash, saying, okay, if you want me to use another shield too, looks like you're gonna have to do that because
Serperior तो चलेगा इस टाइम. Yeah, definitely, bro. Like बहुत ज़्यादा Serperior. I feel like top 3 में था ना Serperior. Yeah, first पे Cloudy था. What was that second dude? Top 12 Pokemons day 2 में.
It might be because Sceptile Ice has been so prone to bringing.
यार second में Azu था और third में we had Serperior. Top 3 में था Serperior.
Look at this though, able to get a full Incinerate. What a masterful undercharge on the fly.
Bro, nice undercharge, man.
Literally, it was done on the fly, as you could tell. That
this will be a brave bird.
What he wanted to do, able to get up to another one here. This will do a nice chunk of damage. No shield on Sceptile Ice's side. Just continuing to get that roll out damage as the Talonflame goes down. But now Valor Ash has some alignment.
Only one sword there, maybe look like. I didn't see.
Low health, and none of the attacks are going to be doing so much damage to the Sceptile, though there are no shields left on the side of the Superior.
Yeah, I suspect that Valor Ash will allow another Rock Slide through at least. He's just going to overcharge, try to pressure the Superior. He actually goes on the Charge Tech Priority tie. This is
भाई क्या पता ये टीम बहुत ज़्यादा चले, you know, Superior, Cloudy, Dunny.
Get to go first. Frenzy Plan might actually be
like
enough.
It's the coverage against Azu anyways, right? Or Shadow for Alligator against like
and I think if you're Valor Ash, you're kind
Superior
of
in the back
maybe.
maybe.
Recognizing the situation. At least he has a little bit of an energy advantage, but the Dunsparce in the back on his side is not going to fare so well as either. He wants to get the Superior as low as possible.
Yeah, I think the win condition here for Valor Ash is to land one more Aerial Ace. I suspect Sceptile Ice will shield this one up here because it is super effective damage. But look at the health on the Superior from Valor Ash. It's outside of Aerial Ace range, so he's kind of forced to throw.
This will not kill them, yeah.
He really doesn't want to.
So much energy on Sceptile Ice's side, but he has to get rid of it at some point. Aerial Ace #1 is not quite enough. He does have enough, and if he knows his counts, he's probably going to throw right before the next one's available. I like this play as well, throwing the Frenzy Plan just in case whatever comes in, because this would be the heavier hitting attack. Down goes the Superior.
Yeah, exactly right. Throwing the Frenzy Plant looked a little funny there. You saw the head shake as well, but Amanda's absolutely right. Anticipating the catch, you want that same type attack bonus attack every time that you can get it. Rock Slide coming through here. We know that Serperior is a very bulky Pokemon. It's going to take it deep into the red, but it still hangs on.
There's so much energy. Basically, 2 Frenzy Plants are loaded, and the real question is that enough to knock out the Dunsparce? Dunsparce's rollout will not be enough to knock it out. That does so much damage. Next one is ready and loaded.
This will
oh
KO.
My goodness, this is going to be really close. I don't know why Balarash is putting down the phone. He might actually hang on here from this second Frenzy Plant. It connects. Dunsparce cannot hang on, and Sceptile is able to snatch
was close,
victory
man. Nice.
from the jaws of defeat.
They're surviving with just minimal amounts of HP, sneaking away game number 1 from Valor Ash. But if you're familiar with Valor Ash, if you've seen him play earlier on today, he also lost game number 1 in a couple of this series, managed to come back and reverse sweep to
Serperior for the clutch or what?
In a nice position. Those games were very, very close.
I've got news for you, Amanda. Valor Ash has already locked in his team for game number 2 in a potential elimination game. He gave very little time to thinking about what he wanted to run. But let's take a look back at this game number 1. Instant replay. Shout out to our production team, because this Frenzy Plant, we knew it was going to hurt, but it hurt a lot more than we expected.
That Dunsparce goes down, and Sceptile has taken game number 1. I have to ask, where was Cecilio that round?
Exactly. That's a really good question. I think anticipating a Pokemon that a trainer has used over and over again is definitely a valuable skill. However, you don't want to overcorrect, and I think that having a more neutral approach.
Like Gastro, the people running नहीं कर रहे भाई. Even though they have that in the team, they are not running. इतने Serperiors घूम रहे भाई कि they are not even running Gastro, dude.
Whether it's Cloudsire, you need to make a call about what is going to be on the other side.
I mean, I think you've been calling it time and time again, Speedy. When there is not really a fighting type damage or a way to punish that Dunsparce hard on the other side, I think we're going to see it come into play. We saw it for both opponents in game number 1, and you saw how close those matchups got. Dunsparce just has a really nice coverage in this current meta, and with Feraligatr Shadow Claws basically not doing any damage to it, I think it's one of the most potent Pokemon that we've been seeing in this championship meta. Yeah,
Dunsparce doesn't look that menacing, right? It's kind of flops around, does what it does, doesn't hit too hard, but sticking in the matchup as long as it does makes it a nuisance to get rid of. We're going to jump right into game number 2.
Need to win this, otherwise he goes home.
For Valor Ash.
Yeah, you see Sceptile is already nodding his head a little bit. He knows how this one will play out, and it looks like it wants to be to his favor here.
Dunny.
Is already ready, but both of them go
Shadow
over the counter,
Feraligatr.
trying to catch on the Dunsparce, and it looks like he is successful getting that charge attack on the Dunsparce rather than the Serperior.
I mean, he would not mind that.
His Talonflame into Cloudsire. Not seeing the Talonflame here probably tells Sceptile it's lurking somewhere in the back, and he's got good matchups because he's got the Dunsparce and the Feraligatr. So if his predictions are right, he's in a good spot.
I think Sceptile is really playing against the opponent maybe more than he is even playing against the team, because all of the Pokemon on Sceptile Ice's team, I wouldn't say handle,
Dunsparce केस होगा अल्ट्रा लीग में चलेगा वो. अल्ट्रा लीग में Dunsparce पता नहीं bro. It will be Excel Pokemon then in Ultra League, right?
Because I am kind of a
It will be very crazy to grind and build, bro.
Who wins charge attack priority? Looks like it is going to be Sceptile Ice here, and this Dunsparce will go down.
I really like this play by Sceptile Ice. It's aggressive, it's full offensive pressure, and it works because he knows he wins that charge attack.
Dunsparce. क्या? Dunsparce का भी evolution है?
In its step. We're going to see a Frenzy Plant connect into
Dunsparce. By क्या बोलते हैं उसको? Dunsparce?
Or it might hang on. We're going to find out.
Yeah, we just saw it in the last game. This one
ये मेरे को पता ही नहीं bro कि Dunsparce का भी evolution है.
Lol, dude. Some impactful chip damage before being sent back into its ball.
Gen 9 में. Gen 9 कौन सा reason हुआ? Reason बताओ. Galar?
I mean, the Serperior
Alola?
a lot of energy loaded for whatever is coming back in.
Yeah, outside of Mandibuzz, this Serperior's energy goes everywhere on Sceptile's team, and now seeing the Cloudsire come in, I think if you're Valor Ash, you finally need to give up a Protect Shield here, otherwise you will lose the Serperior, and he does exactly that.
Paldia.
See if he gets off the Frenzy Plant, though. At any point, you can throw the Frenzy Plant, and it's going to hurt, like I was saying.
Yeah, I think Valor Ash does not realize what is in the back.
फिर तो अभी time है भाई. 2 साल 3 साल wait करो team bro. For the Paldia evolution.
Lol. Is a good indication to Valor Ash that something that is weak to
मौसम की तरह उसका भी अच्छा
does not want to see it. Will that change the gameplay?
Exactly right. I mean, we're going to see the Sludge Bomb get fired up. Valarash finally opting to let it go. He's got his Talonflame in the back. Clodsire still has significant health. Sludge Bomb is enough to KO the Superior.
GG's.
Now it's all on the shoulders of Talonflame, and Feraligatr comes out to play.
Feraligatr is saying, yes, my friend, nice to see you again. Both of the trainers nodding as the writing is a bit on the wall here. The Hydro Cannon is loaded. It's going unprotected. Talonflame going down.
4 abdomen वाला Dunus Pass rare है, 3 वाला common. पर usage wise तो दोनों same ही होंगे, right?
Problem in the health is a major problem.
Stats wise, so they will be same, right?
In the back, even if he was able to claw his way through that Feraligatr. So good games there to Valarash. His Baltimore dreams will come to an end in losers round 3. And Sceptile Ice, I gotta say, he's been one of the most resilient trainers I've seen in quite a while.
I think we've talked about this a time and time again with him. He's a trainer that is not as familiar of a name within this actual circuit, but a lot of players, especially from grassroots PvP, definitely know who he is. He's proven his worth here in Baltimore, continuing on to losers round 4, where he will play up against Tomahawk UK. We'll have to see how these two trainers will fare.
I think Sceptile Ice is one of those players that it's like he's in your friend group, and you know he's really good, you know he's really talented, but you say, come on, just go to a tournament, go to a regional, see what happens. And I'm so grateful that Sceptile Ice came out to Baltimore because he has been absolutely incredible on stage.
I call trainers like that brawlers. Because it's like the trainers that are like maybe a little bit scrappy, but
यार winners finals कब दिखाएंगे? I think losers finals decide होने के बाद they will show us winner finals, right? मेरे को तो वही लग रहा है guys. पहले they will complete the losers. इससे losers finals decide हो जाएगा. Then we'll see winner finals.
It's a great team read.
Then we see losers finals.
We saw that the Dunsparce and the Feraligatr were lurking in the back, setting
then
traps
we see
for Talonflame. Valarash deciding not even to protect shield here.
वो जो winner final lose करेगा और losers finals win करेगा उसका battle और तब grand final. Yeah, I think इसी order में जाएगा मेरे हिसाब से तो.
Cede the victory to Sceptile Ice and allow him to advance through the tournament.
Another fun little thing, I don't know if you guys saw earlier on in the tournament, we had a chance to do an interview with Valor Ash and Mama Climbs, and we were talking about scrim partners, and it was just the funniest thing for me because the question was to
इंडिया में tournaments नहीं होते हैं ना, grassroots tournaments जैसे बाकी जगह we have tournaments also going, like offline tournaments, not about official I'm talking, like people organizing some tournaments and all. That's in India में नहीं है ना अभी PvP का. I don't think so. Like we don't have such scenario here.
We have a talent for picking some of the best Pokemon in the meta. Let's do a check-in with our caster predictions and see how we lined up. I'm just going to be honest. I am 0 for 4 on day 2. Amanda, you chose some safer picks, and you're performing a bit better.
Well, I tell you what, I mean, like, the Poliwrath definitely nowhere to be seen in this meta. Feraligatr, okay, that one, that's on me, guys. But this is the very first tournament, and I just wasn't sure
यार
how many
Marowak, Gastrovastro तो दिख ही नहीं रहे भाई. जितना hype थी, to be honest, in ground types की, they are not that in use, at least in this regionals, right? Gastro, Marowak, Kanto, Golurk, they all are not nowhere to be seen, man.
I just gotta say, the superior pick from Henry has also been very powerful, and he is cheering for every Shadow Typhlosion.
But yeah, superior to buy.
Right? It's like, oh, what do
superior
you think?
सब जगह है भाई, सब जगह है.
Metacham.
Oh, भाई.
Yeah, okay, it probably will do well.
Sorry, I hate being so right.
But these trainers have also leveraged these key Pokemon to tremendous effect. Let's check out this list here. 610 Hero with the Sludge Bomb Guzzlord, Kelsey K with her Double Fly Talonflame, Arrow with Galarian Moltres, and finally Sceptile Ice and Shadow Celia.
I tell you what, Henry has been on fire with his picks overall. They're not only nailing a lot of the meta, nailing some trainers and there's actual signature picks. Kelsey K and Arrow, unfortunately, both out of the tournament here. I believe 610 Hero is still in. Was there potential to see your pick with that Guzzlord one more time?
I always like to highlight the unique Pokemon, right? Because a lot of trainers think that they're confined by the meta. They're kind of a prisoner of what is top performing, but that's not always the case. I mean, seeing Galarian Moltres show up here, 18% usage. It's been so much fun to watch on stage. If I'm not mistaken, Elam is still in the winner's side bracket with that Pokemon as well. So there's hope, right? If you want to play a really fun Pokemon, just try it out. Bring it to Go Battle League.
Elam is now in the losers bracket, bro. He lost to Vadas. Yeah.
I mean, the fact that 3 trainers in the top 12 ended up bringing it was absolutely wild to me. I was also showing Will backstage that I caught one in case you are wondering how you catch one of these Galarian birds, you got to use your daily incense. You got to walk around. It's the only way that they're currently in the game.
And you have to use Master Ball to catch it.
Zapdos and Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres looks like it has the most play in this current meta.
All right, Amanda, hold on. Can I just take a minute with chat? All right, chat, listen. Her Galarian Moltres goes to 1,499 combat power.
What is he?
1499. And guess what? She has not powered it up. Let's get some messages in the chat. Tell Amanda to power up her Galarian Moltres and double move it.
भाई मेरा 1499 जाता तो मैं build कर लेता भाई. To be honest, I could have built that.
Okay, I'll listen.
All right, cool.
And we'll take it to the stage in the meantime. We're seeing Magic Mason up against 6'10 Hero in the losers round 3. And you know, you picked him earlier as that most valuable Pokemon, that Guzzlord. I hope we see it in action, but there are 2 Pokemon on Magic Mason's team. Not 2, there's 3 Pokemon on that team that really put the hurt into it. I'm looking at that Shadow Machamp, the Azumarill, and that Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Oh my goodness, the last one you highlighted is the only one I want to zero in on, because look at this team from 6'10 Hero. He's got a Dragon Dark type Guzzlord, a Grass type Superior, a Ground type Clodsire. I mean, this Shadow Alolan Sandslash will go absolutely bonkers against everything that's not called Talonflame. There's no way that Magic Mason does not bring it all 3 matches, right?
And because of that, do you think that kind of changes the way that Magic Mason wants to put his backline? If he's so wants to make sure that the Alolan Sandslash stays in, he's got to protect it with some things that are really good against the Talonflame. That could be either his Azumarill or his Feraligatr, perhaps even both. We'll have to see, because they're hopping right into game number 1. Here we go. We got that Alolan Sandslash on the field.
Good lead for Mason.
I'm telling you, Amanda, casting with you is like coloring the pages of a coloring book. He's got Shadow Alolan Sandslash with 2 water-type Pokemon in the back to protect it from a potential Talonflame. Magic Mason going to throw the Drill Run into Azumarill to get some valuable chip damage, and then I suspect he's going to swap sooner rather than later.
Going to go ahead and get that Drill Run. It will connect with the Azumarill here, and it looks like he's staying in for one more, maybe perhaps trying to catch, but 6'10 Hero patient as ever, going for one more bubble before throwing this Play Rough at its little mirror brother here on the other end.
Yeah, it's really tough for your 6'10 Hero.
Boring matchup, man. Azu matchups are boring, dude.
And then Magic Mason actually chips it down before even sending in its equal. Definitely maintaining his advantage. Magic Mason is ahead.
Yeah, going ahead and doing the Play Rough as well, getting it nice and low. There's so much energy on 6'10 Hero side.
Next Play Rough will cure, right?
Yeah. Knock it out, and Mason is also closing in on the next. Another Play Rough coming through. Magic Mason comfortably will tank this. I don't think we're going to see a shield at this moment.
Fast pivot though, here comes the 50-second switch clock. We see the Clodsire switch in. Magic Mason heads up play with the Ice Beam though, does not throw a resisted Play Rough. Instead opts for a super effective charge attack, and now his switch timer is also free. Goes back to the Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Alolan Sandslash coming in already at an Ice Punch, and if he's counting like you know he is, throwing right at that charge attack priority, right when that.
Does this kill?
This
should kill, right?
Shield here, hoping that he hangs on to be able to get a protection, but he doesn't, and you can see it on his face. He was not quite expecting it.
Yeah, got frozen out there by the Ice Punch. Comes in with the Dunsparce, revealing his 3rd Pokemon. Of course, for Magic Mason, the Shadow Feraligatr still lurking in the back, unrevealed. Dunsparce is a very neutral pick here. Again, only needs to fear Machamp, and I do think the Drill Run is a great asset in this matchup.
I completely agree with you. Going ahead, another Ice Punch is already ready. There are still 2 shields left. 6'10 Hero decides to use this first one here, wants to try to keep it healthy. He's gaining a ton of energy on that Dunsparce, but at the same time, he's got to use it at some point. First one going through.
Why is this saying Guzzlord? He didn't have Guzzlord, right? He has Azu in the back.
To let it go.
Super effective versus the Steel typing is a ton of damage. Here comes a Feraligatr at a Protect Shield advantage. This is a really tough Pokemon to deal with. It's also a normal Feraligatr, not Shadow. Which
He used Lordy. He didn't use Guzzlord, right? ये क्या हो रहा है? Production, what is this?
The Hydro Cannon is already loaded, but as we've seen time and time again, those Shadow Claws just not doing too much to the Dunsparce, comfortably shielding this up, still ahead on energy, and the Dunsparce will be able to throw at least one more roll-up before going. Magic Mason trying to catch, but I think this just gives Dunsparce a plenty of opportunity to gather more energy.
Yeah, speaking of opportunity, 6'10 Hero is running out of those because now he's got to throw the Drill Run into Azumarill. It does hang on. Still 2 Protect Shields for Magic Mason, so he banks the drill run, goes into his own Azumarill, but play rough might be enough as this Azumarill fires it off into 610 Hero. Can his Azumarill stand up to it? It cannot.
Down goes Azumarill. In comes the Dunsparce. The rollouts will be able to go, but once again, like you pointed out, Magic Mason with 2 shields left is just too many for 610 Hero here. First one getting the shield, but Magic Mason is sitting ready to store up some energy for that Hydro Cannon.
That's a lot of 2s, Amanda, but 610 Hero needs 3 drill runs to win this game, and he is not going to get there in time. Hydro Cannon coming through for Alligator continues its rampage in Baltimore.
And looks like down goes the Dunsparce. Game 1 for Magic Mason with that Shadow or regular for Alligator taking those comfortably and taking game number 1.
Close call there.
Close call.
Yeah, absolutely. Magic Mason winning game 1 ahead in the series. 610 Hero just 1 battle away from a potential elimination from the Baltimore Regional Championship. So going into game number 2, again, I always ask this question. Why doesn't 610 Hero play the Guzzlord more?
Listen, I don't think Guzzlord has so many opportunities against the team of Magic Mason. We already kind of outlined Azumarill does well against it, even though it does have Sludge Bomb, so it is able to hit back. The Shadow Low and Sand Slash.
I mean, come on.
So much to it. And Shadow.
He does not have Shadow for Alligator, right?
Crushes Guzzlord.
Here's the thing, Amanda.
He has non-Shadow for Alligator.
Production.
What are you doing, dude?
Bait your Brutal Swing twice, land 2 Sludge Bombs into Azumarill, Dragon Tail down. When you see the Sand Slash, you need to switch then to the Brutal Swing spam.
Okay, I gotta write this down. Now you sound like a mind joke again, talking about the glories of Shadow Low and Sand Slash against its hardest counters.
Oh yeah, come on. Well, going into game number 2, I expect a more realistic approach from 610 Hero. He's got to watch out for that for Alligator, though. He cannot leave himself.
Go win or go home match for 610 Hero.
Pokemon that Guzzlord will stop are going to be free because Magic Mason does not expect that Pokemon to show up.
I completely agree with you here. We'll have to see because they're going to look like they're jumping right into those matches here. We got an Azumarill lead against the Dunsparce. This is fairly neutral overall. I think we're going to see both of them stick around for a little bit to at least gain some energy as they pace.
Bro, this Ace-Lass will destroy his backline, man.
Looks like go ahead. 610 Hero letting that first
Ace-Lass will destroy his
look at this
backline.
Magic Mason. I mean, he was ABB strong versus Talonflame in game 1, and now he is ABB weak to Talonflame in game number 2. So if there was the Firebird back there, I think it would have a lot of play, but Talonflame, unfortunately, not on the roster. Play Rough does connect, and like you said, Amanda, this is a very neutral matchup. I would not be surprised if both Pokemon are deep into the red before a single one is knocked out.
Another bubble going through because Drill Run is able to be accessible a little bit earlier than either the Play Rough or the Ice Beam. 610 Hero wants to get off some meaningful chip damage, but the Ice Beam and Play Rough are both ready, trying to catch on the Clodsire. Great reaction timing by Mason, throwing the Ice Beam here. We do know from previous rounds that Ice Beams plus bubbles are going to add up. And that
He'll come with Drapion, right?
And here comes the Shadow and Sand Slash. 610 Hero grimacing a little bit because he knows this is a really tough matchup. And because of Magic Mason's clutch awareness, he knows he gets the Ice Punch first.
All of
610
them.
Hero could not hang on last time. He's going to protect shield.
Yeah, I think he remembered, I was about at the same health last time. I'm going to at least have to protect shield once if I want to be able to do some damage. This is a very ballsy call. They're going to air for the Sludge Bomb and getting that shield from Magic Mason.
Really, really tough, but he does pull away the Protect Shield on that resisted Sludge Bomb, and now we see the Earthquake Charge Attack party tie a Shadow Low and Sand Slash will win that exchange. It gets to go first. This is going to be a knockout for sure. 610 Hero doubling down. Amanda, what is going on?
Double shielding here because he is at the Earthquake. Does he want to make Magic Mason do the same? Last time it was a bait. This time it is for real, getting both shields off at Magic Mason as well. But I think that this Low and Sand Slash is either going to swap out comfortably, both of them swapping at the exact same time.
This is really, really tough for 610 Hero. Looking at this team composition advantage, it might as well be not even climbing a hill, but climbing a mountain. Magic Mason just has all the answers, throws the Ice Beam into the Dunsparce. This will absolutely be enough. And at that point, what do you do if you're 610 Hero?
Even an
Sadly, he
undercharge on
cannot
Magic
win, man.
Mason's side,
That's
still
just
enough
too
to knock
strong
out the
for his
Dunsparce.
team.
There's a very little amount of health left on the Azumarill. I think either one of these Pokemon can comfortably farm with it, but there's just so much health left on that Shadow Low and Sand Slash. It puts it in a very tough position. He's not going to be able to get to an Earthquake.
Wow, and he actually gets Powder Snow down before he can even get to the Sludge Bomb bait again. As you saw there, 610 Hero says, GG's, good game, Magic Mason, because that Shadow, Alolan Sand Slash, while a polarizing pick, with the absence of fighters, with the absence of most fire types, it can really, really excel in this max out meta.
And I'm very interested to hear from Magic Mason about why he chose to use that Shadow Alolan Sandslash over the regular one, because it does not be able to tank an Earthquake very well, but he's really been playing it masterfully through this whole tournament in Baltimore, taking out another opponent, continuing on in the loser's side of the bracket.
Also, another tech that's pretty new for this season is seeing the Powdered Snow Shadow Alolan Sandslash, right? There's been this debate over time, depending on the meta, depending on the season, should you be running Shadow Claw or Powdered Snow? I think Powdered Snow makes so much sense, especially in a Clodsire meta. You want the Shadow Claw for the help with Feraligatr, but in that situation, the matchup's not that great anyway, so you need multiple drill runs, and I think that opting for a dominant matchup somewhere and a mediocre matchup in other places actually could work out.
We haven't seen too many Alolan Sandslashes in this current meta so far. Of course, this is only the very first tournament, but the ones that we have seen, all of them have been on Powdered Snow, so I think you're absolutely right there. It's a good call, at least in the current first portion of the meta. The first players are saying, yeah, I think if we're going to choose one over the other, it's going to be Powdered Snow for now.
Yeah, I think Powdered Snow seems like the obvious answer. As we take a look back at our series highlights, game number 2, I just got to say, I mean, 610 heroes, incredibly talented, very, very technically proficient, but the team composition was just too far out of hand. It just didn't feel like he could find any window to breathe, gasping for air against the Shadow Alolan Sandslash and Azumarill Core. I mean, he struggled, but didn't succeed.
I tell you what, if he was gasping for air, he's getting a lot of refreshing air from those Alolan Sandslashes, all those ice punches coming through in a flurry there, being able to take out the team quite decisively. Really well played by Magic Mason, continuing on in the loser side of the bracket.
Again, these trainers, Kelsey K, 610 Hero, these trainers want a Baltimore Regional Championship title. That's their dream. Magic Mason says, yum, yum, yum. I'm going to eat those up as I move along. Magic Mason's very impressive, and we will see how he progresses. There have been some standout core breakers, Amanda. I think that Diggersby, Toxapex have both just jumped off the screen to me, but I also believe that Shadow Alolan Sandslash can be a game changer. Looking at our top 12 usage, how do these core breakers fit into this, or is there a core breaker that even makes sense right now?
I think that that's a really good question. I think Andrew Manharis, who was able to make it into day number 2, and Tomahawk were both running that Toxapex, which is something that is a little bit anti-meta, but it's able to really comfortably tank those Hydro Cannons from the Feraligatr. The big question I have in my mind right now is, Feraligatr is on Ice Beam and Hydro Cannon for most trainers at this point. Do you think we see any viability?
Shadow Drapion is also like a good inclusion, yeah.
A lot of it comes down to targets, right? We saw a lot of Feraligatrs opting for Ice Beam, even last season, because they wanted to hit Gligar for double super effective. Gligar's no longer around, but at the same point, there aren't as many Ghost or Psychic types in the meta. Outside of Cresselia, what other pure Psychic types are there?
No, that's a good point. We have seen some Psychic and Dark type Pokemon making their way into the meta. Not too many of them so far, but Malamar has been something that is a little bit fun to see. We've been an update to Psywave as its fast attack has really given it a little bit more of an advantage in this current meta. That is something we could potentially see in the next tournament in Dortmund.
My question for you, Amanda, is if Crunch doesn't make sense, if Ice Beam doesn't make sense, why not return Feraligatr? Why not a Hydro Cannon purified return Feraligatr? I mean,
okay.
Are we cooking? I don't know.
Or are we getting cooked? Let us know in the chat. How do you guys prefer your Feraligatr? How do you guys prefer your Talonflame? Because I tell you what, this season so far, it seems to be all flying attacks all the time. Fly and Brave Bird all the way. How do you guys like your superiors? Are you guys one of those, or you're standing on the edge of the Leaf Tornado and Frenzy Plant, or are you going for that Frenzy Plant and Aerial Ace?
That's a good question as well. I think there's so much versatility, and a lot of this goes into how players build their teams. For example, if you have, I would say like a Galarian Moltres on your team, you have that flying type advantage. Maybe that's why a trainer like Arrow opted for the Leaf Tornado Superior, because he doesn't need the Aerial Ace coverage. He already has a very strong flying type on his team. So I think when you start to team build and experiment, it's so important to pair Pokemon together, test them in a battle, and say, where did I come up short? Where was I lacking? Did I need a coverage move here, or did I need to double down on Talonflame and have that dynamic Brave Bird Fly dichotomy? what was I lacking? I think you really need to think critically about those things.
I think that's what has kept most of these trainers in the tournament. We're going to take a look at the losers side of the bracket. Look how many games these trainers have to play of today alone. Of course, if you're on the winner's side of the bracket, you don't have to play as many matches. All you have to do is win, right? Like that's so hard.
I mean, come on, just go 2-0, right? That's what we always say. Tomahawk UK versus Sceptile Ice is going to be fireworks on stage. One of the trainers with the hottest start out of the gate has to be Tomahawk UK, but one of the coldest, smoothest trainers in the tournament has got to be Sceptile Ice. So seeing these two is going to be its own story of fire and ice.
Oh, that sounds so original. I wonder who came up with that one.
Well, came up. Oh, I had to improve on it a little bit.
Okay, that's true. That's true. You are pretty good at doing that.
This is going to be a good match.
Trainers are really, really locked in at this point. When you have to play so many games, you start to understand your Pokemon, your 6, and how they really play against other teammates and opponents. We talked about Tomahawk UK's Toxapex and just these core-breaking Pokemon, but there is that Celio on the side of Sceptile Ice, something that I don't think any trainer was expecting or really preparing against.
Celio could be really strong, and if you recall, Tomahawk UK was knocked down to that loser side bracket by Elite, and I'm just going to say it right now, I think Elite is the best Shadow for Alligator player in the world. He doubled down on it, he tripled down on that Pokemon, and he cut through the Toxapex, cut through that Azumarill, and just spammed the Hydro Cannons and just smothered
Yo
Tomahawk
Poison,
with
welcome
water
in.
type
ये क्या
pressure.
है?
I think
टूर्नामेंट
Sceptile
चल रहा
Ice
है.
watching that
Pokemon Go
series,
PvP tournament,
taking
regional
notes, he might
tournament
try
is
to do
going
something
on.
similar.
I think that also Sceptile Ice is one of the few trainers who are left who's using a Mandibuzz in this. Mandibuzz doesn't have a lot of targets against Tomahawk's team, but with the fighting type of the Pangoro also being only able to throw Night Slash unless he wants to debuff himself, it does put him in a kind of precarious position using the Pokemon. We'll have to see how these two trainers want to play it out. We're going to see the Talonflame against a Clodsire in the lead. Tomahawk UK on the left-hand side, Sceptile Ice on the right.
Full team compositions for these trainers, Azumarill and Toxapex.
Claudie, Shadow for Alligator, Mandy.
Right side,
The
Sceptile Ice
OG
with
Great League
Shadow
team.
for Alligator, as well as that Mandibuzz you mentioned, Amanda. And honestly, if you don't have a hard counter to something like Toxapex, you might just need to go bulk for bulk, pound for pound. I think that's what he's trying to do.
Now, this is a play because I am really interested to see if Sceptile Ice has been paying attention, because Tomahawk UK is not afraid to go for that heavier hitting attack first. Brave Bird connects, brings that Clodsire so low into the red, and even though the Sludge Bomb is loaded here, he's gonna have to throw it. And this was Tomahawk's whole plan the whole time. He says, hey, listen, you're gonna have to shield if you're the Talonflame no matter what.
Yep.
You might as well
He's
do
going for
as much
farm now,
damage as
right?
possible. That's
Yeah.
exactly what he did. He Brave Bird and he incinerated down, and he's got energy to spare.
That's absolutely devastating now, because if you look at Sceptile Ice, he's going to be forced to give up a Protect Shield no matter what he brings in, and he also gave away Switch Advantage to Tomahawk, which can be very tough. We're going to see a Charge Attack here coming through. Talonflame, I think this is the Brave Bird again, Amanda. This is going to sting.
This is a Brave Bird. This cool connect. Mandibuzz, one of the bulkiest Pokemon, already in the yellow.
Wow.
Not only that, a fly to serve at the end. Talonflame has done so much for Tomahawk. And this
Talon ने एक Pokemon
Just YOLO
खा गया
two
वो,
Brave Birds and got
दूसरे
the
को
fly part
20
present
HP
to
छोड़ा है
that
भाई उसने.
Mandibuzz. We're going to see Azumarill come in.
Bro,
Now it's
Talon
Shadow
ने
for
कितना
Alligator
work
time,
किया
and
भाई.
the Toxapex comes out to meet it.
Oh,
Sceptile Ice tried to use the same strategy, but Tomahawk says, no, 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 you can't fool me twice.
This is one of the best Pokemon to go against the Water-type Pokemon many are bringing. Look at this. Neither the Hydro Cannon nor the Ice Beam is going to be doing that much to the Toxapex. Not only that, the Azumarill, which is on many people's teams, this is like one of its worst nightmares. Sceptile Ice is forced to shield up this Brian, which I think he'd much rather have shielded a Brave Bird earlier on.
Yeah, I think in retrospect, right, he wishes he could go back and use a Protect Shield, but at the same time, you could choose to shield the Mandibuzz, but then there's just an Azumarill on the other side anyway. So it's really, really tough to know how to use your resources when your opponent can be so
It is GG's for
unpredictable.
Sceptile
Winning
this
the
match.
Charge Attack Party tie is a nice leg up, but Tomahawk will not give him the advantage.
Yeah, I think since Tomahawk is at the attack already, he recognizes that Mandibuzz has no play into a fully healthy Azumarill in the back. He wants to get this fur
Talon
alligator
just
out of here.
destroyed,
Sceptile
man.
Ice realizes that
Two
as
Brave Bird.
well,
He landed
it looks
two
like
Brave
the
Birds,
alligator
bro.
is not going to quite go down. The Mandibuzz is going to come back in, but only to be met now by the Azumarill, and it's just going to, I think, continue to fast attack down. I don't think he's even going to bother throwing a charge attack at this point.
Yeah, I think that this mix of offense and defense for Tomahawk has been really useful for him. We saw a tough matchup earlier on in the stream versus Elite, but at this point, I think he's finding his footing again in the loser side bracket. He's got the Toxapex, the Diggersby, the Clodsire, the Azumarill, these really thick Pokemon, and then he's got his Talonflame I almost said Pancham, Pangoro that need Protect Shields.
I think you made a really good call out earlier too. Tomahawk PK had so much momentum going for him day number 1, right? So I mean, like, he didn't drop a single game, but he was a little bit shaken at the very beginning, having to play against Kelsey K, a very talented trainer that had a team comp, not advantage, but something that really could put some stress into him. Shook him a little bit. When talking to him a little bit later, he was not as confident in his games as he was in game number 1. Let's go ahead and just quickly look back. Looks like maybe confidence is regained here as he's able to just completely bubble down.
By Poison.
Not 1, but 2 Pokemon. Mandibuzz going down for Alligator, going down right after this.
Azumarill just totally unchallenged, and what we need to take away from that is that it tells Tomahawk this Pokemon is incredibly safe going into game number 2 as well. He's going to look across the board. He's going to look at Sceptile Ice's team and say, superior. That's the only hard answer that he's got to my Azumarill. Otherwise, I just need to find ways to play around it. So you might see Sceptile Ice lean into that superior, but it also might be far, far too obvious.
I think if you're really paying attention to Tomahawk's gameplay, the fact that he would Brave Bird when he was already in the lead, and the fact that he went close combat when he had that Pangoro against the Dugong against Kelsey K shows that he's not afraid to take risks. But those risks are still calculated because he understands the implications of if it goes bad, I still have to have another plan in mind. We're hopping into game number 2. This is a Diggersby versus a Shadow for Alligator, folks.
Yeah, exactly. Shadow for Alligator will hit incredibly hard, but it still needs 2 Hydro Cannons to get the job done against the Diggersby. Waits a turn, allows a quick attack through in order to land this super.
Please mod me. अभी तो mod का नहीं है bro, need वगैरह. तो अभी तो नहीं हो पाएगा.
Look how much damage it does from a Shadow for Alligator. Just charging up a ton of energy here, but now throwing the Scorching Sands, hoping for potential debuff here, or at least maybe to get a shield. No shield from
How much damage this does?
Scorching Sands will
Okay,
connect,
did
knocks it
good.
right down to the red, and the Hydro Cannon is already ready and loaded, giving that first shield off of Tomahawk.
I just want to highlight to everybody, we've seen 3 charge attacks in this game, and 3 times our trainers have waited a turn to avoid a catch. The discipline here on stage is incredible.
Yeah, and
Oh, he didn't make it to another one.
Diggersby matchup, knowing that he would look how much energy he has here, forcing a Dunsparce to come in. Those rollouts are going to be doing pretty much nothing to this ground type Pokemon. Scorching Sands hitting there. We'll have to see if it will get that attack ball, and it does.
Oh my goodness. Okay, he goes into the Clodsire early. Tomahawk sees that 3rd Pokemon. He nods his head because he knows he has a Pangoro in the back. Sceptile Ice still has not revealed his Dunsparce. He doesn't
Pangoro
know he's
will
walking into a disastrous matchup.
Destroy. Pangoro will destroy Dunsparce.
But we'll have to see. This Earthquake is that heavier hitting attack. Toxapex doesn't have a lot to do with the Clodsire, but this will connect.
Does he have energy on Dunny? I think he has one drill run on Dunny, right?
Almost loaded. Looks like he will try to go 1 extra, and now release it here. No shield from Sceptile Ice's side.
This is just so clever by Tomahawk. I mean, bringing the Pangoro when just nobody expects it. I know I'm fixated on that, and I'm not talking about the matchup on the screen right now, but we know the Clodsire is going to get to the Earthquake. I'm just really just dumbfounded at the ability here to pick the right Pokemon at the right moment. Earthquake picks up the knockout as expected, and now Diggersby returns.
Diggersby's coming back and still has so much energy, going for that heavy hitting attack, the one that will be able to knock out, getting that shield from Sceptile Ice's side. But now this means we have a Dunsparce versus a Pangoro in the back here. A Sludge Bomb should be enough at this stage, but an attack
Will this
ball
KO? I don't think so. Debuff. He might survive.
like a leaf tornado sort of scenario. Sludge Bomb
Yeah.
not able to knock out. Both trainers coming in super
GG's,
effective
man.
karate chop damage onto the Dunsparce.
Absolutely. Pangoro looks like he's making twigs out of a tree here with these karate chops.
Chop
We're
it,
gonna
chop it,
see
chop it.
a close combat for the extra style points and a Protect Shield from Sceptile Ice. We see the knowing nods as well. I mean, seeing the Pangoro on the back, knowing that you have a normal type Dunsparce on the field, there's really just no other way to go about it.
Of course, it's going to win this charge attack priority. Pangoro has a very high attack stat. The Dunsparce goes down, and then comes the Clodsire. But at this point, a little bit too little too late, even though these aren't very effective. A 3rd close combat should seal the deal for Tomahawk. Continue on to the losers, round number 5.
Incredible plays here by
GG's,
Tomahawk.
well played, well
Honestly,
played.
just picking the right Pokemon at the right moment has been one of his strongest skills in Baltimore this weekend. He does it yet again to keep his tournament streak alive against Sceptile Ice.
Sceptile Ice played fantastic through this whole tournament, bringing a very niche pick, that Shadow Celio that did so well against a lot of teams, a lot of different opponents. I think he really made a name for himself in this tournament. Unfortunately for him, unable to go through Tomahawk UK, who is still continuing to advance on, coming from across the pond. Can anyone stop him from reaching these tournament goals?
Honestly, man, I feel like one of our toughest challenges as commentators is to describe, to discuss, to kind of give color to these decisions that are being made. As we take a look back at our series, game number 1, we saw Sceptile Ice saving his shields for Feraligatr. He saw the work that Elite was able to do in the winner side bracket versus Tomahawk and tried to do the same thing, but Tomahawk learned from his mistakes.
I think, yeah, it's like one of those fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Tomahawk doesn't want to get fooled again here. Coming in with that Pangoro, just doing a ton of work. But I think even though he's calling that his MVP, Toxapex has done so much work for him in this entire championship series.
Exactly right. Earthquake connecting to the Toxapex. It's been such a wall, such a tough Pokemon to deal with. Pangoro, though, has been the wild card, just drawing this when he needs it every single time. Pangoro, very impressive so far here in Baltimore. Seals up another win with a triple close combat, break and protect shield, KO at Dunsparce, and a Clodsire to boot.
You know, talking with Tomahawk a little bit earlier, he was saying, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just because maybe my sleep pattern isn't on, or maybe it's just because I'm in a new environment. He's like, but I'm more nervous than I expected to be at this stage. All these players at this point are so good. They're so deserving of this title, and I want to be a part of this as well. It's not enough for me to hit a top 8 anymore. I want to be a champion.
Wow. Well, I mean, you have to set high expectations, right? But you also have to be realistic. I think he has done both of those things, finding his way through the bracket here in Baltimore. But he's in losers round 5. A few more rounds to go before he gets to the grand finals if he's able to do it. And the competition is only going to get more intense.
Absolutely. We are in that loser side of the bracket. That means each of these trainers can only lose one more battle, and then they're just out of it. Everyone is in survival mode at this point. Everyone wants to be able to make it to the losers finals where they have possible redemption to be able to get that Baltimore title, but it is a longer road. The road is tough, it's narrow, it's full of heavy competition, and we are here for it.
Talking about out of it, Amanda, you and I are out of the booth for now. We're going to toss to a quick break, show you some highlights, and we'll be right back with Home Slice Henry and Nighttime Clasher.
Okay, next will be, I think, loser semis, and then we'll see winner finals.
Well played,
yeah.
well played.
I was really expecting a Dunsparce catch, so I just went for the Frenzy Plant. And I thought it cost me for a second.
I had Drapion too, so it's a little bit tough. Oh, is that right? Okay. Yeah. Well played, well played.
Another day, another moment you can't waste, cause it's time. Time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Triple Cross gets the knockout. It's game on the same day.
History from Dunesburg!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu, or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted, and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying-type Pokemon are immune to ground-type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resistant, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to Poison and Fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a Fighting and Poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup. Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resistant. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resistant damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
That type explanation thing which they just did, that was a really good explanation, guys. So if you guys want, you can just check that out, bro. That is really good explanation.
Mr. Nighttime Clasher. We've seen some unbelievable battles today at the stakes, and the energy continue to climb here in the convention center in Baltimore, Maryland, as we get closer
We are
and
at
closer to
last
crowning our
stages
first
of the
regional
tournament,
champion
guys.
of the
Let's
Max Out meta.
It's been a really fun weekend, but we're coming to an end soon. We're in losers round 4 of day 2 already. Elam versus Magic Mason, both on a little bit of a run here. Elam, of course, made its way all the way to the winner's semis, but fell to a dodge. Magic Mason, on the other hand, lost in the winner's finals yesterday of his group, but has climbed up since then, taking down House Start, taking down, I believe it was Kelsey K, and then he just took down somebody. But he definitely did win another match to be here.
Terrific losers bracket run by Magic Mason, and there he is on stage.
Last
to the
Galarian
right,
Moltres
Elam
user
on
left.
the left. And now we get the teams.
Come on, bro.
Galarian Moltres for Elam flying high, as Elam has made an impressive run in this tournament, pairing it up with the Dunsparce, the Clodsire, the Gastrodon, a Pokemon that I don't feel like we've seen Elam run a lot, but it has made it this far as his team continues to rack up wins.
Valor Ash also ran the Gastrodon, but was just eliminated. No, was he eliminated? I'm not sure. But I think Valor Ash was using a Gastrodon for sure. It's really good against Clodside. It's really good against Drapion. And the most criminal thing is you can Mud Slap through the Feraligatr. Such a consistent way to deal damage. But when it's not able to deal damage, like against a Superior or a Mandibuzz, it is really, really challenging to get out of those situations.
Taking a look across Magic Mason's team, Magic Mason, he does only have one Mud Slap resist. It's going to be the Superior, and that is, oh, it looks like we do actually have a lock in here. The Battlers lightning fast with the teams, and Disaster strikes Superior into Gastrodon.
Where do you even
Terrible
go from
lead,
here? I
dude.
think you saved some of the Dunsparce. Is
Bro,
there
he
a real
literally came with
Dunsparce response here,
Gastrodon
though?
when he had
Superior handles Dunsparce well.
That is a
but this is
bulky,
bit of
like,
an overload
gutsy move,
strategy
dude.
employed by Elam. He is running weak to the Superior, but if the
Usually
Superior
Elam
forces stay in
started
here,
using
it
Mold
takes a lot
Race,
of
guys.
damage.
Pata nahi.
The Gastrodon
In this
can
matchup, he started
absolutely
using
run
Gastrodon.
through the back line
Imagine if
here
he
as
started
they
with
both
Galarian
take super
Mold
effective
Race.
damage from Mud Slap.
Even if Magic Mason switches now, it becomes very awkward because the clocks are so desynced now. At least one of these back two Pokemon are going to have to go up against that Gastrodon, taking those super effective Mud Slaps, which I know he does not want any part of.
Rock Slide thrown on alignment, but doing so intentionally to be able to outpace. In comes that Shadow Drapion. Shadow Drapion will be able to outpace. The crunch is reached. Aqua Tail may have been enough to KO, but Magic Mason taking no chances. Magic Mason wants that Dunsparce removed from the field of play instantly.
I think Aqua Tail wouldn't have been enough there, so great call by Magic Mason, but it's going to be the Gastrodon on the line.
He'll have to
this
farm down,
Drapion
yeah.
here.
Completely
this
farm
is
down.
very challenging as these Mud Slaps are doing so much damage. Elam, no reason to shield here. Is just going to Mud Slap all the way down, but how is it going to oppose this Superior Crunch doing huge damage actually to, oh my goodness, and Region and Aqua Tail. Is this going to force a shield? I think it probably won't. Going to bank it on that Galarian.
This will hurt
Moltres in the
though.
back. It's
Yeah.
very difficult no matter what.
Magic Mason, the switch timers were heavily misaligned, going to try and wait the timer as long as possible before bringing in that Superior. Superior enters the field of play, going for a Body Slam. Body Slam will not be enough to knock out. Magic Mason is going to let this go. Does Elam look to throw a second move, or does he look to switch? We are going to see a switch, and it's a simultaneous switch out. The Galarian Moltres versus that Alolan Sandslash.
This is bad.
Could potentially come down to fast move pressure here. Does Elam concede a Powder Snow sneaking through to try and go for an Ancient Power boost that could increase this damage?
I think this is a great play.
If he gets a
Recognizing this
buff
is the
here,
only
that
way
will
to
be
win this
very
game
good
as
for
of
him.
Now, these Power Stones are doing a lot, but let's not forget those Sucker Punches, even though they're just neutral, seem to be doing so much damage that they seem to be at the exact same health.
That is unbelievable. Sucker Punch
Bro,
neutral.
Sucker Punch
Powder Snow
sachi
super
mein,
effective.
bro.
This Sucker Punch damage is unreal. Ice
What
Punch
damage
forces
is
the
that,
final
dude?
shield from that Galar Moltres. Moltres has the Ancient Power, not throwing it quite yet. Gonna go for Charge Attack priority and win Charge Attack priority. Alolan Sandslash commits the shield, needing to remove Moltres from the field of play. There is a move available on the Superior. There's the
we
boost,
got the
but
boost,
it's
but
too
yeah,
little,
too late, bro.
as Ice Punch will be able to knock out. Magic Mason going for an undercharge.
Great undercharge.
But it will still knock out regardless. In comes the Gastrodon, tries to anticipate the switch in, but Superior is gonna take it. Magic Mason hitting the bubbles. He's like, wait a minute, this is a flying move, but it does still KO the Gastrodon. The desync switch timers
Nice
made
game,
things
nice game.
a little scary in that mid game, but Mason, off that dominant lead matchup, able to lock down game number 1.
Seemed like a really strong performance there, especially because it was a little bit awkward, honestly, when that Dunsparce was switching, because you feel like you have to stay in. You're going to lose a lot of the Superior, but you're going to have to accept the fact that your Drapion may be aligned to that Gastrodon in the back, which is exactly what happened. Superior, though, able to close things out. Honestly, that Moltres damage was scary. This boost, if it had come any earlier,
Yeah,
this
अगर
game would have been
एक
flipped on
stage
its
पहले
head.
boost मिल जाता ना तो
First
it would have been
Ancient Power
GG's
boosted.
for
That
Mason
Moltres
there.
may have farmed down, but he tried to click the Body Slam, anticipating the switch, but Superior. And there, Mason going, wait a minute, this is not a grass move. If it's a grass move, I don't have to hit any bubbles and it'll KO, but a flying move, making sure to hit those bubbles. As for those at home who may not be aware, each bubble does represent a little bit of damage. So when it comes to undercharging or not hitting all the bubbles, there can be a very precise skill to that.
Actually, if you swipe up to an excellent.
Yes.
It's always the same no matter what. So people always say on the chats, for example, oh, he missed a couple of bubbles, but it was an excellent. It's still the same thing.
Yes.
So rest at ease, folks. Everything is okay here in losers round 4. But as Magic Mason continues his run here, it might not be okay for Elam for much longer.
Elam, he has really enjoyed running the same line multiple times. And the question is, does Mason end up picking up on that tendency? Because Elam has, I believe it was the match against Sceptile Ice, 3 times, ran the same line again and again and again, identifying which Pokemon he believes are strongest and just saying, I'm going to keep running it. If the alignment
this match he changed from Moltres lead to Castro lead.
Hopefully be more favorable.
And he had Frenzy in the lead,
One
Mason.
battler locked in and ready to go.
The 2 matches or 3 matches which I watched, Elam already started using Moltres.
Doesn't work the first time.
The one match he changed it.
Again. Yep. Do it again until
He just got hard counter on the
they're
lead.
Not gonna be ready for the strategies to some extent. If he keeps doing the same line in the other game, Mason's like, there's no way he just keeps running it back. Now he knows I watched that, but Elam doesn't care. There's the Gastrodon.
Oh, he did it again.
This is a very good lead.
But now the Gastrodon is into the Drapion. This save switch into the Azumarill. I think this forces Gastrodon to stay. Gastrodon will make the Earth Power before the play rough.
Yeah.
This actually denies a full sneak to that Azumarill, and landing an Earth Power is very good for Gastrodon.
Then he will swap into Dunny, right?
Gastrodon out of play. But it's a literal monster because the Galarian Moltres has no fast attack pressure. Neither does Dunsparce. I really want to see Machamp pop off here, but first of all, we're going to have to get this Azumarill out of the way. Dunsparce just taking that play off like a champ. Going to do a drill run first, and maybe even get it into rollout down range. Probably has to go for 2 minutes.
Going to fire off the drill run. This will not be able to knock out the Azumarill. The hope is that this will set up a rollout farm down because this energy will go very far. Oh my goodness, I don't know if that's rollout range. Rollout did get a big damage buff in the new season, but rollout does not get same type attack bonus.
This is getting very, oh, and the aggressive swapping for the Machamp. Can he get this counter down? Oh, karate chop down. Actually, the drill run comes down
I'll
first,
come with Moltres, right?
Easy shield decision for Mason here. Here's the problem though. Where do you go from here?
No.
Gastrodon doesn't really like to see this. He needs to get those shields down. Otherwise, the Machamp is going to be too much to deal with in the backline.
Honestly, Gastrodon feels well positioned. Elam was able to have that Switch Claw come up in the perfect amount of time, and there we have the Body Slam thrown 1 turn before that Karate Chop. Machamp with a pacing advantage. Machamp has to decide where to shield, using this final Protect Shield, trusting in the Machamp. Machamp going to look to try and get the double cross chop, and it gets there. This means that this cross chop should KO, and if it's shielded, then a second cross chop will return.
No sale.
We're going to see
He will
the
anyway
shield
win
on the
CMP,
Gastrodon.
right?
Clock not up.
Yeah.
That's Machamp. That straight 4 pacing is unbelievable.
Does this
Shadow
KO?
cross chop. I don't think Gastrodon's that bulky. This cross chop will pick up the knockout, and now you just have no fast move pressure. In comes the Moltres. Moltres in a difficult position now, where it's.
I
going
thought
to
he
have
will
to
no
try
seal
and
there
close,
because
but this
Machamp will
Drapion
win
will
CMP
start
anyway.
spamming
There,
out these
right?
Aquatails.
This is so awkward. You can't get rid of that Azumarill. You can't get rid of that Machamp with either the Dunsparce or the Moltres. There's no fast attack pressure, but there is this Brave Bird landing on the Drapion. How much damage is this going to do? It's going to take it
KO,
from
I
100
think. It
to
will
0,
KO,
basically,
yeah.
and that Drapion is out of the field of play. 1 hit KO. Wait, this
In comes
kind of doing a
Machamp.
lot.
The catch! The catch! Oh my goodness! The catch onto the
That was a
Dunsparce.
crazy
What
catch.
a beautiful play by Elam. He's able to save that Moltres.
Wait.
Can Moltres farm down the Azumarill though? In comes the Moltres.
Will he
Can
get
the
to
ancient power?
Brave Bird?
Can he get the ancient power here? It will! And will! What a play by Elam! His tournament
catch
almost
won the
came
match.
to an end, but the perfect prediction, catching on the Dunsparce, saving the Moltres, and Galar Moltres is not
Bro,
done
he's
here
literally
in
shaking,
Baltimore
man. His
just
hands
yet.
were shaking, bro.
Elam says
That was
no to
crazy,
his
man.
run being ended. A beautiful catch from that Dunsparce to take that cross.
Catch made him alive in the tournament. Otherwise, it was
doing
GG's.
honestly a good amount of damage to that Machamp, but the karate chops were doing a little bit too much when it was still debuffed. That catch was beyond perfect. Literal clinical plays here from Elam. He should become a doctor at this point.
That Brave Bird, so much damage, knocking out that Drapion. In came the Machamp. Machamp, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the perfect catch onto the Dunsparce. That was absolute perfection there from Elam. and then getting that farm down with the Moltres. Moltres surviving that bubble, getting the Ancient Power. That Moltres maybe only 1468 combat power, but it had just enough health to survive all that damage and take the win.
1468 CP, but in our hearts it's a 1500. Going into game number 3, I think he's got to bring it again. He's been so successful with this Pokemon, more successful than all of his other friends that have brought us so far. So that is saying something, consider how talented
Decider match. Loser goes home, man.
And out of pocket. As we lock into game number 3, we'll have a champ go on a rampage again. Magic Mason hasn't played it much. Oh my goodness, it's ABA week.
Disaster
in the front. Galarian Moltres in the back.
A disaster strikes. It's Shadow Machamp into Dunsparce. The save switch to the Galar Moltres. But look at the Sucker Punches. The Sucker Punches will add up here. Magic Mason opting for a bait. Stone Edge would instantly knock out a Galar Moltres. Does Elam call this? Elam shields, shielding the bait, and that is going to make things very difficult.
Oh, it goes straight for the cross chop. I like this play. Just trying to get into karate chop down range. Even a Cresselia doesn't like to take Stone Edges from a champ. Oh my goodness,
bro, that did a hell lot of damage, dude.
Oh my goodness, the Brave Bird. Oh, I'm really curious to see how much this does. Magic Mason clearly happy to let this go through, but how are you going to deal with the Cresselia now?
Oh my goodness, he baited out the Alolan Sandslash. That was the goal. In comes the Dunsparce. Cresselia will be down a shield, however. That could prove to be a little bit difficult. Ice Punch from Magic Mason, the no shield on the Dunsparce. The hope is that Cresselia will be well positioned to break the Machamp Azumarill core. Could have thrown instantly to deny that energy. A rollout does go through trying for Charge Tech Priority Kai, but Elam just wants as much energy as possible. This energy will go very far against the Machamp, so we could see Mason bring in the Azumarill, as Azumarill does take the hits better than the Machamp, and one Karate Chop
he has
not
2
KO,
drill runs.
and there's the Azumarill.
In a weird way, does Machamp honestly beat Cresselia into 2-to-1s?
This will be interesting. Azumarill not in a range where a Grass Knot will KO, and honestly,
I don't like throwing here because
with
it's
the drill run.
edges.
Yeah, it'll be very, very interesting.
It's weird now because you want to go straight to the Machamp, right? A play rough and a Stone Edge is not enough. So then you're always leaving yourself having to throw 3 moves. See, we're going to see this play rough being thrown. It's not in Stone Edge range, right?
It honestly, Shadow Machamp has outputted a truly massive amount of damage on just about everything the moves landed on. In comes the Machamp. These Psycho Cuts adding up quite substantially at this health range. As the Cresselia, you can just knock out with a Grass Knot, but the Shadow Machamp has shields to hide behind. It would love to land a Stone Edge. The clock are very misaligned here. That's something you have to keep track of. The Dunsparce will be available for a catch soon, but not right now. Mason is full sending.
This is a CMP tie, right?
Stone Edge into Cresselia. Elam has to get the prediction right. Elam gets the call right, shielding the Stone Edge.
Bro, that was a
massive
huge
call,
seed. I thought it would have done crazy damage.
Left and a very low health Machamp. We will actually
is it going
see
to
the
snipe?
final Protect Shield go to Machamp.
Grass Knock doesn't come through. Can
Snipe,
he Psycho Cut down?
Yeah.
There's the combo.
He did snipe, yeah.
It's okay, but if he bubbles down here with the Azumarill, is a dare play for this back end. Azumarill gonna be able to get this Dunsparce down before taking a charge attack, I believe. Oh, it's so close.
He gets the farm down, but I don't think.
But I think he's in Grass Knot range,
there's
right?
no way.
Cresselia is
Cresselia is very bulky,
bulky,
yeah.
and Azumarill would
Yeah.
probably need 2 charge attacks
GG's.
here.
Elam
it's going
wins.
to be very close, but I think Cresselia can hang on.
Yeah.
Elam does run a very bulky Cresselia.
Easy,
The
bro.
play rough.
Grass
That's
Knot will
not going
KO,
to cut
yeah.
it. The Grass Knot is reached.
Nice
and
game, man.
Azumarill
Well
will
played,
get
dude.
KO'd,
Galarian
and that will be a
Moltres
2-to-1
continues, bro.
Series advantage and a win for Elam.
Crazy
That was a
plays there
terrible
for
lead for
when
Elam,
it
bro, and
seemed
still
all
he
hope was
wins
lost.
the match.
This is not just ABA, by the way. This was hard ABA. Like, most of the time when you see a champion in the lead, if you can hear me clapping, that's game over. Everyone should just be clapping in the crowd. I don't know. It feels like so hard to overcome. But as soon as Mason actually hard swapped that Alolan Sandslash, I think the game was over. Because the Cresselia was too overwhelming for the backline.
Cresselia so strong, and it looks like we do have a match under review. So our wonderful judging team will be taking a look to make sure that everything occurred as it was supposed to in that matchup there.
Yeah, they are disputing a potential bubble deny versus the Dunsparce. That's when Magic Mason brought in the Azumarill onto the Dunsparce and did not sneak a bubble. Maybe the dispute here is that with those bubbles, he would have been able to bubble down that Dunsparce without taking a charge attack, and therefore if the Dunsparce is out of the field of play, there would be more for the Machamp to do against the Cresselia, etc., etc. But of course, that is the determination of our judge here, who I want to give a shout out to. I believe it's King IV on the screen. Oh, not on the screen right now. That's Keelan, of course. But yeah, King IV right there, giving us a great job of reviewing this footage here. Both players still need to be calm and collected, though, because they need to think about what their next match is, the potential next game is going to be. They want to use all the time possible to prepare.
Absolutely. And that end game scenario ended up proving to be a bit of a tricky one, trying to manage energy as well as you possibly can. But that bulky Cresselia, a second charge attack was needed for the Azumarill to pick up the knockout, and Azumarill just could not get that energy, which proved to be very difficult. Machamp into the Dunsparce did look from the start like an absolute disaster, but the Galar Moltres save switch, the Machamp stayed in, it forced the shield, but it eventually brought out that Alolan Sandslash. Honestly, a really good line there of 3 from Elam. Even if he did lose lead, he was going to try and bait out the Sandslash and then say, Cresselia has some very nice play into this team. I'm going to try and see if Cresselia can sweep, and Cresselia was able to do just that.
Cresselia has been so strong from Elam and Wadaj, and the craziest thing, Cresselia has not even been that calm in this tournament, I feel like.
Yeah.
Compared to how popular it was in the World Championships, Cresselia is on a tear right now. All these targets, honestly. Look at this team. There's Machamp, there's Azumarill, there's, honestly, Drapion is, I guess it's bad. Honestly, it's bad.
It is not a fun time. You would get outpaced pretty severely from the Shadow Drapion.
And for Alligator, obviously, Grass Knot. Okay, here we go. Okay, so he doesn't get a bubble there, and the Dunsparce is already really low. So I think to some extent this is pretty valid to like bring up. Oh,
it looks like they determined that wouldn't have impacted the outcome of the game. Dunsparce saved a move there, but a bubble would not have been
KO'd him, yeah. Anyway, it would not have KO'd him,
so
yeah.
the move being saved, being able to snipe later.
Even if he got
the
denied, but
the
yeah,
bubble
it was
went
still
through,
fine.
Still
Yeah.
could have occurred.
He would have
So
landed the move
a
anyway,
bubble was
yeah.
missed, but in the end, Elam, by baiting out that Alolan Sandslash, had just put his Cresselia in too good of a position to sweep in that endgame.
Very difficult spot for Magic Mason. Probably wasn't thinking there was a Cresselia in the back. I guess that was the only way, because otherwise he wouldn't have swapped in the Alolan Sandslash. But of course, hindsight is 2020, and Magic Mason has made a great run here at the Baltimore Regional Championships. Nothing to scoff at, but Elam will continue on with the Galarian Moltres flying high above his friends who have already been
Moltres for the
eliminated
win,
while
chatter
using the
what?
Galar Bird. Of course, they are all these players that still have to watch out, because Elite and Wadaj haven't even dropped a single match, and they are waiting in the wings to play against one of these players.
Let's take a look at these match highlights. Leading Superior into Gastrodon has to be very demoralizing there. Well, if you're the Gastrodon player, that is. Elam running a line that was pretty soft across the board to that Superior, and Superior eventually ended up switching out. The Sandslash being able to KO the Moltres, and he tried to predict the snipe by the Superior, but Superior got to go first. Mason making sure to click all those flying bubbles to secure that knockout and take the Game 1 victory.
Based on how these games went, I feel like 99% of times, if this was replayed, Game 2 and 3, Magic Mason would win this set. Almost certainly.
That perfect catch was just the right prediction, but that is about Pokemon Go competitively. It's about making that right prediction to the half second of accuracy, and Elam did just that in that game. That game looked over. It looked like there wasn't hope, but by wasting that Machamp's energy by catching it on the Dunsparce, Elam survives to force Game 2, and in Game 3 is able to take it home with a really well-designed line, understanding that if you took a look across that team, the only thing that resisted Brave Bird was Sandslash. If you get a lot of energy, that is the logical choice for a Pokemon to send in, because everything else is not going to like the Brave Bird. And understanding that that would be the most logical thing to switch in, and therefore it can free up Cresselia. So a really good line of 3 there, being able to bait out that Alolan Sandslash, and then Cresselia just too strong in that endgame.
Honestly, right now, There's so much nuance in these 50-second switch clocks.
Yes.
Pokemon Go is more than just swiping and tapping the dots furiously. It's about counting your opponent's energy, recognizing when the switch timers are up, and just understanding what your opponent needs to do to win the game so that you know how you can win the game. But of course, coming up here, we're going to have more trainers who know a little bit about winning in games. That's Tomahawk UK.
Last
against
4
Elon
matches
in
left.
the
Let's
loser
go.
semifinals. The winner of this will advance to
After
the
this, we'll have the winner
where they'll need to
semis,
play against
then loser finals,
Speaking
and
of
then
Elite
grand
Wadaj,
finals.
this is the run that they've been on. Wadaj 2 overs Arrow, 2 overs Elam, Elite 2-1 versus 610 Hero, and then a 2 overs Tomahawk. This collision course from opposite sides of the bracket has felt a little inevitable with how incredible they have played all weekend. And this series, the winner of Tomahawk and Elam will play the loser of Elite and Wadaj. We truly are in the end game of this Baltimore Regional Championships now. 182 players arrived, only 4 remain, and 2 of the 4 on stage now, Tomahawk UK and Elam.
2 players on the stage, but only 1 will exit. Tomahawk UK has brought that signature Pangoro paired with the Diggersby core, Diggersby Toxapex core the entire weekend. Elam with that Galarian Moltres. I feel like both players here are very comfortable with their teams at this point, have gone through an absolute gauntlet to get here, but there are some things to notice. Tomahawk UK
Definitely he's running Moltres, man, right? He's not dropping it. He's MVP.
He does only have 1 resistance to Mud Slap on the team, that of course being the Talonflame. However, Pokemon like Diggersby can outbulk the Gastrodon, and that signature Pangoro can actually outpace it due to Karate Chop. I mean, we've seen it on Machamp. That move has incredible energy generation.
Yeah, Machamp is basically like the old Quagsire pacing, where it can do a Stone Edge and then do a Cross Chop for 3 Karate Chops. That is crazy. Getting to a charge attack in 6 turns, absolutely ridiculous. But Pangoro is almost as fast, has Cross Chop at 4, but close combat at 5. I think Pangoro is going to be a little bit crazy against this team. Dunsparce, Moltres, Feraligatr, it looks like you have a couple of targets. Even Cresselia you win in the 2 shields.
Oh my goodness, I was unaware of that. But yeah, as long
Karate
as
Chop breakpoint.
Interesting. So it'll depend on how Tomahawk, like what specific stats did he end up bringing on this Pangoro. If there's a little bit of attack, then maybe getting some extra Karate Chop damage could make the difference in that Cresselia matchup. But as long as shields are up, yeah, I didn't really consider that. The Sucker Punches from Moltres are going to do just about nothing.
They already are doing a lot, though, even when they're neutral against Alolan Sandslash, so I wouldn't even be surprised if they were doing a lot. It's going to be Cresselia leading into a Diggersby. Why does Tomahawk keep leading his Diggersby into Cresselia?
He's running a line that is triple weak to the Cresselia, so I think we're going to see him play out this matchup. But as we take a look in the back line, there's a lot of good answers for that Galar Moltres, and Elam has brought it. So even though this is a lead win, he is triple weak to that Cresselia. Things could get very uncomfortable because Cresselia, while it's amazing, cannot 1v3.
You know what I would like here? A swap into the Feraligatr, honestly, because you can just pace the same way. Your attack has already been dropped, so you may need to save this Cresselia energy for somewhere else. It's going to be a catch up to the Azumarill, but this is still super effective.
Azumarill
it's a
is
debuff one though, right?
This Grass Knot pretty comfortably since it is going to be debuffed. Cresselia looking to stay in this matchup, not choosing to reveal the Feraligatr just yet.
I think this is a good recognition, right? Even if you're debuffed by that Diggersby, Elam understands that 3 Grass Knots are needed no matter what your debuff stage is at. Number 1, 2,
He might need 4. He might need 4 here.
This is crazy work.
Oh
I was
my
not
goodness.
expecting that. Wow, you actually need 4. Oh yeah, Psycho Cuts are just not enough. This is such an interesting matchup.
There's the switch
I love
out.
this. I love this.
Tomahawk's switch clock will be up very soon. His switch clock will be up after this next charge attack is reached. Very
This
nice
will KO.
farm here by
Yeah,
Elam,
if he
looking
does
to
not fail.
secure a knockout with a Hydro Cannon right before the play rough is reached. Hydro Cannon into that Azumarill does pick up the KO. Azumarill had a charge attack but could not hold on. In comes the Panda. Pangoro immediately met with a Shadow Hydro Cannon, and this will do a lot of damage. So we will see an immediate
He has to
protection.
invest
Tomahawk.
tails on
Gotta shield that
Pangoro,
up,
right?
but
Yeah.
can you start getting these nice slashes off?
If he gets
Number
buff,
one is gonna
that will be
come in
huge.
right now on the charge attack priority, but but it looks like Tomahawk's going to have to give up his last shield if he wants to preserve this Pangoro. Elam, yep, goes to the Hydro Cannon, and do you just put on the Moltres now? Wait, what?
This is tough. This is tough.
Charge attack priority?
It did look like charge attack priority. He's going to go for an undercharge here, and then maybe attempt to karate chop farm down. It looks like we'll get a farm down. In comes Cresselia. Cresselia going to get met with the Night Slash. 2 protect shields remaining. Going to use a protect shield here.
I like this.
If Tomahawk wants to preserve it, he can switch out of this matchup if he so desires. Going to pick up a potential knockout with the Night Slash. Elam double shielding. Switch clock is available for Tomahawk. He can bring in the Diggersby whenever he'd like. Choosing to switch out at the last possible second. Catching the Moonblast. A beautiful play by Tomahawk.
This is so difficult for Elam now. Where do you go from here? You're going to get quick attack all the way down, but if you could wait.
Galar Moltres energy.
Pause.
Galar Moltres energy.
This Fire Punch goes nowhere, right?
Yeah. Bringing in the Moltres. Moltres in the zero shield.
Wait.
And Bravebird, the Pangoro, so strong into the Moltres, but when shields are down, this Galar, oh, that does nothing. Oh no, gonna try and double up, not quite at double up. And this Bravebird is rapidly approaching, and there's not much Diggersby can do except get fully farmed down.
Oh.
And now one more Sucker Punch, and it's Bravebird time. In comes the Bravebird. That's going to pick up a one-hit KO onto the Pangoro, and that's going to be a Game 1 win for Elam.
Wow, one-hit KO. I think that would have taken out 4 to 8 Pangoros, somewhere in that range, probably dependent on the HP stat, of course. But Elam, continuing his amazing run after losing that first game against Mason. He's won 3 in a row against some of the best players in the world here, literally because this guy is from the UK. Oh, looks like we're going to get a match under review. Tomahawk is asking if he lost a karate chop after reviewing the match. So they're just taking a look at it. Not necessarily there's a dispute, but we just want to make sure for the competitive integrity, for everyone's, just everyone's fairness, that it's just reviewed accordingly.
There was one instance where
the Feraligatr.
The Pangoro Feraligatr charge attack priority tie. Pangoro as a species has a much higher attack stat than a Feraligatr, to the point where I do not believe that even a maximum attack Feraligatr and a minimum attack Pangoro, that Feraligatr could ever win that charge attack priority tie. So that could be one of the things that they are trying to take a look at, is the karate chops should pace identically to the Shadow Claws, but the animations did look a little bit off. So we will have to take a look, and we do get the replay here, which is going to be very, very instructive. In comes Pangoro, and Pangoro...
See here, he's like 1 turn behind, right?
Yeah, we do see only 3 karate chops.
4.
And there should have been 3 and a 4th that came through as well. So we are going to see the Hydro Cannon shielded up, trying to farm up as much energy as possible, but it did look like one may have been missed, and the question will be, did that impact the outcome of the game? Our judges will be hard at work reviewing the footage to make sure to determine if that was game impacting.
I think it may have made a slight difference, honestly, because the Pangoro just needed a little bit better pacing to get to some charge attacks. Maybe he could have thrown against the Feraligatr before even needing to go down a shield. But of course, that's the judge's decision to make, not ours. It's, yeah, it's more than, oh yeah. So I think they're saying there was more than just one karate chop, so they have to take a look at that. In the meantime, though, yeah, we're still looking for the social posts for the stream, of course. If any of you guys have predictions, we're down to the last 4 players. Let us know who you think is going to win, and we'd love to see what your predictions are, and hopefully be able to put some of those up during the break.
That matchup ended up being a very interesting one, running a line that was so incredibly weak to that Cresselia, a very bold prediction, and one that it feels a little bit backfired with the Cresselia lead. Tried to dance around it, catching, got a very clutch debuff. Without that debuff, Azumarill could have gotten knocked out by 3 grass dots, but with the debuff, a 3rd grass dot would have been survivable. That forced Elam to switch out, and the switch timers were heavily misaligned throughout the course of that matchup. So it did prove, like, it is a very bold line. If there is not a Cresselia, you're probably going to be in a pretty good spot. But when there's that triple shared weakness, then it can be very difficult to try and play out of. So you have to wonder, with a potential Game 2 on the horizon, will a Cresselia counter be brought? For example, that Talonflame. Talonflame does, of course, have to be careful of Feraligatr, has to be careful of the Dunsparce, and as well Ancient Power from Galar Moltres. Talonflame does have a slight pacing advantage over time, being able to not outpace to the first, but outpace the future ones thanks to the 3-2-2 pacing on Fly. But in the zeros, Ancient Power would not go well for that Talonflame.
Talonflame has been a really good Pokemon for the Tomahawk UK. It's really good against the Gastrodon actually here from Elam.
Yes.
So maybe the reason why Elam is not as comfortable with that Gastrodon is because the Talonflame matchup is so polarizing and you just don't do anything. The body slams are the only thing you do, but those have just been nerfed. On the other hand though, Pangoro, I think if you want to play triple weakening Cresselia, you start with the Pangoro, right? Because Pangoro, you win the 2-shield scenario. So you basically come out of the matchup, try to win it as hard as possible, and you don't take a single ounce of damage because you resist those Psycho Cuts, you leave, and what wants to take a close comment after that? You're always taking the shot back.
Not much. And one thing of note with that line of 3, you wonder if thinking about the Gastrodon did influence that line, because there was none of the poison types that Tomahawk has relied on so heavily. The Toxapex, the Clodsire were not brought. Running 3 Pokemon that, while they're not weak to Mudslap, they also are not necessarily strong against Mudslap. Azumarill into the Gastrodon. Gastrodon can prevail if it's able to connect with Earth powers, but it's a very neutral matchup. Diggersby has a pretty significant bulk advantage, and the Panda can outspeed it just by getting to close combats before the body slam, or at least the first body slam, is reached. So overall, you have to wonder if he was a little bit seeing ghosts of Gastrodon that didn't end up showing up there, as Elam opted for a little bit of a safer line there, trying to avoid Gastrodon ending up on a potential Talonflame, because that would be catastrophic for the Gastrodon.
I think Gastrodon, it's really good against Panda, honestly. Pangoro is just so glassy. Mudslap is such an oppressive fast attack, and when you throw close combat and it's shielded, you are absolutely going to get shredded by the Mudslap. You won't stand tall for much longer. But on the other hand, it's so good against things like the Feraligatr, like the Moltres, so I can definitely see the argument for Pangoro here.
Yeah, the Feraligatr, we saw that lead matchup play out, the Pangoro versus Shadow Feraligatr, and I believe Tomahawk was fine just going straight close combat there, because the only shielding scenario you do not win is the zeros. In the zeros, the close combat barely survived by the Shadow Feraligatr, but the more that shield scenarios go on, the
have a discussion going on,
because even though your defense has been debuffed again and again and again, you have that resistance to the Shadow Claw, so you're never taking a lot of fast food pressure. It was something that he was mentioning, that a lot of Feraligatr plus Dunsparce teams, he felt like it could do some very nice work because it has the same pacing as Feraligatr, but winning charge stack priority, and versus the Dunsparce, resisting rollout and being able to hit for super effective damage and outpace means the Dunsparce does not have a great day.
On his team though from Elam, that Clodsire looks so good against Tomahawk UK based on what he just brought. There's Azumarill, for example, that's pretty good. It's alright. There's Pangoro, of course, Toxapex, opposing Clodsire, and even Talonflame to target. So Elam's Clodsire looks really good. I'm curious if he does bring that, because Pangoro, Tomahawk has gotten really comfortable with it. In the early rounds of the tournament, he wasn't playing it much. I don't know if you remember. He just was keeping on the bench. But throughout the tournament, he's bringing it slowly more and more. He's like, oh, dang, this thing is cooking. And it is. So Elam may need to respond to that accordingly and not bring the Galarian Moltres.
As we get to take a look back at this replay once again, the Hydro Cannon knocking out the Azumarill, denying that play rough, and we get to count here. We do have the three Shadow Claws and the Hydro Cannon thrown, and the Pangoro only gets 2 Karate Chops and a 3rd sneaking instead of 3 and a 4th sneaking as the match continues to play out here. And the Pangoro should win charge attack priority here. And it looks like the Karate Chop was slightly delayed and it ended up playing into a maybe a desynced charge attack priority tie there, where the Pangoro, just based on its species, we've seen how frail it is. It really cannot take hits. But as a species, that trade-off is an exceedingly high attack stat here, and it looks like we do have
Yeah, that would have been
from the
crucial
judges
because
that game one has been ruled as a rematch. So
yeah,
we will be
because
seeing
Pangoro would have won
do get
CMP
to
there,
use
right?
new teams,
And that Nightless
but
would have
they
killed
will
their
get that
alligator.
rematch.
Yeah, they're ruling the rematch because earlier, if you got those karate chops, Tomahawk, you wouldn't have to shield those Hydro Cannons and would be able to just throw the moves first and force the opponent's shield before he had to expend his own. And then, of course, the CMP was very, CAP was very, very strange for Alligator. Usually does not win charge attack priority against Pangoro, so just making sure everyone at home knows that as well.
Yes. Again, that is the trade-off with running these Glacier Pokemon, is if you get hit with a charge attack, you don't have shields to protect yourself, or in the case of a Shadow Machamp we saw earlier versus a Talonflame, it can actually just get melted to fast moves. But as a result, these glassy fighters like the Shadow Machamp, like the Pangoro, do have that ability to win that charge attack priority tie in a lot of situations. And it's honestly a little bit like the main series here, where we do have it's a little bit like the main series where they, like the Pokemon that has the higher speed will end up going first. But in this case, it comes down to attack stat. And so if the charge attacks are at the same time, then you are actually able to go first if you have the higher overall species attack stat.
Yeah, attack stat is a very important thing in Pokemon Go. Not really between like the bulky Pokemon, like, hey, if your Cresselia wins at the CAP against the Clodsire, that's not really much of a game changer, but especially when Pokemon that are like one-hit KOing each other are winning charge attack priority, it becomes extremely crucial.
And we are back 0-0. These battlers do get to choose new lines of 3 for this rematch. And you have to wonder
got reset,
if Tomahawk
so it's
makes
0-0
that
again,
adjustment.
yeah.
He didn't see the Gastrodon game 1, but triple weak to Cresselia made things very difficult. So will we see an adjustment in strategy, a potential Talonflame to try and completely wall off that energy from the Cresselia?
Talonflame has been so instrumental in shutting down Cresselia's, but I think his previous line was so weak against Cresselia that it's like almost too obvious that he's bringing the Talonflame now, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it is always the mind games that you have to think about. I'm trying to bait my opponent into bringing the Talonflame. Will they realize that and try and run something else? Or will they actually bring the Talonflame saying, I am tired of that Cresselia. I did not enjoy playing against it. So those are the mind games going on in the heads of the competitors at this exact moment, as they are both taking final moments to get locked in here before this game number 1.
Game number 1, going to be going back to a clean slate. I think both these players probably had a good amount of time to really think these lines through. Tomahawk UK may opt for that Talonflame to call out that Cresselia, basically just shut it down completely. But if that's the case, you also have to be scared of the Dunsparce. You have to be scared of the Feraligatr. And there's a lot of stuff to worry about if you're Tomahawk UK. But at the end of the day, Pangoro stands tall and strong.
That it certainly does.
Yo, T,
One
welcome
battler
back.
has
What's
locked
up?
in, confident in the game 1 line. The other battler still making last-second adjustments, trying to figure out the perfect line of 3 to deliver a game 1 victory. Winning in this game 1 gives a massive advantage in the series. You still only need 2 wins to advance to the losers finals. Getting that first win will put you in a pretty terrific position here. A sigh of relief from Tomahawk. He locks in the team, and we're ready to go. Losers semifinals, Tomahawk versus Elam.
We are at the
have
end
lock-ins.
stage anyway.
Talonflame for the Tomahawk. Oh no, it's the Gastrodon from Elam, and this is the 1 Mud Slap resistance on the team.
Here comes the Feraligatr, but I love this because, as you see, the Incinerate came through, so he's always going to start with an advantage.
Yes, this Feraligatr now up energy, looking to try and put pressure onto the Diggersby. One of the reasons why Diggersby is a Pokemon of choice, it's a ground type, but it has that immunity, that double resistance to the Shadow Claws, which means Feraligatr, despite landing significant damage with a Hydro
इसलिए
Cannon,
water
is
balls are
never
जरूरी,
really
lol.
in a fantastic position to try and farm down.
Let's see here, no debuff, but it's not really gonna matter. Shadow Claw down is never gonna happen. Hydro Cannon is gonna be reached. Tomahawk UK is gonna have to expend both shields here if he wants to hang on to this Diggersby.
He will
Does
flip
he
the
opt to do
switch.
so? Oh my gosh, I think I know what's coming up. What about you?
Oh
Pangoro.
my. Letting this
Pangoro.
go, saving the shields. Could, honestly, at this point, I think you kind of have to bring in the Pangoro. If you bring in the Talonflame could get one shot. In comes Pangoro, firing off the Hydro Cannon before Pangoro is able to make a Night Slash.
Is it Clodsire on Stonehenge or is it on Sludge Bomb? This is crucial for this matchup. He's gonna go right into it. Stonehenge!
Aggressive
He has
pivot
to
out.
stay in.
Aggressive pivot out. What a beautiful play by Elam. He preserves an ability to make a Hydro Cannon later in the game. And Clodsire, I mean, this Pangoro desperately needs the Night
If
Slash
he gets
boost.
the buff,
Night Slash will connect.
buff.
No boost to be found. Another Night Slash
Okay,
thrown.
this might
but
boost,
this
bro.
Is the
This
risk
might
of
boost.
bringing the fighters. But Champ and Pangoro, they both struggled quite a bit against the Clodsire. Clodsire
No
taking
boost.
those moves like it's nothing. You just have to watch for
Oh my
a catch.
goodness.
Going for a bait here. Tomahawk.
I think he's gonna let it go because
Reviewing
he's
his
putting it on
options.
Talonflame.
Ooh, he
at the
saved.
last second, shielding a resisted bait, going for another Night Slash, and this still will not be able to deliver a knockout onto that Clodsire.
So how do you kind of address that Talonflame here if he swaps it in? Oh no, he can't swap it in. You can't bring your Gastron in because then he'll swap the Talonflame. So you throw the Stone Edge. I don't know if this is enough.
I can't imagine it is. Stone Edge, not going to KO, but it will get it very low. We're going to see the switch out into the Talonflame, and that is that pacing on that Feraligatr, preserving 3 Shadow Claws of energy from
GGs.
earlier, going to be able to pick up a one-hit knockout momentarily onto the Talonflame. Down it goes. Shadow Feraligatr, so strong. Pangoro
Switch
looking
was
for a farm
important
down,
there.
gets the farm
Oh,
down.
but he has a
now
steal,
I
right?
think-
Yeah, and he has a Gastro
Okay,
anyways.
yeah.
Wait, GG.
There's a shield
No
to hide
way
behind.
he is
There's a
gonna
pull-up
win that
Gastron.
match.
There's just no
Yeah.
play anymore for Tomahawk. Tomahawk had all the energy he could ever ask for, but you need to be able to survive a fast move, and he
Give me a
could
minute of
not.
पानी
So
लेके
that's
आया
a
कहीं.
game 1 win for Elam.
Gastrodon putting a shift there for Elam. I wouldn't be surprised if he just doesn't play it again this series because that was not doing anything for him.
Gastrodon completely took the battle off. It lost lead and then just let that meta core of Feraligatr and Clodsire, and the decision that you identified right at the start, the Tomahawk was locked into an Incinerate, and that meant that Feraligatr had too much of an energy advantage in that Diggersby matchup. Exiting with energy, preserving the energy, so that way once the Talon was switched in, he could switch in, outpace, one-hit KO with a Hydro Cannon, and from there was just not enough health remaining on that team for Tomahawk.
Winning
to be
against
able to
bad
take home
leads,
the
that
win.
is important, guys.
It was
right?
a really nice adjustment.
That is the main
because,
thing,
as
bro.
you see, Feraligatr, safe switch. When you're ahead a little bit of energy, that I think the Pangoro can't even respond to it at that point. Because if you're behind 3, they're always going to get to the 2 first, and then they're always going to strike first, and you're going to have to give up both shields, which is kind of what we saw there.
Yeah, it definitely made it a bit uncomfortable. In a lead matchup, Pangoro a lot more comfortable. Now, since the Feraligatr was such a problem, does Tomahawk opt for something that has these resistances to waters? He does have the Toxapex. He has not brought it, but considering a Gastrodon was just led, is Toxapex too risky of a bring? We have seen a Toxapex from Tomahawk KO a Gastrodon before, but it required a lot of help and damage throughout the course of the match to be able to do so.
You're going to need consistent damage for the Azumarill, for the Diggersby. Such bulky Pokemon. How is Elam going to address it? Does he risk the Cresselia at this point, though? Because you just saw the Talonflame. Do you want to make that call? Do you want a hard reason for Game 3 and secure this, secure your entry into the Losers Finals?
It is a tough decision to make if you're Tomahawk. Tomahawk now in a spot where he needs this win to stay alive in the tournament. As the username may give the idea, he flew here from England to compete. He's made it this far, top 4 in Baltimore. And if he does not want his run to come to an end, he's going to have to put together the perfect line of 3.
I think Pangoro's going to come from him again. But will he bring some of his other more reliable Pokemon? I'm thinking the Toxapex or the Diggersby core. Just bring them together. Let's see. It looks like both players have locked in. What are their leads? It's going to be Tomahawk UK. Oh, okay. Yeah, here we go. Oh, my goodness. This is the match we want to see.
The Pangoro on the lead versus the
bro.
Cresselia. According to
Okay.
Nighttime Clasher, Pangoro can win the twos. I'll be honest, I have not studied this matchup. Tomahawk throwing right away. He's saying if I get a Night Slash
If he gets
I want
boost,
it to
it'll be
happen
crazy, man, to
instantly
be honest.
here. Immediate Night Slash into Cresselia. Cresselia from Elam
Wow.
with the no shield. That's big damage, but no boost to be seen.
Yeah, as you see here, these karate chops are adding up. In the twos, it's actually going to allow you to two Night Slash and karate chop all the way down. He's going to go for the no shoot here. I think Elam's trying to play 0-2s to just maximize the amount of shields that he's going to get back. Oh, no baits here. I think a grass knot would have been pretty safe, honestly, but goes straight for the Moonblast. Is it going to connect? Obviously not.
You cannot
Come
counter
on,
him
UK
down anywhere, right?
shields
He
it up.
has to
Here
throw.
comes the Feraligatr. This is going to be very difficult to try not to take a close combat. Does he opt for the shield? This is such a tough call, but you have to respect it. You have to protect the Feraligatr. And here comes the Night Slash. Still no boost for Tomahawk. Here comes the Hydro Cannon. He has to go shield, I think.
Yes, Pangoro hiding behind these shields. The switch timers are very misaligned now. Tomahawk could choose to switch into the Azumarill whenever he'd like, and he's throwing one before the Hydro Cannon, so he will have the ability to switch. Another bait, he can preserve the little bit of residual energy if he wants to with a switch out into that Azumarill, and that's exactly what we're going to see. But the switch timers are almost back up for Elam. One Hydro Cannon, switch timers up, and he can actually switch out of this matchup and preserve the Feraligatr if he wants to.
Chris, right?
This is a great situation for Elam, I think, because if you come into the Cresselia right now, you might be able to hang on to a move, and then, goes for the Clodsire, but Tomahawk UK, he's not going to let a player get caught into a Clodsire again, but he does actually let through a Poison Sting while throwing this Ice Beam. This may help Elam get to another charge attack and prevent...
2 Ice Beam does not
any more
kill
damage
anywhere,
from
right?
this Clodsire, no, it's going to be another Ice Beam reach before the Earthquake.
Plus a farm down will be
Yo,
viable.
what happened there?
The
Hello?
Earthquake connects. Ice Beam fired by the Azumarill. This Clodsire can hang on. It will survive the damage, but the thing you have to watch will be the bubble damage
bubble farm
as
down,
well. We're going to see a
maybe.
switch out now into Diggersby. Diggersby getting a big energy head start, looking for a farm now, not going to get it. The Earthquake is reached, but Diggersby is another one of these very bulky Pokemon, able to shake off this Earthquake damage.
Terra will win CMP though, right?
How do you respond to this Diggersby? It's
Yeah.
with a Hydro Cannon. Is that enough? This is going to do huge, super effective damage, but I think the Diggersby is chunky
This will
enough.
kill,
Can
right?
hang on.
Oh,
barely,
1
barely,
HP.
Scorching Sands.
Barely hangs on. Elam was really hoping that would KO, but Diggersby is all about the bulk.
ये क्या हुआ
hanging
पता नहीं
on
यार broadcast ही
barely,
था
barely by the narrowest of margins.
Broadcast
In comes
too.
Cresselia. Cresselia looking for the farm. Gets the farm. Could potentially knock out Pangoro.
Or the Azumarill.
But ideally, to get rid of this Pangoro, you have to land the Moonblast. Does Tomahawk bring in Pangoro and try for a
Peekaboo.
catch here?
Oh, he caught.
Gets
Nice
the
catch.
Unbelievable! What a beautiful play. Tomahawk, he keeps getting these predictions right throughout this weekend again and again.
Catches win
and
matches,
again.
chat.
This shiny
Let's go.
Pangoro will not be denied, and Tomahawk will force a decisive Game 3 as there's just no energy available on that Clodsire.
Incredible awareness of Elam's energy and incredible prediction. It's one thing to know your opponent's energy. It's another thing to know when to throw that energy, or catch that energy, or manage it on another Pokemon. Tomahawk UK has there's levels to this, and he is on a different level of understanding here inside of Pokemon Go. He
Deciding
doesn't want to go
battle
home
3, bro.
He
Let's
wants
go.
to stay in the beautiful city of Baltimore
Nice game,
just
man.
a little bit longer and play that Pangoro.
And that Pangoro has provided some truly incredible results. The interesting thing to note, as we take a look at this footage, is Elam could have potentially waited a turn here, decided against waiting the turn. Because if you wait the turn, visually see the karate chop, then you can avoid the catch. But instead, clicks it instantly, maybe hoping the clock wasn't up, but it was. And that catch is devastating. So close to losers finals for Elam. But instead, Tomahawk makes the correct prediction, and we're going to a Game 3. These battlers, each battle has been incredible, and now we get to see them do it one more time.
It feels like both of them are just so close to making it to the losers finals. They're so close to even winning the regional championship, but it all comes down to the next 3 minutes. We're gonna know which one of these trainers needs to go home, but which one advances and gets to play against Wadaj or Elite.
And that is what will be decided here. The stakes have never been higher. Top 4 is great. but your dream of becoming regional champion is on the line. One dream will continue. For one, it will fall just short. These battlers taking every last moment that they possibly can to think about these lines, as there's so much at stake here.
This is a battle of two former finalists. I want to remind everybody at home, they both want this so badly. They're so close to achieving their goals. But of course, only one will continue on today. Is it going to be Tomahawk? Is it going to be Elam? Let us know in the chat. We're loading in. It's a Gastrodon up against a Toxapex.
Oh no, disaster strikes for Tomahawk. That's not
Good
what he was
lead for
hoping to
Elam.
see. He's going to look to switch out of this matchup. In
Going to
comes
Chris.
Azumarill. We're going to see the Gastrodon stay in this matchup to start with. Gastrodon banks a lot of energy. In comes Cresselia, and the question will be, do those 5 mud slabs put it into double Grassdon range? If the answer is yes, then that is a beautiful demonstration
Good
of
lead,
skill
good
by
swap
Elam
for
and
Elam.
understanding damage values.
Let's
I
see
think
how
it absolutely
Tomahawk.
does. We're going to see Grassdon
Oh,
number 1
okay.
being thrown out by the Cresselia in a second here, right before that player of his reach. Is it going to get it into half-health range? We're going to have to pull out our glasses here to see if it does. Grassdon landing onto the Azumarill. I think it's just enough. I think
Yeah,
it's just
next
enough for the
Grassdon
Psycho
will
Cut down as
KO
well.
then.
It's perfect.
With the Psycho Cuts, if the Grassdon doesn't KO, it'll set up for a Psycho Cut farm down, and that Gastrodon's energy is very threatening into the entire line that was brought here. Cresselia farming up, clock available for Tomahawk, and he takes full advantage. He is going to switch in the Toxapex, save that Azumarill, and make a very nice catch, and that catch would not have been possible in the 60-second switch timer meta, but back enters Gastrodon, and Gastrodon is looking to inflict massive damage with a super effective Earth Power.
He has Diggersby in the back,
Notice
bro.
not
It is
enough
looking
because we saw
GG's,
the
man,
game against
already.
Valor Ash earlier. It is going to be shielded, though. Can he get to another one before the Brine? It's not going to be reached, but this
But Brine will
is
not
an
kill,
absolute
right?
tickle of damage to the Gastrodon.
Ah.
Elam doesn't even take a second to
Brine
think
is
about
a
shielding
trash
that, and
move,
it's going
bro.
to come through. It's going to do about 10% of damage. Just kidding. A little bit more than that, but here comes the Mud Slabs. Body Slam and a farm that would be so beautiful here, but you kind of risk Tomahawk UK getting to a Brine here.
I don't think another Brine would quite knock out. The poison dabs just do so little. This will be 2 mud slap range. And oh, it's not. It's not. Oh, a miscalculation, and he's forced to go for another body slam. That
This
Toxapex is so bulky. It withstands both mud slabs, and Elam tried to make a play to save energy, but instead, unfortunately, it ends up costing him
No, I
energy.
think he saved energy because it was 2 mud slaps, and that's more than, it got him a little
Yeah,
bit
it
more.
is GG's,
Two more
man.
mud slaps. So I guess it's okay on that front.
Kaya Tomahawk.
Instead
Yeah,
of
it is
an
GG's,
Earth
man.
Power
It's like
there,
tough
opting
matchup.
for the double body slam, aggressive switch into Feraligatr as Diggersby is revealed as this final Pokemon. There is still energy available on the Azumarill, and he's going for a Fire Punch bait, and he gets the shield. Of course, Fire Punch bait cannot have the attack drop that he's gotten so frequently, but it improved Diggersby's pacing substantially. Diggersby still going to get outpaced, however, as Feraligatr, that Shadow Claw to Hydro Cannon combination is absolutely incredible.
Hydro Cannon comes down on the Diggersby. Diggersby's going to reach a Sorcery Sands, but he's going to try
Is
for
he going
another
for
bait. Oh my
catch?
goodness, this is a crazy bait here from Tomahawk UK. I think Elam's going to put on the Cresselia though. Oh, he actually goes for the shield. Can he reach his Hydro Cannon before that Scorching Sands reach? Tomahawk UK needs to make a catch. He's been so instrumental in doing it.
Oh, the patience, the switch out. Grassdon reached.
Beautiful.
Just barely outpacing the play rough there. Elam with the perfect energy awareness. Ice Beam would not have knocked out Cresselia from that range. We've seen Elam's Cresselia survive move after move throughout this series, and now it seems like there's just too many Pokemon to get rid of on Elam's team. Fire Punch trying to pick up the knockout on a Cresselia, but there's still
GG.
Feraligatr with energy. There's still a Gastrodon as well.
Elam
and
into
I don't
losers
think
finals.
Diggersby
That's
can
good.
do it.
Moltres is still
winning charge attack
there,
priority
guys.
there. Elam able to survive
Moltres
a
is still there,
intensely fought
dude.
series at a 2-1 victory. Elam advances
Well
to
played,
losers finals.
GG's, guys.
Too little, too late there. Diggersby tried to pull its weight, and it was honestly his MVP Pokemon the entire weekend. Right next to that Pangoro was brought.
Now
in
comes
every
the
single game, it
winners
felt like,
finals.
but it was just not enough. Doesn't do enough damage. I think is the main problem for Diggersby.
Diggersby, honestly, one of the reasons why you bring it is the core breaking ability, but also just the bulk. Being able to survive 2 Grassdons from Cresselia when they are super effective is quite valuable, but in that end game, as as you mentioned, just not quite enough damage output there. And for Alligator, will always win that charge attack priority tie over the Diggersby. So even if there was enough energy, for Alligator can just say no.
For Alligator denying
Bet लगाओ, काय का
Tomahawk's
bet
dreams
लगाना
of
भाई?
winning a regional championship, but it's going to be Elam.
Bet
who
में हमारा भी
moves
कुछ
on
फायदा
and
होना
tries
चाहिए
to
ना,
avenge
तब
his own
लगाएंगे.
performance back in 2022. Grass onto Cresselia. This is one of the best small recognitions of the entire tournament, I think. Just putting it into that grass on range. Great patience here, not getting the move caught. Elam not giving away anything here in the losers semifinals and taking himself into the losers finals, where they will now be awaiting the potential loser of Elite versus Wadaj.
And that matchup, I believe, is the one that they're going to be preparing.
Bro, this
on
winners
stage
finals is going to be
feels like
very
this is what this tournament has been
good
building
match,
to
man.
throughout.
अब तो जितने भी players like top 3 है, right? We are down to top 3 now, right?
Gets that
Yeah.
regional win out of the way pretty early in a meta, so kind of putting his stamp on the meta, saying this strategy works, and I figured it out very quickly. And Wadaj, probably one of the most decorated competitors in competitive Pokemon Go history. I believe a 3-time regional champion, if I'm not mistaken, also won the 2023 North American International Champion, took a bit of a break from competing. This is his first tournament back. And it seems like all he's done so far, as we take a look at this bracket, is go 2-0. And
Winners finals best of 3 होगा, right? Grand finals best of 5 होगा और losers finals best of 5 होगा, correct?
Elam has fought back after losing that set, so there could potentially be, depending on how the winners and losers finals end up resulting,
500
potential Wadaj Elam rematch at some point.
This is pretty funny, right? Because the winner semis is Elite, Tomahawk, Elam, and Wadaj. And guess who are top 4 in the tournament?
It is those 4, and it goes to show that their teams and the strategies that they've employed have been very, very successful ones. Now we get to take a look at the losers bracket run here. We had some trainers make some very nice losers bracket run. Magic Mason starting the day in losers, making it all the way to round 4, but he ran into Elam, and Elam has been on a tear since losing to Wadaj, being able to pick up wins over Magic Mason.
क्या rematch होगा क्या grand finals में Elam versus Wadaj?
So now the stage
इनको
is
लग रहा है
set
guys
for the
rematch
final
होगा
3.
maybe.
Multiple time regional champions
Maybe, we don't
in the
know.
winners finals and in the losers finals. Elam, a battler who has previously made it to a grand finals, was a regional finalist, but this weekend, today, may be his day.
Grit and determination might as well be his first and last name, but Elite and Wadaj, they've been waiting in the wings for so long. I wonder if they kind of talked about this match beforehand, kind of exchanged a couple of words, and it looks like they are going to be getting to this match pretty soon. They are sending each other a battle request in the Go Battle League screen, which is interesting because I'm pretty sure they're out of his friends.
Yeah, they are getting set up on stage to show release, so we'll be able to swing down to the stage, not quite yet, but in a little while here. But this matchup, the gravity of it, this, so far in the tournament, we've had best of 3s. 2 wins, and you move on. This is now the finals. Winners finals is a best of 5.
Yeah, this is best of 5. Okay,
Not
okay.
cut it
I
as
thought
we
it is
swing
best of 3.
down to the stage. Elite on the left.
Winners finals,
Wadaj
losers finals,
on
grand
the right.
finals,
The
सारे best of
stakes,
5 होते हैं.
The
Okay.
atmosphere, the drama have never been higher.
Elite here, Los Angeles regional top 4 most recently, but Sacramento regional champion, Fresno regional champion, San Diego regional top 16. He is the Californian king. But here, he's all the way over in Baltimore, out of his home state and in unfamiliar territory. But familiar territory, having his team here up on the stage. It's Cresselia, Shadow Machamp, Drapion, for Alligator, Clodsire, and Mandibuzz, all with pretty standard movesets.
Mandibuzz, we did not see a lot of them in day 2, but one of them has been brought by Elite. I don't know if he's been bringing that Mandibuzz much, but he's more been relying on that Shadow Drapion. Wadaj, the
Like,
accolades speak for themselves.
4 times
Pittsburgh
champion
regional
है भाई ये.
champion,
Is he going to
Columbus
become
NAIC
5th
senior
time
champion,
today?
Hartford regional champion, and Columbus NAIC Masters champion. All his accolades say champion. He is, we mentioned, one of the most, if not the most decorated competitor in competitive Pokemon Go history, and this is his team. Chestnut, Dunsparce, Sludge Bomb Clodsire, Shadow, Powder Snow, Alolan Sandslash, and it looks like we actually don't have to wait any longer. We
Let's
have a
go.
double lock-in.
The battle
Winners
begins.
finals here in Baltimore, Maryland. We have the Shadow for Alligator for Elite And from Wadaj, we have Dunsparce.
Let's take a look at the backlines, though. This Machamp is basically trapped here. What is it going to do against a Clodsire or an Azumarill? It's going to have to be the Cresselia putting in a shift here on the back end.
Hydro Cannon deployed at this Dunsparce. Dunsparce, if it is running a very high health stat, can actually win the 0-0, but we're going to see a switch out by Elite and a catching that Drill Run, saving that for Alligator, very, very healthy, and absorbing that energy onto that Cresselia. And now, Wadaj switches out himself as in comes Clodsire.
I like what he's doing here, right? Because he's luring out the Clodsire, keeping that Machamp safe, and then once he's done that, Machamp
But he has Azu in the back, right?
No, it's not a great matchup, but it's playable. That's all that matters for Elite here. He just wants some way to use his Machamp, but even better, if he can flip the switch here, he might be able to align his Machamp onto that Dunsparce, and then just Ralligate onto the Azumarill.
Grass Knot connects onto that Clodsire. Clodsire has farmed up all of its energy, finally beginning to unleash some damage. Earthquake not going to be able to knock out Cresselia. Very, very bulky. Aggressive switch out by Elite. Going to be hit with a Sludge Bomb from this Clodsire. We've seen the pacing on Sludge Bomb be very clutch for these competitors. The no shield by Elite. Sludge Bomb will
but
not
still
KO.
hurts, man.
Will we see the switch out?
It
No,
did a
Clodsire
lot, dude.
stays in and will be hit with the Hydro Cannon. And Wadaj chooses to let Clodsire go.
This is amazing farm down range for the Dunsparce. Can he get it in 3 rollouts? I don't think he needs 4.
He'll get
So
another
it's
Hydro
gonna be
Cannon.
another Hydro Cannon reach.
Yeah.
Oh, and a catch!
The catch! Oh, spanking all the energy, catching onto the Azumarill. Very nicely done by Wadaj. There is close to
Machamp has nowhere to
scored,
go, right?
and Drill
Machamp
Run
is
will
just
do a
useless
lot
now,
to the potential
right?
Machamp in the back. Azumarill does get the bubble down, and back in comes Cresselia for Elite. Cresselia will have the pacing advantage with the residual energy, making it to the Grass Knot. Wadaj has to choose, where do I use my Protect Shields?
This is very difficult, right? Because he has 2 drill runs on that Dunsparce. And he's going to be able to bubble this Machamp into a range. I think, yeah, into a range where a drill run is going to take it out. Can he get to this move? He can't. Ice Beam's coming through from Wadaj. What do you do here if you're Elite? You might have to put it on the Machamp.
Are we going to see a 2-shield Shadow Machamp? Yes, we are. Trusting in the Shadow Machamp. Type disadvantage here, but every cross chop brings, every karate chop brings it closer to cross chop range. Ice Beam fired at the Machamp, and the immediate shield by Elite. This is what he was saving the shields for.
Dunsparce has Drill Run loaded, right?
In Machamp to be his sweeper.
This is so difficult, right? Because you're going to need to get these baits off. Azumarill is going to shield the cross chop. He's going to bite the bait. And here it goes. Cross chop on the Azumarill. It's going to go shielded. Can Elite make it to that stone edge? He does! Oh my goodness, he's going to have to give up 2 shields here to get it done. But is Elite in drill run range?
I believe he should be. These bubbles continue to add up. Azumarill makes the Ice Beam. Ice Beam is going to potentially force the final shield, but when does Wadaj switch? Can Elite get this
there is a
prediction
chance of
correct?
catching,
Does
right?
he go for the cross chop? He does! What a prediction! He denies all the energy with the cross chop. What a perfect prediction by Elite. He fires off the cross chop, denying the energy. In comes Azumarill, and this is going to be Shadow Machamp doing what it's done so many times on this stream, sweeping with 2 shields to hide behind.
Most of the teams
Machamp destroyed, man.
And if you're watching these games, Pangoro, Machamp are just sweeping teams left and right. You may need to reconsider
waited there, right?
Going into Dortmund.
He was expecting him to switch there anyways. He was expecting him to switch there on Dunsparce. He was ready for that switch.
That Shadow Machamp, that straight 4 pacing to a same type attack bonus cross chop is just unbelievable. And the perfect prediction,
Dunsparce
anticipating the
energy,
combo play. If
using
Elite
Neopai,
had thrown even a single karate chop, that game was lost. Wadaj choosing to let the Clodsire go as we move to the recap. Wadaj trying for the farm down, knows he can't get it, gets the catch, stores almost 2 drill runs. That is how much energy ended up being lost.
Yeah,
in this
that
endgame,
energy got
as
completely
Elite has to
wasted.
get the prediction right. If he doesn't click this move right here, he loses, but he predicts it. If you wait to see the switch, it's too late. We're already locked in for game number 2.
He was
Shadow
ready for
Machamp
that. He was
into
expecting him
the
to
other
swap
fighting
there. So
type,
yeah.
Chestnut.
This is a really interesting matchup, right? Because Chestnut does get outpaced by Machamp, but you can hang on to a cross chop actually and always force shields from the Machamp before anything happens.
Frenzy Plant shielded up. Shadow Machamp loves to hide behind these shields. Wadaj now in a position where can he survive this cross chop? Karate chop does not do a lot of damage. The threat of Shadow Machamp is how fast it gets to the cross chop. That does a lot of damage, going to potentially make a superpower, so Elite is forced to fire off energy, and Wadaj is going to try and force both shields from this matchup, if at all possible, make it into the Frenzy Plant.
He's going to double seal and farm him down?
A difficult decision to make.
No, I think he's letting it go, yeah.
They're kind of limiting the farm that Elite's going to get, but he's actually going to let it go. What is he going to farm down? Oh my goodness. Feraligatr is about to go to town on this backline. Where's Wadaj going to go?
Bro, he has Claudie and A-Slash.
Ouch,
that will hurt.
Vine Whips that landed, this could potentially mean that Sludge Bomb could threaten. Sludge Bomb, I don't think it quite knocks out from here, but it will do quite a lot. So Wadaj really has to try and rely on this Sludge Bomb pacing. But with that 3 Shadow Claw head start, this is going to be very, very close as to whether Wadaj is able to outpace. To outpace, he will have to use a Protect Shield.
Yep, Hydro Cannon is going to be thrown on the charge attack priority with, one right before actually. So I think you can shield here, go for the Sludge Bomb, but does Elite make the call?
Is it going
does
to catch?
He catch onto the Cresselia?
Yeah.
I think this is going to be crucial here. Does he predict it? Yes, he does! Sludge Bomb onto the Cresselia. Amazing catch from Elite here to basically secure himself in this game.
But he's now switch locked, and this Sand Slash is
Going
going
to farm,
and
yeah, he's going to
always have
farm.
a drill
Yeah.
run loaded. If you can always have a drill run loaded, that Feraligatr does not have a move banked. So if you can have a drill run loaded, then you can be in a pretty okay position to drill run once you see that Feraligatr switch in. If you throw a fast move, you're going to lose charge type priority. So this will be a very technical endgame and come down to reaction time as well. Drill run is going to connect onto
Jalo has
this
to
Cresselia,
keep 2,
and
yeah.
Wadaj intentionally having that drill run ready to go in the background, and Switch Clock will be up very soon for Elite. When does Elite decide to make this switch in? Grass Knot is going to connect onto the Alolan Sand Slash.
They
Wadaj
both
waits
waited.
the switch in, and he gets the prediction right.
They
Wadaj,
both
he
waited
does
there.
it again. What an unbelievably fast reaction time. He waited, he threw a fast move, he tried everything he could to avoid Elite getting the Shadow Claw, and the prediction is perfect.
Crazy,
What a
right?
play by
They
Wadaj.
both waited there. He did
Sensational
one
gameplay
fast
as
move
we
and then he
equalize the
threw, bro.
series here in Baltimore.
Alolan Sand Slash was an absolute beast in the back end. Of course, when Feraligator's already taken some Vine Whip damage, it is susceptible to being taken out by one drill run. So up a shield, the Alolan Sand Slash can actually surrender to take it out. Of course, Cresselia against Alolan Sand Slash.
Good
even though
game,
there's
man.
no Shadow
Good
Claw to be seen,
game.
it's still a very uphill struggle.
I am still at a bit of a loss for words. That game demonstrated the high level of gameplay we can expect. Elite going for a catch in this matchup, catching onto the Cresselia, but that meant that he was switch locked, and that allowed Wadaj to save that drill run. And then watch the hesitation here. He waits, sees he doesn't throw it, keeps throwing the switch into the Feraligatr, but Wadaj with the reaction time there, so good. And my goodness, this series is everything I could have hoped
भाई
for.
पांचों मैचेस ऐसे ही होंगे क्या? मेरे को तो फीलिंग आ रही है गाइस, पांचों मैचेस ऐसे ही होंगे, क्लोज
It's
होंगे.
been about a minute, and if it took him that long to lock in, he is absolutely serious about this game number 3. Sand Slash into Machamp! What a
Disaster strikes
Oh,
for
boy.
Wadaj. That's not what he was hoping to see. Wadaj
Crazy
is
bad
gonna need to
lead.
switch out of here. In comes Azumarill. Azumarill is going
tough
to be
swap.
answered with the Cresselia. And this, even though alignment does not look good for Wadaj, energy advantage on Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, if it can get shields down, could pave the way for Chestnut.
Right, because as soon as you get this Cresselia out, you can honestly farm all the way down with Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. Even the Machamp, you can throw Karate Chop at it, but you're going to need to give him 2 shields to shield 2 Ice Punches. That's not
Karate chop damage is not like counter though, right guys? Karate chop का damage कम है ना, counter जितना नहीं है.
Both by that Chestnut.
Yes, and that is where the danger of giving up shields and having 2 very glassy Shadow Pokemon could actually be a bit difficult. A potential counterplay for Elite, instead of just allowing the Cresselia to get fully Powder Snow down, could be to aggressively switch to Feraligatr, but Feraligatr into Chestnut means that Chestnut would again probably still be able to get an advantage. So, despite the one lead in swap, this
come
does
with
look a
Ace
little bit
Slash,
tricky
right?
for Elite, as Wadaj is going to
Take
look to
energy
bring
lead on
in
that thing.
Alolan Sand Slash, and that's what he's going to do. He brings in the Feraligatr. Feraligatr going to be answered with the Chestnut. That's the counterplay from Elite. He knew that he could not give the Sand Slash farm,
Yeah,
and
that's
this
why.
Chestnut is significantly behind on energy.
I'd argue that he took a little bit too long to switch out there. Did 2 Powder Stones, then swapped out. That's going to let Elite to bait up to that Ice Beam. And now, will Elite go for the Hydro Cannon? He does. Does Wadaj call? I think he's got to make
Double
that call
bait.
here. He's gotta make
Oh,
that
hit
judgment.
double
He's
seal.
not going to. This Hydro Cannon is going to get shielded up. Can Elite make it to another charge attack here?
This will be very close. He's going to try and get there, and does. Wadaj ended up not throwing
But
a
this
charge
will not
attack to
KO,
try and
right?
maximize the Vine Whip
This
damage,
Hydro Cannon
but
will
the
not
Hydro
KO
Cannon is
though.
reached, and now this can potentially put it into Karate Chop downrange for the
Okay.
Shadow Machamp. And Shadow Machamp, in comes the Cresselia, forcing the energy, and this is going to be Shadow Machamp sweeping in this endgame.
Yeah,
as the
Machamp will
Alolan
just
Sand
destroy
Slash
Ace Slash.
has no shields to hide behind. Double super effective fighting damage is going to spell disaster here.
Machamp is going to punch through this Chestnut, and I am so excited to see these Karate Chops go down on the Alolan Sand Slash. Oh my goodness, this is so much
काउंटर से कम डैमेज है चैट अगर काउंटर है तो काउंटर भाई कितना डैमेज देता है कराटे जॉब से बहुत ज्यादा डैमेज देता है भाई काउंटर
It is a move known for its energy generation, not its damage. And that is Shadow Machamp putting on a clinic. The farthest a fighter has gone in this meta is Shadow Machamp, and we are seeing why.
That was a terrible lead, man. बहुत terrible lead और swap भी like hard counter ही हो गया था वहाँ.
As long as it can avoid Clodsire.
Yeah, Machamp is the furthest fighter in this tournament. Chestnut is literally in tears right now. Literally on the floor crying.
I forgot Chestnut's a fighter. No! Oh
Very
my
hurtful
goodness.
things here.
Oh no. I think of Chestnut as a grass type, but it's a fighter too. But it is Vine Whip as the fast move. We have an instant lock-in from both battlers. They're ready to go back, and now it's Wadaj picking up the dominant lead. Shadow, Alolan Sand Slash versus this Cresselia.
Good lead
Will
for
we
him,
see a
yeah.
switch out? Yes, in comes Machamp.
अभी
Answered
इधर
with the
he got
Azumarill,
hard
and
countered.
switch advantage could be everything in this match. Shadow Machamp looking to connect with that Legacy Stone Edge. Wadaj ends up
How much it
no-shielding.
will
This
do?
Stone
Let's
Edge
see.
will
How much
land.
it will do?
Let's see the damage on the Azumarill.
Ooh,
Oh
भाई
my
अच्छा खासा दिया भाई 50% HP हो गई.
That is way more damage than should be legal. But Ice Beam comes down here.
कह रहा है way
No
more
need to
damage
play
that
rough.
will
That's
legal.
gonna be overkill here. Here comes Ice Beam being shielded, and just reaches the Stone Edge way quicker. Is Machamp actually good against Azumarill? This is crazy.
He's going to bait, man.
He's going for a bait.
Criminal.
Wadaj is thinking about it.
Is he going
Does
to
he
call it?
this bait? He's thinking about it.
He calls
He
it.
does. What a beautiful prediction by Wadaj.
Okay, this really puts him in the driver's seat now because Elite's gonna have to give up both shields. Where do you go from here? Do you try to counter down? Do you need a cross chop? I'm so confused on what the strategy is gonna be here because with no shields, that Chestnut is gonna have a field day.
Yes, and Wadaj realizes that the Machamp would make 3 cross chops before an Ice Beam was reached. You have to let the Azumarill go. You have to farm down with the Chestnut and try and avoid double cross chop being reached. Double cross
2
chop
seals
is
down.
reached.
This is
However,
going to be
he's going
difficult.
to let the first one go. This will do a lot of damage. At the second one, it'll come very
Bro,
close
it will
to
KO,
knocking out
man.
this Chestnut.
Will this KO?
Does he opt to let it go and put on the Sand Slash? I love that play.
2 shield Alolan Sand Slash versus the
Oh,
world.
he
The
survived
cross
1
chop does
HP.
not KO. We
But
see
he
a
sniped
with the
him.
Feraligatr. Aggressive gameplay by Elite. And now this Alolan Sand Slash has to try and 1v3. But
Can
the
Ace Slash
issue you're gonna
sweep?
have is there still a Karate Chop that can land from the Machamp, and Cresselia will really appreciate all these Shadow Claws connecting, putting it closer and closer into a range where a potential double move can KO.
Wait, a drill run's not enough here. He's gonna have to give up both shields. Is it possible that Elite can still win this game? Drill run connects with the Feraligatr. It's just not
Bro,
enough.
he survived
Ice Punch
1
is not
HP.
ready. And here
Ouch.
comes the Hydro Cannon. It's gonna be taking that last shield. I think that's a Moonblast Karate Chop range.
Elite looks to be in the driver's seat of this one from the moment he aggressively sniped that energy from that Chestnut, and now in comes Cresselia, and Cresselia,
He has to make
this
you,
is
bro.
a bad
Cresselia is
matchup
very
for him on
healthy,
paper,
man.
But Cresselia has going to be able to reach this Moonblast. All the energy in the world cannot save the Sand Slash. Moonblast into the Sand Slash, picks up the KO. Elite with the 3-1
Bro, it was too much for
advances
Sand
to
Slash
the
to
grand finals
clear,
here in
man.
Baltimore.
1v3.
Wadaj, unbound form, is unable to take home this game, but Elite, with his signature Japan or Hawaii shirts, is going to be advancing through this tournament. He really wants to
Elite
go back
goes
to
to
Worlds.
grand
I
finals.
noticed that yesterday he wore a Honolulu shirt. Today he wore a Japan shirt. It seems like he already misses the World Championships.
Well, the World Championships, I believe he is from the West Coast by winning a lot of regionals in California. So Anaheim, California would be right up his alley, which is terrific. That series, it ended 3-1, but each game had just unbelievable gameplay throughout. In this game number 2, Feraligatr forcing the shield right before the sludge bomb and the catch onto that Cresselia, trying to preserve that Feraligatr and fight back. And this mind game right here, Wadaj doesn't throw, sees the crest isn't moving, and then the switch into Feraligatr. If that was a half second later, Feraligatr gets the move, wins charge attack priority, but just the absolute perfect awareness there by Wadaj.
Machamp fought against the Azumarill. The Cresselia fought against the Alolan Sand Slash. Everything in typing went wrong for Elite here, but he still pulled this game out of the depths of, I mean, Machamp against Azumarill we think is such a bad matchup, but it actually was not that bad. Feraligatr at the end here, such a beast. Those Shadow Claws, even though they're neutral, put in such a shift up against Wadaj, and this is going to be a Moonblast knocking out the Alolan Sand Slash to secure the game.
What an unbelievable series. Elite advances to the grand finals. And
Rematch versus rematch ho raha bhai.
The losers finals.
Wadaj
Losers
versus
finals, of course,
Elam
is going to be
in the
Wadaj
losers final.
versus Elam, and if I'm not mistaken, Wadaj is who sent Elam to the losers bracket.
Yep.
So this will be a rematch and a match that I am definitely looking forward to.
Wadaj versus Elam, they're also, of course, friends. I believe Elam took the team took the inspiration from Out of Pocket and Arrow, and Wadaj, of course, all a really, really fun group of friends. And this is going to be a little bit of rivalry as well. Wadaj just having taken a loss to Elite, but he's got to keep fighting on. I'm sure he wants to win a regional as soon as possible. I think what he said to Amanda earlier is, I just want to be done.
Yeah, winning that regional, putting your mark on the meta that early is incredible, and that's what these battlers are fighting for. Wadaj versus Elam coming up here shortly. While the battlers are still getting set up, we are going to be tossing to a brief break.
Loser finals. Let's go. Loser finals and back-to-back grand finals.
Playing Pokemon Blue, that was like a big part of like kind of growing up and getting introduced into the Pokemon world. I used to spend many hours playing that on long car rides. Who's my starting Pokemon? Most likely Blastoise. Squirtle.
One of the titans of North America, Lyle Jeffs III.
My brother introduced me to battling in Pokemon Go, and I sort of started from there doing some grassroots tournaments.
Pittsburgh regional finalist, NAIC top 8, which sent him to Worlds, where he got top 33.
I just really like the aspect of me versus another trainer, using my skills and abilities to sort of outwit them and outplay them. My favorite moment from competitive play Pokemon history was actually the very first EUIC.
I'll be back
Pokemon
in a minute,
Go
guys.
on
Okay.
that big stage was just sort of like eye-opening to me and really inspired me to start my own play Pokemon journey. Last season I qualified for Worlds due to a trickle down at NAIC. I was actually able to win a regional this year and prove to myself that me making Worlds last year was in fact legit.
Lyle Jeffs has the opportunity to claim the championship.
Continuous top cuts, getting so close, and he's done it!
It feels amazing to win a regional, especially after Pittsburgh when I finished second place. What I've learned since I've started competing is just how amazing the community is. This is one of my favorite parts of coming to these events and getting to hang out with everyone, the ups and downs of the tournament runs. The community that I'm a part of, they are motivating me to try to make them better and to try to make myself better.
And in these battles, a long-time dream has been achieved.
In terms of like people that I look up to, obviously it's Axon, the world champion. We all want to strive to be a world champion. My number one goal this season, I would say do well at Worlds. I was a little underwhelmed with my performance last year in Japan. Probably, I would say win Worlds, but maybe that's a little too ambitious. I will be winning the World Championship this year.
I started playing Pokemon back in 2011. I'd probably have to go with Froakie. I played Greninja a lot back in the day. The deck wasn't super amazing, but I liked it a lot, so I'd have to go with Froakie. That guy's cute. If I had to pick a catchphrase, it'd probably be never lucky. So I definitely look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a very good friend of mine. We work together a lot on decks, travel together to tournaments. He's one of the smartest players this game will ever see, and I'm just happy that he's having me along for the ride with him. So I think my goals have changed a lot over the course of me playing Pokemon over my career. At first, I wanted to just come out guns blazing. I wanted to win a lot. I've been playing for a while now, so I've kind of like racked up the finishes, kind of like gained the respect that I was like wanted when I was younger. I won my first tournament, my first like major tournament last season. I won the Portland Regional Championship, so that was a big moment for me. And that was a big goal crossed off the list. For me now, there's still a lot of IC finishes that I want to get. A Worlds finish would be nice. But I think my overarching goal for this season, at least, would be to just like really like keep enjoying playing. That was the main thing. Going to all these tournaments all year, it's a big grind, it's really tiring, but just remembering why you play is like super important. I've got to go with the classic, a bottle of water. I tend to get nervous sometimes, so eating isn't the best decision when it comes to right before the tournament or like mid-tournament, but staying hydrated is super important. So yeah, no, nothing goes wrong with a bottle of water. I'm a huge creme brulee guy. I like the texture, I like the flavor. One of my favorites. Yokohama for Worlds 2023 was absolutely my favorite. I made a whole trip out of it with my friends. We obviously were in Yokohama for the tournament, but stayed there for like 3 weeks, went city hopping all across Japan. It was just, it was a blast, yeah. Would love to go back. I'm definitely listening to something that's pretty chill, maybe a little alternative mixed in there. My music taste is pretty wide though, so everything but country. I would say I'm Team Rocket, but not for the reason you might think. I just really like their outfit.
And then there were three. We are here at the Baltimore Regional Championships, the first regional championship of the 2025 season, and we are headed into the final rounds of competition. One
Last
of the
two
three
battles.
remaining trainers
Not
will
battles,
be
matches
your
left.
first champion
Losers
of
finals
the season.
and
I'm
grand
Speedy's
finals.
Chief with Amanda Lumberg.
That is absolutely right. If you're just tuning in now, you saw Wadaj getting knocked down to the loser's side of the bracket by Elite. And I have to mention, Wadaj was a trainer who won the very first regional of the last 2024 Pokemon Go competitive circuit. Will he have it in him to do it again? He's going to have to go through Elam, who's been slogging his way through that loser's bracket, doing a fantastic job knocking out trainers left and right.
It's actually really interesting because Wadaj, you're correct, took down Lyle Jeffs to win the Pittsburgh Regional Championship, but a year before that, Elam was facing off against House Stark in the grand finals here in Baltimore. And it's going to be an interesting story to see which one of those two trainers will make their way to the grand finals. I'm telling you, I see the crowd filling up out there in the arena. We need everybody in chat to get hyped as well. We only have a few more pairs to go, and your champion is just maybe an hour or less away.
We are ready. The players are ready. Let's
Cool.
go to
Let's
the
go, guys.
stage here. As you can see,
Loser finals.
there was just a complete masterclass last
This
round
is a
between
rematch,
Wadaj
man.
and Elite.
Let's
These
see
two
if Elam
trainers
can
were-
take
I mean,
revenge
we were
or
just
not.
talking about it backstage. The plays that they were making, waiting a turn, knowing exactly how the energy was going to go, how much damage was going to be taken. This is a masterclass. If you are tuning in right now, you are in for an absolute treat because these three trainers that are left have proven themselves time and time again, and they are ready to make their mark here in Baltimore.
I'm telling you, we need a telestrator to break down just how impressive those plays were. And Wadaj was responsible for 50% of those plays. He is your 2024 Pittsburgh Regional Champion, was the NAIC champion the season prior, as well as winning Hartford. And then he was the NAIC Senior Champion back in 2022. Speaking of unique picks, Amanda, the Chestnut has really stood out. And that Shadow Alolan Sandslash has been so oppressive when it's in the right position.
Yeah, we saw Elite forced to bring that Shadow Machamp against the team there, which did a lot of destruction, but Wadaj played so masterfully around it. A lot of really unique plays. His playstyle is something that we've been missing for the last season. It's a breath, a fresh air, but Elam is a try.
He has been 2 times finalist. He would want to win one at least, bro.
Top 4, Charlotte Regionals top 8. Not only that, he was the regional finalist in Hartford and Baltimore in 2023.
Elam has been incredibly gritty. He definitely grins and bears it through the pain as he moves through the bracket, but he's got to be feeling good now because his Gastrodon Galarian Moltres core has taken him all the way to the losers finals in Baltimore, and he's been very, very impressive from start to finish.
Yeah, a lot of these trainers know each other. They know each other's playstyles. You can maybe you can't see it in his face right now, but he is locked in and he is ready to go there. It looks like both of these trainers are taking a moment to decide. It looks like they are actually locked in for battle pretty much at this point. It's going to be a decisive game, a best of 5 rather than a typical best of 3, as we are in the losers finals, getting ready to hop into game number 1.
Game number 1 is underway of your losers finals. Wadaj on the left, Elam on the right, Cresselia leading into Shadow for Alligator. We know that the Shadow Claws are going to deal some super effective damage, but the Grass Knot needs to be avoided by the Cresselia. Meanwhile, Feraligatr can land neutral Hydro Cannons, but it's got to respect these charge attacks from Cresselia.
Yeah, no reason to go for the Moonblast here. Grass Knot will be enough. Getting that first shield off of Elam here, but Feraligatr
2 Hydro Cannons will just KO them, right?
Already at basically 100%, throwing a Hydro Cannon, which will do a nice chunk of damage. He's really paying attention to how much energy is on the Cresselia. Wants to throw before another Grass Knot is going to be ready on that charge attack priority.
He let
wow,
it go?
Wadaj actually going to let the Shadow for Alligator go, excuse me, and he does have the Shadow Loan Sand Slash in the back, which is really interesting because when you give him switch advantage with that Pokemon on your team, you typically want to be very careful about it, but now he's got the Shadow Loan Sand Slash lined up against Elam's Cresselia.
Cresselia doesn't have much of a tack to go against this Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. We do know that it is on Powder Snow, so the Shadow Claw damage is not going to be really effective there against the Cresselia because it's not even there. Wadaj getting a ton of energy before throwing here, basically at 100, going for the Drill Run, which is the heavier hitting attack. Cresselia has a lot of
Alligator is dry, right?
Perfectly content.
He threw both the Hydro Cannons.
Steel has been an incredibly awesome defensive typing, not only in Pokemon Go, but all across all Pokemon properties. Actually protect shielding the Moonblast. Amanda, what's going on with this?
I think he just recognizes maybe his Alolan Sand Slash has a lot of play, but he gets a debuff. You can tell he's not very happy about that. Moonblast doesn't have that high percent to do so, but it was able to. This Drill Run might not be able to knock out at this stage because of it, and the Powder Snows are not going to be able to either.
Wow, that's actually incredible. It allows Elam to get to the 3rd Moonblast here against the Shadow Loan Sand Slash. Wadaj forced to let this one through. He cannot afford to give up his final protection at this juncture in the game.
Moonblast might not be very effective, but these Pokemon are so low at this point. An immediate clicking, you can see Wadaj is ready to swap right back into that Chestnut, now only to be met by that Clodsire. Those Poison Stings are starting to sting this grass and fighting type Pokemon. Meanwhile, just charging up to basically Frenzy Plant energy, going for that another charge attack priority.
Look at the charge attacks on Elam's Clodsire. This is Stone Edge and Earthquake. He does not have Sludge Bomb. The Chestnut is one of the hardest walls to Clodsire in all of Great League in this position. I think Wadaj is going to try to take back momentum here.
Yeah, we saw this before a lot of times with this. He's still shielding it up. You can see he's not that happy about it. He wasn't expecting it maybe necessarily. Going up to 100 energy again.
Does he live this frenzy?
At the same time, this Earthquake could be stored.
No, right?
Does Elam want to use this? The Frenzy Plant might knock out the Clodsire.
No, it doesn't. Absolutely not.
Oh, 1
Clodsire hangs
HP,
on.
bro.
That was
1
easy.
HP.
Here comes Elam with the Earthquake.
Speedy's Sheep knowing how much his Clodsire can take from a Chestnut, because we've seen it so often. Not very effective here. Coming back in for a switch.
Coming in with a Shadow for Alligator. I think hanging on through that Frenzy Plant might have been the most important play for Elam in this game number 1. That Shadow Claw did go through. It switches out into the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. The big question, Amanda, is can the Sand Slash get to a 2nd charge attack?
It's 1 Powder Snow away, I believe, from another Drill Run, and it doesn't quite knock out, but he's at the Ice Punch when he doesn't throw. Both of them go down at this point. It's going to be neck and neck here. Chestnut able to take the win with Wadaj taking game number 1.
That was
absolutely incredible. Wadaj comes out with the Chestnut there, Divine Whip down the Clodsire. Everything happened so fast, it was hard to keep track, but resisted or not, that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash Powdered Snow was able to KO the Feraligatr at the same exact moment. If Feraligatr hangs on for just 1 more fast attack, it might have dealt a little bit of damage to the Chestnut and created a win condition for Elam, but Wadaj executed it it perfectly after coming back from a very
2 more
tough
wins for
position.
Vadas and he goes into grand final.
0.5 seconds, and this game was so rapid paced near the end here, being able to farm down here. Look at barely any health, such quick decisions on both sides there, and as you can see, this drill run is not enough to knock out the Feraligatr, and though there is an Ice Punch stored, both of them go for a fast attack and get knocked out here.
It's so tough because if you're Elam, you see the Chestnut on the opposing side. It's such a unique core break Pokemon. And you look at your team and you think, well, I don't want it on Feraligatr, I don't want it on Gastron, I don't want it on Dunsparce, I don't want it on Clodsire. I mean, does that kind of force you to play Cresselia and Galarian Moltres?
Well, we'll have to see how Elam wants to adapt to this. He has been adapting
Last time
weekend,
also
and he has
Chestnut
been
was
coming
like,
out
yeah,
ahead. As you can see, he is
breaker
one
for
of
his
the 3
team.
people finally left in this tournament. He's determined to make it to Baltimore.
Chestnut will be in all the battles, bro. It will be in all the battles. Definitely.
Exactly right.
Just
but
like
that
last
is
time.
a tall task for any trainer because Wadaj is one of the best in the world. Again, this is the losers finals. It's a best of 5. So we're going to see these trainers play a maximum of 5 games. If Wadaj wins the second one, he's not out of the woods yet.
I think a lot of times when it's a best of 5, different strategies are employed. We'll have to see if this will be true because game number 2 is getting ready to start. You see Wadaj smiling, giving a little bit of a nod because he recognizes that he's in a good position here with the Dunsparce.
He brought Galarian Moltres.
Shadow Claws not doing much and not even going for a Hydro Cannon right away, letting this first drill run go through.
You can see Elam's team composition is definitely correcting for the Chestnut threat. He not only has the Galarian Moltres in the back, but also the Cresselia, and I'm sure he is happy to lead the Shadow Feraligatr and not see that Chestnut on the other side. But only time is going to tell if Wadaj can figure this out and find a way to beat Elam and his team composition.
Hydro Cannon coming through there. Not
He definitely needed how to play Chestnut.
Forcing that first Protect Shield from Elam, and he is at the energy. We'll have to see if Wadaj wants to respond in kind or let that Dunsparce go down. Basically at 2 Hydro Cannons here, going a little bit over before throwing the first one, and Wadaj comfortably saying, okay, Dunsparce, I
He will
guess
farm
you've
with Chestnut,
done your
right?
job.
Look at the shield situation here. We've got a 2 shield advantage for Wadaj as the Chestnut comes out, and now the Galarian Moltres comes out to play as well. We know that all these charge attacks are going to be heavily resisted by that flying typing on the Galarian Moltres, but still Wadaj wants to chip it down. He fires off the Frenzy Plant here.
Frenzy Plant will be able to connect, and it looks like it does a
Whoa.
decent amount
Bro,
of
it did
damage.
have
There's
good
no
number of
protection
damage, bro.
remaining. Well, Elam has been playing this Moltres masterfully. However, sometimes he goes for the Brave Bird, sometimes he's going for that Ancient Power. He's getting that shield regardless from Wadaj's side, and a not very effective attack. But meanwhile, Wadaj is continuing to farm away here, and with no Protect Shields left on Elam's side, this Moltres might be falling from the sky.
We thought that the Galarian Moltres would be the answer here, but it just got double Frenzy Planted back into its Pokeball, and now the Chestnut has an energy advantage, it still has a Protect Shield advantage, and Elam does not really have a hard answer. This is looking actually really tough for him. He comes in with the Cresselia, going to try to apply some Psycho Cut pressure.
A Frenzy Plant, yet another one coming through here. Wadaj just very calm and collected.
Wadaj will win, right? Yeah. He has press in the back, so press onto Feraligatr anyway.
Not by very much. Wadaj has to flip into his own Cresselia, and Elam kind of shakes his head because this is
He
a
does not
horrible
have a
position for him.
shield
Chestnut
also,
is low,
right?
Hydro
He's
Cannon
already
available,
2
but
shields
will
down.
he be able to get the next one off before the Grass Knot goes through?
Yeah, Elam probably hoping for a Clodsire or a Sandslash. Gets the Cresselia, but this is massive as he's able to get up the second Hydro Cannon and maybe force away that Protect Shield. No, Wadaj actually going to let it through.
I think Wadaj is putting it all on Chestnut at this point. He did hit the Grass Knot, so he knows he will be able to knock out the Feraligatr. It's going to be a Cresselia versus a Cresselia and a Chestnut in the back. Elam's going to have to do a lot of maneuvering around here. He's going to have a lot of precise counting. Once a throw before the Grass Knot is loaded, that is wonderfully counted out by Elam here, letting this Cresselia go down, and now we have to see how much energy and health is Cresselia versus a shielded Chestnut.
Well, not only before the Grass Knot was ready, but also before the switch timer. He wanted to make sure he could get the
Yeah, he
Cresselia
can
before
still
Wadaj
win
could
this,
catch.
right?
And look at Wadaj, he's been so safe with his shielding as of late, and he decides to Protect Shield up the Grass Knot, which is a huge
That's
display
Frenzy
because now
KO?
he's got to fear the
No,
Moonblast.
right?
Meanwhile, that Frenzy Plant's almost ready. Here comes Cresselia with the Moonblast. It's going to come down to this, Amanda.
This will not
Will
KO, right?
this Frenzy Plant knockout? We're all on bated breath to see if this will be enough. If it is not, it's going to charge
Yeah.
attack priority time.
GG.
Elam hits the Moonblast in time. This is enough to knock out the
Finally
Chestnut with no
got
Protect Shield
answer for
remaining.
Chestnut,
It
man.
looked really dire there for Elam in the middle part of the matchup. He had a 0-2 Protect Shield deficit. His Galarian Moltres got KO'd by Frenzy Plants of all things, and he still found a way to crawl back into this match with the Cresselia and take the win.
I just want to point out, we kind of mentioned it during the matchups as well, but both of these trainers are having such a wonderful eye on not only the switch timer, but they're managing to keep track of their opponent's energy throughout this entire thing. No matter how much dancing, how much switching around is going on, they're still just right on target, throwing right before attack is available or throwing when they know they will win that charge attack priority tie.
We saw Elam overcorrect a bit for that Chestnut threat, bringing both the Cresselia and the Galarian Moltres, the latter of which was very underwhelming as it wasn't even able to take a Protect Shield from Wadaj. But at this point, Cresselia is flexing its muscles. We know that this Pokemon is very powerful.
Bro, Cresselia CP is 1487.
I think that there's one Pokemon that has
is that
to
a
show
bad
up on
rank,
Elam's team for Game
Cresselia?
3. It's got to be Cresselia.
Cresselia has put in a lot of work. Wadaj's Chestnut has also put in some work overall. I think if you're him, you want to make sure that you're keeping that Pokemon and keeping it protected. You saw how well it did against things that we thought it would even be hard countered by, such as that Galarian Moltres and the Cresselia. The Clodsire puts in a decent amount of work against it, but there is a lot of bulk on both of these teams. No fighting really type Pokemon except for that Chestnut, which threatens not only the Dunsparce, but also the Gastrodon with either one of its charge attacks.
Gastro to nahi aane wala. He's not going to use Gastro. He's going to play.
I'm very serious. This is my
Using
most serious.
Gunny, Moltres,
Chestnut is a massive issue for Elam. He can't let that Pokemon.
I don't think
get
Claude
an
bhi aane
advantage.
wala hai.
He has to contain it. That's like the most important thing for Elam in this series. Meanwhile, Wadaj's primary goal has to be unleashing the Chestnut, clearing the barriers, and just letting it sweep through the back lines.
We are getting ready to
I'm
jump
getting feeling
into
Elam is going to
game
use
number
same
3,
team.
and we have a Feraligatr against a Cresselia.
He
in the
brought
lead.
back
I believe we had
Claudie.
this in the previous game as well that went to Elam in the very last moments. It looks like both of them like to go a little bit above energy before throwing. Elam more than content to be able to shield up the first one and get a lot more damage from those Shadow Claws onto the Cresselia. Looks like it's going about the same as the last time, but I assume that they'll be playing things out differently very, very soon.
Elam gave up both of his Protect Shields in this matchup, like you called out, Amanda. I don't think he's going to do the same thing if I had to be a guessing man. I would say no. He's going to fire up the first Hydro Cannon. He's going to look for the second one almost immediately, I would presume, because he will win that charge attack priority tie. Actually, both trainers are switching, and this is perfect for Elam, and really, really bad news for Wadaj.
Yeah.
This is not a good point for Wadaj to be in. Although he has up a shield there, the Frenzy Plants we have seen do a nice chunk of damage. That Moonblast will do so much more to a fighting type Pokemon. Elam going a little bit
Is he going to
ahead on
bait?
energy. He knows at this point. He knows from last game, Frenzy Plant's not going to be able to knock him out. Wadaj has a decision to make. Does he
Is he going to
use a
steal or no
shield
steal?
here or not? He's going to
Ooh, he
let
lets it go.
Chestnut gets down super low, but not knocked out, and a Frenzy Plant will be at least a parting gift.
You can see Wadaj is actually very happy about this. I'm sure I would be too, because the Chestnut hangs on, able to get the Frenzy Plant and almost knock out Cresselia, making it a prime farm target, but it also loaded the Moon Blast, so it's going to be a threat to whatever Pokemon that Wadaj sends in.
Wadaj is sending in that Dunsparce, getting one rollout through before this Moon Blast will hit. He does have his own Cresselia in the back in case he gets a debuff that he can clear later, but it looks like no debuff is there, but a Clodsire is coming in, one of the bulkiest Pokemon ready to absorb this drill run. Even though this is a super effective, it's not going to be doing that much. Clodsire still will be in the green.
Absolutely will be. The drill run is super effective damage, but Clodsire is such a tank. The rollouts are barely doing any fast attack pressure at all. It's going to fire up a Earthquake. We see the first protection from Wadaj in this game.
It's going to be Dunsparce against
He's going
the
to save
Roll
steel
Racer.
for
There's a
his
little bit of
Feraligatr, right?
Cresselia. I believe there is also some energy that we have to keep in
Oh,
mind.
he's going to
We
steal his
definitely know that
Claudie.
Elam hasn't
Yeah.
forgotten about that. They're both of these trainers very locked in at this moment. Letting the second one go through. This Clodsire is getting low, but there is shield parity, and going for a combination play here.
Wow.
Did I say he didn't forget about the energy? He might have at this point.
Can he
because
Shadow
now
Claw this
will
thing
be able to
down?
connect, knocking out the Clodsire.
That's a heads-up switch, and he's able to get the KO. But now the Feraligatr comes out, and it's hungry. It Shadow Claws down the Cresselia, and a switch, and
nice
a catch.
man.
Elam breathes life into this game
Crazy
number 3.
catch.
Wow, what incredible catch by Elam there, getting his own Cresselia
GG.
out as a sacrificial swap, but without much energy. 2 Hydro Cannons stored on this Feraligatr and shield parity. I think that this one might be going to the Feraligatr with that first Hydro Cannon coming through. Wadaj not even
Elam
bothering
getting
to
revenge Danger ward,
You can
dude.
tell. I mean, Wadaj thought he did everything he could to put Elam away. He's like, man, I've thrown the kitchen sink across the table, and it's still not enough. As Elam takes a 2-1 lead over Wadaj in our losers finals.
Now, in a typical tournament setting here in Baltimore, this would be enough to secure Elam the deal, but this is a best-of-5 matchup. All of the rest of the matches will be best-of-5s going forward for the rest of the day. So Wadaj still has a chance to tie it up and even win this series. These games have been so incredibly close. Let us know in the chat, who are you cheering for? Are you cheering for the person who ended up winning the first regional of last season, or our Baltimore finalist
from
from 2022?
Yeah, or excuse me, 2023. Yeah, the big question is, can Elam reach that grand final stage again? And can Wadaj, fresh off of a long break from competitive Pokemon Go, can he come back just the way he used to be and topple Elam to punch his ticket to the grand
One
finals?
more win for Elam, man. One more win.
Like
One more win for Moltres.
For the past
To
season.
go into
He's
grand
only
final.
been getting stronger. He has all the nutrition and nourishment he needs to be able to be back at his final form. He's having a great showing of it so far.
I can
think
see
a lot of
Moltres
trainers
coming
have
into
missed
great
seeing
league, dude.
his incredible plays, and it's wonderful to see him back on this stage.
As you move through a best-of-5 series, the game plan can evolve and change over time. You have to remember not only what Pokemon on your team are strong against the opponent's overall team composition, but you have to take these mental notes of what they've been choosing to bring as well. Try to anticipate them the best you can. We've got some lock-ins on both sides. This is Wadaj versus Elam.
This could be a game-deciding matchup. If Elam manages to take this one, he will be into the grand finals, but he has to get through Wadaj, one
brought
of the
Ace
toughest
Blast.
competitors in this
Okay.
Pokemon Go circuit. We have a Dunsparce versus Alligator Hydro Cannon coming through.
Hydro Cannon will deal severe neutral damage to the Dunsparce. Dunsparce can absorb one, but I don't think Wadaj is likely to take another one. Meanwhile,
How is he
Dunsparce
going
has
to
so much
play
energy.
Shadow
Actually,
Ace
the
Blast?
switch and the catch into Cresselia. Wadaj says, okay, I'll take this.
So it's not as horrible as you would think. It's not like it's going to be resisted damage or anything.
He wanted to
Anything
bait out.
chunk away at the health of this Cresselia is going to be needed. Wadaj more than content to stay in for a little bit
Yeah,
longer.
he
trying
wanted to
get a
bait out
catch of
his
his own,
Blast.
But this is exactly where Wadaj wants the Cresselia. He wants to have the charge attacks that are not going to be doing much to the Alolan Sandslash. Just hoping he doesn't get those debuffs and he can really let this Alolan Sandslash go to work.
Yeah, definitely a very impressive awareness there by Elam. I think there was like a micro pause as well. He did not want to throw Grass Knot into a possible Alolan Sandslash switch in, and he does execute his plan perfectly. Second Moonblast coming through here, as we saw. Judging by
Debuff?
first, this is not nearly enough to
Debuff?
KO, but it does take
Oh, dear.
Sandslash down into the red.
We're throwing both Ice Punches. We're throwing Drill Runs here. This is shadow damage, so doing 20% more than it would be from that Dunsparce in general as well. Going for a little bit more here, and maybe a miscount by Wadaj at this point, forcing him to shield this
He's
Grass
into
Knot up
full
because
farm,
he
right?
was
Yeah.
also at the attack. Maybe just wants to get a little bit more energy for whatever is coming in. But meanwhile, I have to keep attention to that switch timer because it is up, but Cresselia goes down.
And the whole reason here why Elam allowed Wadaj to farm down is because he didn't want to switch in the Feraligatr and be met by a potential Chestnut. So he does maintain his discipline, shields the Drill Run as well. But there's a second one to boot, and Elam is definitely
He will
losing
live there.
ground here.
He will live
So, well, he's gaining ground. He's about to gain a Drill Run, in fact, into that Alligator, bringing it mighty low. But the Alolan Sandslash goes down. There's so much energy on this Alligator. We'll have to see how Wadaj wants to respond in kind. That Chestnut doesn't want to take an Ice Beam, and it's one away. Great prediction by Elam, going for the Hydro Cannon, getting a shield from the Dunsparce.
I think if you're Elam, you need to switch out immediately. The rollout
Yeah.
might actually be enough to KO. No, excuse me, Feraligatr hangs on. So there's always that potential for a sacrificial swap later on in the battle. But for now, Dunsparce fires off the Drill Run, and Wadaj has not even shown his Chestnut yet.
It's all about what could potentially be in the back, right? If you're Elam, you're probably thinking it's going to be that Chestnut. What is going to do more damage, a Frenzy Plant or a Drill Run? And he correctly shielded up that first Drill Run, but as you can see, the super effective damage.
Yeah,
is
it has to
going
be
continue
Chestnut.
to
He already
whittle
knows.
away
Yeah, he
at
is definitely
Pokemon.
going to
He's
use
got
Chestnut, man.
another Drill Run
एक
loaded.
Pokemon
Elam
तो fix
has
है.
to
One
throw an
Pokemon is
attack
going to be
get
Chestnut
this
in his
Dunsparce
team.
out. He's not going to be able to Poison Sting down.
I'm telling you, man, this is not just a rollout. This is like an avalanche of charge attacks coming from that Dunsparce, and now the Clodsires are going to be forced to throw the Earthquake into the Chestnut. At the same type of attack bonus, both attacks
Just
are
two
resisted
Earthquake
by the
KOs?
Chestnut's typing,
No,
but
bro. bro.
That Earthquake is just a little bit more potent. Meanwhile, Elam does have the opportunity to catch. He switches in for Alligator, but it fizzles out as soon as it hits the field, and Wadaj is going to tie up this series.
Wadaj taking this
Game decider battle number 5, bro. Nice.
Pokemon in this low range.
Going down to the wires.
We're going to a decisive game number 5 in the losers finals here in Baltimore.
I wouldn't want it any other way, Amanda. This has been a thrill to watch, and as much as these competitors want to succeed, it's so much fun, and it benefits everyone watching when they battle more. We want to see more games because these trainers are just on a new
Who is going to win, guys?
We have not seen yet in this tournament.
Wadaj or Elam? What do you think? This is a rematch from them. Last time Elam lost and he came into the losers bracket. And they meet again in the losers bracket.
Both of them obviously want to be
Is Wadaj going to beat him again?
Earlier on the day, yeah, obviously,
that chestnut was really a core breaker, man, for Elam. So yeah.
It was his first loss, fresh off of it.
It has been very difficult for him to deal with chestnut.
He still has a lot of momentum behind him.
No, he absolutely does, and I think he's showing his grit and determination as well. Both of these trainers have had to fight their way through the losers bracket in previous regional championship competitions, and a lot of the time you kind of wonder, is their mental going to waver? Are they going to not be as confident in themselves? But I think that Elam looks great. He's in great shape. He lost that game number 4, but he still seems to have enough fight to try to muster a solid attempt at game 5. And Wadaj, in the meantime, I mean, he looks solid. I think Wadaj's mental state is in great shape.
Yeah, he was saying earlier, he's had some time to play the game. He's really liking this new meta. It seems fresh. One thing I want to point out about Elam as well is though he has not had a championship title to his name, so many trainers that have played against him mention him as one of the opponents that they fear the most. S. James P., when he played against him in Indianapolis, said this is the trainer that I was like worried about. If anyone would take a game from me, it's gonna be Elam. We'll have to see if he can take game number 3.
Finally, Moltres
up against the chestnut. We'll see how Wadaj wants to respond.
This is a complete change in strategy for Elam. He leads a Galarian Moltres with his Gastrodon in the back with his Cresselia. Meanwhile, that Shadow Ball and Sand Slash is there. If Elam can maintain control switch advantage, I think he's got a fighting chance. Wadaj needs to
English 2 friendly plant KOs this thing.
We saw earlier on when there were no Protect Shields used. It actually does quite a bit to this Dark and Flying type Pokemon. Meanwhile, just gaining up a ton of energy, and Wadaj correctly shielding up the Brave Bird. This is huge for Wadaj.
Yeah, he says, you're not going to bamboozle me, right? I'm going to go ahead and use a Protect Shield. He's going to fire the Frenzy Plant. Elam might be inclined to shield as well.
Another Brave
if he wants
Bird,
to go to a shields down situation, he needs to do so in order to fire off the second Brave Bird.
He will another Brave Bird.
And he's going to go ahead and do exactly that. Going for yet another Brave Bird here. Does Wadaj want to go 2 shields down? It looks like he is. He's very thinking that the
Yo, bro, good morning. अभी तक चल रहा है? Yeah, we have last 2 matches left. ये losers semis चल रहा है, losers finals चल रहा है. इसमें से जो win करेगा, he will go into the grand finals. One more battle left, the grand finals.
Out into the mirror, Cresselia. This is actually huge.
Boring matchup है
instead of his Sand Slash.
This is big. I think he recognizes how much play that chestnut still has in the back. This Moonblast
Crest versus Crest, bowling matchup, dude.
You don't see a defense drop on either side at this moment. Wadaj is gaining a ton of energy on his own Cresselia before deploying that Moonblast of his own.
Yeah, I think he's going to bank up some extra energy just in case Elam reaches for the swap. Moonblast comes through. It does have a chance to debuff.
Did he bank a move on chestnut? मैंने देखा नहीं.
Meanwhile, Elam fires off the Moonblast in kind.
Gastro against A-Slash is going to be very good though. But the thing is, this chestnut has energy.
Neither one of these attacks are going to be doing that much, as you can see. Both of them going for the Moonblast because it is going to be slightly or heavy-hitting, and like we mentioned, it does have a chance to debuff your opponent's attack. Once again, going for the Moonblast on Wadaj's side, and Elam now down to the yellow on his own. Elam is up 1 shield. Wadaj has no shields left, but he does have a ton of energy on his chestnut in the back.
Elam actually decided
4
to go
versus
for the
4?
grass knot. I mean, I think you need
4
2
versus 4
either
मतलब?
way, so the double grass knots probably makes more sense in terms of energy efficiency. He lands the first one there. We see the charge tech party tie.
4 versus 4 समझा नहीं क्या कह रहे हो?
Wadaj wins it. Elam lets it go. He's putting it all on the Gastrodon.
Looks
He
like the
will
Moonblast will
survive
connect, but
this,
it's not
yeah.
enough to take it out. He did already attack, but look at this.
Got the
attack pulse
debuff.
at this low range.
Now
Will
I
the
don't
Grass
think
not
this will
be
cure,
enough?
right?
It's not that
Because of
heavy
the
hitting,
debuff.
even undercharging by Elam a
Yeah.
little bit. Looks like it's not quite enough to knock out. And in comes the Chestnut here to completely Vine Whip down, even with one shield remaining. There's so much energy on this Chestnut.
We see 2 Frenzy Plants loaded.
GG.
Elam gets the Mud Slap through, but he knows that's his last Mud Slap of the tournament. Wadaj is going to win the
Chaz
losers
wins
finals,
again, bro.
3-2 in a decisive game.
Chaz goes into grand
We
finals.
saw the Gastrodon, and then we missed the Gastrodon as it was one-hit KO'd by that Frenzy Plant. Wadaj had his chance against Elite earlier, got knocked down to the losers finals to play against Elam, brought it down to the wire, but now he is back for what we call a grudge match. Will he be able to take what he learned in that winners finals matchups and apply it to flip the bracket in the grand finals?
I don't know, Amanda. When Homesize Henry and Nighttime Clasher were casting that Elite Wadaj matchup earlier, I was running back and forth, hands on my head. I couldn't believe it. It was like the house is on fire. I could not believe how insane that series was.
अच्छा
and the
नहीं
fact
वो
that we are gonna get a
106
redo of
play
that
3
is
टूर्नामेंट है
such
ना
a
तो वो
special
दोनों
treat. But
ट्रेनर्स के
let's
6
give
पोकेमॉन
a
शो
lot
करते
of
हैं वो
props to Elam
वर्टिकली
taking
और जो
glaring
हाईलाइटेड है
Moltres,
मतलब
right?
वो
Again,
3
if you rewind
पोकेमॉन दे
even
आर
48
यूजिंग
hours and tell me that Galarian Moltres would have been in the
तो वो
top
6 play 3
3
फॉर्मेट में
Baltimore,
होता है ना
I
ये
said,
रीजनल
no
या वर्ल्ड
way.
चैंपियनशिप
That
जो
sounds
भी
impossible, but
तो वो
took
उनका
it
टोटल
that
लाइनअप
far.
रहता है
We
कि
saw the
कौन से
Gastron
6
at the end as
पोकेमॉन दोनों
well.
ट्रेनर्स
Signature pick or
अपना
not, you
रजिस्टर
gotta
किए
lean
हुए
on
हैं
it sometimes, and if it was a Clodsire, if it
और
was
जो
a
हाईलाइटेड
Dunsparce,
है मतलब वो
maybe
3
he would have had a
पोकेमॉन वो उस
chance,
बैटल
but
में यूज
it
कर
was
रहे
a
हैं
Chestnut.
Yeah, I am loving this recap by you, Will. Let's go ahead and also see a recap of this whole series going on because these were matches.
फिर
you
से
did not
रीमैच
want
हो
to
रहा है
miss,
इन
but if
ग्रैंड
you missed it,
फाइनल्स
here's a second chance for you here.
Elite
These were
versus
down to the
Wadaz.
wire. Once
Wadaz
again,
lost
a
to
best of
Elite
5
and he
matchup
goes
going
into
to
losers
the
finals.
decisive 5th game.
Exactly right. Chestnut coming in here. Cresselia to
Rematch
answer, but that
number
Shadow
2.
Wall Sandslash such a hard wall for these Psychic-type Pokemon. Farming Cresselia down actually multiple times in this series, reaching for the Chestnut again. It's such a core breaker. Elam just could not handle it in game number 1.
इस बार 6-2 राउंड 2 नहीं लाइक फाइनल्स जो होता है ना वो बेस्ट ऑफ 5 होता है बाकी बेस्ट ऑफ 3 होता है
Absolutely ridiculous. They know how much damage they're going to be able to take. They know
टू
how
राउंड
much
मतलब
damage
विनर्स
they're
और
dishing
लूजर्स
out,
चलता है
how
वो
much
दो
more they
चीज
will
है
be
वो
able
है
to do again. It's just one of these master classes here. Moonblast coming through onto the Chestnut to knock it out, getting Elam that game number 1 against Wadaj here.
Yeah, game number 2, taking a look back. Dunsparce was such a thorn in Elam's
One
side.
last match
The rollouts
left.
just
Who
did
is
not
gonna
stop.
win this?
The drill runs did not stop
Let's
coming. And then on top of all that, you had combo plays like this.
भाई वडाज
Absolutely
5वीं बार
battling
जीतेगा
the
क्या
Clodsire
ही इज ऑलरेडी
on
4-time
the
champion dude
Fought back with a vengeance, however. You saw it. He was able to
he
really
won 2
put Wadaj
regionals
on the
last
back foot
year
many,
no he won
many
3
times,
regionals last year
catching this grass knot
then one
onto
international
the
championship he
Cresselia,
won
which was really
is he
one of
going
the
to
best
win
things
become
for him to be
champion
able
for the
to just
5th time
completely close out the next game.
It's so tough, right? Because you need to find your opportunities to catch, but as you look at game number 5, there were none such opportunities. Elam throwing the Grass Knot, trying to get to the second charge attack, allows the Moonblast to come through here, but it's not quite enough.
A big problem at that point, even though they had Creselia's up against each other many times, not knowing which one won charge attack priority was maybe a decisive flipping moment in that matchup, because if the Grass Knot would have been able to knock out Wadaj's Cresselia, it could have been a different game. But Wadaj, looking at this, so much energy on the Chestnut.
Elam's team really struggled against Chestnut, man. Entire
No,
matchup.
you're exactly right. I
Like
mean, in a
2
different,
times they
timeline,
meet, right?
perhaps, we
Both the
saw
times Chestnut
Cresselia from
literally
Elam win the charge attack priority,
proved
get
too
off that
much to
second Grass
handle,
Knot,
man.
KO'd opposing Cresselia,
It was a
and then
core breaker for
at that
Elam's
point,
team.
you still need to catch like a frenzy plant on your Gastrodon to win, but maybe there's a win
6
condition.
मैचेस
That's
6
not
नहीं
how it
कितने
went down,
5
though.
मैचेस और
Wadaj
3
winning
मैचेस
3-2,
8 मैचेस
and a
हुए
lot of
और
people are probably looking at these
8
team
मैचेस
lists and
में
saying,
1 Pokemon
"Why
was fixed
Chestnut?"
Chestnut
Just
in
rewind a few minutes.
Wadaj's
That's why
team.
Chestnut.
Chestnut
It
was
was
actually
guaranteed
one of
that
the
he will
Pokemon
use
that
Chestnut
barely missed
because
out
it is
on
a core
day
breaker.
2 top 12
Oh,
usage. So there was quite a few trainers who decided maybe this was the route that they wanted to go. Not many fighting type Pokemon are in this current meta. However, the teams that have been bringing it are in the finals. Chestnut is a grass and fighting type Pokemon, being able to use Superpower and Frenzy Plant, and Elite is using a Shadow Machamp with Karate Chop, which just paces so quickly, and also using Cross Chop as a charge attack and Stone Edge.
If a lot of trainers at home are inspired by that Shadow Machamp from Elite, make sure to save your fast and charge TMs, because you need an Elite fast TM to get Karate Chop and an Elite charge TM to get Stone Edge. So if you're
Bro,
flipping
Great
through,
League
you're
में
like,
तो Shadow
Rock Slide,
Machamp is
Cross
not
Drop, Well, whatever.
performing
I can't
like
find my attack.
don't waste
जो
your time.
hype
Don't
था
waste your TMs. You need the elite ones in order to get
पेट
that.
में तो
And
साढ़े
it's
मचाम पिट रहा
just so
है
fitting, right? 0 elite 0 with elite charge TMs. Come on.
To be able to bring that Machamp so far into the tournament. And he really relied on it when he was playing against Wadaj. We're going to see those games again, and we'll have to see how those two trainers want to adapt, because Wadaj has a couple Pokemon on his team that are fairly weak to that Machamp, and the Elite just really utilized it and took advantage of that situation. We even saw Cross Chops taking out
फाइनल्स
the
शुरू
Sumo
करो
Roll.
यार
Yeah, we were back
Start
there and we
the
saw
grand
the
finals,
Shadow
dude.
Machamp versus Chestnut matchup the first time, and the first cross chop landed, and I said, two probably won't KO the Chestnut, and the first one connected, and I saw the damage, and Amanda looked at me, she's like, yeah, it will.
Yeah.
And it did.
He was just like, oh, it's not going to do that. I was like, okay, sure. But what do we know? We're going to go ahead and actually go with Nighttime Clasher, who has an interview. And I can't wait, because if you guys have been tuning in this weekend, Nighttime Clasher interviews they're a treasure to behold.
They're special.
They're a treasure.
Thanks so much, Amanda and Will. We are here with the two grand finalists inside the Baltimore Regional Championships. That's Elite and Wadaj on my left and right, which you'll be able to see in a second here. There they are. So, we're in the beautiful city of Baltimore here. You guys are obviously friends. You came here with a lot of friends. How have you been enjoying the city? Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, yeah. Personally, I think Baltimore is a beautiful city. There's these red and spotted moths everywhere that just really add a nice touch. And on the way, when we were driving here, we even saw a guy just like hanging out in the staircase, just having a good time. So, you know, I think it's a beautiful city.
Yeah, a lot of those red moths. Does it feel like catching Pokemon in the real world?
Absolutely not.
All right, and you?
Yeah, it's been a ton of fun. I came here, staying with Drew. I'm also staying with Heydonis, Pocket, Frank, Arrow, and then we're staying with Pocket's mom, and it's been a ton of fun just hanging out with him, having a good weekend.
So obviously we've only had this meta for about 11 days. What does your preparation look like going into this tournament?
Well, I just got to college, so I had no idea I was even gonna be here until I guess last week. I hit Leslie's line. I'm like, yo, if I get a car, can I come up? She asked if I wanted to come. I was like, no, it's way too expensive. I'm not paying for a flight to go to Baltimore, because also I quit. But then, yeah, I've been in college, but now I'm like, this meta is interesting. I've been prepping some. It's the most prep I've been put into a tournament in a long time.
I'm really proud of you. Do you feel like you're the Wolfie Glick of Pokemon Go?
I honestly think I'm the
LeBron James?
LeBron James.
I like that.
I was gonna go with Roger Federer, but
that's a little too aggressive.
Really?
I think so. I think LeBron James suits you. How about you? If you were to compare yourself to an athlete or somebody famous, who would you be of Pokemon Go?
That's a good question. I don't know. I'll let you choose for me.
What do we think?
It's a tough question.
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson? Okay.
You know, we'll let you have that. And the Twitch chat, let us know if you agree or disagree with that. And any final last words? You guys have any shout outs for your family or friends?
Shout out to my mom for letting me borrow her car. My brother happened to take the car I usually use to his college. So I've been carless. I've still had my license, but I have not had my car. So shout out to my mom's 2018 Mazda CX-5.
It sounds like you were driven to win this tournament.
I was.
How about yourself?
I don't know how to make a pun for flying to get here, but yeah, just I shouted her out once, but I want to give another shout out to my mom. I'm really grateful for her. And then also a shout out to my siblings, my brother and my sister.
Shout out Johnny, baby.
Yeah, Johnny.
Well, thanks so much, you guys. And we're going to take it back to Will and Amanda, and we are so excited for these grand finals here in Baltimore.
Thank you, Nighttime Clasher. I told you guys, treasure. He is a treasure to behold. Not only that, with two GOATs of this tournament, I would say not only that, maybe GOATs of this community, making us laugh, having a good time, teammates and friends, but they're now going to be a little bit of mortal enemies going on in the grand finals.
I feel like the personality we saw in the interview definitely reflects the play style as well. If you've seen Elite on stage this entire weekend, he doesn't smile, he doesn't laugh, he's very focused, he's very dialed in. As he said in his first interview, very in the cut, and he just feels like he is in here to win it. And when you look at Wadaj, he's coming in, after almost a year of retirement, not playing too much Pokemon Go PvP, and he's just trying to wreck everything. He's bringing Chestnut, says he prepped a lot, but then he wasn't sure if he was actually going to make it, so we're very glad he's here.
I think it's also fun to note that Pokemon Go is a community, right? I mean, they all talked about how like so many people are staying in one place together, most likely scrimming against each other, having a good time. Also, shout out to Out of Pocket's mother for reining in all the control of the people in her house.
Yeah, it's like
Get her a medal.
It's like herding Sprigatitos, right? You got to figure out what to do with all of them. But she's been incredible with that for multiple seasons, and that's just, again, like you said, the whole community aspect of this game is just so invaluable. So I really encourage everyone, if you're watching this and you're not sure if you'd fit in, I promise you there is a place for you. So come out to these regional championships, internationals, and maybe we'll see you at Worlds too.
Absolutely. So those two trainers that we just saw interviewed by Nighttime Clasher will be the ones in the grand finals. We're going to give them a little bit of time to get back up to the stage, get settled in, decide how they want to play out those matches.
Break
As a
Matanaya.
reminder,
Please
Elite
don't take
is
break.
coming in from the winner's side of the bracket. So that means if he wins this best of 5, he will become the Baltimore regional champion, the first regional champion of the 2025 season. He's done it twice on the West Coast. He's looking to make his name for himself on the East side as well.
Might be an East Coast takeover from Elite. He's going to be sweeping the country if he wins. Meanwhile, Wadaj coming out of retirement, trying to find his footing in a brand new meta and a brand new competitive scene. But I'll tell you what, everybody, you got a couple minutes to tell your friends to get into the chat to watch these battles. We're going to talk about some events while our trainers get set up. This is the Psychic Spectacular, which is going to be a really fun one. We're going to get a brand new Dynamax Pokemon, which is Beldum, as well as, I guess you could call them the Hat family.
Yeah.
Hatena, Hatterene, and Hatterini.
Those are going to be new Pokemon for Pokemon Go, so make sure you want to add those to your Pokedex. Also, event bonuses. I'm always interested in this because as a PvP
ये
player,
Galar का ही है guys, right? This is from Galar reason only.
Chef's Kiss magnificent.
It absolutely is. And we also have the Legendary Heroes event on the horizon, September 26th through October 1st. I know Galarian Weezing is
Waiting
in high
for
demand,
Chinese Ascian
particularly in Ultra League right now, and
We have to
Zacian
wait
has not been in
10
raids
days.
for a long time.
But
Plus,
they should.
it's going to be shiny, Amanda.
Yeah,
Team,
you know
yeah,
how
we
I
have to
love
wait
to collect
10
shiny Pokemon. Also, a timed research, which is always super fun. You get to choose your path, right? Are you going to go with Pokemon Sword or Shield here? I think each of these will award sort of a different Pokemon, different rewards throughout your journey. Pokemon Go is really cool in that aspect where you get to kind of choose your own adventure.
Exactly right. I personally, Amanda, I have a perfect Zamazenta, but I do not have enough candies for it. But as we take one more look at the Weezing, you pointed out something so important. Look at the bottom middle of the screen. Actually, if you evolve your Shadow Coughing,
We are ready
which is
for
Shadow
grand
Cancel
finals,
Coughing,
guys.
you do have the option to evolve it to Shadow Galarian Weezing during that
Who
event.
is
So
going
that's
to
very,
win
very
it?
big for the Open Great League, a brand new Shadow to try out. But let's take a look at our players on the stage. Again, let's run down these accomplishments as NTC called him
First
Zero Elite
regional
Zero,
grand
the
final
California King.
2025.
Yeah, we have the Los Angeles Regionals top 4, Sacramento Regional Champion, Fresno Regional Champion,
He's
and
also 2 times
in San
champion,
Diego,
man. What?
California, in that top 16. We saw the team a little bit earlier, but let's go
Battle
ahead
of the
and see it
champions.
again. Shadow Machamp making waves, just punching its way through this meta. Elite, one of the very few trainers to use that Pokemon, but he's been using it so well.
I've heard a few people actually backstage saying that Mandibuzz was expected to be a big impact player, but people are kind of jokingly call it Manda fraud, right? Like it's not that good, but it's here in the grand finals, Amanda. And on the other side, we've got Wadaj from the loser side of the bracket, your 2024
Guys, if Wadaj
Pittsburgh
wins
regional champion, your NAIC
3-2
champion,
or like
Hartford champion, as well as the NAIC
3-1, right? Yeah,
senior
whatever.
division champ
If
back
3-0,
in
if
2022.
Wadaj wins
Only
this
that, in
round,
the 2023
the bracket will
Pokemon Go
reset.
Championship Series in Japan, Wadaj
But if
took
Elite
the
wins,
bronze medal
then he will
overall,
become
which means that
champion.
He is definitely a trainer that everyone has been
So Wadaj
looking
has to
out
win
for,
twice if want to
and
become
if
champion.
anyone is going to be able to take this game away from Elite, it's going to be him.
Exactly right. All right, everybody, we need to hear some cheers in the crowd. This is Elite versus Wadaj Grand Finals Baltimore 2025. We're underway.
Let's jump right into it. Here we got the Fur Alligator against a Clodsire in the lead.
Very good lead.
Really great matchup for Elite at this stage, and it kind of puts Wadaj on the back foot. Coming in with the Dunsparce.
He'll
It's
chip
a
and
pretty
dip, right?
decent answer, but it doesn't want to take too many Hydro Cannons.
I think all this is about positioning. If you're Elite, you know that the Shadow Fur Alligator has the best possible matchup against a Clodsire that you just saw, but you need to maneuver around this Dunsparce Dunsparce in the meantime, and we see him chip with the Hydro Cannon and switch to Cresselia.
I like this play a lot. It's called a chip and dip, but that is a pretty big chip, more like a cavern here against that Dunsparce. And now Dunsparce is going to be up against Cresselia, one of the bulkiest Pokemon. This drill run will connect. Great timing by Wadaj, but it is not even going to knock the Cresselia, I think, even into the yellow. At this stage, Cresselia just still has a lot of bulk to its name, barely in the yellow. I take it back.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, the Moonblast is going to do a lot of damage. It might just barely be enough to
This will
KO the
KO. This
Dunsparce at this
Moonblast will
point.
KO.
Cresselia not known for its attack stat, but Moonblast does get the job done. Switching in with the Clodsire now. Here comes Wadaj.
Clodsire coming back in here, but those Grass Knots is not something it necessarily wants to take. I like this play by Wadaj, just charging up a ton of energy. We also want to make note of the
Feraligatr is dry, guys, right?
Here, because that is going to be important. Earthquakes are going to be doing a nice amount of damage, but Sludge Bombs are going to be a nice bait. Going straight for the heavy hitting attack. This should be enough to knock Cresselia out, and there's no Protect Shield from Elite side.
Yeah, I really like this play a lot. Earthquake does seal the knockout there. Now it's Feraligatr.
Crowd देख रहे हो क्या?
Into the Shadow
Crowd
Drapion. You
देख
can
रहे हो
see
guys?
Wadaj kind of clutching his forehead, but at the same time, there's still 4 Protect Shields in play.
There's a lot of play left, and I think, yeah, if you're Wadaj, you let that first one go through, because as we've seen time and time again in Baltimore, there's a potential for a defense drop. It's there, right there. Defense just fell, forcing Wadaj to kind of make a Hail Mary play. This superpower is going to be doing
This will
way more
hurt,
damage to
right?
the Drapion, but it's going to lower his own defense as well. Look how low that gets him. He has another one already stored. Gonna go ahead and throw it at the very last second.
Throws the superpowers here. This is absolutely going to pick up the knockout onto the Shadow Drapion, but this Chestnut has not put in nearly as much work as it needed to. There is still a Shadow Feraligatr in the back. It gets the Shadow Claw down, and now the Clodsire is squared up against the Shadow Feraligatr.
Right back to where we started. Everything is going full
This is
circle
GG's,
here as
right?
the Feraligatr is now
Elite
up
wins
against
this.
Clodsire, just like it was
He
in
just
the beginning.
outpaces,
But
man.
this is
Feraligatr
Wadaj's
just
only
outpaces.
Pokemon left, and this is where the shields are definitely going to be needed. There is energy, but will there be enough health at this range? A Hydro Cannon should be enough to knock out. Elite knows it, wants to protect up this Feraligatr, make sure it stays nice and healthy and full of energy.
There's always a question of pacing, right? The Clodsire just a little bit slower than the Shadow Feraligatr, but there aren't very many Pokemon faster than Feraligatr in the current Great League meta. Fires off the second Hydro Cannon. There goes his second Protect Shield as well. It's 3 away for the third Hydro Cannon. Here comes Elite.
Elite coming through here. Hydro Cannon washing away the Clodsire. No Protect Shields remaining. Looks like this Clodsire is going to go down, and Elite is going to take game number 1.
2 more wins for Elite, guys.
Able to
2
quell
more
the
wins.
Clodsire with a Hydro Cannon armada deployed here on stage in Baltimore. That Shadow Feraligatr, I'm telling you, everyone uses it, but no one plays it like Elite.
We were kind of joking around earlier when we were doing our Pokemon MVP picks, and we were saying, oh, maybe we should say Elite and Shadow Feraligatr, but Feraligatr has been used by so many people. You make an excellent point, Will. Though it is one of the top used Pokemon in this regional competition, Elite has just been masterfully using it better than anyone.
Our trainers are getting locked in pretty rapidly, but we're going to take just a quick moment to look back at the highlights in our Grand Finals Best of 5 set. And this Shadow Drapion put in a lot of work. It really neutralized the Chestnut, and that was the story of game number 1. But game number 2 is underway. We've got the water types on the field, Amanda.
A great adaptation by Wadaj here. Uzumo is going to more comfortably tank all of these Hydro Cannons or Ice Beams.
Bro, if that Machamp aligns with A-Slash,
both of these trainers know it. Elite knows
it will
exactly
be
how
over
he
for
wants to play out
Wadaj.
this matchup, letting this one go through, and I think that we're going to see a shield at some point, or maybe a
he will
quick
swap
kind of
into
cheeky swap.
Cresselia sometime,
Yeah,
right?
exactly right. We're going to see a single Shadow Claw into a Hydro Cannon conversion here, avoiding a potential play rough from Wadaj's
Bro,
Azumo,
Shadow
because the bubble takes
Feraligatr with
one
Azu
turn
matchup
longer.
is not
Now,
bad,
this
guys.
juncture, this Feraligatr
If it is a regular
is gonna switch
Feraligatr,
out,
then it
and
is like
Cresselia will
not
soak
good
this
of a
damage.
matchup. But
This
Shadow
Cresselia doesn't have
Feraligatr
feature
hits
set,
hard,
but I'm
dude,
thinking I
against
might,
Azu.
because I called the swap narrowly here on the play rough here, and Cresselia
He
just
will
continuing
bank
to
a move and then
farm away
swap.
energy. Wadaj swapping into his own Alolan Sand Slash, and this was something that we saw earlier on. None of the charge attacks from Cresselia really do that much damage
How
to
will
the Alolan
Machamp
Sand
do
Slash.
now?
Yeah, we saw this in the Elam versus Wadaj matchup. The Cresselia for Elam just had no play into the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. Wadaj looking to replicate that strategy here, but this Cresselia is frustratingly bulky. You cannot KO it with a single drill run.
I think if you're with Dodge, this is exactly where you want the Alolan Sand Slash, because if he has any flashbacks of game and matches against Elite earlier on, that Shadow Machamp just was a menace for him, and the Alolan Sand Slash wants absolutely nothing
How will
to
Shadow
do with it.
Machamp
You're more
survive?
than content to be able to take the charge attacks from Cresselia, do a lot of damage, and just be able to just continue to farm away. I think we're going to see, yes, exactly, charge attack priority, wonderfully played by Wadaj here, knocking out the Cresselia if Elite doesn't use a shield.
Exactly right. Ice Punch is more than enough, but great counting and late game awareness by Wadaj to find the charge attack party. In comes a Machamp. Wadaj also gets off the Ice Punch. This is absolutely massive.
This is shadow on shadow damage, and though this is not going to be that effective, look how much damage it does.
It did 60% damage.
In comes Cresselia. We see the counter swap into the Feraligatr. At this point, Wadaj has made up a lot of ground. He's quelled a ton of threats, and now the Feraligatr has to apply some Hydro Cannon pressure to the Cresselia.
Cresselia is forced to use a shield at some point. Hydro Cannon is coming through, and that Feraligatr is just too darn healthy at this point. Grass Knot coming through right before the next Hydro Cannon is ready, getting a shield from Elite side, and you can see Elite kind of like, you know, taking a deep breath at this
Will he
moment.
catch
This is
on
getting
Az
very
at some
intense
point?
for both trainers here, that neither one of them can afford to make mistakes here in the grand finals. Both of them want to be able to take home this title.
Yeah, you have to be completely locked in, because one miscount, 1 second, 1/2 second miscalculation can lead to a catastrophic loss in the grand finals. Wadaj firing the Grass Knot. Elite has to respect it. He cannot allow his MVP Pokemon to go down.
And now swapping into the
Whoa!
Super at the same time. My goodness, both of these trainers just completely using Elite. Not quite sure. He wasn't ready for an undercharge even by Wadaj, but it is definitely enough to take out the Machamp.
He needs to farm him down. He needs to Shadow Claw him down.
Opportunity to get
Yeah.
too much energy. A Hydro Cannon is loaded. 2 Hydro Cannons loaded. Throwing at the Azumarill here.
He
I
needed
think that
to
Elite has so much energy. Will
claw
the
him
Hydro
down.
Cannon be enough on the Cresselia is the real
How much health
question.
Cresselia
That's the
has?
real question. We're about to get our answer. In comes
Nah,
Cresselia.
Cresselia is
It's
very
pretty
healthy. He
healthy.
needs
Meanwhile,
2.
Elite, he's going to build
2
some
will
double
KO,
Hydro
yeah, 2
Cannons.
will
Both
KO.
barrels are loaded.
2 will
Yeah,
KO,
Hydro
yeah.
Cannon number 1 coming
Two
through.
will
If that's
KO.
not enough,
GG.
I think we got another one right behind it. The Cresselia is still
Bro,
one
Shadow
away.
Feraligatr
That's
is
not
too
quite
good,
enough.
man.
He's able to hit it, but it's charge attack priority.
Incredible counting late game awareness. Elite is locked in, dialed in, and he
Bro.
washes that Cresselia off the stage in game number 2.
Game number
Shadow
2 is for
Feraligatr
Elite
is
of
too
this
good,
best
bro.
of 5. Elite just needs one more win to be calling himself
Hydro
not
Cannon
only the
spam is
California King,
too
but
much.
also the Baron of Baltimore here. He is so locked in at this point. He is the only person that's been able to beat Wadaj in this entire series, sitting pretty on that winner's side of the bracket. But Wadaj is one of the most well-known, well-accoladed trainers we have.
One more win for Elite to become champion,
Everyone.
guys.
I can't believe it.
The
We're
games are already being locked in. Let's get these replays off the
Bro,
screen.
that
Let's
Ab
get game
survived
number
1
3 up
HP,
and
bro.
ready.
This is game
Oh,
number
this is
3.
a
Our
good lead
trainers
for
locked in
Wadaj.
lightning quick. We see the Shadow Machamp counter swap and lightning quick answer. Here comes
Okay.
Clodsire.
Clodsire to answer the Machamp, one of the best actual answers to it, and the number 1 used Pokemon in
Wadaj
this
needs
meta,
to
which
win
makes it all of that
all
more
3
impressive
matches, guys,
for the
to
Shadow Machamp that
reset
had such a good run. The thing
the
is, even though
bracket.
it's so squishy, even though those cross chops don't do that much, watch them slowly add up over time. The karate chops generate energy so quickly, already a second one ready to go.
I mean,
भाई
you
कराटे
couldn't have
chop
said
क्या
it better,
fast
Amanda.
energy generation है
12%
भाई.
at a time really adds up over time. We're going to see a Sludge Bomb fired off here by the Clodsire from Wadaj. This would likely KO that Shadow Machamp, and Elite wants to keep it in the matchup, so he does use his first Protect Shield of the game.
Karate Chop is ready. A very interesting strategy by Elite. If he doesn't want his Shadow Machamp to go down, he's going to have to use both shields here, but he's got a lot of energy
He's playing
to
for
spare.
Squid.
Already 2 shields down. There's 2 shields on Wadaj's side. If you're him, you're thinking, I might be pretty comfortable in this scenario. But again, look at this. Look how low that Clodsire is getting, and still look, there's another cross chop loaded on this Machamp.
Wadaj looks up. He says,
This will
I have
KO,
a
right?
2-0
Yeah.
shield advantage right now, and Elite looks cornered. I think I might have a chance in this game, but he's going to go ahead and shield up this cross chop, not allowing this Shadow Machamp to KO his Clodsire. He wants alignment. He wants control of this game number 3.
Not only that, I think if you're Elite, you're saying, okay, well, this was a great play. Undercharge speed,
Wow.
get it a little bit lower, but I'm just thinking that this Feraligatr is going to go ahead and get a plow and go to Farm Town here, because is going to be able to get almost the perfect amount of farm.
This
Lucky
will hurt
for
though,
Wadaj
yeah.
there,
This will
that
hurt.
undercharge allowed him to be able to get a little more energy to be able to throw this sludge bomb off at the Feraligatr before going down.
Yeah,
The chestnut.
absolutely wild undercharge there. Elite, I don't know if he's thrown an ice beam
baiting.
all
Oh, he
series
failed the
long,
bait.
all weekend long. He baits again with the Hydro Cannon against the chestnut. The
He
question
will
is,
not
can he
make
get
it
to the
another
charge attack
move, right?
regardless?
Immediate
Yeah,
swap
he
out
will
into
not.
Cresselia, one of the bulkiest Pokemon, though there are no Protect Shields left on Elite's side. Cresselia says, okay, I'll pick up the role. I'll be your third and fourth shield in this as Frenzy Plant going through. Cresselia still in the green, now met by Wadaj's own Cresselia. And honestly, I think Wadaj is sitting very pretty in this.
Yeah,
very interesting
Wadaj
to see
wins
how
this
both of
one.
these
This
trainers
battle, I think.
want to play it out, but it looks like if Wadaj
Alligator
he's
does not
very
have a
excited about
move
having his
bank.
driver's license, I think he's in the driver's seat.
I'm a little bit surprised that Wadaj didn't gather a little more energy on the chestnut as well. He knows the Feraligator's only a couple Shadow Claws away from the Ice Beam. You want to build in as many insurance plans as you can. Plan A, Plan B, Plan C. And right now, he just immediately committed to the Cresselia, and the switch timers are a little bit misaligned. So after this Moonblast, I do think a swap, a catch, is available.
It looks like the next Moonblast will be able to connect because the
He
timer
will wait
is
a
not
turn.
quite
He will
up
wait a
yet
turn.
for
Definitely
Wadaj.
he will wait.
However, it is up for Elite. Like you said, they are misaligned, but with this much energy, do you really want to be able to go down?
He
William
caught it,
calling
man.
it here, also with
caught
the
it.
future sight. Moonblast coming through, knocking out the Feraligatr, and now it is a Cresselia against a basically a fully loaded Cresselia here.
It is still
and a
fine.
chestnut
It does
in the
not
back,
matter,
going for
dude,
yet
anyway.
another Moonblast at charge attack priority.
2-1, 2-1.
Because like Elam earlier, recognizing he's going to need two at this point to knock it out.
It was such a good attempt, but as you see, the Moonblast is already queued up for Wadaj as well. You saw the laugh and the head shake. He says, you know, that was an incredible play, but it's not going to be enough to beat me. That means that Wadaj takes his first game of the Grand Finals and tries to fight.
Is he going
his
to
way
draw
back.
2-2
Just
next?
like Nighttime Clasher says, we are new levels of back. I think Wadaj is at this point as well. Not content to be knocked out of this tournament, doesn't want to get 3-0'd in the Grand Finals, saying if you want to win this, you're going to have to go through me. I'm putting in the work. I am ready for this competition. Elite, if you're Elite and you're in this point, you can take a few more risks, right? You're sitting on the in the Grand Finals. You're on the winner's side of the bracket. That means even if he loses this best of 5, Wadaj still has to beat him in yet another best of 5 to be able to become the regional champion. Meanwhile, Elite is just one game away. This was what it was like in the winners finals. Will he be able to pull it through in the grand finals here? We have the Cresselia against the Dunsparce in the lead.
Game 4 is underway. Elite is only one matchup away from becoming the Baltimore regional champion. And like you said, Amanda, Wadaj has a much longer road to go, but he has to start somewhere. That place is with Dunsparce in the lead versus Cresselia.
Drill run coming through here onto the Cresselia, and now we see an aggressive swap out into the Clodsire to be met with the Feraligatr. An interesting play by Wadaj because, again, we've been talking about Elite's Feraligatr play so often. He had to know that this would be the Pokemon that would come in response, perhaps doing some sort of calculation in his head, thinking, if I can get this Feraligatr out of the way or maybe potentially farm down, I'm going to have a really good time in the back.
No, absolutely, and I think that Wadaj wants this Feraligatr gone as quickly as possible. It's been such a menace for him all series long. He's going to fire up the Hydro Cannon there. Elite looking for the double Hydro Cannon. Actually, going to allow the Sludge Bomb to come through here.
He
no
did
Protect
one
Shield
more
is
claw
a
there.
definite
Interesting.
knockout.
Knocking out the Feraligatr, giving a little bit of farm for whatever comes in. Looks like it's going to be that Machamp. I think we might see an
He will
aggressive
get to a Sludge
karate
Bomb,
chop down.
right?
Just chopping away at the health and defense of this Clodsire. Clodsire being able to get a Sludge Bomb, but Elite has so many shields, a lot of health left on this Machamp, and we're about to see all of this energy come into fruition.
Absolutely mind-boggling farm down there. I don't know how he was able to achieve that, but in comes the Cresselia. Gonna wait a turn,
Oh,
go for the bait.
he
Pull the
baits
shield from
and he
Wadaj.
steals.
Wadaj has been
Oh.
very, very generous with his shields
This
as
is
this
still
series has
bad.
progressed, and this one might have him a little rattled.
The games are going on. Not
Don't
only
tell me
on
you're
the
going to
field, but
double
in
bait.
the mind,
No,
going
right,
for
yeah.
bait, now going for that heavier hitting attack, getting both shields, stripping them away from Wadaj here, as this Stone Edge would do a lot of damage, but it is shielded up in the meantime. Moonblast is going through, going for that Grass Knot bait instead. Elite using his last shield as well, because that Moonblast would have knocked him out. Grass Knot, actually, to be fair, would probably come pretty close to knocking it out anyway, and Elite wants to be able to at least get to the Stone Edge as a parting gift. Will he be able to do so? Going one over even before throwing. We're about to see how much damage this does on an unprotected Chris Cresselia.
Yeah,
Well,
this is a wild attack stat. Shadow Machamp
Oh, it did
absolutely
a lot,
pummeling
it did a
Cresselia.
lot,
The
man.
attempted combo play, the switch, the catch. Here comes Dunsparce, and it absorbs the Grass Knot to keep Wodage's Cresselia in this game.
Cresselia is alive, it's healthy, it has a lot of
He had the
attack
Moonblast
power
saved
still
on
left in it
Cresselia,
here.
right?
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Dunsparce being able to just do its job, getting a little bit more and going for yet another Grass Knot. And now there's so much energy on the Dunsparce. It looks like we're going to probably throw another rollout before going for a charge attack here of the Drill Run.
Yeah, exactly right. Drill Run doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but Dunsparce is known for this kind of grounding and pounding through matchups. Drill Run after Drill Run, an avalanche of rollouts. We're going to see a Grass Knot come out from the Cresselia,
Yeah,
wanting
this
to
will
prevent
KO
any
this
more of
thing.
that damage from
Yeah.
coming through. I think Elite wants his Cresselia outside of Moonblast range, so he needs to preserve as much health as possible, and he's able to pick up the knockout onto the Dunsparce.
Down goes the Dunsparce. If Wadage is counting, he knows he's quite a bit away from another Grass Knot, but Wadage is at 100% energy on his Cresselia.
This will
The
KO,
real
right?
question he has is this enough to knock out, and how much is left on the
Oh,
Shadow
1
Chip?
HP.
Not quite able to
Yeah,
do it. This
GG's.
though, there is no
2-2
protection shields
guys.
remaining.
2-2.
One away from a Grass Knot.
Yeah.
Throwing it now. It looks like Wadage has taken this game. Going ahead, tying up the series once
2-2.
again. We are going to a decisive game number 5.
Is he going to
Absolutely
reverse sweep
correct.
Pro
Shadow
3-2?
Machamp cannot stand up to Cresselia, and we didn't even mention it. We've been moving so fast, we did not even mention it. These 2 games that Wadage has taken from Elite are the first 2 games he's lost in the grand finals in 3 years.
That's absolutely true. You mentioned this earlier on. I believe you said this. Once Elite gets
Is he going to
into the
reverse
finals, the
sweep
man just does not lose.
and reset the
Wadage,
bracket?
coming out of retirement, has taken these 2 games right when Elite was so close to victory that he could
Momentum
basically
is
taste it
with
just one
Wadage,
game
bro.
away.
ऐसे देखा जाए.
Wadage says, I'm gonna
Elite
still
थोड़ा
make
सा
you
भी
fight
pressure
for
पे
it
होगा,
here.
bro. He
And
lost
again,
back-to-back
we've said
2
it
games.
before. You kind of love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Elite almost looked like he was going to do it again. He was up 2-0, and Wadage has fought back. Amanda, you said this is a decisive game number 5. If Elite wins this game, he is your Baltimore Regional Champion. However, if Wadage takes this game 5, he forces the bracket reset and a fresh set of 5 games.
And I mean, if you are loving Pokemon Go, if you are loving to see this, you're probably cheering for Wadage in this. Let us know in the chat. Who do you think is going to win this? Is Elite going to be able to take this game, or is Wadage going to be able to steal it away? And we are going to a bracket reset. We're already in this decisive game number 5. We got a Dropion up against that Dunsparce, going for that crunch for a potential of a debuff, and also just some nice heavy hitting damage to start out
मेरे को
the
क्यों
game.
लग रहा
I
है ये
definitely
मैच
give a
बड़ा
matchup
जीतने
edge
वाला
to
है.
the Dunsparce here.
Oh,
He's
he
going
got
to land a
defense
super effective
drop.
drill run if it connects.
Or will it?
But Elite able to throw 1 Poison Sting, then swap in the Cresselia. Wadage isn't phased though. He says, I know exactly what to do here. He's going to go ahead and stay in a little while longer, gather some additional energy on the Dunsparce, maybe throw another charge attack, and then make the switch. Here comes Clodsire.
Yeah, the big thing that happened is that because there was a defensive drop, those Psycho Cuts still don't do that much damage to the Dunsparce. Wadage felt comfortable to stay in that matchup and just swap out before the charge attack was ready because he didn't want to take any of that additional damage while still getting a lot of extra energy. Clodsire is one of the Pokemon that's great to absorb the energy from that Cresselia, and now is able to throw an Earthquake, which is a heavier hitting attack. Cresselia still no shield on Elite side.
Like you said before, Amanda, sometimes you need a 2nd, 3rd, 4th shield. Pokemon like Clodsire can give that to you. I want to talk about a team composition adjustment as well. Elite went with the Shadow Drapion for the first time in this series because of the Cresselia. It's beating his Shadow Machamp. It's beating his Feraligatr. He needs to stop it, and he's got to find the alignment to do so.
Yeah, well, if we're talking about Pokemon that are being used as shields or sponges, I mean, Wadage has 2 of them on his side.
We'll
but he's
farm
using
him
that
down with
Clodsire. He's
Feraligatr
using
now,
that
right?
Cresselia. Dropion is a great way to try to at least negate some of the energy that is coming off of either of them. Masterful play there by Wadage, waiting, making sure that a Pokemon that coming in could be able to have a target for this, forcing a shield from Elite because that Earthquake would have been enabled to enough knock out the Dropion, but in comes the Dunsparce, and he gets a shield of his own in return.
That's so clever because Elite thought he was catching a Sludge Bomb, thought twice about it, and uses the correct shield with Wadage predicting the switch in as well. I'm telling you, these 2 players on the screen are on a completely different level. We've seen Aqua Tail get fired off by the Drapion, forcing that final shield from Wadage.
Yeah, Wadage shielding up this Aqua Tail because he has so much energy, and that would have been enough to knock out. Going for the drill run here. There is a Protect Shield left remaining on Elite side. He looks
Something
like
happened there too.
comfortable to
Did he
let
got
this
denied
go
there?
down, and it looks like all the bubbles have been tapped. It is enough to take it out at this stage. The Dunsparce still has so much energy, going for yet another drill run.
Going for the drill run here into the Cresselia. Elite choosing not to protect shielded. He needed to empty the stored energy on the Dunsparce. Now he's got his Shadow Feraligatr, his MVP Pokemon. He's got one protect shield, and this Shadow Feraligatr needs to put in some work.
He's going to be able to have a drill run.
Cannot seal this.
He's only got one shield remaining, forced to use it now. These Shadow Claws are not going to do too much, but the Wadaj doesn't even want to give him a chance, saying, okay, can you outpace me here? These Shadow Claws will do a lot. These Hydro Cannons will do even more, but this Hydro Cannon
Grassrod will kill, right?
Take out the Cresselia, and Cresselia is at a Grass Knot, everyone.
Super effective Grass Knot on Cresselia. It absorbs the Hydro Cannon, no problem.
I thought he will no
loses the
steal
charge
there,
tech priority, but
considering
gets
he
his
did not
charge
know
attack
what
all
he
the
had
same
at the
here at
back.
the end. Grass Knot going to come through. Water type Shadow Feraligatr cannot take the pressure. It hangs on just barely. One more Hydro Cannon from Elite.
Hydro Cannon coming through.
Bracket reset. We are going 5 more battles, man.
Just so
Bracket
little health
reset.
remaining on the Feraligatr, not able to hold on. With Dodge taking game
Bro,
number
he
5, and
reset,
we are
man. He
going
reverse
into a
sweep there.
bracket
3-2.
reset.
Bracket reset. After going down 0-2, Wadaj is fighting his way back into this series and in this tournament. He has a fighting chance now to take the Baltimore title.
now
And
I
Elite
think so.
is
Wadaj
facing a
will win now,
problem
man.
that he has
Momentum
not
is
had to
clearly with
face
him.
all weekend long. He says, hey, I'm losing battles. I'm losing ground. I need to respond.
I think we also need to just highlight the fact that Wadaj went ahead and reverse swept in the grand finals, meaning that Elite was ahead 2-0. All Elite needed to do was win one more game to be able to be called the champion, and Wadaj just completely outplayed him in those last 3 rounds, sweeping the bracket out from under his rug, and now it is 0-0 here. We are wiping out the slates here, but we are getting right into the next rounds. These battlers are ready to play, and we are ready to watch. We have fighter on fighter damage.
Okay, fresh start.
Okay. Yeah, I hope you didn't go anywhere because the battles are back on. This is our grand finals reset. Fresh best of 5. Game number 1, Shadow Machamp versus Chestnut. We see the first cross chop get fired off here as we saw backstage, Amanda. 2 cross chops will definitely get the job done.
I wasn't sure about it before, but I think that we saw that there will definitely be enough at this point. Going for
He's in with
Elite,
superpower,
which is an
okay.
interesting play.
I think
We'll
now
be
he
able
can
to reach the
karate chop
next one
him
a
down
little
then,
bit
right?
quicker as it paces slightly quicker than the Frenzy Plant does, but it gets the shield from Elite regardless, and the cross trap is already
No,
being
he'll
loaded
get to
right as the
another one.
superpower is being thrown.
Okay,
Great
it
timing
was
by
the
Elite
MP9.
here. Will Wadaj want to use his shield because he knows that he's at the move as well? He's going to let it go.
That's an interesting call, right? He does have the Shadow Load and Sand Slash in the back, so he really couldn't afford to switch in, but he opts to take that Protect Shield advantage. In comes a Cresselia. Elite wants that Sand Slash, and here it is.
Yeah, I think Elite says, okay, I know it's probably in the back. I'm going to draw it out at some point. The champ still has a lot of health left to it, some energy. I think Wadaj's plan is he has to come out of this matchup with stored energy to be able to throw at the Machamp that is in the back. He wants to be able to at least get another shield or get that Pokemon off the field.
I think you pointed out something so important, Amanda. I mean, this is the matchup we see on our screen, but Wadaj is already thinking one step ahead, already thinking to the next matchup, and I absolutely agree. But he's got to get through Cresselia first. He can't be distracted. Here comes the drill run. This is not going to be enough to KO, obviously, but the question is, will an Ice Punch or a drill run be needed afterwards? I think it might even be both.
Yeah, at this point, Wadaj is trying everything in his book to be able to get this Cresselia out of the way while still maintaining.
He will survive.
A little
He'll
bit of
still
energy
live
and
1
not
HP,
enough
I
health
think.
for that Machamp to be able to get too
This
much
does
of the
not
farm.
KO.
I think he's kind of
Yeah.
playing into Elite's hands, though, however, because it looks like Elite is at an attack. Will he be able to knock it out at this range? I don't think the Grass Knot will be enough, but definitely a karate chop from the
He
champ
also
range
live 1
should be.
HP.
Oh my gosh, the simultaneous counter swap. Here comes Feraligatr trying to snipe away the Sand Slash, and the swap of the Clodsire trying to do the same to Cresselia. We're going to see a Hydro Cannon get fired off here. Wadaj does have a Protect Shield advantage, but he knows he's under tremendous pressure. Feraligatr has a very commanding position in this matchup.
Yeah, not only does he have a shield advantage, he also has an energy advantage on that Clodsire. And now there are no Protect Shields on Elite's side. It's going to be a race, but the Earthquake is going to
He'll
be
get
ready
killed
beforehand
first,
because
yeah.
Wadaj saved so much energy before. This is a shadow for Alligator.
This will
be
KO. This
enough
will KO.
damage
This
to
will
knock
KO.
it out, or will Elite be able to get to the next Hydro Cannon?
Same type of attack bonus. Earthquake, not enough.
1
Shadow
HP.
Feraligatr able to get this final Hydro Cannon in terms of relative damage. This would do the
Like,
most by
close
far.
survive कर रहा है
So
bro.
Wadaj
1
is
HP,
gonna
1
use his final
HP.
Protect
कितने
Shield
सारे
on
1
that
HP
Hydro
close
Cannon.
calls पे हैं.
Machamp is coming in. Machamp has a lot of stored stored energy, but there is not going to be too much left overall.
Yeah, but
There is
Claudia
still
will win
a
anyway,
sliver
right?
of health on the Cresselia that Wadaj needs to be careful for a potential catch. But if he is able to land this Sludge Bomb onto the Machamp, he's going to have a nice time. Interesting play. I think that both of them were expecting a swap here, but Wadaj coming straight back in, coming for that
GG.
Sludge Bomb.
Bro,
And it
I think
looks like
Wadaj is
he's
going to
won
win, man.
4 games in a row.
Yeah, that's almost
Yeah.
a situation where you would
He
have seen
won
Elite
4
tap
games back to
immediately on
back.
the Cresselia to send it out and sacrifice it to that charge attack, but he did not have the reaction time there. Wadaj coming right in, like you said, Amanda, pouncing on that Machamp with a Sludge Bomb from the Clodsire.
Listen, he's thanked his mom for letting him borrow the car. He's thanked the model of the car itself. Wadaj is clearly in the driver's seat at the moment. He wants to maintain his record as being the first regional champion of this championship series. He was able to do it in 2024. Will he be able to do it again in 2025?
I mean, Wadaj's demeanor is just completely different from Elite. I think Wadaj is like, hey, I'm just going to play good, and if good things happen, then good things happen. Meanwhile, Elite is experiencing something he has not ever experienced in the Grand Finals. I mean, he's really losing his grip on this series, and he needs a Game 1 desperately to get back into it.
I mean, we've seen it a lot of times before. The momentum has shifted, right? The Elite was going in very confident. He had beaten Wadaj earlier on in the championship series, and he was looking to do it again, but the pendulum shifted in the other direction. Wadaj now looks like he is more in control, and it is time for Elite to take a step back and see, what can I do to get back into this series? We're hopping into
A
game
good
number
lead
2
for
of
Elite.
the Grand Finals reset, this best of
Good
5
start
matchup,
for him.
and we have a Cresselia against a Chestnut.
Yeah, I'd argue we finally have a semi-positive lead here for Elite in this series, but the Frenzy Plants are still going to pack a tremendous punch, and the Moonblast needs to connect for Cresselia to win this matchup overall. Frenzy Plant does chip down the Cresselia, about half health. Then we see the counter swap into the Clodsire. Same met by the Shadow for Alligator, just like in Game 1.
Game 1 was a good indication, but at
He will
this
seal
point
this
as
time,
well, I
right?
think if you're Elite, you're like, okay,
Not way he
saw the
going to let it
Chestnut.
go.
Clodsire is definitely my Feraligatr
He left it go.
swap. So if even if he's trying to draw out the Feraligatr, well, you got it, because this is exactly where I want to be. Hydro Cannons loaded, 2 of them already ready before the next Sludge Bomb will be available. If Elite has been counting, which you know that he has, you might see the next one going through almost immediately.
This is the reason why 8 out of our top 8 winner side teams have Clodsire, because it's such a bulky monster. It could probably absorb this Hydro Cannon if Wadaj really wanted it to, but he's going to go ahead and use his final protection of the game on it to keep it in the battle. He's going to look for the big poison sting down. He's able to get it. Yes, he is.
Able to get it and basically come out with 100 energy here to be able to throw at this Cresselia. Again, we saw how much bulk this Cresselia has. It will be able to take a Sludge Bomb. I think Wadaj knows he probably would need 2 attacks anyway, but guess what? 2 attacks are essentially loaded. This Grass Knot is coming through. No Protect Shields left on Wadaj's side, but this is not enough to knock out a Clodsire.
No, of course not. Grass Knot just going to chip it down a little bit. Meanwhile, Clodsire can probably strike an Earthquake and pick up a KO, but the catch and the swap with Dodge playing out of his mind. He's going to absorb a resisted Grass Knot onto Chestnut.
Chestnut is going to be able to take this no problem. Not very effective, maintaining a little bit of energy advantage, but in comes a drop in. A pretty good answer to this. Superpower will go through, but there are 2 Protect Shields left on Elite side. Definitely going to use
can like
that
double
first one
seal
up
and
there
palm
because he
him
knows
down,
that This
right?
is going to be Superpower that would put him down to the red. I think at this point he's going to gain a little bit more energy before now throwing the crutch. Maybe, no, going for the Aqua Tail. I like this play a lot because not a lot of health left and the attack has already
This will
fallen
KO
on
anyway
the
because he is
Chestnut.
debuffed,
The good news
right?
for Elite is that he does have the protection advantage. The bad news is that he desperately hopes there's a Cresselia in the back for Wadaj, but there isn't. It's a Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. Earthquake coming through. Is it a bait? Is it not? Elite's able to call it.
Wow, last second shield there. I think all of our hearts were racing because if he was not
How is he
able
going to
call that
beat
bait, it
Ace Slash
would've been
though?
Lights out for that drop down. Going for yet another catch after catch after catch, but Dodge is really locked
Bro,
in,
he's playing
fighting his
crazy,
hardest
man.
to be able to stay in
That
this, but
bracket
this drop down
reset?
has so much
Why,
energy,
he's
and now that
completely
Cresselia
reset
looks
himself,
like,
dude.
It might be, not every day would you see a Cresselia swap into an Alolan Sand Slash. I think we might see it here, Will.
We might actually see it, and this Drapian's got so much work to do. Elite needs to be so careful with his energy, overcharging every chance that he gets. Now down into the red. Shadow Lone Sand Slash loses the charge attack priority tie. Drapian might
Yeah, this
just
will
keep
KO.
Wadaj
This
at
will
bay.
KO.
It looks like this will be enough to put the Alolan Sandslash back into its ball. In comes the Clodsire here, but guess what? The Clodsire is one away from an Earthquake, and he throws it at the exact same time.
Against TMP tie. This will KO, right? Yeah.
Attack priority.
I think this is a rare miscap by Wadash. He had the Earthquake ready to go, but the Aqua Tail is super effective. It KOs the Clodsire, and Elite is able to win a game after losing 4 in a row.
He miscounted maybe there, yeah. Otherwise, he would not have TMP tied there.
Swing for Wadaj. Elite has managed to snatch back a little
Or
bit
maybe
of
he
that
was
energy
expecting him to
into
catch
his own
there, so
pockets,
that
saying,
could have also been the case
I'm
there.
now on the winner's side of the bracket. I think I need to start winning again.
Yeah, right. I think Elite desperately needed that victory. If he went down 0-2, it might have just drained
Finally,
all his
Elite
power
wins
off
after
the
4
stage as
losses.
well, but having that game 2 victory now
Let's go.
ties up the series. He's back into it. The question for him is, can he replicate that success? Because Wadaj has just been a wrecking ball on stage here in Baltimore.
And at this point, these trainers, that means that if...
That will give him some
on our
confidence now,
discount-
man.
Okay, they're at game number 13 against each other.
Anybody's game now,
Baltimore
anybody's
alone.
Wow.
Well, actually 12, because I think the first in the winners finals, they only went through 4 games. But even so, these are best of 5 matchups. They've been training against them the whole time here. We have a Shadow Machamp.
Ooh, very good lead for him, man.
Wow, Shadow Machamp actually finds a target it really wants. We see the counter swap and a Clodsire met by the Shadow for Alligator. This is the 3rd time in a row we've seen the counter swap Clodsire and the for Alligator.
He will let the first one go. He'll build up to 2. He'll play like that only, right?
Takes super effective damage. That Clodsire can.
That's how he's playing every time.
Not only that, but being able to pace a little
Okay,
bit quicker with the
this
sludge
is
bomb.
an earthquake. Now he will steal. He has to steal this one, yeah.
We've seen it happen before. Elite doesn't want to get this for Alligator out of here, saying, I have too much energy on this. Don't want to let it go to waste. You see Wadaj kind of shaking his head. Wasn't expecting the shield right away. Going for another charge attack priority. I know I keep saying it.
If he
everyone,
seals,
but
he will
this
double
is
seal,
how,
so it is, yeah.
minuscule of
He
moments
cannot
that
flip
it
the
comes
switch
down
here.
to here.
And you can see Wadaj, right? He throws his head back. He says, I wish you would just lose count. Just one time. Do me a favor and lose count. But Elite does not lose track of where he is in energy. Going to fire up another Hydro Cannon into the Dunsparce. This is looking pretty good for Elite, but he's still at a shield deficit.
Yeah, especially you say I'm not going to lose track of with his MVPs, most valuable Pokemon of that for Alligator that he's just been putting on a masterclass with this whole weekend. Content to let it go.
Bro,
as
it is
he
going to be
makes the
Cresselia
front
versus
stop, knocking
Cresselia
down the
matchup,
Clodsire,
man, now.
hitting that Dunsparce super low. He
He
wants to
swap
give
into
that a
Cress,
little
he'll
bit
come
of
his own
more.
Cress. Boarding
Now we
matchup
see
incoming.
Cresselia on Cresselia here. and
Plus,
two
Elite has
shields on Wadaj's side.
a
The
Daz has
backline
a seal
attack
advantage,
heavily
okay.
in favor of Elite.
This is like walking on pins and needles. We've got a Cresselia mirror matchup, 2 protect shields for Wadaj, only 1 for Elite. A Moonblast attack fall could flip this entire series, but I think that Elite is still working from behind. He's got less HP, he's got a less positive type matchup,
He's
and he's got to figure out a
baiting
way
him.
to get back into this game.
The Grass Knot will connect. Going for the Grass Knot instead of the Moonblast, there's no way that they'll be able to get a debuff, but he wants to be able to throw, because as you've seen later on in the matchups,
He wins
does take
CMP,
multiple,
okay.
attacks to be able to knock out the Cresselia. Not only that, I think he's trying to get the switch timer down a little bit, but if you look at the switch timers of both of these trainers, they're pretty much aligned at this point. They've both been swapping so quickly into each other, say, you swap, I swap for sure. And at this point, both of their switch timers are up, both of them content to keep the Cresselias around.
Yeah, again, Wadaj just trying to keep Elite at arm's length. At least Cresselia will win that charge attack priority tie against the opposing Cresselia.
He
but
wants his
slightly lower
seal,
in
bro.
terms of
That's why
health,
he's
which makes
waiting.
it a tough situation. Wadaj finally forced to use a protect shield, but if you're Elite, you can't bring in the Machamp. You just have to stay here and make the best of the situation.
Yeah, going for the Moonblast, a little bit
He will
heavier,
survive
and
1 HP
also
here.
He knows that it has a potential to debuff the Pokemon. Elite doesn't want to use his shields here because Machamp is not very great without a shield. Going in, and wow, a very quick swap by Elite, but this drill run will do a lot of damage. At this point, he's going to have a very, very
How much
low
a drill
Machamp
does to
and a
Shadow
very
Machamp?
low
Let's find
Cresselia.
out.
How is he going to manage
Okay,
his
it's,
energy? He's gonna
yeah,
be
he
able
can
to complete
survive.
it.
He can
Karate
just
chop
farm him
for
down,
the
yeah.
Dunsparce, be able to get to another attack
Nah,
to
he
throw
will
at
not.
the Cresselia. Only 1 shield on both sides.
Yeah, waiting for a mistake. He's going to capitalize. Here comes Elite. He fires his Stone Edge. Wadaj lets it through. Is this going to be enough?
This is going
This
to
will
be
KO,
enough.
bro. This will
Next, we've
KO.
seen
This
the
will
Shadow
KO.
Machamp Stone Edge
Yeah.
is not quite enough. It
Ah,
is
almost
able
1
to
HP.
karate
GG.
chop down, however. Game number 2 going to Elite here. 2-1. He just needs one more.
One
to be
more,
able to win.
one more
Keeps
win, Elite.
Wadaj pull himself
Second
out of
time
first
he's
in
at
the grand
series
finals just
point.
a couple minutes earlier.
Amanda, I can't believe the way you said that. He just needs one more. it feels like it's almost impossible to take a game from Wadaj.
Last time he needed one more win, he lost 3 in a row, bro.
One more, and meanwhile Wadaj has to win the next 2 games in order to win the Baltimore Regional Championship. I'm telling you, this has been a long series. It's been back and forth, but it's been a treasure to watch.
Second series point to Elite. Let's see.
Many times they are friends, they are teammates, and they are ready to go. And it looks like you saw the look on Wadaj's face, not happy how this is going to be able to turn out. Instead of swapping to the Cloudfire, which you had in the past, going for the Cresselia.
Dude, are we watching the replay or the match already started? Oh, match already started. Again, a bad lead for Wadaj. Okay. I think this time Elite will close in, man.
This might be it, right? Elite is able to predict perfectly. No, he gets the attack drop. Just when things started to go right, they go horribly wrong. And now this Cresselia from Elite is going to be nerfed. It's not going to hit nearly as hard against Wadaj.
He got Moonblast debuff, right?
Here, I think he's going for his own Moonblast attack debuff as potential to be able to say, okay, how can I get back into this mid-matchup game? Wadaj more than happy to throw another one saying, hey, I got lucky once. Maybe I can get lucky again, but it's really putting him in a good position.
What if Elite also gets debuff?
Moonblast coming through from Elite side, and meanwhile, it's Cresselia on Wadaj's is super healthy.
Yeah, I think that little Moonblast debuff is going to go a long way for Wadaj as he's able to slow down
no debuff for Elite, man.
Make this mirror match a little less equal. He's going to go ahead and fire for another Moonblast. Here comes Elite trying to chip down the opposing Cresselia, but at this point, it looks like he might lose switch advantage.
We don't see so many Cresselias in this tournament. We do see them in the grand finals, however, going for this grass knot as we've talked about a couple times. It does take 2 at this range to be able to knock out, and he's already kind of done the damage that he needed to, saying, okay, well, all right. Not only did I
did flip the switch because of the debuff, man.
I'm going to have that advantage that I wanted as well. And Elite is letting his Cresselia go.
Yeah, Elite decides not to continue to play for alignment. Instead, he goes for the energy advantage. Can he get the Shadow Claw down? Cresselia's almost got the grass on. It gets there. This is going to force a massive shield. Elite can't believe it. He says, are you kidding me?
He goes ahead, deadpans the camera there and says, can you guys believe it? Able to get to this grass knot. Unbelievable. At least he comes out with a ton of energy to throw at this Dunsparce coming in. But I think if you're with Dodge, you're saying, okay, this is more than fine with me. I already know Dunsparce is not very capable against that Shadow Machamp. I'll go ahead and just get a lot of energy. Actually getting a Protect Shield here, which is a pretty impressive overall because I think he wants to be able to throw back at the Machamp.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. He only has 1 Protect Shield in his court, though. Elite spends it on the drill run.
How is Machamp going to handle Claudie?
For a Shadow and Sand Slash in the back, but it's not. We're going to see another charge attack come here from the Shadow for Alligator, trying to chip down this Dunsparce, but having lost switch advantage is a massive blow.
Yeah.
And if Elite sends in that Shadow Machamp, it's going to be in trouble.
He needed to maintain alignment
so. I
there.
mean, no matter what, the Shadow Machamp has nowhere to go, and I think maybe Elite recognizes as well. No Protect Shield remaining. It's going to have to take a drill run. I don't even think it's going to be able to get a Karate Chop in. In the meantime, in comes Clodsire, and guess what? He brought his tie-in briefcase because he means business.
Yeah, this is so oppressive for the Shadow Machamp.
They'll just farm him down, yeah. It is 2-2, guys. 2-2, 2-2.
This is the reason
Last match
is such a force, such a wall. It's like walking through mud. It's so
winner
tough
becomes
to
a
get past
champion.
Pokemon, and with Dodge absolutely devouring Shadow Machamp here, going for the Poison Sting down.
I like this play by Elite. He's just trying to do
that Moonblast debuff literally
but I think he sees the writing
ruined
on the wall.
Elite's
At this point,
chances
there's
there.
no Protect Shields remaining left, and even though the Feraligatr would need an attack to go through, the Earthquake is coming through. It's going to knock out the Feraligatr.
I'm telling you, that Moonblast debuff, as the Earthquake connects and KOs the Shadow for Alligator, the only thing I can think about is that Moonblast debuff in the Cresselia mirror matchup.
That debuff really hurt him, dude.
Shadow Machamp into Dunsparce. Both trainers counter-swapped Cresselia. Elite was just a little bit ahead. If he would have been able to control switch advantage, he could have aligned his Machamp to that Dunsparce and then his Feraligatr to the Clodsire and given himself a real shot. But things just didn't turn out that way.
No, and because they didn't turn out that way, we are going into a decisive Game 5 in the Grand Finals reset. This is the bracket reset. Let's see, Elite coming in from the winner's side of the bracket, with Dodge taking it beforehand. Both of these trainers are locked in. We are getting ready to go. We are about to be ready to crown a Baltimore regional champion after this matchup.
This is the final game of the weekend, everybody. We've got Shadow for Alligator versus Dunsparce.
We got Mandy,
on the right.
guys.
Elite does have his Cresselia
Mandy in the
Mandibuzz
house.
surprisingly in the back. Meanwhile, with Dodge with Cresselia and Clodsire.
Hydro Cannon coming through here. It is going to be those charge attacks that Dunsparce has to watch watch out for. And an early shield by Wadaj here, recognizing maybe that the Dunsparce has some play and going ahead and throwing the drill run. But guess what? It is caught on one of those bulky Pokemon. Cresselia coming
He always catches that drill run on Crest, bro. This is like second or third time I have seen him catching drill run on Crest.
Gather some additional energy, but he can swap out whenever he feels necessary to do so, and he does go for the Cresselia. Now he's got a significant health advantage. I say a Moonblast's worth of damage on Elite's Cresselia.
Definitely.
Why does he don't throw Moonblast, man? He can like throw Moonblast. Maybe he gets debuff. You never know, right? Why is he going for Grass now? I don't know.
We'll have to see how they want to play it out. We've seen this so many times within these grand finals. These two Cresselias are just so bulky. Last game, Wadaj was able to get a Moonblast debuff, which really turned the tides in his favor, but is not able to do so in this match.
Why is Elite going for a Grass
as these
now?
Cresselias duke it out, I can't help but stare at that Mandibuzz pick. Elite has not seen Shadow Lone Sandslash in several games. He has not seen a Zoom Roll. He brings in the Mandibuzz for this task to get rid of the Cresselia.
Cresselia is going to throw a Moonblast now because this is
This
a
will
dark
hurt.
and flying type Pokemon. It's going to do a nice chunk. It is super effective, but is still in the green. Mandibuzz now being able to face off against the Clodsire.
He does not
There's
have Stone Edge,
so much
though, yeah.
energy on all the trainers here, and the switch timers are misaligned. This is the game to watch. This is the decisive game. A lot
It
of
will
new
go
tactics
close,
to be
guys. It
deployed
will
here.
go
Dark
close.
Pulse coming into the Clodsire.
The important note here as well is that this is an Earthquake Sludge Bomb Clodsire, whereas the Stone Edge might be enough to almost KO the Mandibuzz here. It needs to throw 2 Sludge Bombs to get the knockout, and Mandibuzz just going to hang around, fire off these Dark Pulses, and just try to rattle the Clodsire.
Yeah, I think Mandibuzz was maybe there for a potential Chestnut, but guess what? No Chestnut to be found in this Grand Finals matchup here. Dark Pulse coming through, Sludge Bomb trying to catch on the Cresselia, and it looks like that was pretty successful here. Wadaj is still okay with it, I think.
Another
No,
catch,
it's not going to
dude.
be enough to knock out the Cresselia. We still have so much energy on 2 different Pokemon.
I just can't emphasize enough. This is the 50-second switch time, everybody. This is the difference it makes and how fluid these games can be. Grassknot is going to connect into the Clodsire. It can absorb 1. I don't think it can take a second one, though. And now Wadaj is going to reach for his own Cresselia.
Cresselia is coming in, and the Grassknot is going to be thrown here. You saw a little bit of a hesitation on the Elite side. They're wondering if he maybe should go for the Moonblast, but I think at this range he's wondering if he's able to be psycho-cutted down, or if he'll be able to
He will
reach
save
another
seals for
Grassknot. Should Wadaj choose to
Feraligatr,
throw? Wadaj
right? Yeah.
recognizing this at the last second, doesn't want to take any more damage.
2 seals
Throwing
Feraligatr for the
Grassknot of
win.
his own. How do you keep energy counts at this point in time?
I know.
These trainers are insane.
I know, it's actually mental to watch. We're going to see the Mandibuzz come in here, but as you notice, Elite still has both of his Protect Shields. He's going to fire off the Aerial Ace here against
This
the
will not
Cresselia.
KO,
He's
right?
trying to set up his Feraligatr for success yet again.
Yeah.
These 2 trainers are dancing around, not able to get to an attack. This is big. The Cresselia goes down. There are 2 Pokemon in the back, but Dunsparce is coming back in. It has so much energy on his side, but Elite has 2 shields left.
Yeah, he's got 2 shields left.
But
and he's the
Dunsparce
first one
has
here, though, on the
energy.
drill run
He
from the
has another
Dunsparce.
drill
The
run.
question is,
Yeah,
will that
almost.
Clodsire come out? Will it be a catch? Will it threaten with a charge attack? The Dunsparce is going to continue to apply pressure in the meantime, though, so Elite doesn't have time to think. He's going to have to use the protection. He doesn't! He doesn't shield! Now this Feraligatr is very weak.
The Feraligatr is so low, and it has to have the charge attack skill to be able to knock out this Dunsparce. It cannot rely on the Shadow Claw.
Why did he
Rollout
no steal
also
there?
got a buff, so it's going to be doing more damage on the Dunsparce on the fast attacks. The Hydro Cannon is loaded, but will this be enough to knock out the
No,
Dunsparce?
it will not
no
KO.
protect
It will
shields
not
remaining
KO.
on it.
Hydro Cannon connects into the Dunsparce. This is a Shadow Feraligatr. Dunsparce hangs on. Mandibuzz is in the back. It comes out. It flaps its wings, but here comes the Rock Slide from the Dunsparce.
There is the last Protect Shield, and it is being used on the Mandibuzz, but it is Mandibuzz against
Already has
Clodsire, and
energy?
in fact, that is
Yeah.
already loaded with a
GG's.
Sludge Bomb.
This
No,
will
the
KO,
Sludge
right?
would have done
Yeah, this will
before.
KO.
2 Sludge Bombs is enough to take it. Wadaj
Bro,
coming
Wadaj
in,
wins,
Sludge
man.
bombing the Mandibuzz. He
Wadaj
is your
wins.
Baltimore regional
GG's.
champion.
Wadaj fights
he
tooth
reset
and
the
nail
back
through
end and
10 games in the
crazy,
grand
man.
finals
He wins
from
it for the
loser
5th
side
time
bracket.
regional champion. Dude.
There's never been
ये
a
क्या
more
broadcast hello?
impressive slog
They
through
just
that
stopped
bracket that
it?
I've seen in a regional
Yo, GG's,
competition
man.
like this. Wadaj absolutely back.
this was incredible games to watch. You can see Wadaj unable to control
Bro,
his emotions there at a
he
moment.
retained his
There was
championship,
two
man.
trainers who know each other
From
so
the
well,
losers
right? They
bracket.
played against each
Wow.
other. They played
Wow.
in the winners finals where Elite knocked
Well
Wadaj
played,
down
man.
to the
Well
losers
played.
finals where he slaughtered out with Elam to a best-of-5 matchup there. Wadaj has had
Cool.
so much stage
Chalo, guys.
time today, and
We
because
wrap
he
up
has been
now.
absolutely just proving that he is all sorts of back.
GG's to Vadaz. Well played,
He's
Elite
never
also.
been more back. I will say that.
Never been more back than he has.
Chalo,
been in
I'll catch you guys
I
out
just wanna give
tomorrow,
so much
guys.
credit and
Okay.
appreciation
Thank you
to
for
Elite
watching.
as well. I mean, the first
Good
series we
night.
saw
Bye bye.
between them
Take
in the, I
care.
believe, the
I'll catch
winners
you guys
finals
tomorrow
was
evening, guys.
such
Okay. Bye bye, all. See you tomorrow.